Chapter 281. Armory's second floor. Enon suddenly thought of something. She placed a random special power orb in Lu Qi's palm. Lu Qi naturally recognized it. "This is for you." Qi opened it quickly. Enan's eyes were filled with anticipation, while Lu Qi's were filled with gentle indulgence. "Okay." The power orb glowed faintly, and then vanished from his palm. Under Enan's focused gaze, Lu Qi whispered, "Devour power." "Devour power? What exactly does it do?" Enon was shocked. Why were Lu Qi's powers always so rare and powerful? Could this be a natural supernatural physique? You know, the stronger the physique, the more unique and powerful powers one can unleash. And then, release some lightning. Enon immediately did as she was told. She stepped back a few steps, and shot a bolt of lightning at Lu Qi's feet. She had only used 10% of her energy in this bolt, so it wasn't very powerful. The faint blue-purple lightning, the moment it approached Lu Qi, was devoured by the energy released from his body. It vanished in an instant. Devouring someone else's supernatural power. Enon immediately understood what it meant to devour supernatural power. Lu Qi nodded. "Not only that, I can clearly sense the energy you just released being transferred into my body. If that's even possible, wouldn't that make me immune to energy attacks?" Enon had seen it all. However, Lu Qi added, "It's still not as safe as your light shield. I can sense my energy absorption is limited. So if the opponent releases more energy than you can absorb, the excess energy will still cause damage." "That's right." Enon understood. This was essentially a shield that could absorb energy for its own use, though the energy limit was capped. Nevertheless, this ability was incredibly powerful. And extremely rare. Enon was now in a dilemma. She still had 2 power clone spheres. Should she copy Lu Qi's domain ability, or his devouring ability? After all, the clone spheres were extremely valuable, and she really didn't want to use them rashly. After much deliberation, Enon decided to copy his devouring ability first. She had the light shield as a backup, and with more practice, she could use both her devouring and light abilities simultaneously to protect herself. Not only would this guarantee her safety, it would also allow her to transform the energy of others into her own, greatly accelerating her growth. Enon immediately took out a clone sphere and copied Lu Qi's devouring ability. "You're being unreasonable." Downstairs, a sudden commotion erupted, with a man's angry voice being particularly sharp. It immediately caught the attention of Enon and the others. They're from the elite unit. As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, a fight broke out downstairs. It wasn't so much a mutual fight as a one-sided one. Over a dozen people almost simultaneously attacked the man with punches and kicks. Several soldiers tried to intervene, but were sternly shooed away by a nearby man. Enon and Lu Qi exchanged glances, and then walked downstairs. At the sight of Lu Qi, the man standing by watching the fight changed his expression, and he immediately intervened. "Stop it! Stop it!" Of the dozen or so people, most were men, with only 2 women. They all stopped what they were doing. After glancing at Lu Qi, they lowered their heads and stood still, as obediently as possible, as if they hadn't been the ones in the recent brawl. The man on the ground was now curled up and trembling slightly. Although he made no sound, the blood on his body showed that he was seriously injured. As an elite soldier in the base, a pillar of strength, how could you be so cruel as to bully the weak with your numbers? Lu Qi finished speaking. No one dared to speak. A few seconds later, the leading man stood up and said, reporting to Base Commander Lu, "This guy stole something from our squad, and we're victims too. Report the theft, and the base will take care of it." The words were as cold as shattered jade, and the man immediately lowered his head in shock. He dared not even utter a word in his defense. The man on the ground struggled to his feet, half kneeling, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, his neck stiff and his eyes red. "I didn't steal anything. You stole my instant noodles last time, aren't you afraid to admit it?" "I didn't. Everyone here saw it." "Huang Liang, you just hate me, that's why you're targeting me." The 2 of them exchanged words, each arguing with their own opinions. Strengthen the zombie attack. All departments, prepare for full defense against the zombies. An urgent announcement blared from the radio. "You go and defend against the zombies first." At Lu Qi's command, everyone immediately ran to assemble. Only the wounded man remained. "Don't go, go to the infirmary." The man remained silent. He clenched his fist tightly, as if determined. He looked at Lu Qi and said, "Captain Lu, I want to report you." "Speak." "I'm reporting you. Everyone in Elite Team 2, except me, has been injected with Glory Base's zombie suppressant." Chapter 282. Zombie inhibitor? "Yes." The man panted heavily, his scarred face solemn as he recalled something. Base regulations. Anyone who discovers intelligence but fails to upload it is in violation. At the time, our elite second team was waiting behind Glory Base's third area for information on a breakout. We happened to capture several Glory Base personnel and found a potion on them. Huang Liang's gang tortured them, and finally learned that the potion was used to fight the zombie virus. They were afraid of death and believed that the potion would be taken away by higher-ups if they reported the matter, so they injected themselves. Lu Qi looked at him. How many people were injected in total? 15 are still alive. What's your name? Kuping. Okay, I notified Base Commander Gu to investigate. You should go to the infirmary first. Wait. Kuping was about to leave when a stern female voice stopped him. He turned to look at the woman, who was clearly in a position of power. Her expression was extremely serious. Are you sure it's a zombie virus inhibitor, not a zombie enhancer or a superpower awakening agent? Kuping didn't dare to take it lightly. He immediately frowned and recalled carefully. After a moment, he said with certainty, I'm sure. It's a drug that inhibits the zombie virus. And I heard from the people at Glory Base that the drug has a limited duration of effect, only about 3 or 4 days, so they have to wait for orders from above before taking it. And then what's wrong? Enan looked at Lu Qi, his expression stern. I only know that Hong Bing and his men stole zombie enhancers and superpower awakening agents from the South Country. How could they have a zombie virus inhibitor? Besides, she was the only one who had the zombie virus inhibitor. No base had developed this drug in her previous life. This was too bizarre. Perhaps they developed it themselves, or perhaps it was given to them by the Southern Alliance. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Enan looked at him, but remained silent. How could she tell him that she had been reborn, and that in her previous life, no base had been able to develop such a drug? So what had happened? Duan Qingyu, he had repeatedly asked her for the drug in S City, but she had refused. Later, Jiang He told her through her bracelet that Duan Qingyu had been collecting tissue from deceased mutants, who had been injected with the drug for research. Could he have really figured it out? Enan decided not to dwell on it. Let's go see how those 15 people became immune to the zombie virus. The two of them headed out of the base. There, the elite troops, along with the ordinary mutants, were fending off the zombies. A large number of enhanced zombies clambered over the base's defensive walls. Enhanced zombies had even greater climbing abilities, not to mention the zombies with mutated limbs. Like hellish demons, their pale, gaunt limbs frantically scaled the spiked defense net. Flesh and blood clung to their flesh all the way. The entire defense wall, 2 entire lines of steel spiked defense net, was now almost completely stained with zombie blood. When these zombies climbed in, hardly a single inch of their limbs remained intact. Some of the zombies' limbs had even been reduced to a pile of white bones. But the zombies' extremely strong physical functions and abnormal anatomy meant they weren't slowed down by the detachment of flesh and bone. They continued their frenzy, and they continued their speed, with wisps of flesh clinging to their bones, their grayish-white pupils wide open, their stinking mouths teeming with maggots. They pounced frantically upon the inhabitants of the base, but Enan could tell this wasn't the first time this situation had occurred. Although the officers around him looked nervous, they were responding in an orderly manner. Enan immediately searched for Huang Liang and his men from Elite Team 2, but he discovered they were hiding at the back of the formation, slacking off. Injected with zombie virus inhibitors, yet the most timid, Lu Qi had obviously noticed this too. Everyone from Elite Team 2, head to the front. As soon as Lu Qi shouted, Huang Liang and the others were clearly panicking, but they dared not disobey. The officers around them kept urging them on. Huang Liang and the others were quickly herded to the front of the formation. They began to kill the zombies. Enan observed their fighting style and felt it was vastly different. She shook her head. I only knew Wang Biao and his men were brave and skilled fighters. This elite second squad, while also an elite unit, is vastly inferior in capabilities. Lu Qi nodded. They were originally in the army's kitchen squad. After the apocalypse, they awakened their special powers. When Gusa and Hongyi parted ways, and were desperate for manpower, they replaced the fallen elite second squad as the new elite soldiers. Enan understood. During the apocalypse, every base was desperately short of special powers. National bases were no exception. At this moment, Enan keenly noticed the details of Huang Liang being bitten by a zombie. The zombie had only 2 yellow teeth left. Although Huang Liang had stabbed it in the head as it bit his neck, the zombie's teeth still left a scarlet mark on Huang Liang's neck. Enan's eyes were sharp, fixed on Huang Liang's spot. By that time, the main force had already systematically dealt with the incoming zombies. They opened the barbed wire to divert the zombies pouring into the base. Drones, dangling chunks of flesh, soared from the sky. At the same time, the psychics opened the barbed wire and defensive walls. The drones flew by at high speed, instantly attracting the attention of a large number of zombies. They followed them and surged out. Some higher-level, more intelligent zombies didn't take the bait, instead focusing intently on the living people before them, attacking frantically. Under the command of the officers, the elite troops surrounded the zombies from 6 directions. Bomb squad, prepare. 2 teams of soldiers, armed with explosives, ran out from the defensive wall. All elite teams retreat. Begin bombing. Instantly, all the elite teams retreated in an orderly fashion. The gates of the defensive wall were quickly pushed shut by a dozen soldiers. During this period, many psychics were bitten by zombies and killed. Wait a minute, bombing. There are still a few people who haven't come up yet. They've all been bitten by zombies, and have wounds all over their bodies. Huang Liang and the others quickly climbed the ladder. We're immune to the zombie virus. Pull us up. Atop the over 10-meter-high defensive wall, several soldiers exchanged glances. They were unsure whether the claim was true or false. Immune to the zombie virus? They never heard of it before. Inan and Lu Qi immediately went up. Lu Qi said directly, pull them up. The soldiers didn't hesitate, and quickly pulled the ladder. The moment Huang Liang and the others were pulled up, an officer shouted, start bombing. A barrage of shells was launched. The shells clearly had a delayed action mechanism. Instead of exploding immediately, after being thrown into the zombie swarm, they waited for over 10 seconds, sinking completely beneath the zombie horde before exploding. You all have zombie bites on your bodies. Kill yourselves now, or you mutate. A soldier shouted at Huang Liang and the others. The other 2 soldiers remained silent, their first glances at Inan and the others. After all, they had just asked them to pull the people up. They couldn't disobey what Commander Lu said. You're the one who needs to mutate. We're immune to the virus. Unexpectedly, a man next to Huang Liang took action. He pushed the soldier hard. The soldier stumbled and fell against the defensive wall. With swift movements, he grabbed both Huang Liang and the man who had pushed him. He grabbed one in each hand. He held on tightly, refusing to let go. He said in a hurried and angry tone, "Why are you pushing me? Pull me up. Let me go." The man pried his hands apart. "Hey, what are you doing?" Several soldiers nearby immediately rushed over to intervene. The crowd was in chaos. Inan frowned as he watched the scene unfold. These men, despite the massive zombie bites, hadn't mutated. They were likely immune to the zombie virus. Lu Qi stepped forward to resolve the dispute. But as he took a step, something unseen happened in the chaotic crowd. Several men fell at once, straight into the swarm of zombies below. Lu Qi and Inan both walked towards the defensive wall and looked down. 2 soldiers were killed instantly. There's a bomb. Help us up. Help us up. We are immune to the zombie virus. Don't abandon us. Don't abandon us. Huang Liang and the other 4 men from the elite 2nd squad, who had fallen frantically, cried for help. The remaining members of the elite 2nd division, watching from the defensive wall, were also filled with panic. With such a high defensive wall, how could they save him? They could defend themselves against the zombie virus. But if their flesh and blood were bitten and their intestines and internal organs destroyed, they wouldn't survive. Lu Qi immediately climbed down, holding onto the ladder. Inan, reluctant to save Huang Liang, watched coldly from above. Seeing Lu Qi about to climb down, the 3 men below shone with hope for survival. Ouch! Suddenly, a zombie bit down hard on Huang Liang's head. Half of his face was taken by the zombie's bite. Ah! Huang Liang screamed frantically, his eyes filled with despair. The zombie bit off a mouthful of flesh. Instantly, his face was torn in 2. One of his eyeballs was even shattered by the zombie's bite. The other 4 members of the elite 2nd division were horrified by the scene. They huddled together, fending off the zombies, as they retreated towards the defensive wall. He clung to the defensive wall, staring in horror at the half-human, half-ghost Huang Liang. His other eye, half-stained red with blood, stared blankly at his companion's cold onlookers. He glanced up at the various gazes gazing at him from the defensive wall above. Ouch! A zombie fiercely bit the frantic, bleeding Huang Liang. The bite landed on his arm. It seemed to gnaw away the last shred of his humanity. Don't let any of you live. Don't let any of you live. Huang Liang erupted in wind energy. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind swept aside several zombies charging towards him. He ran like a madman towards the shell. Inan immediately sensed something and shouted, "Achi, come up!" Lu Qi was also quick to react. He flung out a vine to grab the two men, then tightly wrapped it around his arm, and climbed up. At the same time, Huang Liang, clutching several bombs, madly rushed towards the defensive wall. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment of the explosion, Enan only had time to put a light shield on Lu Qi and himself. The defensive wall shook violently. Thankfully, no one on the wall was hurt. Lu Qi landed safely. He retracted the vine. At the end of the vine, there was no one alive. Only a bloody hand dangled. That hand clung to the vine tightly, as if clinging to the hope of survival. Something terrible is going to happen. Lu Qi's expression was extremely grim. He and a group of officers ran down. Ah! As expected, a huge hole was blown into the defensive wall. Zombies began to pour in frantically. Lu Qi immediately picked up the intercom. Gu Su, the defense wall in Area 005 of the base has been bombed. We urgently need support. Boom! What no one expected was, the defense wall suddenly collapsed. A wall over 10 meters long was reduced to rubble in an instant, and the entire base was now like a lamb to the slaughter. Let the zombie horde invade relentlessly. Retreat! Quick! Everyone, retreat! For a moment, it was like a battle royale. Everyone frantically retreated. Chapter 283. A massive zombie horde poured in. This massive defensive wall, built with so much manpower and resources, now completely collapsed, leaving a massive gap. The zombies trapped outside were already starving. Following the delicious human flesh, they swarmed frantically into the base, their numbers so numerous that they formed 2 or 3 layers. Retreat to the inner area. Quick, everyone, get in. What about the outer area? Are we going to abandon it? No, at this rate, the entire outer area will be swarming with zombies, and clearing them will be extremely difficult. Then what do you say? Look at the zombie horde behind us. How can we stop them with such terrifying numbers and speed? Several officers loudly discussed countermeasures as they ran. The last runner was instantly engulfed by the zombie tide. The speed was astonishing. A massive vine network rose from the ground. All Earth and Wood-type psychics build speed bumps. With Lu Qi's command, many Earth and Wood psychics stopped in the panicked crowd. They retreated as far as possible, casting earth walls and vine nets. At the same time, Lu Qi, sword in hand, ran in the opposite direction of the crowd. All those with rank and authority, follow me and draw the zombies. Some officers who had been running in the crowd paused in their frantic pace. They looked toward Lu Qi, a hint of hesitation and panic on their faces. With such a large swarm of zombies, it was more like sending them to their deaths than diverting them. They were practically sacrificing their lives to give others a glimmer of hope. But this has always been the base's style. Those with multiple abilities have multiple responsibilities. After such disciplined training, they all possessed a certain instinct for sacrifice. Without hesitation, all those holding positions, regardless of their status, followed Lu Qi in the opposite direction. A determination to die was evident on every face. This action seemed to have infected many of the soldiers. They all joined in. The two massive groups of people split, the zombie swarms closing in behind them into 2 directions. Most of the zombies chased Lu Qi and his group eastward. The eastward path was not the road to the inner area, but to the eastern protective wall. There were only a few kilometers left for them to escape. After a few kilometers, it would be a dead end. Enan naturally joined in. She used her light ability to shield those around her as best she could, while simultaneously unleashing her fear ability. Although the range of the 3rd level fear ability was limited, it significantly slowed the advance of the zombie swarms in the front. Those who saw Enan's ability were filled with astonishment. Isn't this base Captain Gu's special ability? But everyone had no time to think. They just ran as fast as they could while fighting off the zombies. Just then, several helicopters flew over. Each helicopter was dangling buckets of blood, dripping from the bottom. These helicopters were clearly meant to lure the zombies in. At the same time, a dozen military armored vehicles raced over. They quickly stopped not far from the zombie swarm, kicking up a trail of dust. Some of the zombies immediately pounced and surrounded them. The car doors were thrown open, and a team of elite soldiers, weapons in hand, rushed out. Gu Su led the charge, his expression stern. Lu Qi's intercom soon rang with a voice. We must lure the zombies out immediately. The longer we delay, the more zombies there will be. Lu Qi, at the forefront, violently shook his long sword away. It twisted 180 degrees through a zombie's throat and slashed down fiercely, the blade scraping against bone with a sharp sound as it was pulled out. The zombie was cleaved in 2. At the same time, 2 zombie bodies imploded, sprouting slender vines that forcibly ripped through their internal organs and skulls, A huge vine net enveloped the dozen or so zombies charging forward. Lu Chi quickly retreated, picking up the intercom. I lead the zombie horde out through the 011 defensive gate. There are zombies outside 011 too. Where are you leading them? Gusu's voice was unyielding. Just take care of the inner area. I cut off the source and reinforced the 004 defensive wall. Lu Chi fell silent. He glanced at the approaching horde of zombies, and the people who were still dying despite their all-out efforts. The voice was remarkably calm. Gusu, you're committing suicide. The intercom was silent. Enan had naturally heard their conversation. She looked at the overwhelming zombie tide and the massive, over 10-meter-long, collapsed defensive wall behind it. Repairing such a massive wall would be a monumental undertaking. It would be almost impossible, but if the zombie influx wasn't stopped now, the entire outer area of the base would be overrun by the zombie horde. Then, a large amount of military equipment and supplies would be trapped, jeopardizing the safety of the inner areas. Gusu's voice rang out over the intercom. Help me take care of the base from now on. Although there was a hint of lightheartedness in his smile, it sounded like a last word. Enan looked at Lu Chi, who was about to dissuade her further, and grabbed his hand as he pressed the intercom button. Her bright eyes were determined and frantic. Just as you said, Chi, continue to lead the zombies towards the 011 defense gate. As for the zombies outside the wall, I give it my all. Boss! Just then, Chung Su and his men approached in a helicopter. Song Yin, Fu Sun, and the others frantically fired at the zombie horde with their enhanced and psychic guns. Enan quickly grabbed the ladder Chung Su had dropped and directed the helicopter to fly outward. She clung to the ladder, just over a meter above the zombie horde below. For the zombies, this height was like a delicious feast within easy reach. Living people are always the most delicious delicacy in the eyes of zombies, more alluring than dead flesh, even more so than blood. Countless zombies scrambled to climb wherever the helicopter passed. But before they could even get close, they were all struck back by Enan's light blade. She was like a vast energy field, fierce lightning mingling with radiant blades, wielding a vast mass of bodies with a single wave. Seeing this, Lu Chi led the group eastward with relief. At this moment, Gusu's elite troops, in a frenzied battle, were closing in on the defensive wall of Area 004. The bomb squad ran up the wall and launched a barrage of bombs. For a moment, clouds of bloody mist exploded from the zombies near the breach in the wall. When the psychics inhaled the bloody mist, they instantly mutated. This devastating attack, which inflicted 1,000 casualties on the enemy, while inflicting 800 casualties on the enemy, became the only way for the puny humans to survive the zombie virus. So desperate. And yet so helpless. Enan's helicopter flew out of the base's defensive wall. Outside, a vast swarm of zombies was pouring in. They were drawn in by the overwhelming presence of living people and the roar of artillery shells. Mixed in with enhanced zombies, they formed a near-destructive presence. This won't work. Enan glanced at Gusu. Although their combat effectiveness was formidable, their casualty rate against the terrifying zombie horde was horribly high. Those soldiers carrying steel plates were mauled to death by the zombies the moment they charged into the swarm. Such a horrific loss of life was truly lamentable. Enan immediately ordered Chung Su and the others to bomb the zombie horde from the perimeter. He then jumped directly out. Anan! Fu Sun and Qi Xian, aboard the helicopter, felt their hearts tighten. Chapter 284. Gusu frowned slightly upon seeing this. But at the head of the team, he had no time to lose focus as over a dozen zombies descended upon him in overwhelming force. He constantly overdrawn his fear ability, forcibly squeezing out energy to control the zombie swarm. Base Commander, I'm leaving first. An elite soldier nearby was bitten in the neck by a zombie. With bloodshot eyes, he threw the steel plate in his hand toward Gusu, then plunged his knife into the zombie's neck. The knife pierced the zombie's neck, revealing the bloody tip. The man threw himself headfirst into the blade, ending his life before he could mutate. Gusu remained silent throughout, not glancing back at the countless dead compatriots behind him. Never compromised with the overwhelming wave of zombies before him. He himself couldn't tell whether he couldn't bear to watch or simply didn't dare. With every scream, the knife in his hand grew colder. With each fallen elite soldier, he took up their weapons and continued advancing. Ouch! A zombie fiercely bit Gusu's back arm. His long sword, now transformed into an ice blade, stabbed back with a fierce force, piercing the zombie with piercing ice crystals. The area around the zombie's wound quickly froze, shattering to the ground under the swing of the blade. Instantly, the ground, centered around Gusu, quickly froze. The air was filled with a chilling cold. The skin of the zombies around him seemed to be frozen in frost. At this moment, His ice-based abilities seemed to reach their full potential. Gusu grasped the bitten spot on his back arm with his clean right hand, and tore the flesh apart with force. Blood gushed out, but he seemed insensitive to the pain. He moved forward quickly, dragging only a few massive steel plates. He watched the approaching defensive wall. His entire body was like a bloodthirsty sword. "We're almost there. Push the plates up together," Gusu shouted, but no one responded. He turned back. There wasn't a single living person behind him. Only zombies. Endless zombies. Ah! Zombies rushed frantically toward him. The ice crystals on Gusu's blade melted instantly. As if the energy couldn't hold out much longer, his last release of his fear ability only controlled the zombies within 2 meters. The hand gripping the blade seemed to wring blood. He cleaved several zombies with force. At that moment, Gusu felt fear for the first time. This fear wasn't the fear of death. It was the fear that he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. The fear that after sacrificing so many people, the base would still be in a dead end. The fear that he hadn't done his job as a base commander to protect the safety of his members. The more terrified he became, the less he allowed himself to fail. Almost frantic, he forcibly withstood the onslaught of zombies, embedding the over 2-meter-long steel plate firmly into the ruins of the defensive wall. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. The gap was more than 10 meters long. He lifted a second plate. A third. The zombie wounds on his body grew more and more. So many that he could no longer tear them off. With his shattered flesh and bones, Gusu firmly embedded himself into the fourth plate. Most of the gap was filled with a steel plate, but it was only a foundation. To achieve complete defense, the plate needed to be lengthened and reinforced. Ah! The zombies were frantic. As if they had sensed the scent of death, they began to attack the increasingly defeated man in front of them with even greater frenzy. At the last moment, Gusu twisted his wrist and pointed the tip of the knife towards himself. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning grew closer and closer. Live. A resounding female voice, brimming with vitality. In the chaos, the zombies surrounding Gusu all turned and rushed back. He looked up. Among the zombies, Heroine, glowing, wielded 2 swords, slashing at them with sparks and lightning. She seemed to have some kind of immunity. The zombies couldn't touch her skin, couldn't hurt her in the slightest. As she strode closer, the zombies' heads danced in the air. All the zombies that dared to approach her were instantly killed. Her mysterious and powerful abilities made her seem like a deity descending from heaven. Where she went, zombies vanished. At that moment, Gusu felt as if he were back on the day they first went on a mission together. The door to the processing building swung open, and light streamed in, illuminating the scene inside. She knelt alone on the pile of zombie corpses. A pair of glittering eyes, twinkling with stars, filled with unyielding pride and a tenacity bordering on stubbornness. So unique. So unforgettable. Chapter 285. Can you still fight? Can I do it? As Heroine finished speaking, Gusu's dark eyes flickered. He simply nodded. He picked up a clean, sharp stone fragment from near the steel plate and hurled it at his right arm, which had been gnawed to the bone. He was clearly trying to save himself by breaking his arm. The next second, the stone flew away, and a strong healing energy emanated from behind him. At the same time, an extremely gentle and powerful pale yellow light enveloped him. Gusu watched the pale green gas flowing down his arm. Flesh and blood grew almost instantly wherever the gas passed. Although Heroine had a primary zombie virus inhibitor, it could only suppress zombie viruses of level 3 and below. In this tide of zombies swarming with level 4 and enhanced zombies, it was completely useless. A few more steel plates. At least 3 more. Seeing that the virus in his body had completely disappeared, Heroine had no time to continue healing. At this moment, the zombie tide had almost overwhelmed them both. The 2 men immediately drew their weapons and fought back with all their might. But now, only a single steel plate remained on the ground. Heroine quickly lifted the plate, shoving aside the pile of zombies and slamming it into the foundation. At this point, the 10+ meter gap was 3/4 filled. But the narrow gap that remained only sent the zombies into a frenzy. All the zombies on the periphery rushed in frantically through that single opening. The force was so great that the previously placed steel plate trembled precariously. Heroine and Gusu held onto the plate. "I go get the plate," Gusu said, dashing into the pile of zombies. Heroine grabbed him and said, "If you move too far, my light system won't be able to protect you." Heroine glanced at the horrific wounds covering his body. If he lost his light shield, with his current injuries, he'd be in grave danger of death. "Boss!" Chung Su's voice rang out. At the same time, a solid earth wall rose from the ground, just barely blocking the final gap. Zombies pounded frantically against the earth wall, making a loud noise. More earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the precarious steel plates. Never before had Enon felt that the earth element was so perfect, so powerful. Good job. Enon now killed the zombies with full enthusiasm. She pulled Gusu aside. The earth wall won't hold out much longer. Let's go back and get the steel plates. No need to bother. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Fusen rushed out. Copy. Several thick steel plates immediately appeared on the ground. At the same time, the earth wall gradually gave way and cracked. Boss! Chung Su's eyes were filled with anxiety. Enon only needed one glance to tell he was expending a tremendous amount of energy. Constructing such a large earth wall was inherently energy-intensive, and the workload exceeded the energy requirements of an Earth-type Esper. I cover you! Song Yen charged in. Behind her were Qi Xian and several other Esperians from the galaxy base. Enon naturally wouldn't let them get hurt. Light shields were deployed. The earth wall collapsed with a bang. Enon and Gu Su, each holding a steel plate, pushed forward against the zombie horde. The immense resistance from the zombies made it impossible to move forward. Enon immediately realized that at least a dozen strength-type Esperians were needed to have any chance of withstanding the onslaught. Even after exhausting all their strength, the zombie horde was still unstoppable. Fu Sun and the others rushed over to help resist. This fierce zombie tide was like a giant. Tens of thousands of zombies, millions of zombies, tens of millions of zombies. They were frantic and bloodthirsty. The great eyes were filled with the hunger of a long-starved soul. The living people were like a stimulant, driving them to climb in recklessly. Zombies were crushed, their limbs broken and their brains exploding. A large number of zombies climbed up from the pile of zombies. Some were missing an arm, some a leg. Some had half their heads on their backs. All of them fell with their malice agape, like a zombie rain, pouring down from the steel plates. We can't stop it at this rate, boss. Chung Su's face flushed crimson as he uttered these words through gritted teeth. But the next moment, the zombies' resistance noticeably weakened. No more zombies were falling from above. Enon and his men smoothly embedded the steel plates into the foundation. Could it be that the bombing is working? Chung Su asked, climbing onto the pile of rocks and looking out. Then, his expression froze. Enon killed several zombies charging at him, and climbed onto the pile of rocks to look out. Outside, he saw a large number of zombies surging southward. A helicopter hovered high a few dozen meters outside the defensive wall. One by one, wounded soldiers jumped from the helicopter. Each wounded soldier shouted his name before falling without hesitation. Zombies scrambled frantically, tearing each living person apart before they even hit the ground. Flesh and blood mixed with internal organs splattered in the air. The scene was brutal and bloody. As the helicopter flew south, most of the zombie tide was drawn away. That's right. Live human bait. It's the fastest way to draw away the zombie horde right now. But, should they be sacrificed? Aren't they afraid? As disabled soldiers, are their lives no more important? Enon couldn't accept this near-suicide attempt. She shouted, "Stop jumping. There must be a better way. Stop." But the helicopter didn't stop for a moment. The people on board didn't hesitate at all. Before the last person jumped, he glanced at Enon and the others from afar. He had no arms, only a smile on his face. Our improvised team of 72 disabled soldiers has successfully completed the mission. The smile on his face was so bright. It was as vibrant as when he had spoken to Enon a few hours ago. Enon recognized him. Her pupils contracted sharply. The man's figure, leaping without hesitation, was clearly reflected in Enon's eyes. Enon immediately felt a sharp pain in his heart, his stomach churning. "Boss!" Chung Su grabbed the pale Enon. "Quick, rebuild the defense wall. Don't let their sacrifices be in vain." Enon swallowed the pent-up breath in his throat, his eyes cold. Chung Su and his companions immediately obeyed. A small group of them held off the zombies, while another group quickly placed rocks behind the steel plates to build the foundation. At the same time, Lu Qi and his team successfully lured most of the zombies out and brought their psychics in to fight their way in. The base was nearly completely cleared of the zombies. At the same time, members of the construction department arrived, carrying large quantities of building materials, crushing numerous zombie corpses. Amidst the chaotic smoke, Enon dragged his exhausted body across the bloody battlefield. This zombie crisis. Finally, they managed to survive. But the price was too heavy. Enon came to the profound realization that, despite her individual strength, she simply couldn't protect everyone against the overwhelming zombie horde. A deep sense of powerlessness washed over her. Fusing her grief and anger into motivation, Enon immediately assembled a medical team, unleashing her full healing powers to treat the injured psychics and soldiers at the scene. Chapter 286. Busy. Everyone was very busy. After over 2 hours of emergency repairs, the defensive wall was barely rebuilt. Then, the long reinforcement work began again. Inside and outside the base, zombie corpses lay strewn everywhere, yet no one cleaned them up. The survivors were either reinforcing the defensive wall or moving supplies. They were moving large amounts of supplies from the exterior to the underground safe depository. The reason was simple: orders from above. And now, in the conference room. Base Commander, you said that Glory Base would seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. I agree with that. An officer's expression was stern. The two bases had been monitoring each other constantly. With such a major change at their base today, Glory Base would surely have quickly received the news. Heal you while you're sick. This perfectly fits Hong Bing's motives. But this plan still carries risks. I'm afraid our military strength won't be able to keep up by the time we get to the second stage. The officer sighed silently. For a moment, several soldiers stole glances at Enon. Originally, their Dawn Base's munitions were inferior to those of the Glory Base. When Minister Hong left, he took with him a large quantity of superior weaponry. After months of internal strife, their Dawn Base, with the support of the Morning Light Base, had expended 60% to 70% of its munitions and ultimately exhausted the enemy's stockpile. But now, the Glory Base had found support from the Southern Alliance. Spies even reported that the Southern Alliance had provided them with a large amount of munitions. Upon hearing this news, they were all devastated. And so, that very day, the base commander secured an ally. They had waited with such eager anticipation, and in return, a baby girl arrived. Now they were completely unsure. What good munitions could an unknown galaxy base possibly provide them? Enon remained silent. The 2-hour rescue operation had consumed a significant portion of her cores and energy. She was too lazy to even speak. Besides, she never had to report anything to these officers. All right, proceed as planned. Meeting adjourned. The people in the room quickly dispersed. Since Lu Qi did not interfere with Gu's base's decision-making, he had not attended the meeting. Soon, only Gu Su and Enon were left in the room. Silence suddenly returned. Thank you for today. Although his words were brief, Enon could see the sincerity in his eyes. She was about to mention the munitions. Gu Su continued, even if you don't provide any further assistance, for today alone, I won't give you a penny less than the double the supplies I promised you. Gu Su spoke, his dark eyes calm and fearless. He had no idea of the strength of Enon's base. All he knew about the galaxy base was Lu Qi's words. Excellent. 3 words, a very brief assessment. Gu Su was unaware that Lu Qi's assessment of Enon was tinged with personal feelings. However, at this point, Dawn Base had already provided most of its weapons and equipment to Dawn Base over the past few months, and he had no reason to demand even a single shot from Dawn Base. The only option was this unfamiliar galaxy base. Thinking of this, Gu Su lowered his eyes, gathering all his thoughts. Don't worry, I'm fully prepared. Enon raised an eyebrow at this. She could tell that Gu Su, considering her lack of weapons and inability to provide anything, was giving her a way out. Enon didn't directly respond to Gu Su's question, but simply asked, Base Commander Gu, if Glory Base truly believed your deception and a large force attacked, how many helicopters would there be at most? No more than 20. That's enough. What do you mean by enough? Unnoticed, the two of them were growing closer and closer. The morning light streamed in through the window, illuminating half of Enon's profile. Her bright, radiant eyes were dazzling. 20 anti-aircraft missiles, just right, all shot down. Gu Su seemed to sense something. He suppressed his shock and looked at Enon calmly. An anti-aircraft missile doesn't always hit the helicopters. Yes, but mine does. As Enon finished speaking, a soldier ran in. Base Commander, Shinichen, the Ordnance Engineer Captain, has something important to report. Gu Su looked at Enon's leisurely smile and seemed to understand something in an instant. The soldier continued, also, Captain Shin has requested a meeting with Base Commander Enon. Enon immediately guessed that their research had progressed. The progress was remarkable. It was clear that they were all top engineers in the country. Okay, take me to see him now. Gu Su looked at Enon, together. With that, he strode out. But as soon as his foot landed, Enon grabbed his right arm. On his entire arm, only a dozen centimeters were intact. Enon grasped the only intact spot on Gu Su's arm and said teasingly, let's do a factory reset before we meet. The soldier, also a man who could read people's expressions, immediately withdrew and closed the door. The door slammed shut. The light in the room dimmed. Only after Enon's reminder did Gu Su remember his injuries. When people are overly focused, they often forget the pain. The strong smell of blood filled the room, and Guso realized he was still bleeding. Blood flowed down his body and gathered at his feet, forming a small pool. He immediately took 2 steps back. "I'm sorry." The strong smell of blood must be very unpleasant. Eden looked at this strange man, who suddenly apologized to him. He said nothing, but several 4th-level crystal cores appeared in his palms and absorbed them. Feeling the rapid recovery of his energy, Eden said softly, "Take off your clothes." The rustling sound of someone stripping off clothes was heard beside him. Eden raised his eyebrows, and saw that Goose's face was now completely pale. His clothes were stained red, the blood, half-dried, clinging to the wounds. As he undressed vigorously, many of the wounds reopened, and trickles of blood oozed out. At the same time, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The pain was visible, but his face remained expressionless. Eden couldn't help but frown slightly. "If it hurts, just scream." "It doesn't hurt," Gusu managed calmly. Eden couldn't help but roll her eyes. A man who had always been strong-willed was such a hassle. She immediately leaned forward and said, "Don't move. I help you take it off." Chapter 287. Eden pinched a corner of his clothes. She leaned in closer, and her scent instantly filled Gusu's nose. It was a pleasant scent, unlike any other. Gusu lowered his hands from stripping, letting them hang loosely at his sides. He lowered his gaze to her, allowing her to pull at his clothes. As the clothes were ripped off, Gusu's bloody waist and abdomen were faintly exposed. His muscles were no longer visible, their original contours obscured, and the bright red flesh was exposed, oozing blood. It seemed so fragile that even a millimeter deeper in the wound would reveal his internal organs. With each breath, he trembled precariously. Eden immediately increased her speed. With an injury of this magnitude, delaying treatment could be life-threatening. She moved a little faster, and the clothes got stuck at his back. There was a sound of tearing flesh. Gusu let out a suppressed groan, and Eden immediately realized that the clothing had clung to the wound. She immediately moved behind him. Gusu's back was the worst affected area, with large swathes of flesh bearing the marks of zombie bites. The flesh exposed to the air had almost rotted, mingled with debris and dust, and oozing blood. It was a shocking sight. And for some unknown reason, the clothing had become completely embedded in the flesh, as if caused by the violent impact. Eden immediately ripped the clothing apart with her hands. "It's entangled in the flesh. I must rip it free." Gusu's voice was incredibly steady, as if he wasn't the one bearing the mortal wounds. "Okay." Enan's strength was already above average, almost rivaling that of a power-type mutant. With a single tug, the clothing ripped free. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and overbearing healing energy was released. It was an energy far richer and more powerful than any healing power of the same rank. Gusu could naturally sense it. He watched his muscles heal at a visible speed. Furthermore, an extremely soothing energy flowed through his meridians and internal organs. Some of the long-standing ailments accumulated through years of training seemed to have been completely cured. Gusu was astonished. Their base also had healing powers, but none with such energy. What strange abilities did this woman possess? Not only so many powers, but also so many anti-aircraft missiles. Thinking of this, Gusu looked at Eden. She was standing before him, concentrating on releasing her healing power. The energy around her was surging violently. Her long hair floated lightly in the air, and the pale green light and energy flow reflected on her face. It added a sense of unreality to her already stunningly beautiful face. As he watched, Gusu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peace. After the apocalypse. To be precise, ever since. He had never felt this peaceful. For some reason, Gusu spoke, a while ago, that guy Lucci got drunk and pulled me aside to talk a lot. Eden naturally remembered what Lucci had said about Gusu constantly trying to persuade him. She immediately thanked him. "Oh, speaking of which, thank you for your effort in convincing my boyfriend." Gusu pursed his pale lips. Then, with a calm, relaxed smile, he said, "No need to thank me. I just thought. It's nothing bad." Eden glanced up at him. He had a lazy smile on his face, as if he were just casually chatting with her about insignificant things. "What do you mean it's nothing bad?" Gusu just shook his head and smiled, not responding. Seeing he remained silent, Eden suddenly seemed to have a thought. As she continued healing, she asked, "I've always wanted to ask you why you agreed to let the Glory Base take away most of the military equipment. In the previous life, the national base was already overrun by the zombie horde, and Honey and numerous soldiers perished in it. There was no drama like this. Everything in this life was completely different from the original plot." Gusu's dark eyes flickered. That day, under the dim sunset, Hong Yi's aged yet resolute expression seemed to reappear before his eyes. Sir, I watched you grow up. In my heart, you're like my own son. Binger may be immature, so don't bother with him. But he's my own child after all. I can only beat and scold him, but I can't disown him or leave him alone. Don't worry, I definitely discipline him well after this separation. And the Glory Base will definitely be committed to giving every survivor a home. Once I convince Binger, our two families will unite, form an alliance, and build a new home together. Goose's eyes darkened. His hands clenched unconsciously. So, why? The person he had always trusted and relied on failed to live up to all their promises. Treasured him? A complex web of emotions flashed in his eyes for a moment, then faded into calm. Goose simply curled his lips. You don't know people well enough. But even so, yet a hint of stubbornness lingered in his eyes. It was as if he couldn't believe that the figure he had followed since childhood would do such a thing. Ina naturally noticed his subtle displeasure, but she said nothing and quietly went about her business. After a moment, Goose's voice was deep and deep. Inan, what regret are you most afraid of leaving behind? The last inch of his skin was repaired by the healing energy. Inan looked up at Goose calmly. His body had fully recovered, and his unspoken aura of authority resurfaced. Even in such a confrontation, the two of them had a somewhat evenly matched aura. Inan didn't understand why Goose suddenly asked such a question. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but when she looked up, she thought she saw a flash of desolation in his eyes. But when she tried to look more closely, only his usual calmness remained. Inan stared at Goose, but after a few seconds of thought, she said simply, probably because he didn't complete the mission. The mission she was referring to was the system-generated mission. Goose, however, understood it to be a customized mission, like building a base. His dark eyes flickered slightly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Besides that, nothing else? If I hadn't protected the important people around me, I would have regrets. An's mind flashed through Chung Su, Jiang He, Song Yin, Ren Yu, and others. And Lu Qi, Fu Sun, and the others. After that, Inan asked, what about you? Goose didn't say anything. He simply stared at her with his dark eyes. After a moment, he smiled lazily. Let's go check on your anti-aircraft missiles. Inan didn't ask any more questions and followed his lead. But the reflection in Goose's eyes, just now, was so clear and bright that it made her feel dazed for a moment. Chapter 288. Inside the military building, a reinforced anti-aircraft missile, over 10 meters long, lay horizontally. It was awe-inspiring. A dozen engineers gathered around the missile, discussing it in a flurry of discussion. Seeing Inan and the others enter, Shinichien immediately greeted them and respectfully asked Inan a series of questions. But Inan had no idea what the secrets of the missiles produced by the system were, so she could only offer riddles, leaving Shinichien to guess on his own. After receiving a copy of the report produced by Shinichien and his team, Inan found an excuse to slip away. Goose glanced at An's departing figure and stopped Shinichien from pursuing her. She doesn't want to talk, so there's no need to ask. This? Shinichien was in a dilemma. Such a precious missile couldn't be disassembled or tested. A bunch of engineers, like them, couldn't delve deeper into its secrets just by examining the outer shell. Goose naturally saw Shinichien's dilemma. He spoke softly, no inspection report is needed. The launch will proceed normally. He believed her. A hint of disbelief crossed Shinichien's face. Using an unprecedented anti-aircraft missile without undergoing safety inspections directly into combat was highly unethical. If anything went wrong, the losses would be significant. But seeing Goose's resolute expression, he said nothing more. Inan walked, looking down at the report in her hand. Miss Ian? An officer stopped her, his expression urgent. This officer looked familiar to Inan. She had seen him not only at the national base, but also at every meeting. He was clearly a high-ranking official at Dawn Base. She nodded calmly, yes. We're short-staffed right now, and we're short on internal management. Could you bring your base members to help us temporarily control the situation? No problem. Inan put away the report and immediately sent a message to Chung Su and the others via his wristband. The entire base was bustling with activity. Large numbers of vehicles were transporting supplies inward. Chung Su and the others quickly arrived to assemble. The officer led Inan and the others inside. Amidst the throng of people, they passed through the gates separating the inner and outer areas and were greeted by a seemingly endless network of residential buildings. Among them were many makeshift shelters. And within the most inconspicuous building, a different world unfolded. The underground warehouse, 3 stories deep, was enormous. Inan even felt It was no smaller than the former Viper underground organization in T-City. A large amount of supplies was being moved in. "This is it, Miss Ian. Sorry to bother you." "You're welcome." The officer hurried away. Ian glanced around at the increasingly unmanageable gathering of survivors inside and immediately ordered, "Teams 002 and 004, control the crowd. Don't hinder the transportation of supplies." Dozens of psychics immediately rushed in all directions, forming a ring and forcing the crowd back. The panicked and curious crowd, seeing the weapons in the psychics' hands, were forced to retreat. But they remained reluctant to leave, peering toward the underground warehouse. What the hell is going on? Is the base in trouble? Why are they moving so aggressively? Are you abandoning us? I want to see the base commander. I want to see the base commander. Some in the crowd were impulsive and shouting. What are you yelling about? Quiet down. Chung Su immediately stepped forward to control the situation. Tall and muscular, he looked formidable. The deterrent effect was immense. The restless noises of the crowd subsided considerably. But many still cried out, "The base reservoir is out of water. I'm dying of thirst." "Yes, when will the water users get water? It's hot right now. I know it's hard on you, but we're really thirsty." A soldier carrying supplies looked worried upon hearing this. He immediately dropped his supplies and ran to Inan. "By the way, base commander, all 8 water users in our water department just died in battle. Could you go to the front lines and ask base commander Gu to bring a few water users to provide water for these people?" He spoke politely. Presumably, he wanted to quickly address the internal shortage. "No need. I do it." Qi Xian's gentle, pleasant voice echoed from behind Inan. Inan looked at the soldier. "I understand. We take care of it." The soldier thanked him repeatedly and left, continuing to diligently carry supplies. Soon, under the guidance of Chung Su and the others, the crowd lined up, carrying buckets of water. Qi Xian and a water-based psychic from the Galaxy base worked together to provide them with water. There were at least tens of thousands of people inside. The huge crowd, huddled in the back, formed a magnificent scene. Among the survivors, there were some polite and grateful people. After receiving their water, each of them expressed their gratitude. But there were also some exceptions. A slightly plump woman in green was in the second line. But when it was her turn to draw water, she shouted, "I want to go to that handsome guy's place. His water-based psychic looks more impressive, and he has more water, and the quality is definitely better." A psychic immediately said sternly, "If you want to switch lines, you can. Just line up again." The fat woman glanced at the line at the front. It was so long that there was no end in sight. She was lucky, being at the front of the line, and it wasn't long before her turn arrived. If she had switched lines now, she would have waited at least 2 or 3 hours. She immediately refused, hands on her hips, and said confidently, "I just want to switch lines." "What's wrong with that?" "Okay, ask the people in line if they're willing to let you cut in." Everyone in line shook their heads. No one wanted to be cut in line, especially since this woman was clearly unpopular. "See, lady, please don't waste the time of the people behind you. Either get some water now or leave." The psychic spoke sternly. The fat woman suddenly sat down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. "I don't care. I don't care. I'm cutting in line." Chung Su couldn't stand it any longer and walked over to pick her up. The plump woman was like a little chicken in Chung Su's hands, easily lifted. Her flabby flesh was tightly bound by her clothes, and she was so frightened that she stopped crying and just stared blankly at the nearly 2-meter-tall man before her. "What are you doing? Are you bullying me? Put my wife down." A short man rushed out. Chung Su set the woman aside, and the team continued to collect water in an orderly manner. "Your wife is disrupting order," Chung Su said in a stern tone. The man persisted, "But you can't lift her either. You're taking advantage of my wife." The woman, having been put down, finally recovered from her panic. Seeing her husband's support, she immediately regained her composure. "Yes, which department are you from? I'm going to report you." This made Chung Su laugh. He looked the woman up and down and said bluntly, "Auntie, I wouldn't even consider you even if you threw yourself at me." "You?" The woman was furious. Suddenly, a thick vine rose from the ground, sturdy and powerful, soaring over 1 meter high. Chung Su lost his patience. "Get out of here." The man, seeing the strength of this wood-type ability, tactfully dragged the woman away. The others in the group, seeing the excitement was over, continued to wait patiently for their water. Inan remained silent. This was a small matter, something Chung Su, who had been through so much with her, could handle. Everything proceeded smoothly. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the pile of supplies not far away. The pile, already 2 or 3 meters high, shook violently, its foundation unstable, as if struck by a powerful impact. The soldiers scattered upon seeing this. "This is all heavy stuff, everyone disperse." With a shout, the supplies collapsed with a bang. Fu Sun, who was closest, immediately rushed over to support the supplies. He successfully stopped the supplies before they fell on a soldier. Thank you." The soldier's face was pale, clearly frightened. Inan keenly spotted 2 figures fleeing behind the supplies. She strode forward, skirting the pile, her gaze locked behind her. She saw the couple from earlier slipping towards a shelter. It was clearly them who were responsible. Inan immediately swung her grappling hook and gave chase. She had reached a distance of several hundred meters in a flash. The couple seemed to have heard the grappling hook break through the air. They turned back in panic, only to see Inan, chasing them like a ghost. They immediately ran terrified into the living shed. Swish! The long sword flew past, piercing the iron sheet of the shed. With the trembling sound of the blade, the couple's path was blocked. Bang! Bang! Inan kicked the 2 men to the ground one by one. Strength type Esper. The man panicked. "What are you doing? Are you bullying me?" The woman, however, maintained her arrogant tone. "The base has regulations. Those with Esper powers are not allowed to bully those without Esper powers without reason. I'm suing you for violating the rules." Inan sneered. "Is destroying supplies and nearly injuring soldiers enough? Who are you talking about? Do you have evidence?" The woman, her flesh trembling, climbed to her feet. She seemed to feel more imposing standing up. As she rose, she supported herself with her hands on her hips. Bang! Inan kicked again, this time with even greater force. The woman's bow was rubbed several meters across the ground. A bloody streak was left. Ouch! Ouch! It hurt so much, ouch! The woman rolled on the ground in pain. "Which department are you from?" "The base has regulations. Those who make mistakes must be reported to the Procuratorate for verification. Only after verification can a conviction be made based on the severity of the mistake. Officers above the rank of director can handle the matter privately without any report. Everyone else must report," the woman's husband asked boldly. At Dawn Base, besides Guso as the base commander, the positions below him, from highest to lowest, are 5 military commanders, department heads, deputy department heads, and 30 elite squad leaders. The distinction between each position is clearly visible in their attire. The man looked at An's combat uniform. It was bare. Clearly not even a captain. The howling woman, hearing her husband's words, looked at Inan with resentment. "You little brat who showed up out of nowhere? Just wait, I'm going to sue you." Ha. Inan couldn't help but laugh again. She rolled up her sleeves, her smile growing brighter and brighter. But for no reason, the couple simply found its smile creepy. A beating. Soon, both were covered in bruises and bruises. But they didn't dare to scream again. They feared the slightest sound would result in another beating from the girl before them. "Go ahead and sue, and it's best to do it while you're looking like this." Inan wiped his hands and spoke slowly. The chubby woman couldn't contain herself anymore and burst into tears. Wow, why did you hit me? "I don't care if you're disgusting to others. My boyfriend almost got hurt because of you two just now, so hitting you is the least of my worries. If this weren't the Dawn Base, Goose's territory, she would have just dumped them both in a pile of zombies." Not far away, Fu Sun, who was walking towards them, paused at An's words. Then a smile curved her lips, a twinkle in her eyes. The moment Inan turned around, she saw a figure approaching. Though she couldn't see the person clearly, she could smell a familiar, pleasant scent. She didn't resist. Instantly, the two embraced. The bruised and battered chubby woman on the ground saw herself in such a state of disgrace, while the culprit embraced the handsome man. She was furious. Beep! Detection. The host has successfully granted a status to a top-quality handsome man with a maximum favorability level. Award, 300,000 points. Chapter 289. What a match. The base commander and brother Fu are a perfect match. I knew they would be together, and sure enough, that day has finally arrived. Several members of the Galaxy base were carrying supplies, as they glanced toward Inan and the others. They all had a look of anticipation on their faces. Qi Xian glanced toward Inan upon hearing this. Behind the chaotic crowd, a man and a woman embraced, a scene so beautiful it seemed like a world apart. The man was tall and handsome, the woman stunningly beautiful. But what moved everyone the most was the subtle affection glimpsed in the man's profile. Although they were too far away to see clearly, at a glance, one could feel a deep sense of happiness. Qi Xian's face paled, and the water in his palm shifted direction due to the unstable energy. It rushed towards the middle-aged man at the team's head. He immediately reacted and apologized profusely. "Sorry, I go find you some cloth." The man, however, smiled. "No problem, handsome boy. It's so hot, I haven't showered in almost a month. Your flow is so refreshing." The man relaxed his shoulder blades, clearly enjoying himself. Seeing this, Qi Xian also focused his attention and continued to provide water. The bucket quickly filled. The man didn't rush to lift it. His sleeve was noticeably tugged. A girl, about 20 years old, half her head poked out, only her eyes showing, glanced shyly at Qi Xian, then retreated. The man laughed, then scratched his head, seeming a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Handsome boy, are you single?" Qi Xian hadn't expected him to ask that. He was stunned for a moment. A soldier nearby approached with a familiar air. "Hey, I'm alone." He hooked his long arm around Qi Xian, looking eager to act as a matchmaker. "This guy is called Qi Xian, a former member of the Special Operations Zone team at the national base. He's highly capable, and a very nice person. I can vouch for it. He's absolutely reliable." Qi Xian looked at the unfamiliar older man before him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. He immediately looked at the middle-aged man. Before he could finish his sentence, several middle-aged women rushed over. Hey, look at my niece. My daughter likes you, handsome boy. You two should get to know each other." Chung Su, who was not far away, saw this and hurried over to Qi Xian's rescue. He was over 1.9 meters tall and muscular. With a few shouts, he immediately scared off the many matchmakers. But he could see that Qi Xian was distracted. Come on, you two water-type psychics, take over Xuanzi's shift." Chung Su called over 2 water-type psychics to replace Qi Xian, then gave him a look and headed off to a secluded spot. The 2 men made their way through the throng and arrived at an observation tower. Below, a dozen farmers and herders busily moved about, transporting something. Across vast expanses of wasteland, water-type psychics and earth-type psychics collaborated with researchers conducting experiments. The 2 leaned on the railing, looking down. A few minutes later, Chung Su spoke. "What? Do you regret this?" He smiled at Qi Xian. Qi Xian simply stared at the scene below. His pale gray, glassy pupils reflected a piercing light. Silent. Seeing him like this, Chung Su knew he was truly deeply wounded. He didn't press the issue, but instead changed the subject. "There aren't many people here. Get some fresh air, change your mind, and stop dwelling on those trivial things." Chung Su didn't know how to comfort him. Always outspoken and forthright, he now knew better. The slightest misstep could stab someone in the heart. He simply felt that a woman like the boss, surrounded by so many outstanding men, and a quiet, uncompetitive male college student like Qi Xian, could never possibly compete with those battle-hardened old men. But he and Qi Xian had always gotten along well, so how could he not see how persistent his younger brother was? Thinking of this, Chung Su sighed silently. Qi Xian suddenly said, "I regret it." Chung Su hadn't expected him to say that. He turned to look at him. His flaxen hair fluttered slightly in the sudden breeze, his long eyelashes trembling. His entire body shone with an indescribable melancholy and a broken expression. Chung Su was completely stunned. He immediately leaned forward and said, "Xuanzi, your looks are your greatest competitive advantage. Even now, if you just frown in front of the boss, she'd fall for you in a second. And it isn't that superficial." Chung Su choked. He really wasn't sure. Aren't they said everyone is lustful? Isn't the boss a human being? Brother Chung Su, whether you like someone or not will make you feel inferior. Qi Xian's voice was soft. Chung Su listened quietly. Commander Lu is very capable, and Fu Sun has offered him a nightfall base, which makes an very happy. But to an end, I seem too insignificant. I'm just an ordinary psychic. Chung Su was now displeased. He said anxiously, "How can you say that? Xuanzi, why are you comparing yourself to Lu Qi, Fu Sun, and the others? Compare yourself to everyone else. Your combat prowess is already among the strongest among psychics. Not only that, you're also handsome, have a good personality, and can cook." At the end of his speech, Chung Su suddenly felt a little hungry, and his stomach growled uncontrollably. Qi Xian shook his head. These are all too common for an inn. Seeing his reluctance, Chung Su grew impatient, his mouth racing ahead of his thoughts. Think about those men in ancient times who had 3 wives and 4 concubines. Didn't their harems have all sorts of women? Some were gorgeous and powerful, some were well-educated, and some were gentle and charming. You are the gentle and charming one. After saying this, Chung Su himself seemed to realize something was wrong. He immediately covered his mouth, looking as if he had said something wrong. Qi Xian's expression shifted several times, and finally, his ears flushed slightly. Chapter 290. Be careful, the boss will beat you up if he finds out. Song Nian's cold voice was heard. Chung Su turned with a wry smile. Nian, why are you here? Emergency muster. Chung Su and Qi Xian immediately followed Song Yan to the main force. Why the sudden emergency muster? It was said that the front line sent a message. Song Yan said briefly, I don't know the details. At this moment, all the external soldiers and the psychic army had gathered in the underground warehouse and the inner building. From the outside, there was nothing unusual, but the interior had been almost completely emptied. Inside the building, several officers surrounded Gu Su with stern expressions. Base Commander, our 3 divisions must go on such a dangerous mission. Gu Su, without even looking at him, suddenly said, What? All 3 divisions are Iron Man indestructible? The officer hesitated briefly, then insisted, No matter what, our 3 divisions must take on this mission. Come on, our 1st division is willing to take the lead. Let our 5th division go. The 5 commanding officers argued back and forth. All clamored to go. Gu Su, with a calm expression, scratched his ears. Okay, stop arguing. I go this time. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Then, even more fierce protests erupted. You're our base commander. What would we do if something happened to you? Yes, base commander, you absolutely cannot go. Gu Su turned and walked out. It's settled. Besides me, you 5 divisions will count the number of soldiers who volunteer. At the door, Gu Su paused, tilted his head, and moved his thin lips slightly. Finally, he swallowed his words. Try to select those without psychics. The 5 officers exchanged glances, then returned to their units to begin the tally-up process. Almost everyone knew this was most likely a one-way operation. But still, everyone volunteered. In the vast underground warehouse, the elite troops watching the unfolding events fell silent. There was a mixture of respect for their comrades, and a sense of helplessness and tragic loss. Can our operation really succeed this time? A male psychic murmured in the crowd. Trust the base commander's decision. Another man's eyes grew more resolute. But if this is the case, and we have to sacrifice lives, why don't we just use fighter jets and helicopters to bomb them? We've tried it many times before. They have plenty of anti-aircraft missiles, and nearly all of them were destroyed. It's a pointless suicide. Their discussion inspired more and more people to join in. Yes, and outside the glory base are only ordinary survivors without superpowers. Those killed in our bombing were ordinary people. War is a massacre of ordinary people. I think these sacrifices are the result they deserve for choosing the glory base. You're too cold-blooded. This wasn't their choice. Ordinary people can't even take a single step in the apocalypse. Yes, I'm cold-blooded, and you're noble. As the two's discussion intensified, someone in the crowd began to intervene. All right, stop arguing. The higher-ups will decide what to do. Soon, all the volunteers from the 5 military branches were selected. Over 3,500 in total, Commander. That's almost half the military district's personnel. Gu Su shook his head. Too many. 300 will be enough. 50 will be enough. A clear female voice rang out. Gu Su and the others looked at Enan as he entered. She smiled faintly, her eyes full of composure. Gu Su's dark eyes flickered slightly. 50? Yes. Enan laid out his plan in full. For a moment, all the officers were stunned. Is this even possible? Okay, as you say. Gu Su nodded. But just in case, Lei Haud, you will be primarily responsible for counting the 300 psychics for battle preparation. Yes, Commander. Soon, news arrived from the front lines. The fighter planes at Glory Base had taken off. Everyone was ready to go. Enan followed Gu Su and the others outside. Enan. Lu Qi hurried over, his forehead beaded with beads of sweat, his expression anxious. He had been dealing with Elite Team 2, reorganizing them and escorting the surviving members to the Experimental Research Department. Upon his return, he heard that Enan was going to join Gu Su in the external operation. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, Enan assumed he was trying to dissuade him from participating in the operation. Just as he was about to reassure him, Lu Qi grabbed his hand and said, I go with you. Okay. Gu Su glanced at the 2 men's clasped hands and quickened his pace. The sun blazed brightly. The entire exterior of Dawn Base was desolate. The corpses of zombies and soldiers piled up unattended. A few men in base uniforms dragged themselves wearily through the empty, bloody square. At this moment, 2 fighter jets streaked through the sky. Inside the helicopter, the pilot mechanically reporting to main base, this is 008. I have entered Dawn base territory. Reporting the situation. Reporting to main base, there are a large number of zombie and military corpses within Dawn base. The intelligence is true. Inside another fighter jet. Reporting to main base, this is 009. Dawn base has suffered heavy damage, and the exterior is in a state of desolation. Inside Glory base. Upon hearing this, Hong Bing's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. But his frowning eyes still held a deep sense of vigilance. Bomb! Boom boom boom! 2 fighter jets flew past, unleashing intensive bombardment on the crowd. Whole buildings collapsed instantly. Instantly, a cloud of dust and blood rose up. In the hazy smoke, it was impossible to tell whether the blood was from the dead or the living. Boom boom boom! Report, 008 bombing complete. Report, 009 bombing complete. Hong Bing's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Report to main base, 008 will return. The pilot said, turning. Before leaving, he glanced at the scene below. The crowd near a building looked quite familiar. They looked very much like the first group he had bombed. The pilot frowned, then shook his head, dismissing any further thought. Such a bizarre thing couldn't happen. He must have been mistaken due to lack of sleep. At the same time, a voice came from the pilot's headset. 008, 009, please confirm the accuracy of your intelligence. If there is any deviation, the base will punish you severely. Reporting to the base commander, 008 has confirmed it. Reporting to the base commander, 009 has confirmed it. The two gave identical answers. Hong Bing immediately stood up excitedly. Pursue victory, mobilize all forces, and capture Dawn base. His eyes were excited, a glint of desire flickering in them, as he looked at Akitsuma. See? Heaven is helping me. Akitsuma remained calm from beginning to end. As a foreigner detained here, he didn't care who lived or died. He asked, if that's the case, won't the munitions funded by that alliance be inexhaustible? What's the rush? Capture Dawn base, then Morning Light base, and the Southern Alliance. Hong Bing's eyes were filled with madness. I, Hong Bing, will be the king of this world. But the next moment, he seemed to calm down. He turned and walked out. Hong Bing made his way to the rooftop of the base's most luxurious building. Here, dozens of psychics kept a strict watch. Seeing Hong Bing arrive, they respectfully opened the door. As the door opened, everyone quickly retreated, not daring to glance inside. Hong Bing walked in and closed the door. He walked through the dark corridor and stopped in front of a large door. Hong Bing pushed the door open, and a foul smell wafted out. He took a few steps in, but after only 2 or 3, he stopped dead in his tracks by the overwhelming odor. A faint smile crossed his face, and his tone was as friendly as possible. Dad, I'm here to see you. There was no movement behind the screen. Hong Bing, unconcerned, simply spoke to the air. I came to tell you, old man, that I will soon bring Guzu down. You must be very proud of your son. The next second, an extremely hoarse, unpleasant voice rang out from behind the screen. It sounded like a rusty chain scraping against steel. It was heartbreaking. The old man uttered an indistinct sound, and then fell silent. It seemed as if he had exerted all his strength to produce that faint sound. Hong Bing suddenly laughed. A gloomy look lingered in his eyes. Dad, you soon realize how wrong your choice was. With that, Hong Bing slammed the door and left. The 2 men in white coats, tucked in the shadows outside, shuddered with fear. Seeing Hong Bing's gaze, they lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Remember, spare his life. I personally bring Guzu's head to him. Yes, base commander. Chapter 291. As soon as Hong Bing left the building, a dozen soldiers surrounded him. A dozen young psychics immediately stepped forward to stop them. Most of these soldiers were middle-aged, with graying hair and a weathered appearance. Hong Bing, we want to see the minister. Yes, we haven't seen Minister Hong in ages. He's been recuperating, but he can't possibly be away for that long. Yes, we're all veterans who served Minister Hong for years. We miss him dearly. Let us see him. The crowd chattered. Hong Bing's expression was growing increasingly impatient. He walked forward with a sullen face, and the psychics cleared the way for him. One of the psychics spoke calmly. Officers, Senior Commander Hong is ill and unable to meet with anyone. He spoke with great practice. Please rest assured, everyone will return to their posts and perform their duties. Base Commander Hong Bing, as Senior Commander Hong's son and a deeply filial son, will take good care of him. Please do not disturb him while he's working. The others, clearly tired of hearing this again, insisted on meeting him. Each of them was a veteran with years of service and top-notch physical fitness. Now, with his psychic powers, blocking Hong Bing's path would be easy. Hong Bing paused, looking at the stubborn veterans, realizing his previous arguments were no longer effective. Under the scorching sun, his high brow cast a dark shadow, obscuring his eyes. He smiled, since that's the case, and since you all care, I take you to see my father. Seeing his relentless approach, the veterans breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Bing gave a subtle wink to the psychic beside him, and then walked towards the building. The veterans followed. The moment the door closed, the crowd outside had been completely evacuated. The entire square outside the building was deserted. Only a stern squad of psychics arrived in an orderly fashion. The next moment, screams rang out from within the building. The screams were mournful and desperate, accompanied by the sounds of fierce fighting. Blood flowed from under the door. A dozen minutes later, the door opened. Hong Bing, still neat and tidy, emerged expressionlessly. Dozens of psychics poured out of the building in an orderly manner to clean up the mess. Notify everyone. 16 veteran officers have tragically perished while on mission. New, capable replacements will be assigned. Yes. Soon, helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers took off from the sky above Glory Base. The scale of the event was unprecedented. All the survivors living on the top floor rushed out to watch. Base Commander, please board the aircraft, the psychic said respectfully. Hong Bing looked at the large number of psychics and fighter planes behind him. His eyes were obscure. Ambition and ruthlessness surged within them. What has Peng Hui arranged for the battle? Reporting to the base commander, Commander Peng said that a unified bombing would be more efficient. Inform them, enter in batches. We'd rather be less efficient, but that's safer. Yes, base commander. Hong Bing withdrew his gaze and stepped into the helicopter. A cold smile curled his lips. Gusu, I'm always 100% cautious around you. And now, Dawn Base. Against further retreat? Yes, the order from above. All troops retreated in an orderly manner. Not only that, the survivors inside were also led to the underground safe zone. Such a large-scale mobilization caused some in the crowd to panic. The couple was the most arrogant. With their faces swollen from Ian An's beatings, they spread negative news about the base. This was clearly revenge for the beating Ian had given them, but no one responded to their complaints. Ian, who had just finished her work, happened to witness the scene. She immediately stepped forward and said, "Everyone be quiet." For a moment, all the survivors turned their gazes on the young girl. The Glory Base is about to attack. If you don't want to stay at Dawn Base, you can join them when the Glory Base helicopter arrives. With these words, the crowd erupted in agitation. A war is about to break out. What should we do? Will it affect us? I'm not leaving. This is my home. I want to leave. I want to go to Glory Base. For a moment, all sorts of voices filled the air. Ian didn't even glance at them as he walked out. Boss, this isn't our base. Song Yen followed closely behind Ian, a momentary look of worry on her face. Ian naturally understood that she was worried that Gusu would blame her if too many Dawn Base survivors escaped. She simply smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, these guys will be very useful. Song Yen glanced at Ian An's profile. Instantly she understood. She stopped talking and followed Ian An's steps. Soon, several fighter jets flew in from the sky. But before the soldiers could move out to meet them, a large number of survivors fled. Led by the couple, they ran towards the Glory Base fighter jets, holding their hands high and shouting, "Take us in. We want to join Glory Base." Fighters flew low toward the group. They're here. Great. They're here to pick us up. The crowd erupted in excitement. The next second. Boom, boom, boom. Bomb after bomb exploded, blasting the group into a bloody haze of shredded corpses. These ungrateful people are truly ungrateful. The base is keeping them, yet they're surrendering to the enemy at this very moment. They deserve death. The officer cursed. That's good, it saves our soldiers from further sacrifices, another officer said. Gusu remained silent, looking at Ian, who was leisurely and at ease not far away. He had guessed it was her doing. Inside the fighter jet, Captain Hong, the intelligence from 008 and 009 is completely accurate. Not only are they sparsely populated outside, but those inside have even been forced to come out to fight. Yes, they're coming out to fight even with their bare hands. It seems they're truly at the end of their rope. Okay, all-out attack. Instantly, a large number of helicopters and bombers arrived, all flew over Dawn Base. At the same time, 20 anti-aircraft missiles were launched. Boom, boom, boom. Balls of fire exploded in the sky, Smoke filled the air. Fighters and helicopters plummeted. Almost all of them crashed into Dawn Base. All Dawn Base troops rushed out of the underground warehouses and underground safe zones. In an instant, the situation was completely reversed. Captain, Commander, did you see that? How could this happen? Turn around, quickly, turn around. The helicopter Hongbing was in immediately reverse direction. Such a sudden and catastrophic change caught everyone off guard. Hongbing pried open the window in disbelief, staring at the sky, now completely devoid of any fighter jets. His hands trembled slightly. How could they have so many anti-aircraft missiles, and they're so powerful? It's over, everything's over. The nearby psychic, looking at the pale-faced Hongbing, demanded, Base Commander, are we surrendering? Surrender? I, Hongbing, cannot surrender. I still have a trump card. I have the Psychic Awakening Agent, the Zombie Booster, and the Zombie Virus Inhibitor. I can't lose. Quick, return to base. All survivors join the battle. Inside the helicopter, Hongbing's voice was almost frantic. Chapter 292. At this moment, helicopters and fighter jets took off from the Dawn Base. All troops and elite units maintained their full alertness and operational capacity. Enon, however, did not keep up. 600,000 points. 20 enhanced anti-aircraft guns. Helping Goose easily eliminate 20 enemy fighters, and at least 1,000 psychics without a single casualty. Her mission was accomplished. Enon remained at the base to handle the aftermath. After seeing the fate of the deserters, all the survivors inside were thankful for having retained some sense of conscience. Thankfully, the desertion rate was not high. Out of a total population of nearly 30,000, only 2,000 or 3,000 deserters remained. Most people chose to perish alongside the base. Boss, there's a helicopter. Chung Su's voice suddenly rang out. Enon frowned and looked over. A helicopter that did not belong to the Dawn Base slowly approached. Everyone, alert. Instantly, everyone at Galaxy Base raised their guns and pointed them at the helicopter. The helicopter landed at the edge of the base. It was immediately surrounded. The door opened. A man in white casual clothes stepped out. He was aloof and unapproachable, with a striking appearance. As soon as he disembarked, his glazed eyes swept over the crowd, finally resting on Enon at the back of the group. Is this the way Dawn Base treats guests? Seeing that he was alone, with only a pilot, and unarmed, Enon immediately evacuated the surrounding psychics. Duan Qingyu? Duan Qingyu nodded slightly, and without further ado, he got straight to the point. I'm here to tell you all not to get too close to Glory Base. What do you mean? There's something wrong with their zombie virus inhibitor. The two straightforward people chatted so fluently. In just a few words, they made their point clear. Enon immediately understood. She raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, you were the one who developed the zombie virus inhibitor within your alliance, Dr. Duan. I didn't succeed. I only had a semi-finished product. My research materials were stolen and transformed into another drug. What? A drug that only protects against the zombie virus for a short time, but then turns people into an evolved zombie that's even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Enon was slightly startled. She immediately looked at Chung Su. Which lab are the elite second team members in? I know. I take you there, boss. Chung Su immediately turned and ran towards the laboratory. Enon and Duan Qingyu exchanged a glance and immediately followed. As they hurried, Enon looked at him. Why are you telling me this? The Southern Alliance and the Dawn Base were not allies. They were actually enemies. Duan Qingyu stared straight ahead, his gaze indescribably clear. I simply cannot accept someone using my experimental weapon to harm others. He paused. If this drug truly causes the loss of numerous lives, I will feel guilty. Enon understood. After all, the drug originated from him. So, this doctor did have some conscience. The group quickly reached the laboratory building. Quick, take us to the research area where the members of Elite Team 2 are located. Okay, follow me. The researcher led Enon and the others upstairs. But before they could even reach the third floor, terrifying roars and screams emanated from upstairs. Enon immediately drew his sword and charged forward. A dozen researchers screamed and rushed downstairs. Behind them followed two zombies, their bodies gray, their pupils pale, and their veins oozing black blood. They were two members of the elite second team. This time, their appearance was even more bizarre than the zombies. They were even faster. And in a few crawls, they were about to catch up. With the researchers, Enon immediately cast a light shield on them and struck with his sword. The sharp blade, encased in a blazing, destructive light, pierced the air with a powerful wave of energy. It pierced one of the zombies' skull, but it failed to sever it. Ian was slightly surprised that this zombie's toughness was even stronger than that of a skin-hardening zombie. The knife in his hand spun even more violently, slashing again. At the same time, his left hand struck fiercely. He smashed into the other zombie's chest, cracking its hard shell with a ferocious force of lightning. He then snatched out the zombie's heart, brimming with black blood. Another fierce punch smashed into his skull. His head shattered. Two extremely formidable zombies, at the hands of Ian at his peak, instantly dead. Find a way to inform Gu-su and the others of this. Yes, boss. Chung-su immediately left. Behind him, Duan Qingyu, startled by Ian An's powerful and domineering fighting style, remained impassive. He immediately stepped forward to examine the two zombies' health and expertly took out a test vial to collect a sample. It's worse than I imagined. His voice was soft, with a hint of coldness. Thank you for informing us of this. Otherwise, it's very likely that all the researchers in the lab building would have perished before they discovered this. No need to thank me, I just don't want to hurt anyone. Duan Qingyu stood up and collected the samples. No thanks, Ian said, and was about to leave. As if suddenly reminded, she tilted her head and said, Tell your leader that Galaxy Base has taken note of this. I'm not familiar with him. Ian hadn't expected that answer. She looked at him puzzled. He looked as if he had nothing to do with her. She said no more nonsense and strode away. That's all right. I have to confront Shen-Yi in person one day. Only when Ian was gone did Duan Qingyu look in the direction she had left. Chapter 293. Inside Glory Base. The Dawn Base's troops split up and broke through various areas in District 3 of City Inn Glory Base. They still have so many. Feeling fooled, Hong Bing was furious. All shells, fire. He didn't care if they would hit the buildings inside the base or the survivors. Hong Bing's eyes were filled with madness. Boom, boom, boom. Puffs of smoke and crimson light exploded within Glory Base. But the people at Dawn Base were prepared. They expertly dodged the bombing range. At the same time, a large number of enhanced espers poured out of the building. They were all Glory Base espers. After being injected with the Esper Awakening agent, their combat effectiveness doubled. With their eyes wide open and their vein-riddled bodies hardened, they rushed towards the soldiers at Dawn Base like a swarm of locusts. Watching all this from the control console, Hong Bing finally regained a sense of composure. But before he could even be happy for 2 seconds, a large number of bombers flew over. At the same time, there were no soldiers below. They had already retreated. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of bombers bombarded the crowd of enhanced psychics. Instantly, a large number of psychics were killed. Where are the anti-aircraft missiles? Hong Bing shouted on the intercom as he quickly retreated from the control console to avoid the bombardment. At this moment, the channel dedicated to the Air Defense Department was completely silent. Hong Bing immediately realized that the Air Defense Department had most likely been destroyed by Dawn Base. He was immediately furious. Gu-su, you fooled me. Base Commander, are we retreating? The psychic looked anxious. Retreat? A fierce glint flashed in Hong Bing's eyes as he quickly boarded the helicopter and flew towards City P. The entire Glory Base spanned the cities of N and P. City P had always served as its strategic reserve base. It was Hong Bing's last resort. All Glory Base troops, under command, quickly moved towards City P. After the bombers completed their bombing run and departed, the troops from Dawn Base pursued closely. Ordinary psychics were no match for the enhanced psychics. But fortunately, Dawn Base had the advantage in numbers. They pressed forward. Retreating to City P, Hong Bing observed everything below, his sinister eyes searching for Gu-su. Seeing no sign of Gu-su, Hong Bing, deeply suspicious, immediately speculated that they had a backup plan. He immediately ordered, activate Plan B. A man nearby looked stunned. But Commander, our men are still down there. If we let the zombies out now? Fool. They've all been given zombie virus suppressants. Nothing's wrong. Hong Bing's tone was resolute. But even if they can suppress the zombie virus, they won't survive. The man rarely disobeyed Hong Bing's orders. Hong Bing's cold eyes glared at the man. He drew his sword and slashed at his neck. The other psychics behind him shuddered in shock. Hong Bing glared at them fiercely. I'm sure you all know what my special ability is. If you don't want to die, do it. Several psychics trembled as they ran downstairs. A Kitsujin, who had been watching from the side, was extremely curious. What's your special ability? Hong Bing glanced at him. It's best if you don't know. Help me well, and you get the benefits. And at this moment, downstairs, a large number of enhanced zombies poured out of the building. They pounced frantically upon the psychics. This time, It wasn't just the psychics at Dawn Base. The instinct for survival drove the psychics at Glory Base to flee as well. Zombies are more useful than humans. Hong Bing snorted coldly and walked back. Close the defensive gate. The gate to Glory Base slowly closed. At the critical moment, several fighter jets arrived, followed by more than a dozen helicopters. The sheer number of them astounded Hong Bing. Clearly, this was Dawn Base's main force. Those people just now were just bait to lure him into revealing his true colors. Hong Bing cursed and quickly ran towards the base's control center. With Qiu Jinzhen's escort, any zombies and psychics that tried to approach would be controlled and turned to attack their companions. Hong Bing's journey was almost unimpeded. Inside the base, Gu Su's elite troops stormed in like a ferocious tiger. Their fighting power was unstoppable. Don't kill us, we surrender. A group of Glory Base psychics dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. We surrender too. We want to join you. Deputy Minister, I once went on a mission with you. Do you remember me? Deputy Minister, we've always trusted you. We were forced to do this. To survive, to eat, we had no choice but to follow Hong Bing's orders. Deputy Minister, don't kill us, we want to join Dawn Base. Dozens, over 100, over 200, more and more psychics surrendered voluntarily. Some were ordinary psychics, while others had been injected with enhancement drugs. At this moment, facing the elite troops led by Gu Su, they all surrendered wholeheartedly. Most of them were former soldiers from the national base. Gu Su naturally welcomed their arrival. He immediately ordered his men to take a head count and handle the aftermath, while he led the remaining elite troops to continue pursuing Hong Bing. The elite troops quickly and orderly surrounded the building where Hong Bing was. Gu Su, do you think you've won? Hong Bing's voice rang out from behind the second-floor window. All the elite soldiers immediately aimed their guns at the window. Hong Bing, where is your uncle? Gu Su seemed to have not expected such a question. Hong Bing paused for a few seconds before continuing with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Su, I hate your hypocritical attitude the most. He's my father. You're feigning gratitude and filial piety. Who are you playing for? Gu Su's dark eyes calmly stared at the second-floor window without responding. Hong Bing continued, I know he told you my secret. You should also know you can't kill me today. Gu Su smiled. His voice remained calm, yet with a hint of chill. I have only one request, to see my uncle. Okay, I grant you that. But, Hong Bing's voice took on a frenzy. I demand that you evacuate all your troops. All the elite troops downstairs turned to Gu Su upon hearing this. Gu Su, I've rigged this entire base with self-destruct devices. If I push the button, we all perish. Gu Su's dark eyes flickered as he glanced at the tense elite troops around him. He raised his hand, signaling them to evacuate. We're not leaving, Commander. We're with you. Yes, we're not leaving. But some elite troops, concerned about the overall situation, retreated in an orderly manner. Hurry up. Do you want everyone to die? Trust the commander. Don't cause him any trouble. They pulled the soldiers who refused to leave and quickly retreated. When Gu Su was alone in the building, the door slowly opened. Gu Su walked in. As he entered, the door slammed shut. The lights inside dimmed. Hong Bing emerged, holding a black button. Behind him were dozens of enhanced psychics and a Kitsu Makoto. The psychics immediately restrained Gu Su. Let's go! Hong Bing looked at the submissive Gu Su with satisfaction and headed for the top floor. In front of the top floor was a large display screen. A man controlled it, and a picture appeared on it. The picture showed a dimly lit room with a large screen standing within. The camera slowly zoomed in. As it passed the screen, a bed appeared in the camera lens. But what shocked everyone present was this. An elderly man lay in agony, his body covered in bed sores, large patches of rotting flesh infested with maggots. His face had become as emaciated as a skeleton. He half-tilted his head in agony, groaning softly. Even so, and 4 drip hung from his hand, seemingly supplying saline solution to keep him alive. Although separated by a screen, this horrific and brutal scene still made many people physically ill. Gu Su's pupils twitched slightly. He recognized the old man almost instantly. His face was pale, as if he couldn't believe that the man he had always considered a second father had met his end. Seeing Gu Su in such pain, Hong Bing's face lightened with a touch of relief. He strolled over to Gu Su, looking at him, held tightly by several enhanced psychics, and said sarcastically, Gu Su, he's become like this because of you. Are you happy? I know he secretly informed you. He must have told you all about my plan. As my biological father, he actually helped an outsider. I couldn't stand it, so I punished him a little. Well, are you surprised? Gu Su, So many people have suffered because of you. Are you happy? He spoke more and more frantically, drawing closer. Bang! The next second, Gusu suddenly broke free from the men's grasp and punched Hong Bing. Hong Bing was caught off guard, his grip loosened, and the button fell. Gusu immediately destroyed the button and rushed to the adjacent control panel. He drew a knife from his waist. The blade, condensed with ice crystals, destroyed the control panel. All the psychics, who tried to rush in, were paralyzed by the power of fear. Catch him! Hong Bing roared. Chapter 294. Soon, the entire self-destruct device was expertly destroyed by Gusu. He charged into the crowd of psychics and engaged in a frenzied fight. Akijinjin activated his psychic powers. All the psychics attacked Gusu frantically, but even facing the attacks of dozens of enhanced psychics, Gusu still found a chance to escape. He rushed to the rooftop and attempted to flee. Suddenly, a deep wound appeared on his ankle. Gusu fell to his knees. He turned and looked at Hong Bing, who was being supported by several psychics. He also had an identical wound on his ankle. Although his face was pale, his smile was arrogant. Gusu, under my symbiotic powers, your escape is a pipe dream. Gusu said nothing, simply forcing himself to stand. He stared into Hong Bing's frantic eyes, the voice from Hong Yi's intercom still ringing in his ears. Sewer, Binger, he has symbiotic powers, capable of binding life and death. His target isn't the base or power, it's your life. Gusu's body was covered in frost. The frost froze his bleeding wounds. His eyes were 1,000 miles of ice. He looked at Hong Bing, his voice still calm. Hong Bing, I'm not running away. He simply wanted to save the guide who had raised him. But now, it was clear that there was no chance. Thinking of this, Gusu's lips curled up in a smile. I'm here to die with you. Hong Bing seemed to sense something, her pupils constricting violently. The next second, Gusu raised his knife and stabbed him in the chest. At the critical moment, Akijinjin intervened. His telepathic ability could manipulate the behavior of all living things. Gusu's knife was forcibly restrained just an inch from his skin. Quick, tie him up and lock him up. Hong Bing immediately stepped forward, supported by the psychics. Dozens of psychics rushed towards Gusu. Gusu fought back fiercely, defying Qiu Jinjin's control. You bunch of losers. I injected you with boosters, and you can't even beat a psychic. Hong Bing cursed furiously. At this moment, one psychic could no longer tolerate Hong Bing and threw down his weapon. I can't bring myself to help you harm people anymore, Hong Bing. Look downstairs, they're all enhanced zombies. At a time when humanity should be united, you're enhancing zombies to attack your own kind. You're completely inhumane. I don't want to listen to you anymore, Hong Bing. Compared to Deputy Minister Gu, you're disgusting. Among them were former members of the national base. When faced with Gusu and Hong Bing, they all sided with Gusu. Seeing that almost all of his men had switched sides, Hong Bing's face darkened. He immediately thought of his ally, Qiu Jinjin, and looked at him. Help me kill them all. Qiu Jinjin didn't move, but simply stepped back. As an outsider, he naturally sided with whoever was stronger and could offer him the most protection. Now, it seemed clear that Hong Bing was doomed. Okay. Hong Bing laughed heartily. He looked at the group of people who had betrayed him, his laughter maddening. So what? Even so, you can't kill me. You don't want your respected Vice Minister Gu to die, do you? Everyone looked at Gusu, and silence fell. Yes, they didn't want him to die. But Hong Bing was truly hateful. Then die! Hong Bing yelled, ripping open his coat. A slew of bombs appeared on his tunic. No one had anticipated his potential for such a retreat. Everyone retreated in panic. Only Gusu rushed forward. His fear-inducing ability briefly controlled Hong Bing's movements, and he immediately trapped him in an iron cage. The cage rolled violently as Hong Bing struggled. As he fell, Hong Bing grabbed hold of Gusu. Gusu offered no resistance. He allowed Hong Bing, who held him tightly, to hold him in chains, his dark eyes fixed on him coldly. Hong Bing panicked at Gusu's fearless approach to death. Fortunately, the cage didn't fall from the 17-story building. It was dangling from a steel frame on the 16th floor. Although precarious, there was still a glimmer of hope. Hong Bing's voice trembled and panicked. Gusu, stop pretending to be fearless. Find a way to keep us all alive. Don't pretend. I know you're afraid of death too. Find a way to keep us all alive. As he spoke, Hong Bing looked down at the ever-growing zombie tide below. A large number of enhanced zombies gathered below, creating a sea of corpses. The psychics in the entire section seemed to have already evacuated. Despair grew in Hong Bing's heart, and he could only look at Gusu. But he saw him raise his knife and plunge it into his body. Blood gushed out. A wound immediately appeared in the same spot on Hong Bing's body. He howled in pain. "You lunatic! You're willing to kill yourself to kill me!" Another stab. Hong Bing was covered in blood. He knelt on the cage in agony. Gusu remained silent, his increasingly pale face and slightly trembling hands betraying his agony. His voice was icy cold. "Hong Bing, I won't let you die so easily. I slowly make you feel the pain your uncle endured." With that, Gusu slashed his arm fiercely. Hong Bing howled again. His entire body trembled with pain. Looking at Gusu's desperate despair, a deep fear welled up within him. He struggled frantically to his feet and grasped Gusu's hand. "You lunatic, stop!" But he couldn't control Gusu at all. In desperation, Hong Bing could only end his symbiotic relationship with Gusu. The cage suddenly shook violently. With a crackling sound, the cage plummeted downwards. "Ah!" Hong Bing screamed. Crack! The cage was stopped by a chain on the 7th floor, stopping its fall, but the weight of the huge cage and two people was too much to hold on to a single chain. The cage was in imminent danger. In panic, Hong Bing saw several helicopters approaching. Though he recognized them as those from Dawn Base, he still frantically called for help. "Gusu!" The helicopter Enan was in quickly approached the cage. But the chain suddenly broke. The cage fell rapidly. Gusu, chained to the cage, was unable to escape. At the critical moment, Enan grabbed the ladder and jumped down. The position swap ability activated. Enan and Gusu swapped places. Gusu appeared at the end of the ladder. Everything happened so suddenly. He reacted quickly, grabbing the climbing bar at the end and looking down. Enan actually fell in his place. Gusu's heart sank instantly. "Anan!" Fu Sun, Lu Qi, Qi Xian, and others on the other helicopter were also horrified upon seeing this. Although she had light powers to protect her, the sea of corpses below was too terrifying. A sea of corpses twice as high as this could drown even those with invincibility powers. Instantly, all the helicopters were flying towards Enan. Enan looked at the terrified Hong Bing, but didn't kill him, leaving him to the zombie horde. After copying Hong Bing's powers, she struggled to break free from the chains. Successfully obtaining the symbiotic power was rewarded with 10,000 points. As the cage fell into the zombie horde, countless zombies pounced on it. Enan shot his grappling hook into the sky. It all happened in a split second. Enan's grappling hook was shot so fast and blocked by the zombies, making it impossible to see if there was a foothold above. But she didn't dare hesitate. In such a thick sea of zombies, if she sank to the bottom, she might not be able to make it out. The grappling hook shot straight through the air, heading straight for the helicopter where Gusu and the others were, but it missed by a mere meter. Just when everyone thought the grappling hook had missed, Gusu jumped. He grasped the ladder with one hand and lunged straight for the sharp hook of the grappling hook. He caught the grappling hook with his body. The grappling hook pierced his shoulder blade. The sound of steel piercing accompanied by a spray of blood. Gusu grabbed the grappling hook rope fiercely, his dark eyes fixed on Enan, who was invisible below, submerged in the zombie tide. "Come up!" Feeling the grappling hook had found its footing, Enan's heart was filled with joy. She tightened the grappling hook and soared into the air. She broke through the zombie horde and flew towards the helicopter. However, when she saw clearly that her grappling hook had hit Gusu's body, Enan was shocked. After successfully grabbing the ladder, she didn't even dare to retract the grappling hook. She immediately cut the grappling hook and looked at Gusu's shoulder, which had been pierced through with a huge wound. She immediately released her healing ability. "Gusu, hold on." Gusu's dark eyes fixed on Enan. "I can hold on." His voice was extremely weak. But the next second, his strength gave out. It seemed he couldn't hold on to the ladder anymore, and he fell. Enan cursed, "You're still being stubborn at this time." She quickly grabbed him. For a moment, their bodies were pressed tightly together. The blood from Gusu's shoulder gushed out, soaking Enan's clothes red. "Gusu, hold on. Don't fall asleep. The helicopter's about to land. I treat you." Enan shouted, trying to rouse Gusu's heavy eyelids. The blood in Gusu's body was rapidly draining. In the excruciating pain, he seemed to no longer feel it. The scene of his first childhood encounter with Uncle Hong resurfaced in his mind. In a hazy state, Gusu seemed to see Hong Yi, full of vigor and energy, smiling at him. The next moment, a woman's urgent voice pulled him out of his trance. Gusu, feeling the burning heat around him and the healing energy coursing through his body, struggled to open his eyes and look at the anxious woman beside him. A familiar, beautiful face. A familiar, pleasant voice. At that moment, Gusu truly realized he wasn't dead. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. How wonderful. He didn't have to die with regrets. Beep, a top-notch, handsome man with a max favorability level activated, Gusu. Chapter 295. Why are you fighting? Tell me. The man's voice was deep and powerful. A dozen little boys fell silent. They all pursed their lips, unwilling to give in. The man sternly scanned the wounds on the children's faces and bodies, finally settling on the boy with the most bruises. The boy's appearance was exceptional. Even at the age of 8, his temperament was already striking. The man frowned slightly, noticing that the boy looked familiar. He immediately asked, "Are you Gusu, the monitor of Class 01? The boy raised his head, "Yes." "Report, why are you fighting?" "Instructor, because they were mocking us." "Mocking you about what?" "Mocking us." The boy's throat moved, his lips firm with determination and stubbornness. "I have no parents." The boys behind him lowered their heads even lower, each clenching their fists. One boy burst into tears. The instructor's eyes revealed pity, his brow furrowing even deeper. He looked at the other group of boys and loudly demanded, "Is what Goose is saying true?" The boys, seemingly feeling guilty, were afraid to speak. After a few seconds, the leading boy straightened his neck and said confidently, "Instructor, we're just telling the truth." "Nonsense!" The man shouted, "They are all children of martyrs, children protected by the military. The country is their parent." At this moment, another soldier approached and whispered in the man's ear, "Enough of the lecture. The one in front is Major General Zhang Pingjia's child." The man glanced at the boys with a complicated expression, ultimately deciding to make light of the matter. After a lecture, they were taken to the infirmary. All the little boys followed the soldier out. Only the 8-year-old boy named Goose remained standing. He bandaged his injured arm over and over again. His small background was strong and stubborn. The female teacher beside him seemed to have finally given up. She walked over to him. She spoke softly, yet with a touch of heartache. "Don't be so aggressive next time. There are many officers' children in your class. After all, you don't have connections. If you offend them, you have a hard time in the army." "Who said he doesn't have connections?" A commanding man's voice rang out. The female teacher looked slightly surprised and immediately stood up and stepped aside. "General Hongyi." The woman was astonished. It seemed like she had never seen such a high-ranking officer in person at the school. Under the scorching sun, the tall man stared intently at the young boy. He leaned forward slightly, his serious, resolute face straining a friendly smile. "You're Gusu, right? My name is Hongyi, and from now on, I'd be your father. My name is Gusu. When I was 6, I lost my parents. When I was 8, I found a new father. He was a general and commander of the Eastern Military Region. He was Hongyi's godson. He patiently told me everything about my biological parents. He told me about my father's glorious, legendary life. He told me that if my father were still alive, he would undoubtedly be even more accomplished than he was. He encouraged and praised me, giving me confidence and support. He was an important guide in my life. The 6 months I was adopted by Uncle Hong were my happiest time. He gave me endless tolerance and guidance. I felt the warmth of home. But all the good times seemed to have a time limit. One night, Uncle Hong's biological son, Hong Bing, returned. He was 2 years older than me, and the moment he saw me, he went berserk and smashed everything in the house. He screamed like a madman, "You killed Mom. She hasn't been gone long, and you've already gone out and found a bastard. Do you even care about me or Mom?" "Pa!" Uncle Hong slapped him hard, but he suddenly picked up a knife and stabbed himself. Clearly terrified, Uncle Hong ran to the infirmary, carrying the bleeding Hong Bing. I watched him run out the door. I knew that day would be my last in this home. The reason was simple. I saw something close to madness in Hong Bing's eyes. I instinctively knew I needed to stay away from people like him. I moved out that night. The next day, when Uncle Hong found me in the army's large bunk bed, his tired eyes seemed to have aged many years. Looking into his bloodshot eyes, I knew he was sincere toward me. But I was helpless. I immediately comforted him. "Uncle, I really enjoy sleeping here. Don't worry, I study hard." I called him Uncle, because I didn't want to embarrass him. I watched his lips move for a moment, but in the end, without a word, he simply hugged me tightly. "Good boy." After that, he would often come to see me. But I knew he almost always came without Hong Bing's knowledge. From other people's gossip, I also learned that Hong Bing had been in a tantrum for a long time afterward. Blood ties are hard to sever. I fully understand Uncle Hong's difficulties. Thankfully, I never let him down. Every year, I consistently ranked first in every assessment. At the age of 25, I rose through the ranks to battalion commander. I became the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Eastern Wolf Theater, the youngest battalion commander in the Eastern Theater. Although it was just Uncle Hong's unsuccessful adoption attempt, I was somehow related to him, so I didn't embarrass him. Soon, it was officer training time. Officers under 30 from all over the country gathered in the Eastern Theater. Uncle Hong asked me to be the team leader for this training. In the office, I looked at him respectfully. Unconsciously, I was taller than him. Looking up at his head, I noticed that he had grown quite a few gray hairs. He seemed in a good mood. Finally, Hong Bing has been sent to the southern region. He shook his head repeatedly. Sir, Binger is far inferior to you. He's always idle, and doesn't focus on the right path. It's just that the atmosphere in the south isn't very good. Let him get some good experience. I could see his frustration and helplessness. Blood is a family, and there's always something special about it. I also heard the hint in his words, that I must get first place, and not be sent to the Southern Theater Command. He didn't say it explicitly, though. I didn't know if it was out of absolute confidence in my abilities, or something else. I simply nodded and left his office. Guso, huh? We want to compete with you. As soon as I left the office building, several officers stopped me. They were from the northern military region, each one full of energy. I immediately became interested. In this Eastern Theater Command, filled with familiar faces, it's been ages since I've encountered a worthy opponent, and I'm itching to fight. I accepted their challenge. But surprisingly, these seemingly muscular men were no match for me. They all fell in a few blows. Gradually, more and more people gathered to watch. Most of them came to challenge me. As the fight wore on, I lost interest. Just as I was about to call it a day, I saw a man with a backpack and a blank expression walk in. He was taller than many officers, and had a striking appearance. Most importantly, I noticed a unique aura about him. Like a sharp sword, honed day and night. I immediately knocked down an officer and looked at him. Hey Lu Chi, right? Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's see who's stronger. Uncle Hong actually joined in the fun. He finally put down his luggage. I told him, that's enough. He was like a cold block of wood, only glancing at me and nodding coldly. His tightly pursed lips made no sound from beginning to end. That fight. I finally found the evenly matched feeling I longed for. I thoroughly enjoyed the fight. And in the final moments, he defeated me with terrifyingly strong willpower. I was amazed at how strong his core was. He simply said, practice more. He spoke as casually as if he were eating, yet I knew full well that achieving his level of physical fitness was simply not something a normal person could accomplish with willpower. Interesting. For the first time, I felt the urge to make friends. We naturally became partners. I was getting to know him better and better. It turned out he and I were very similar. Both of us were loners, having survived through hardship and suffering since childhood. This feeling of mutual understanding made it hard for me to watch him enter that chaotic field in the south. Of course, I knew Uncle Hong wanted me to stay in the east. Under the night, I said to Lu Chi, if you stay in the east, with your abilities, you definitely have a smooth future. His voice was calm. For me, it's the same wherever I go. I just smiled and shook my head. How could it be the same? That chaotic field in the south is like a sharp knife broken and thrown into a dye vat. For some reason, I was let off the hook on the assessment. Just when I thought I'd be sent south, that Lu Chi had already left. I only then learned that he had privately met with Uncle Hong. And Uncle Hong, selfishly wanting me to stay in the south, had skimmed through the paperwork and approved my transfer. Honestly, it would be a lie to say I wasn't worried. He's my only friend. But that guy was really capable. He managed to claim first place in the biological warfare. He was promoted. And I, too, had a smooth journey, rising several levels in a row. Soon, the apocalypse struck. The Eastern Theater Command, the largest of the military regions, established a national base in City H. An emergency meeting was called for military districts across the country. But in the chaos, the signal network was completely disrupted, and most military districts lost contact. They said they lost contact, but everyone knew it. It was just that some people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to establish their own factions. Lu Chi, the kid, arrived from the south with a large force to gather. Hong Bing stayed in the south to establish a branch of the national base. He didn't want to come to the national base because Uncle Hong wouldn't give him the position of deputy minister. During their last intercom call, Hong Bing's tone was frantic. You rather believe him than me. Who is your biological child? Binger, don't mess around with national affairs. The situation is urgent now, and Sir is more capable of leading the charge. Okay, he's more capable, I'm tired of hearing that. You've been saying this for over a decade. I'm going to show you who's truly more capable. Binger, don't act on impulse. Focus on building the national sub-base over there, and take care of your own safety. These zombies aren't easy to deal with. Managing the base isn't easy. Luckily, Lucci's abilities are sufficient to handle the entire external situation. This freed me to focus on managing the internal affairs and the elite division. According to the research department, people with strong physical fitness generally gain even greater power after activating their superpowers. I tossed a stack of information in front of Lucci. You manage those superpowers, and this information will come in handy. He took the information expressionlessly, flipping through 2 pages. His voice was weary. Those superpowers outside the army have very little combat experience. Most of them had no combat experience before the apocalypse, and they need more training. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something, and the fatigue in his brow faded a little. There are a few teams with excellent combat capabilities, even surpassing those of military superpowers. I took over. That's great. Our elite unit needs such talent. He immediately glared at me coldly. Don't even think about stealing our people from outside the army. I just laughed, not taking it too seriously. Until one day, I heard that he was making an exception, and was considering admitting a team of superpowers into the Special Operations Zone. A riot had just broken out inside the base. While quelling the unrest, I saw the team he mentioned. Team Nansheng. Surprisingly, it wasn't the boys' team I imagined. The team leader was a girl. A very young one at that. And she bore a striking resemblance to the woman in black on a motorcycle I seen the day of the zombie outbreak. I remember that night, as everyone frantically fled for safety at the national base, she rode her motorcycle alone, charging into the zombie horde. That sleek silhouette, it seemed like someone brave enough to face a horde of millions of zombies alone. It was truly memorable. I immediately became curious about her. In the apocalypse, viruses and superpowers are uncontrollable. It was as if humanity had opened the door to another world. In such an era, anything fantastic could happen. My intuition told me that girl held a great secret. But I never expected that when I tried to get closer, that Lucci guy would stop me. That almost protective behavior was like a possessive desire to keep something dear to me from being touched by others. But I guess I'm also a bit stubborn at heart. I forced her to join me on the mission with a generous reward. That mission wasn't easy. Taking on zombies with bare hands. And I brought a young woman of unknown strength with me. It's a bit crazy to think about it. But she shocked me even more. I didn't see her the entire way. Just when I thought she freaked out and ran back to the helicopter, losing interest, I saw the girl standing alone on the pile of zombies. Like a rose at the end of the world. She had stubbornly struggled out of the pool of blood, holding a glimmer of hope. For the first time in my life, I was shocked. I could barely utter a word. I felt only anger and shame. It was me who had sent her on such a dangerous mission. I was angry at myself and ashamed. But I'm a bit of a mouthy person, never able to express myself properly. On the way back, I saw her breathtaking beauty. But I've never been one to let lust blind me. In the days that followed, I often thought of her. It was her courage and determination. That face, so beautiful it was almost unbelievable, was becoming increasingly blurred. I knew I admired her qualities. Without that one-in-a-million quality, her appearance would have lost much of its charm. Not long after, I learned both good news and bad news. The good news was that my brother had fallen in love. The bad news was that he'd fallen in love with the same person as me. But I have 2 major flaws. One is overthinking, and the other is a dislike of competition. So, almost from the moment I discovered Lucci had a crush on Enan, I chose to withdraw. Just like that training camp, I gave up the top spot. Countless nights I asked myself if I made a mistake. But thankfully, I didn't regret it that much. Because I wasn't deeply involved. Amidst the hustle and bustle, I could still force myself to let go of many things. One day, a subordinate came to report. Deputy Minister, we've found the base of the oil thieves. They've been recruited into the elite unit. There's a brother and sister who are very capable and good fighters. But they don't have any space-based esper, and we didn't find any oil in their base. Instantly I understood. I put down my teacup and simply gestured for my subordinate to leave. The captain of Team Nansheng's profile had been updated, and 7 bright words blared, added space-based esper. I almost laughed out loud. Laughed at myself for being played like a clown by a woman in her early 20s. I suddenly understood why there was always a hint of cunning in those bright eyes. It turned out that it wasn't all my imagination. I didn't ask her for oil. With her temper, she wouldn't give it to someone without evidence. She might even drive them away. Besides, the base had taken over many oil refineries, so there wasn't a shortage of oil for the time being. I kept this to myself. Only I knew that the several cans of oil that had been lost inexplicably had been hidden by a little fox. Every time I saw her, I couldn't help but wonder what nefarious scheme she was planning. Whose unfortunate fate was she going to ensnare next? Chapter 296. Later, she left the national base. I wasn't too surprised. It was normal for the base to lose someone like her. She left completely, carrying with her a secret that no one could possibly know. I knew she must have gone to a wider world. That night, Lucci stood in the deserted Special Operations Zone all night. I didn't sleep either. I couldn't explain what I was thinking. It seemed like there was a hint of pleasure at my good brother's unrequited love. What the hell? I hadn't competed with him, yet he hadn't made any progress. But I was also confused. Lucci was one of the best of his peers I met. Even that little fox wasn't even slightly attracted to a man like him. So would I be unattractive to her too? I rarely had self-doubt. But I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I laughed at myself, thinking, what's the difference between these thoughts and unrequited love? Later, a zombie horde erupted in the base. The number of zombies was astonishingly large. Thankfully, the base had built a secondary defense. This time, the zombie horde only breached the outer defense wall, and the entire national base was saved. As the one with all the information, I knew firsthand how much the proposals made at the Little Fox meeting contributed to the base. If it hadn't been for her words, the base would have suffered heavy losses. The casualties were unknown. I was deeply shocked. I felt as if she knew something. Or perhaps it was all just a successful prediction and coincidence. Not long after, she returned to the base. I was delighted to see her again. I remained calm and distant, communicating with her calmly and normally, like an ordinary acquaintance. Before I could say more than a few words, a soldier arrived to inform me of an incident at the rear of the base. I could see a hint of guilt in the soldier's eyes. Facing this external soldier, someone under Lucci's command, I naturally knew what was going on. I hesitated. In that instant, I had a premonition that if I left this time, I might miss something. In those seconds, I pondered a great deal. But honestly, I realized I was, at best, merely interested in this little fox. I consider myself a difficult person. My emotions are as picky as my personality. Until it was truly unforgettable, I didn't want to open that door easily. Finally, I looked at her and said, "You rest. I handle some business." I strode away. Without looking back, I followed the soldier toward the rear of the base. I walked hurriedly. I didn't even know what I was avoiding. My heart was growing increasingly confused. A wave of irritation welled up within me. I didn't even notice the mud puddle I stepped into, tripping and falling. "Deputy Minister, are you okay?" The soldier's anxious voice echoed in my ears. I smiled, pushed myself up, and brushed off the dirt. "I'm fine. Go on with your business." The soldier hesitated, his expression awkward. I knew what he was trying to say. "Don't worry. I know Commander Liu told you to say that. I won't bother him. Go on with your business." The soldier apologized profusely and left. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The smoke hit my throat, bitter and choking. I walked back, quietly standing in a blind spot outside the Special Operations Zone, watching the two people hugging each other in the bright light. I smoked one cigarette after another. I've never felt cigarettes so durable. Half a pack of cigarettes, gone in a flash. I couldn't help but start to doubt. Am I really just interested in her? If that's the case, why am I so upset? My throat felt like it was clogged, and my stomach churned. I propped myself up on my knees, trying to control the unrest. "Deputy Minister, are you okay? Deputy Minister, why are you here?" Several passing soldiers shouted with concern. I immediately stood up and waved. My habitual grin spread. I walked forward as if nothing had happened. "You're so good, Lucci, you're playing tricks on me." It seemed only this careless and unfeeling attitude could mask my embarrassment and concern. I laughed freely, joking with him. I didn't want to know if they had succeeded. The tenderness and longing in that boy's eyes were enough to tell me things were going well. I was sick for many days afterward. I continued to do my normal duties, except that my sense of taste and smell seemed to be failing. I couldn't eat or sleep well. I felt completely dejected. When people are at their lowest, bad luck often strikes. Soon, something happened at the branch base where Han Bing was stationed. The base dispatched a large force to support them. Han Bing was taken to the main base to recuperate. When I saw him again, he hadn't grown sensible, Instead, he was even more frantic than when he was little. He insisted on merging the branch base with the main base and taking my place. Uncle Hong, naturally, disagreed and scolded him. That night, Hong Bing and his men attacked my elite unit. A fierce fight ensued between the two groups. Many soldiers were injured on both sides. Uncle Hong was furious. I don't know what they talked about afterwards. All the senior executives and elite troops at the base were waiting for an explanation. The door opened, and a weary Uncle Hong looked at me. "Gusu, come with me." I followed him into a separate meeting room. He sighed helplessly. "Sir, I plan to go to Glory Base to help that unlucky guy build his base. His base has quite a few survivors, but the construction is utterly awful." He turned and looked at me. The dim sunset streamed in through the window, illuminating his resolute face. "Sir, I watched you grow up. In my heart, you're like my own son. Binger is immature, so don't get angry with him. But he's my own child after all. I can only spank and scold him, but I can't disown him or leave him. Don't worry, after this separation, I will definitely discipline him properly. And Glory Base will definitely be committed to providing a home for every survivor. Once I convince Binger, our two families will unite, form an alliance, and build a new home together." Facing the person I trusted most, I stood before my eyes. Naturally, I had no objections. From childhood to adulthood, he always kept his word. "Uncle Hong, I do as you say. Your elite troops are still with you. The external troops and psychics are being led very well by that young and promising officer, Lu Qi. You have a good relationship, so I leave them to you as well." He patted my shoulder and said, "I only take half of the weapons. The rest is yours." His decision deeply moved me. This choice was like handing over a large portion of the national base to me. Such trust and entrustment. I naturally wouldn't disappoint him. But when the division officially began, Hong Bing still caused trouble. He was extremely dissatisfied with the distribution of weapons, and insisted on taking most of them. Uncle Hong couldn't do anything about him. I didn't stop him. No matter how foolish Hong Bing was, he had Uncle Hong's back. I felt reassured. But I didn't know then how much I would later regret my concession. After the division officially began, we also secured the northern city of A. Lu Qi brought a large number of external psychics and troops to build a base in City A. From then on, the national base was successfully divided into 3 bases: Glory Base, Dawn Base, and Morning Light Base. As a gesture of support, I gave Lu Qi half of the weapons. Our two families formed an alliance. But soon, I could no longer contact Uncle Hong. Not only that, waves of zombies kept pouring from City N into City H. On several occasions, they even headed straight for Dawn Base. Later, members of the Glory Base came into direct conflict with the psychics from our base. My investigation revealed that everything was premeditated. They were targeting us. I was furious. In this apocalypse, I have zero tolerance for human slaughter. And let alone the Glory Base, which had split from the national base. Most of the blood flowing there was military blood. I began defending myself and counterattacking. The most serious incident cost dozens of lives on both sides. That night, I received my first call from Uncle Hong after 2 months of disconnection. "Sir, Binger has symbiotic abilities, capable of binding life and death. His target isn't the base or power, it's your life." After that urgent, somewhat weak voice, I never contacted him again. It was also after that incident that my battle with Hong Bing began fully. I had a tight intelligence network in the south, and I was aware of the Southern Alliance's ambitions and rapid expansion. I was also aware that Hong Bing had repeatedly sought cooperation with the Southern Alliance. His goal was to defeat me. I also knew of his exploitation and enslavement of the survivors and soldiers at the base. As for Uncle Hong, I hadn't learned anything. I only knew that the former high-ranking military officers were idle officers at Glory Base, their power hollowed out, with no say or authority over military deployments. I couldn't compete with Hong Bing in terms of military equipment, so I could only minimize losses and rely on strategy to win. To prevent Hong Bing from using the Southern Alliance as a powerful tool to attack me, I began to conceal my military strength and stockpile a large amount of artillery shells. This was so seamless that the officers at the base were completely unaware of it. The only people who knew all this were Lu Qi and Shinichen, the base's senior ordnance engineer. Lu Qi is the person I trust the most. And Shinichen rarely goes anywhere except to the armory and the research institute. I've worked with him for several years and have a good understanding of his character. He's relatively reliable. The most important thing to avoid in battle is impatience. I've been waiting for an opportunity. A chance to wipe out Hong Bing's main force. We all know We only have one chance for the final decisive battle. There's no room for error. But the changes came so suddenly. Enemy invasion, zombie enhancements, and the Southern Alliance's intervention. Everything was spiraling out of control. Although I had a trump card, it was gradually wearing thin. Dawn Base will always be your strongest support. As soon as Lucci said this, I knew he wanted to mobilize all the psychics in Dawn Base to help me. But at this point in the battle, it was no longer a competition of manpower. It was a competition of ordnance and biological weapons. Artillery fire was the real power. No matter how many psychics there were, they would be wasted under artillery fire. I refused his full support. Instead, I extended a cooperation invitation to the little fox I had met again. I didn't know how much ordnance she had. I was just trying to give it a try. After all, Lucci didn't have much ordnance left. The conquest of the 3F cities, and 2 months of ordnance funding, had nearly drained Dawn Base's arsenal. She accepted my invitation. She leisurely followed me to Dawn Base. But she was hesitant to express her stance or reveal her cards. I guess she probably didn't have much weaponry. That's right. When she left the national base, she only took a small amount of it. After so long, it must have been used up by now. I thought about how to speak to her without making her feel awkward. But something unexpected happened at the base. The defensive wall collapsed, and a wave of zombies invaded. This incident, happening at this critical juncture, practically severing the base's vital artery. In despair, I tried to find a glimmer of hope. At my wit's end, she charged through the zombie horde. Bearing a powerful energy, she helped me repair the defensive wall. And the constant flow of warm, healing air seemed to heal my weary heart. My nerves, tense for months, felt a slight relief. Facing her, I couldn't help but feel a multitude of emotions. It was as if my heart, long dead, had begun beating again. But this beating didn't last long before it returned to dead silence. A strong sense of regret welled up in my heart. Yes, I am dying. Facing this battle with Hong Bing, I had already written my own ending. Symbiotic powers, symbiotic with me. How could he kill me? I could easily kill him. Death is my destination. It is my inescapable fate. So with me like this, what reason do I have to think about my true desires? The more I force myself not to think about it, the deeper the regret I harbor in my heart. I can't help but ask her what regret she fears leaving behind the most. After she answered, she asked me back. I didn't say anything. I just looked at her quietly. If regrets cannot be made up for, then expressing them is meaningless. I chose to bury this regret deep within my heart. I am Gusu, and I'm moved. Chapter 297. Enan came back to his senses from the system's voice. Looking back at that infuriatingly handsome face, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward and complicated. Gusu. To her. Maximum favorability? Did she do anything? But Enan didn't have time to think about that at the moment. The helicopter landed at the nearest rooftop at top speed. Enan quickly healed Gusu. His shoulder blade was practically shattered. Blood gushed madly from the huge wound. Such a large wound was far beyond her healing range. A large number of level 4 crystal cores immediately appeared in Enan's palm, and she began upgrading her superpowers on the spot. I pay you back for the expense. Gusu's voice was extremely weak. His face was as pale as paper, sweat beads on his forehead, and his clothes were tattered, but his dark eyes held an extremely firm will. Enan suddenly said, "Talk less, save your energy. I don't want to be a corpse collector." The words were extremely harsh. Gusu smiled. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of warmth appeared in his eyes. "Boss!" Chung Su and the others rushed over. Fu Sun followed closely behind. Seeing the figures of Enan and Gusu, he immediately stopped Chung Su and the others. "Don't disturb her. Healing abilities are most vulnerable to distraction when unleashing healing powers." Chung Su stopped immediately and stood obediently at a distance, watching. He suddenly remembered something and looked at Fu Sun with a ghostly gaze. "Second sister-in-law, you're quite generous. I wouldn't usually tell." Fu Sun's face darkened. Human lives are at stake. And just now, Gusu's reckless willingness to use his body to catch an ant's grappling hook was truly remarkable. You know, if the hook had been even slightly off, it would have pierced someone instantly, killing them. "Let's go down and help," Fu Sun said, heading for the helicopter. At this moment, most of Glory Base was overrun by enhanced zombies. The elite troops of Dawn Base were desperately trying to hold a small safe zone in the southeast. And at this moment, the safe zone was bustling with activity. Medics were urgently treating the psychics killed or wounded in the battle, while the soldiers who had defected from Glory Base were being counted and recorded due to their sheer number. The bustle downstairs contrasted sharply with the silence upstairs. An's power had successfully upgraded. With a level 5 healing power, the healing energy she released was even more powerful. Add to that the recent upgrade, and she had absorbed a sufficient amount of crystal core energy. The energy wave released at its peak was incredibly powerful. The helicopter pilot, watching quietly from a distance, was so shocked that he couldn't stop swallowing. Gusu observed all of this. He watched the wound on his shoulder heal at a visible speed. Not only that, the pain in his body also decreased dramatically. However, just when he thought that this energy wave had reached the limit of An's energy, An's focused gaze became sharper, and the next moment, even more intense energy was released. For a moment, the hair of both of them fluttered uncontrollably under the powerful energy wave. The pale green light was so strong that it was slightly dazzling. Gusu couldn't believe that someone could have such a vast energy reserve. In fact, it was several times that of an ordinary psychic. Alright. An put away his palm. But my current level of power can't completely repair your bones, only your flesh and blood. She stood up and said, "You've lost too much blood. You need to rest well." An extended her hand toward Gusu. The two clasped their palms, and Gusu stood up and walked toward the helicopter. "I remember your life-saving grace." Just then, a gentle breeze blew, blowing away the sweat-stained hair from his forehead. He was naturally angular, his features delicate as a sculpture, his toughness tinged with a hint of unfathomable mystery. This time, his dark eyes gazed deeply at An. It gave her the illusion of deep affection. An looked away, thinking of the system's recent announcement, and forced herself not to dwell on it. She supported him. "Let's go down." The safe zone below was now organized. Because Gusu was seriously injured, Lucci took him to take care of everything. Seeing that Gusu was not seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, now that Hong Bing is dead, you should just take good care of your injuries. I take care of the rest." Lucci patted Gusu's good shoulder and said, looking at An, "Thank you for your hard work." "Right." Lucci opened the booklet in his hand. "There are currently over 600 registered defectors, over 300 of whom are former troops from the national base, and over 300 are newly recruited psychics." Seeing the densely packed names on the booklet in his hand, An's expression changed. "Okay, don't forget there's a group of soldiers in City Inn on standby." Gusu's brow relaxed, as if relieved. An officer opened the door and walked in. "Great. A group of former troops I led have returned." It was Lei Haud, whom An had met several times before. Although stained with sweat and blood, his face beamed with a smile, his eyes moist with emotion. "It's been so long, I never thought they were still alive and well, still recognizing me as their leader, haha." With a hearty laugh, he looked at Gusu and said, "Base Commander, you must recover well. When you're well, we return to base and hold a celebration banquet." "We have to have a celebration banquet, right? God knows how hard this battle was." "Yes, it was because of these old soldiers that we held off from carrying out a large-scale bombing of Glory Base. Now, all our efforts have paid off." Several officers entered. All of them beamed with joy. "Alright, you recover well? We get back to work." Lucci saw Gusu's pale face, and knew he was holding on, so he immediately led the others out. Exiting the building, An was met with a dense crowd. Among them, soldiers from Dawn Base and Glory Base chatted excitedly. Their faces were filled with visions of a bright future. Some of them hugged each other tightly. Some recounted their experiences of the past few months. Some stared at each other in silence, wiping away tears. It was clear that many of them were old acquaintances. But because they had served different leaders, they had been forced into military conflict for so long. The reunion of the two sides at this moment felt a warm, family-like reunion. Those without ties to the national base had long ago risked their lives for Hong Bing and were eliminated. Most of the remaining veterans have ties to the national base and to Dawn Base, and so have been waiting for an opportunity to return. Lucci's voice was weak. An felt even more upset when she heard this. She glanced at Lucci's profile and was about to speak when a soldier stumbled over. "Commander Liu, Commander Liu." One of the soldier's legs was clearly a bit clumsy, but he waved as he ran toward Lucci. A broad grin spread across his dark, muddy face, revealing a riot of white teeth. "Commander Liu, do you still remember me?" The soldier stood before Lucci, his bright eyes gleaming with an indescribable vitality and energy. Lucci smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if deep in thought. After a few seconds, he tentatively asked, "Huang?" "Yes. I'm Huang Zheng." The man was clearly thrilled to still be remembered. He shook Lucci's hand and said excitedly, "Commander Liu, You have a great memory. I once went on a mission with you, and you actually remember me. The man slapped his thigh and said, when the national base split, I served under Minister Hong and was separated. I couldn't bear to leave you. Enan saw that his uniform was tattered, obviously not worn in a long time. He looked skinny, and one leg had a slight limp for some unknown reason. He knew he wasn't having a good time at Glory Base. The man, however, was optimistic. I just don't want to listen to Hong Bing and go against your Dawn Base. I won't go on any mission to attack Dawn Base. Later, those bastards made me do menial work, bullied me every day, and even broke my leg. I was really upset at the time. Just wait. Wait until the national base arrives, and once Minister Hong is well again, we definitely take care of all those crooked bones. The man waved his fist as he spoke, his blood boiling with excitement. Lu Qi smiled and shook his head. You. He patted Huang Jing's shoulder. I know you must have had a hard time lately. It'd be fine once you go home. The word home seemed to touch him. The man's expression froze for a few seconds, then his eyes reddened. He immediately lowered his head and rubbed his eyes fiercely. The moment he looked up, his smile was even brighter. Yes, home. I'm home. He laughed and danced, and with his leg, which was not easy to walk, he turned and rushed into the bustling crowd, hugging each soldier. The atmosphere was joyful, like New Year's Eve. Enan looked at the unreal scene of happiness before her. A warm, large hand suddenly grasped her cold hand. Lu Qi's voice, slightly worried, sounded overhead. Enan, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so bad? Enan's lips trembled slightly. She looked at Chung Su, who was approaching. Chung Su's face was also filled with worry. Seeing the two of them like this, Lu Qi knew something serious was afoot. His brow furrowed slightly, and he looked at Chung Su. What's going on? Chung Su lowered his head. He and Fu Sun and the others had followed the army all the way, recruiting these former soldiers. He had witnessed countless touching scenes. But the more he felt the pain these people endured, the more distressed he felt. Chung Su's voice was soft. There's something wrong with the zombie virus suppressant they're using. Lu Qi's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. What do you mean by there's something wrong? Explain clearly. Chung Su glanced at Enan, then raised his head, his eyes filled with pity. That's right. Anyone who receives that potion will soon become a zombie, a more powerful kind than ordinary zombies. Lu Qi immediately looked at Enan, as if trying to confirm the truth of Chung Su's words. Enan nodded, yes, and we witnessed the mutation of the elite second team firsthand. Lu Qi's dark eyes darkened. He turned to look at the chaotic crowd, and immediately called several officers over. The officers had come with smiles on their faces, but after a conversation, their expressions darkened. The atmosphere darkened for a moment. They walked in all directions. Emergency assembly. All enlisted recruits, form your squads. For a moment, the entire safe zone fell silent. Everyone formed up in line, looking expectantly at the leaders. Lu Qi stepped forward. Anyone who has received the zombie virus inhibitor, stand up. Chapter 298. At once, most of the men stood up. They were filled with enthusiasm. Commander Lu, do you need us to be at the front and kill the zombies? Everyone's taken zombie virus suppressants. We must be at the front. It's our duty. Yes, Commander Lu, we've been strengthened. We're not afraid of the zombie virus anymore. They patted their chests, as if ready to die for Dawn Base in a second. For their companions present. Why are so many people taking zombie virus suppressants? Lei Hao was in disbelief. His eyes widened, and he slowly shook his head, as if unwilling to accept this fact. We were designated as the Death Squad by Han Bing, the Vanguard, so naturally, almost all of us are taking zombie virus suppressants. A soldier explained, seeming to notice something was off about the expressions of Lu Qi and the others. He hesitated. Commander Lu, what's wrong? Lu Qi pursed his lips, his eyes dark and unfathomable. He looked at Lei Hao. I won't tell, Lei Hao said, turning and leaving the scene. Another officer stepped forward upon seeing this. Everyone, we discovered that the zombie virus inhibitor Hong Bing injected you with will cause people to mutate into stronger zombies after a certain period of time. He raised his voice to calm the restless crowd. But we won't sacrifice any of our comrades in vain, so we decided to isolate both sides for observation. Do you have any objections? Silence. The vast safe zone square was filled with silence. The soldiers who had once excitedly and enthusiastically stepped forward to volunteer now looked as pale as paper. They had been brimming with joy at their own worth, hoping to contribute something to the base. Now, they suddenly realized they were a burden. Monsters that could become zombies at any moment. As if reluctant to see everyone so down, Lucci said, "Don't be too pessimistic. Perhaps everyone has different resistances to the drug." His words were clearly meant to comfort them. The soldiers suppressed their sorrow and projected an optimistic demeanor. "We must be quarantined as soon as possible. It's better to be quarantined, lest I suddenly turn into a zombie and be laughed at by everyone. That would be so ugly and embarrassing. Yes, we definitely support quarantine. Everyone, quarantine quickly." For a moment, they were actually urging Lucci and the others to quarantine quickly. The troops moved in an orderly manner. However, the initial excitement and joy were gone. Only a suffocating heaviness remained. Enon followed the crowd, helping to carry supplies. She possessed a spatial dimension, and her ability to gather supplies far surpassed that of ordinary spatial-based psychics. She could almost instantly gather all supplies within a dozen meters into her spatial dimension while standing. So everyone quickly completed the quarantine. All the soldiers from Dawn Base were stationed upstairs. Those injected with zombie virus inhibitors stayed downstairs. They had a very positive attitude. Even as they waited to die, they all looked optimistic. "What happened? Why did you migrate?" He heard Goose's extremely weak voice. Enon turned around. He was now wearing a coat, his face pale, his lips bloodless. It was clear that the internal injuries, which could not be repaired by his psychic powers, were still causing him great pain. Seeing him like this, Lucci couldn't bear to worry him, so he just lied. "Nothing, everyone's tired, let's rest. Don't worry about it." Goose's eyes dropped slightly, and it was hard to tell whether he believed him or not. "We still have to move supplies and deal with zombies. The finishing work is complicated. I sent someone to bring some food. Everyone, fill your stomachs first." Several soldiers nearby brought in several boxes of food. The boxes were opened, revealing a large amount of dry food. Although it was crude, Enon knew that this was the best the base could provide in the apocalypse. The soldiers distributed the food in an orderly manner. "Give priority to the brothers downstairs," Goose suddenly said. Lucci looked at him. He met a pair of unfathomable eyes. His intuition told him that he seemed to have discovered something. But no one said anything. The soldiers immediately carried the food downstairs. "Wait." Enon stepped forward. Under everyone's gaze, she smiled faintly. "Everyone's worked so hard. Let's eat something good." The next second, a large amount of food appeared on the ground. Most of it was cooked food. Seafood, cold dishes, steamed dishes, toppings, boiled dishes, and so on. Not only that, there were also steaming home-cooked dishes. A variety of colorful and delicious dishes were displayed in lunch boxes. This moment stunned all the soldiers. They knew that space-based psychics could store things, but they had never heard of one that could store things for so long and still keep them steaming. This female base commander had toiled day and night with them for so many days, and the food in her space was preserved so well. "Stop daydreaming. Start distributing the food." "Understood." The soldiers rushed downstairs with the food. The enticing aroma caught everyone's attention. They rushed up in disbelief. They quickly surrounded the soldiers distributing the food. "What is this? Hot food. I haven't seen anything like this in a year. Oh my God. Help. My mouth is watering like crazy. Tell me this isn't a dream." There was a burst of cheers downstairs. The gloomy mood faded. Upstairs, the soldiers began to eat. The topic of discussion turned to which dish was the best, and which food they had never tried before. It was as if they had forgotten their recent sadness. Enon observed the joyful atmosphere. But she couldn't feel happy. She silently picked up a bowl of ordinary fried rice, and quickly ate it with her head lowered. "Eat slowly. It's bad for your digestion." Lucci's voice was low and deep. Enon nodded, but her pace didn't slow down much. Having experienced apocalypses in 2 lifetimes, her eating speed had long been honed. She swallowed after chewing twice, a habit. Unless she was deliberately restraining herself, she could only slow down. Lucci felt a slight sense of helplessness, and could only place the soft, easily chewed taro in his bowl into Enon's. The next second, a soft, mincemeat and eggplant were also picked up. Enon looked up at Fu Sun and Chi Xian, who had suddenly appeared. She said nothing, continuing to slurp down her rice. Not far away, Gusu, who had been watching all this, turned and walked into the house. He lifted his coat, looked at the gauze, which was once again soaked with blood, and gritted his teeth as he replaced it. The pain and injury of the shattered bones were immense. Even though the flesh had been largely restored, the blood flow was still extremely difficult to control. He persevered through the gauze changes. Gusu felt he had no strength left. He slowly sat down, his fingertips gently tracing the densely packed roster. "Is it all in vain?" The night was hazy. The ambiguous moonlight shone upon the devastated land. And this small safe zone was filled with warmth. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they chatted about life. If there were no apocalypse, no zombies, my dream would be to become an excellent model soldier. Haha, look at you, you're such a loser. If there were no apocalypse, I'd be a general. Ugh. The crowd scoffed. What do you mean, are you looking down on me? The soldier stood up and punched one of them, but the blow was light. If there weren't a doomsday, I just want to get married, have a big fat boy, and live a simple, peaceful life. Haha, I'm just like you. I want to get married too. You old perverts, all you think about is wives. So what? If not wives, get husbands. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. It wasn't just the laughter downstairs. The soldiers guarding the safe zone, blocking the occasional zombies that slipped through the heavy defensive walls, would occasionally turn their heads to look at the bustling crowd, their faces beaming with smiles. The soldiers upstairs were also leaning over windows and railings, joking with the people below. Suddenly, in the crowd downstairs, a soldier's skin began to change, veins bulging all over his body. He immediately stepped away from the crowd, drew his knife, and shouted, "Brothers, something's wrong with me." Everyone stopped shouting in shock and looked at him. Then he saw his head begin to twist in strange positions. The next second, he plunged the knife into his own neck. "I'm leaving first. In the next life, I'd be your comrades." For a moment, countless people's eyes were red with anger. A soldier, with his neck stiffened, shouted, "Brothers, cheer up. Sing the national anthem together." The next moment, everyone stood up. They all looked at their comrades upstairs and saluted. They began to sing the national anthem in chorus. The soldiers upstairs burst into tears. Many soldiers turned their backs, afraid to look. As they sang, more and more of them began to mutate. 1, 2, a dozen, dozens, hundreds. The mutated soldiers all maintained smiles and continued to sing the national anthem, their faces calm and composed, as if they weren't facing death. One by one, they raised their knives and stabbed themselves. As blood flowed, they all paused in the moment before the mutation. Paused by the national anthem. Paused by the pride and smiles of contentment. Inan couldn't bear to watch any longer. She felt her hands and heart trembling. This trembling was a mixture of heartache and anger. Heartache for the unjust deaths of loyal and brave men. Anger at this abominable zombie virus and drug. At this moment, An's hatred for the Southern Alliance and Hong Bing reached its peak. Although Hong Bing was dead, she still felt that it was too easy for him. He deserved to be hacked to pieces. Amidst her anger, Inan saw Gusu, his face extremely haggard, walk out. Send the base commander back to rest. After Lucci finished speaking, several soldiers tried to help Gusu. But they were frightened away by his cold gaze and dared not move. Gusu stubbornly walked to the railing. His dark eyes silently surveyed the scene below. Blood flowed like a river, corpses strewn across the ground. Without exception, all committed suicide. Gusu, we agreed that I'd take charge of the base now. Lucci tugged at him, trying to pull him back. But he couldn't. The next moment, a mouthful of blood spurted from Gusu's mouth. The amount was staggering. As if his body couldn't bear such grief, he knelt on one knee, his hair disheveled. His dark eyes reflected the tragic scene below. His pupils trembled, a crimson glow of extreme sorrow. Chapter 299. Inan walked towards him. But before he could reach him, he watched helplessly as he collapsed. Lucci shouted, "Where's the medical team?" The medical staff rushed over. "The base commander has lost a lot of blood and needs a transfusion." "I donate blood. I donate. I know the base commander's blood type. It's the same type. I do it." The soldiers all rushed forward. The doctor looked at them. "Line up, one by one. Healing abilities can repair wounds, but they can't fix the extreme anemia caused by massive blood loss." Inan knew he couldn't help much here, so he picked up his machete and headed downstairs. A series of soldiers took turns guarding the safe zone. The number of zombies was increasing. The makeshift defense wall also showed signs of damage from the zombie swarm. From time to time, a dozen zombies would rush in. The soldiers were tired after fighting for so many days, so Inan immediately asked them to go downstairs and rest. "Shall we all go and rest?" The soldier, as if realizing he misheard, asked again. "You go down," Fusen whispered. Dozens of soldiers retreated upon hearing this, but they didn't dare go far, simply standing behind the two men. Soon, a dozen more enhanced zombies howled and rushed in. Inan concentrated all his resentment on his long sword. He slashed fiercely at several zombies. Each blow killed a whole bunch of zombies. Seeing this, the soldiers realized they were no longer needed here. They retreated, thinking of helping out on the other side. The southeastern guard area was sparsely populated, and the soldiers flocked to join the southeast. We don't need so many people here. You have so few here. Do you really not need more? Really? The soldier in the southeast stood up. We've been holding out here for hours, and we haven't encountered a single zombie. Shuh, this is strange, really weird. What's weird about it? Maybe there are fewer zombies in the southeast. As the soldiers were talking, Enon, who had just been slashing with her sword, came over with her sword in hand. All of a sudden, everyone fell silent, staring at the woman with incredible fighting power. There's movement over there. Enon's voice was faint. What's that? I didn't hear anything. A soldier looked to the southeast, where only the high wall erected by the Earth-type psychic stood. Yeah, I didn't hear anything either. No, I think I faintly heard someone talking. As the soldier shouted, all the soldiers grabbed their nearby guns and pointed them at the high wall, taking alert. Then, voices grew closer, accompanied by the sound of dense footsteps. No wonder there aren't so many zombies in the southeast. It seems Hong Bing and his gang still have some remnants. The soldier muttered indignantly. Everyone, prepare for battle. The next moment, a cloud of black mist rose from the ground. A slender, black-gloved hand grasped the muzzle of a gun. Don't shoot, we're on the same side. The soldier stared at the black-hooded man who suddenly appeared before him. For a moment, he was taken aback. Frightened, he took several steps back. Ghost. Ghost. The other soldiers were also puzzled. How did this man suddenly appear? Chi, why are you here? Enon stepped forward. He met those dark eyes, barely visible in the shadows. Captain. Chi Xian smiled and stepped forward. Chi patted his shoulder. The two of them said everything without words. Not only Brother Yi, we're here too. Gao Chong's voice tinged with pride. The soldiers looked over. They saw a group of psychics climbing up the defensive wall. The leader was none other than the tall and sturdy Gao Chong. Grinning with a heroic demeanor, he leaped from the defensive wall and strode towards Enon and the others. We've been helping you clear the zombies in the back. Tell me how much supplies you owe me. Amidst his laughter, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Chi Ye's cold, resolute profile. Gao Chong suppressed his smile and stood properly. More and more psychics climbed in. There were a full 200 or 300 of them. In addition to Shadow and Gao Chong's future base. Dozens of people had also arrived from Wang Shiheng's fortress base. Everyone, how are you? Wang Xing followed slowly, fanning himself as usual. Enon was completely baffled. She looked at Chi Yi. Thank you. No need to thank me. When the army is in trouble, I naturally want to help. Chi Ye's words were concise and to the point. He then looked at Gao Chong and the others. How will we arrange our manpower? The entire Glory Base has 5 districts, a vast area. Most of them are now overrun by zombies, but supplies haven't been collected yet, and the survivors haven't been settled. Enon said, looking at Chi Yi, you arrived just in time. We're short on manpower. Soon. Under Lu Qi's assignment, Chi Ye's men joined Enon and his group in clearing supplies from District 03 of the Glory Base. This time, Dawn Base brought 10 space-based psychics, and Morning Base brought 6. Among Chi Ye's group, 9 space-based psychics were also present. These space-based psychics were divided into teams, and under the protection of powerful psychic teams, they went to various areas to collect supplies. Enon, due to his infinite spatial capacity, was responsible for the entire supply area of Area 03. Area 03 is also the most important and central area of Glory Base. It includes the research building, the main control building, the base's high-rise residential areas, and other places with concentrated supplies. Before leaving, Enon made a special trip to check on Goose's condition. He was still unconscious. Not only that, his condition seemed to have worsened. He was suffering from a severe fever due to extreme anemia and infection from a lacerated wound. Though lying there, his brow was furrowed, and cold sweat drenched him. He seemed to be enduring intense pain. The medical department was in a state of panic. In the apocalypse, various medical measures were ineffective. Medical care had also declined significantly. Enon immediately healed him. Under the faint green healing air, Goose's brow relaxed slightly. She heard him mutter something. Enon leaned in closer. She could only vaguely hear the word Hong. A dozen minutes later, Enon left the medical room. Doctors filed in and took over Enon's duties. Is the situation improving? Lu Qi's eyes were filled with worry. Enon nodded, looking thoughtfully at Lu Qi. Do you know where Minister Hani is now? Lu Qi shook his head. The exact location is unknown, but if nothing happened, he should still be at Glory Base. Find him, Enan said, drawing his long sword and heading towards the parked helicopters. The helicopters were already full. They were all the people who had set out for Area 03. Chapter 300. In addition to the people Qi brought, there was also a portion of the main force from Xinghe Base arriving this time. Excellent deployment. On the helicopter. Enan spoke first. According to the information they provided, Area 03 has a total of 14 high-rise buildings, 2 safe havens, and over 20 unidentified structures. We need to complete the search of the entire Area 03 within today. The workload is considerable, so you all need to work separately. As soon as possible, we will determine the specific supply situation in each building. I will collect the supplies one by one based on the information you have provided. As he spoke, Enan unfolded the simple map Lu Qi had just given him. Instantly, everyone gathered around to examine it carefully. On the map, some floors were marked, but some remained unknown. The 3 high-rise residential buildings must have a lot of supplies. I lead a team there, Song Yin said quickly. Enan glanced at her and nodded in relief. Okay, leave the high-rise residence to Yin Yin. There couldn't be any survivors inside, especially considering those Glory Base executives who didn't know which way to turn. Enan was most reassured by Song Yin's decisive and ruthless execution. Kill them if they needed to, and don't waste time talking to them. This research building is the tallest, and the 2 smaller buildings around it are probably closely related to it. I suspect they're affiliated experimental buildings. Hearing Fu Sun's words, Enan looked at the area he pointed to. He agreed. This area is crucial. I intend to start there. I need a strong team to fully cooperate with me. Who will do it? I will. 3 voices. They said it in unison. Chung Su looked at Qi Yi and Fu Sun. He immediately leaned back, avoiding their sharp attack. I'm not going. You guys fight. Fu Sun glanced at Qi Yi, who was speaking very little, his eyes lowered as he stared at the map. His brows furrowed slightly. He looked at Enan and said softly, Enan, I'm with you. Enan glanced at Qi Yi across from him. Both of them were extremely skilled fighters. But Fu Sun was her chosen boyfriend, so naturally she favored him more. Okay. Enan nodded. Big sister, you're so partial to this handsome guy. What's your relationship? Seeing his supposed leader being outplayed, Gao Chong, who had been listening silently, became curious. He remembered well that this arrogant handsome guy and the peacock-like handsome man had both given him a good beating for this big sister. So here comes the question. Which of them is her real match? My boyfriend, of course. Enan said frankly. Qi Yi's downcast eyes flickered slightly, a hint of dark mist lingering in them. Oh my god, how many boyfriends do you have? As soon as Gao Chong asked this, everyone in the helicopter looked over. Their expressions varied. Some watched the show, some looked stern, some were surprised, and some had complicated looks. Chung Su was the most shocked. He'd never seen a hunk with even lower emotional intelligence than him in his lifetime. Chung Su sneered inwardly. As if provoked by Chung Su's blatant disdain, Gao Chong's temper flared up. Brother, what's with that expression? You called me brother? What's wrong with calling you brother? At the base, everyone who sees me has to call me Brother Chung. Uh-huh. Gao Chong laughed. Sorry, in my heart, I only recognize Brother Yi as my big brother. A man in black beside Qi Yi looked at Gao Chong and poured cold water on him. You talk better than you sing. It was you who stole our boss's supplies back then. Gao Chong shut up. He moved away from the man in black who was glaring at him coldly, then looked at Enan and as if nothing had happened. Big sister, you haven't answered my question yet. Enan didn't bother to pay attention to him, just silently unscrewing the bottle and drinking. Chung Su quickly replied, Our boss doesn't have many boyfriends. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Before he could finish his words, Song Yin covered his mouth tightly. Enan choked on the water. If this wasn't a rumor, what was it? Chung Su panicked and shut up. Only I can go to the research building. Qi Yi's voice, a little colder than usual, rang out. Qi Xian slowly leaned back in his chair, his pale gray eyes knowingly observing his former captain, who had always been aloof, now acting in a different light. It seemed he hadn't expected Qi Yi to fight for the research area. Enan remained silent, letting them decide for themselves. Only you can go? Fu Sun's tone rose, and he smiled faintly, shaking his head slowly. There was a hint of irony in his smile. The shadows remained silent, waiting quietly for their leader to make a decision. The atmosphere inside the rather spacious helicopter grew inexplicably tense. My dark ability can penetrate walls. With a research building so tall and so densely packed with isolation, I can conduct a large-scale inspection in record time. Chi spoke clearly and coherently. For the first time, his dark eyes stared directly at Fu Sun. The sharpness and coldness within them carried a powerful determination. He continued, "If you can do better than me, I will give up." Fu Sun, hearing this, knew that this so-called shadow boss, whom he was unfamiliar with, was truly competing with him. He sat up straight, the aura of a long-time leader in a high position now indescribably overwhelming. A pair of solemn and cold eyes stared across at Chi. Just as he was about to say something, Chi's voice continued, "But obviously you can't do it, so this area belongs to the shadow." It was a naked provocation and declaration of war. Fu Sun's eyes grew grim. "Captain Shadow, you think you're so strong? Let's have a duel after the helicopter lands. I won't accept such a waste of team time at this moment. Let Captain Ian decide on this matter." Chi refused the duel. The moment a pair of cold, black eyes turned to Ian, the chill faded slightly. Facing such a sharp opponent as Chi, Ian felt a little unaccustomed. She pondered for a few seconds. Chi's combat abilities were undoubtedly superior to Fu Sun's. Fu Sun's abilities were more functional. And his dark-type ability, capable of teleporting through walls, combined with his poison-type ability to invisibly kill large numbers of zombies, made him a formidable opponent for wide-area scouting. She gently squeezed Fu Sun's hand in comfort. "Then, Shadow, please follow me to the research building." She hadn't expected Ian to choose this. Fu Sun's eyes trembled. Though his face remained expressionless, a feeling of discomfort clung to his chest. Soon, the remaining areas were assigned. Ian repeatedly urged everyone to keep an eye on Hongyi's survival. As the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command, Hongyi had appeared on television several times. So, most people recognized him. After everything was arranged, Ian and the Shadow team successfully landed on the rooftop of the research building. The future base, led by Gao Chong, and the fortress base, led by Wang Xiang, proceeded to the small buildings on either side of the research building for inspection. All team leaders carried the walkie-talkies distributed by Ian for easy communication. Chapter 301. The Shadow's combat capabilities are incredibly strong. This organization was born for assassination. Almost everyone is proficient in various combat techniques against zombies. Led by Chi, who possessed both dark and poison abilities, they quickly charged from the rooftop into the building. Qixian joined them. Although he possessed 3 abilities, water, ice, and identification. Almost 2 of these abilities were supportive. His combat effectiveness was also extremely strong. While not as strong as Chi's, he could still crush most shadow users. With them, Ian-An's life was much easier. She relied almost entirely on Chi's walkie-talkie reports to gather supplies. When encountering any zombie she missed, she would simply unleash her abilities to kill them. Their efficiency was exceptional. Ian could see that Hong Bing attached great importance to scientific research. Not only was the research building at Glory Base fully equipped, but most of the base's limited power supply went to the research building. She collected everything along the way, from large scientific equipment to small pieces of research reports. Wherever she went, she cleaned it out. In less than half an hour, the shadows had ripped through the entire building. In the first floor lobby, everyone collapsed on the floor to rest. They took the water Qixian poured and guzzled it. "Want some water?" Qixian handed the last bottle to Qi, who was resting against the wall. Qi shook his head in denial. He looked at Qixian and asked, in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Which 5? Qixian didn't register the question for a moment. But then, a thought struck him. A strange expression crossed his face, and Qixian could only twist the bottle cap to hide his discomfort. "I only know about Lu Qi and Fu Sun. The others?" Qixian hesitated. Why did Chengsu say 5? He was there most of the time. So where did the 5 come from? Could there be something he didn't know? Qi assumed Qixian didn't want to talk about it. He pursed his lips and remained silent. A momentary silence fell between them. A minute later, Qi asked, "Where are you ranked?" "Huh?" Qixian was stunned. He took a step back, feeling the bitterness in his mouth. I'm not among them." His pale gray eyes drooped as he spoke. As Qi stared at him with slight shock, Qixian continued, "And spends her days either killing zombies or running around the city. I don't even get many opportunities to be alone with her. Not to mention she's always surrounded by so many outstanding men." Qi's fingers tightened around the dagger. He hadn't considered that Qixian wasn't among her potential boyfriends. There were 5. But Qixian wasn't one of them. As a former teammate, a comrade who shared a deep understanding. He knew how good he was. Kind, gentle, tolerant, generous to others and strict with himself. More often than not, he gave silently, asking nothing in return. If Qi Xian couldn't become her boyfriend with all his qualities, then what right did that man just now have? Qi sheathed the dagger, feeling a mixture of sadness, pain, and mockery. Mocking himself was also mocking reality. Ever since he met her in City Eye, he's seen something between the men who came for her. It took him a long time to compel himself to accept the possibility that she already had a loved one. Today, he learned who this loved one was. There were actually 5. A strong sense of resentment rose from Chiya's heart. His voice was low and hoarse, a hint of coldness. So what are her criteria for choosing a man? Qi Xian sighed silently and leaned against the wall. The chatter of the shadow power users filled the background. It made the conversation less tense. Maybe it's strength. Commander Liu and young Master Fu are both quite capable. That's all? Qi Xian glanced at Qi Yi. His wispy hair obscured his eyes, making it hard to discern his emotion. I can't really explain my feelings. Anan and I confessed our feelings, and she said. Qi Yi listened intently. But Qi Xian didn't say anything else. Qi Yi looked at him. What did she say? Qi Xian thought of Yin An's words that day. I'm attracted to you. I had the same feeling for another man over 2 months ago. He then embellished her words. Anan said, she's attracted to more than one person. Swish. The dagger made a sharp, piercing sound. Qi Xian looked at Qi Yi, who was clearly feeling uneasy, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yes. With the new age education they've received, how could they accept multiple men serving one woman, who doesn't want to grow old together, supporting each other and loving each other? But Qi Xian still worried that Qi Yi might do something extreme. As a captain, he had always been aloof and quiet, and no one could fathom his true nature. Qi Xian placed his hand on Qi Yi's shoulder. Captain, I know you like Anan. If you can't accept it, stay away from her. But don't blame her. Qi Yi glanced at Qi Xian, walked forward, and said in a low, hoarse voice, I don't blame her. I only blame myself for being so slow. As he spoke, Qi Yi couldn't help but laugh at himself. After his sister's death, he felt a deep sense of needing to become stronger. He even woke up in his dreams, often blaming himself for his weakness. If he had been stronger, his sister wouldn't have died. He felt almost stubbornly that only by becoming stronger could he protect Anan. Protect the people he cared about. Don't repeat his sister's mistakes. But now, his efforts seemed like a joke. The woman he cared about already had 5 boyfriends. And he, so superfluous. Chapter 302. Anan, striding down from the building, came face to face with Qi Yi. She clutched a stack of reports, her face furious. Damn Hong Bing. They've already detected a problem with the zombie virus inhibitor, and yet they're still injecting it into those psychics. Qi Yi took the report from Anan, and the shadows gathered around. The report clearly stated, it doesn't suppress the zombie virus, it only suppresses mutations within the body, which can lead to more serious consequences. The words were shocking. For a moment, the shadow psychics erupted in curses. My building has been cleaned up. We've made a significant discovery. We've discovered over 100 psychics, all injected with the awakening agent. Gao Chang's voice boomed from the intercom. Anan picked up the intercom. Have you confirmed they haven't been injected with the zombie virus inhibitor? Yes. Gao Chang's response was swift. He still seemed a little worried as he spoke, turning to look at the psychics behind him. You really haven't taken the zombie virus inhibitor, right? I haven't. Me neither. Why would I lie to you? If I haven't taken it, I haven't taken it. Otherwise, I would have told you. Seeing the psychic's assurance, Gao Chang felt relieved. He grinned. Hey, I'm afraid of death, Brother Chang. Don't harm me, or I turn into a zombie, and I'd be back at you. The psychics were puzzled by Gao Chang's words. Why would the zombie virus inhibitor harm you? It's a good thing. Yeah, there are so many of us who want to fight, but we haven't even gotten to it yet. Gao Chang smiled but said nothing. After hearing their entire conversation, Anan set off for Gao Chang's building. Over 100 psychics were being incredibly disciplined. It was as if they knew their base had been destroyed, and that they would have to find a new base to survive the apocalypse. They were incredibly obedient to Anan, Gao Chang, and the others. They practically followed their every command. Although their appearance differed significantly from that of ordinary people due to the psychic awakening agent, their intelligence and rationality were thankfully unaffected. They were essentially no different from ordinary people. Anan quickly gathered her supplies. But just in case, she had Gao Chang wait with the psychics on the first floor. After all, These were psychics who had been injected with the psychic awakening agent. Their physical strength and combat effectiveness were already superior to those of ordinary psychics. If they were mutated into enhanced zombies due to the drug, that would be even stronger. So Enan didn't dare. She had to be extremely vigilant. Enan quickly cleared the entire building. Everyone headed up in an orderly fashion. Gao Chang, leading over 100 enhanced psychics, walked at the rear. Suddenly, Enan, walking in the middle of the group, sensed something. She turned sharply, and saw a psychic with a ferocious expression, clearly about to mutate. "Run!" Enan shouted, and everyone turned to see the mutated psychic. Not only that, the other psychics also began to mutate at an incredibly fast rate. Their already larger than normal size doubled after the mutation. One after another, they chased Enan and the others, roaring wildly. Gao Chang was the worst off. He was closest to the group, and now, frightened, his legs weakened, making it even harder for him to run. Everyone sprinted frantically up the stairs. Ouch! A zombie easily caught up with Gao Chang. Its twice-sized head gaped bloody, its mouth nearly swallowing Gao Chang's skull in one gulp. However, just as Gao Chang was about to be swallowed, Enan and Qi simultaneously yanked him upward. At the same time, their light-based abilities tightly protected the group at the end of the group. Having been flung from left and right by Enan and Qi, Gao Chang, in a moment of panic, realized he had been saved. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he crawled and ran to follow the group upward. Enan and Qi, the two most powerful fighters, brought up the rear. One wielded a long sword, the other a dagger. Poison, light, lightning, and darkness, these abilities intertwined, making it impossible to tell whose power belonged. They fought the zombies with all their might. With a final burst of poisonous mist, the zombie horde was finally effectively halted. Enan's fear ability fully activated, the two quickly ran upward, catching up with the main group. However, Enan hadn't expected the terrifying nature of each of these zombies. They were practically rivaling the smaller zombie kings. They were not only physically formidable, but also intelligent. The previous delay was actually an attempt to avoid the poisonous fog. Enan knew she couldn't win this time. She could only run quickly upwards. Soon, a passageway appeared, and everyone rushed towards it. Behind the passageway was the rooftop and the helicopter. "Hurry, everyone, run! Get out and block the door!" Amidst the crowd's exclamations, most of the shadow members ran out. However, Gao Chang collapsed on the steps. One of his legs was twisted, and he couldn't stand up. In panic, he propped himself up against the wall to avoid blocking the path of those behind him. "Run!" As Qi ran past him, he grabbed his arm and ran up. A frantic swarm of zombies chased Gao Chang's legs. The fear power intimidated the zombies in front, and the zombies behind him flipped over his head. It was an overwhelming force. Brother Yi, you will get me out of here, right? I don't want to die." Gao Chang's face was trembling with fear. Boss! Boss, come out!" Outside the passage, the anxiously waiting shadow members shouted. Enan grabbed Gao Chang's other arm. The passage door was right in front of him. Zombies had already entangled Gao Chang's legs. They bit frantically at his light-enshrouded legs. Although they couldn't hurt Gao Chang at all, the sheer number of zombies still greatly increased the burden on Qi and Enan. Dragging Gao Chang felt like dragging dozens of people. Gao Chang's arms were torn apart with pain. His entire body felt as if it were being torn apart. If it weren't for his physical strength ability, he would have been ripped apart by now. Poisonous fog and black mist rose in all directions. His fear ability was once again overdrawn. Finally, they managed to shake off the dozens of zombies crawling all over Gao Chang's body. Only 8 steps left to the passageway. Qi and Enan sprinted at full speed. Gao Chang stared at their backs and the illuminated passageway in front of him. Zombies behind him paused briefly before closing in again at a breakneck speed. 5 steps. 3 steps. The passageway door was successfully reached. At this point, Gao Chang was once again covered in zombies, and even Qi was tightly grasped by 2 zombies. The zombies bit their bodies frantically. Bite by bite, each bite pierced the light shield. "The zombie wave is coming!" From the shadows, a psychic shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle!" Enan and Qi, who had just burst through the passageway, were suddenly and violently pushed. Enan turned in shock and saw Gao Chang clinging to the door frame with both arms. He blocked the hundreds of enhanced zombies behind him. "Brother Yi, I, Gao Chang, will repay you for saving my life." Chapter 303. The roar trembled with fear. But Gao Chang's grip on the door frame remained firm. With a low roar, His strength ability shook off the zombies. Shut the door. Bang. The passage door was shut firmly by Gao Chang, isolating Chi Ye's misty figure. The gust of wind from the closing door blew Chi Ye's bangs aside, and his eyes, long shrouded in darkness, now held a veil of emotion no one could discern. Gao Chang, open the door. Chi Ye's voice was almost the same as usual, though only Yinan could hear a hint of anxiety. My light shield is still there, Gao Chang, you're still alive. Yinan's voice was calm. Go, go! Go! Behind the door, amid the zombies' roars, Gao Chang's voice pierced his lungs. The zombies' voices grew increasingly excited, banging against the passage door with terrifying noises. Boss, let's go! The helicopter started up, and everyone rushed aboard. Bang! 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 Amid the slamming of the passage door, Chi-Yi was pulled onto the helicopter by the shadow members. Then, extremely terrifying zombies have erupted on many floors. These zombies are extremely powerful. Retreat first and protect yourself. Lu Qi's voice rang out from his bracelet. Followed by a voice from the intercom, all teams, retreat quickly. A large number of enhanced psychics injected with zombie virus inhibitors are beginning to mutate. For your safety, please retreat quickly. All teams, abort operations, and quickly retreat to Dawn Base. One voice after another, extremely urgent. But Chi Ye's face was extremely pale. He seemed to be suppressing some pain. That night, the image of Chi Mei being shot flashed through his mind again and again. The bullet pierced Chi Mei's heart again and again in his mind. The sound gradually overlapped with the sound of zombies banging against the door on the rooftop. Chi Ye's grip tightened. Captain, are you okay? Shi Xian asked concernedly. Chi Yi said nothing. The helicopter slowly took off. But the next second, after a cloud of black mist, Chi Yi appeared on the rooftop below the helicopter. Boss! The shadow members looked out the window in shock. Then, they saw the black mist dissipate even thicker. Chi Yi was gone. Let's go help boss. The helicopter door opened. Just as the shadow members were about to jump out, the black mist reappeared. This time, however, two people were trapped in the black fog. Gao Chang, pale-faced, was dragged by Chi Yi to his feet. He was soaking wet and covered in several bite wounds. The next second, black fog emerged from the helicopter, and the two reappeared inside. Even Yinan was shocked by such a powerful ability. Regardless, his current maximum power level was only level 5. She had always known of his dark power. In his previous life, he had indeed used it to teleport others, but that was after he reached level 7. In this life, he had surprisingly developed this ability so far in advance. Chi met Yinan's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Yinan had already unleashed her healing power to help Gao Chang dispel the virus from his wound. But she had only expelled the virus, and hadn't done anything about the wound. Even so, Gao Chang was deeply grateful, and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, sister. Thank you, brother Yi. He clearly hadn't expected to survive. He leaned back in his seat, gasping for breath. Boss, your dark ability can actually lead others. The members of Shadow were shocked. I just had a sudden realization in a moment of desperation. Chi Ye's voice was faint. It seemed like just a simple realization. But only he knew that in that moment, the immense pain of Chi Mei's death replayed over and over in his mind. Since Chi Mei's death, he no longer wanted to see anyone close to him die because of him. Every time he faced the near death of someone close to him, it was like a dark switch was triggered in his body. He felt the pain of that night replay itself over and over again. I see. Boss, that's amazing. Hey, I want to realize this too. I haven't made any new progress in ages. The members of Shadow chattered. In the apocalypse, a psychic's abilities will develop based on experience, character, ability level, and many other factors. The same ability will have different strengths in the hands of different psychics. Helicopters took off from the sky. All of them flew in an orderly fashion toward Dawn Base. Yinan's wristband suddenly rang. It was Fu Sun's voice, and then, we've found Honey. He's in Building 15, the tallest one, southwest of Area 03. Yinan immediately replied, okay, I'd be there right away. She replied so quickly that she didn't notice the hesitation in Fu Sun's words. Yinan picked up the intercom. Dawn Base Military District. Notified Base Commander Gu so that Chief Hongi has been found in Building 15. Chapter 304. In the dark hallway. Several men wearing white masks kowtowed and begged for mercy. Hong Bing made us do this. Please let me go! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm innocent. We're all innocent. The cries of pleas echoed through the hallway, accompanied by the kowtows. Fu Sun, standing at the head of the crowd, watched coldly. Footsteps sounded behind him. Fu Sun turned. Inan, dusty and exhausted, approached quickly. "Where are you?" "Inside." Inan pushed open the closed door. A foul, pungent smell assaulted her. She immediately understood what was going on, and glanced at the psychics, who were covering their noses. Inan entered, followed closely by Fu Sun. The door closed again. The entire room was pitch black. Only a single window behind a screen shone a light. Inan looked at the screen, and couldn't help but tense. She leaped over the screen with heavy steps. When she saw the old man lying on the bed behind the screen, her whole body seemed to freeze. Most of the old man's body had rotted away, and he was as thin as a skeleton. The tattered rags only partially covered his body. Maggots wriggled in the large bed sores, gnawing at his rotting flesh. His eyes were tightly closed. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even recognize him as the righteous and resolute National Base Military Minister Hongi. This was pure torture, inhumane torture. Inan was filled with anger, and immediately went forward to infuse him with his healing powers. A sudden sound came from outside the door. The door opened again. Gu So, looking pale and sickly, walked in. He and Fu Sun locked eyes. Fu Sun said nothing, simply leaving silently. Gu So walked slowly toward the screen. He walked around it, and spotted Hongi lying on the bed. He had seen him in videos and knew his condition. But seeing this scene with his own eyes still left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. "Uncle, I'm here." Gu So stepped forward. Even with all his might, his voice trembled. It was as if he had heard the voice he had been waiting for. Hongi opened his eyes. But he seemed to lose all strength halfway through. He slowly opened his mouth, a hint of life returning to his aged face. "Sir, I've been waiting for you." Inan looked at the flesh that had been restored by the healing power in his palm. The areas healed by the healing power were no longer rotting, but they were still just a layer of skin, fragile and ready to fall apart at any moment. Gu So held Hongi's hand. But he didn't dare use force, only a gentle grip. His lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but the slight tremor prevented him from uttering a single word. On his pale face, those eyes, so rarely fragile, were now filled with mist. "Seeing you, I can leave with peace of mind." Hongi smiled, placing his other hand on Inan's. "No need. Treatment. It's incurable." All of his organs were damaged and failing. Even if his skin and flesh were repaired, his body would no longer function normally. Inan's hands continued to move. She knew it was incurable, but she still had to give him some respect. Seeing the girl's continued stubbornness, Hongi's smile deepened. He remembered. She was the former captain of the Special Operations Zone team at the National Base. Later, he left the National Base. How could an outstanding psychic, who had left the National Base, appear here again? Hongi wasn't stupid. He spoke with relief. Sure's grown up and found a partner. "Good. This girl is very good." "Great." Inan didn't say anything. She glanced at Gu So. Seeing he didn't object, she didn't say much either. Facing a dying man with not much time left, it was natural to try to comfort him with all the joy possible. "Uncle, Hongbing is dead." Gu So's voice was incredibly hoarse. A tear fell from the corner of Hongi's eye. The moment he saw him coming, he had probably guessed what had happened. "I didn't teach him well. It's my fault." Gu So felt his hand grow colder and colder. His dark eyes fixed on Hongi. "You're not wrong, Dad." Gu So's last word fell. Hongi's eyes widened, filled with joy, emotion, and a great deal of sorrow and pain. His own son had brutally murdered him, yet his adopted child treated him with respect and filial piety, as if he were his own son. It seemed as if he had finally let go. It also seemed as if his body could no longer provide any energy. Hongi's eyes gradually dimmed. But the joy he felt at Gu So's last words lingered on his face for a long time. "Okay, my good son, okay." Gu So knelt heavily beside the bed, holding Hongi's hand tightly from beginning to end. Seeing Hongi like this, Inan knew he was going to die. He had probably held on to this last breath just to see Gu So. Now that he had seen him, he no longer had any regrets. At the last moment, Hongi grasped Inan's hand and gently placed her hand on Gu So's. "Live well." Live. Chapter 305. The setting sun cast a shadow over the earth. A crimson glow illuminated the zombie-strewn Glory base. Now, all that remained was a scattering of zombies and ruins. The helicopter sped towards Dawn Base. Although the battle had been a success, no one's face showed much joy. In the apocalypse, the struggle between humans only deepened suffering and tragedy. No one would truly be the winner. Among them, Enan felt particularly distressed. I had to become stronger. I had to become even stronger. She had a strong desire to advance. The helicopter landed steadily inside Dawn Base. Many non-psychic personnel within cheered upon hearing the news of the victory. The military district was busy with the aftermath. Enan wanted to talk to Lu Qi and Gu Su about the base merger. But they were too busy. Even the wounded Gu Su was quickly involved in various meetings. She couldn't reach anyone. Beep. The host has captured a base. 5,000 points added. Beep. The sub-base system has been activated, and a scan of sub-base 007 has begun. Sub-base 007 has an area of 81,099 square meters, earning 81,099 bonus points. Sub-base 007 has a total of 532 members, earning 53,200 bonus points, starting to enter loyalty information into the 007 base system. Beep. 5 individuals with unqualified loyalty have been detected. Since sub-bases lack automatic ejection systems, the host must remove these individuals. The host is now receiving a list of individuals. Points will be deducted for unqualified loyalty individuals, minus 500 points. Host, please quickly deploy the intelligent loyalty detection gate and clear the base. The sudden system voice startled Enan. No. Where did the sub-base come from? The next second, Xing Yi's voice rang through his bracelet. And then, I found a small base for you from a corner of S City. Are you happy? His voice held a seductive rhythm, a soft smile permeating every tone. Gentle and sexy. Enan lowered his eyes, a smile curling his lips. Satisfied, keep searching? Yes, Queen Enan. As Xing Yi finished speaking, a man's disgruntled voice echoed behind him. How can our base be considered a corner? We're so blessed with talented people and beautiful scenery. Clearly a former member of the 007 sub-base. Enan didn't ask Xing Yi how he had conquered the sub-base. Because she had roughly understood, from reading some of the messages Jiang He and the others had sent, that he had been helping them build and search for a base in City S. With Jiang He watching over them, it wouldn't be a problem. As for how he had managed to win her over, Enan didn't want to know any further. Feeling someone approaching from behind, Enan hung up the phone. I have something to say, so I won't say any more. She turned around and met Chiya's dark eyes. He clearly had something to ask her. Enan didn't ask any more questions, but waited quietly for him to speak. Chi walked over to Enan and stood in front of her. I want to apply. Enan was puzzled. Apply? Chiya's eyes, dark and calm, now stared at Enan, a glint in their glow. Yes, I want to know, what are your criteria for selection? Enan's first reaction was. He was joining their galaxy base. She was instantly delighted. This was Chi. Chi, the combat prowess of the moment. She couldn't contain her joy, and after a moment's reflection, she said, probably a certain level of ability, responsibility, and a willingness to betray. Okay, I meet all those criteria. Enan naturally knew Chi met those criteria. She stepped forward and shook his hand, her face a tearful, friendly expression, like a comrade meeting a friend. Of course, I know you meet those criteria. Welcome, welcome. Chi lowered his eyes, as he watched Enan tightly grasp his hand. His obsidian eyes gazed at Enan's face. Are you so happy I'm joining? Enan answered without hesitation, of course. You're so outstanding. So for you, simply being outstanding is enough? What else? Doesn't being outstanding mean? Enan was completely bewildered. She stared at Chiya's dark eyes, which grew darker and darker. Her intuition told her that he seemed unhappy. As intelligent as Enan was, she immediately realized something was amiss. She let go of Chiya's hand, and was about to ask if he meant joining the base. Chi had already spoken. You're being too casual. A myriad of emotions surged in his eyes, so complex and subtle that it was hard to discern a single detail. Enan immediately understood. She grabbed Chiya's departing figure and quickly asked, when you say joining, don't you mean joining my base? Chi stopped in his tracks. No, I mean becoming your boyfriend. His Adam's apple moved slightly, swallowing the bitterness, and uttered the last 2 words. 1. At that moment, Enan felt the heat of their skin touching, so intense that it burned her palms. She let go. Then that's not the condition. Chi turned and looked at her quietly, waiting for her to continue. Enan choked. That's right. What were her criteria for choosing a partner? She had never delved into it. It was probably just a matter of liking and being attracted to each other, and then they got together. Take your time to think about it. Chi saw Enan's embarrassment and thought the conditions were too many. Enan smiled awkwardly. The faces of Lu Qi and Fu Sun flashed through her mind. She tried to find common traits between them. Handsome. Tall. Capable. Treat her well. What else? Enan blushed. Big. Does that count? Enan rubbed her nose and finally offered the most respectable answer. Mutual affection, I guess. That's it? Yes, that's it. What kind do you prefer? Enan hadn't expected Chi-Yi to press further. His dark eyes beneath his bangs were earnest and persistent. He seemed determined not to give up until he got the answer. Enan could only bite the bullet and answer. Tall, handsome, and treats me well. She didn't mention the last one, big. For no other reason than to save face. Chapter 306. Enan, I'm going to find the base. Since I've worked so hard, you must remember to think of me. Xing Yi's voice suddenly rang out from the bracelet. This peacock's charming voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, resonated particularly loudly in the quiet house. Enan immediately turned off the bracelet's sound. Chi pursed his lips, his eyes dimming. After a pause of about half a minute, he looked at Enan again. How many boyfriends has this been? Enan's pupils dilated. This one. This one isn't even this one. Enan was frustrated. What do you mean by also? Chi couldn't help but smile bitterly. His inner pride gave him countless urges to leave. But he couldn't. Gazing at the pair of lively eyes so close to him, Chi took a step forward. Under the dim afterglow of the setting sun, the two were incredibly close. So close that Enan could feel the energy fluctuations and body temperature all around him. Then do my height and appearance match? Chi-Ye's voice was low and soft, a hint of hoarseness and melancholy. Enan carefully examined the familiar man before him. The same black hood, the same messy hair. His dark eyes were deep and sharp, carrying a gloomy, aloof coldness. His nose was set, his features were sharp, and his lips were tightly pursed. Aside from a certain aloofness that made people afraid to approach him, such a man was perfect in every way. How could he not match? Enan nodded seriously. Okay. As if relieved, Chi-Ye's eyelashes drooped slightly. Then if I just focus on the third point, I can be your boyfriend, right? The afterglow fell on his eyelashes, casting countless tiny, fragmented lights. His pupils, reflecting the faint light, were extremely serious. This time, he fixed his gaze on Enan, seemingly seeing through her soul. Enan's heart trembled violently. She calmly withdrew her gaze. She forced herself to remain calm. That's about it. After saying this, she regretted it again. Be good to her. What an abstract concept. How is this different from simply accepting it? It's just a formality. I haven't reported it to the other two yet. While Enan was blaming herself, Chi continued, I won't be back in shadow for a while. I be by your side protecting you. Enan's heart skipped a beat. She was surrounded by so many men now that they were on the verge of a fight. This was truly bad news for her. Enan, the logistics department might need you. Fu Sun's voice approached from afar. Finally, it stopped outside the door. Enan, are you in there? I'm here. The door was wide open. Fu Sun's smile faltered the moment he saw Chi. As if displeased with their close proximity, he strode forward and led Enan away. The two of them headed for the supplies department, with Chi trailing behind. The crowds of people came and went, and many psychics cast gossipy glances at the three. Finally unable to bear Chi-Ye's constant following behind Enan, Fu Sun's voice was a bit cold. Is the head of Shadow so idle? He truly had no interest in any man trying to get close to Enan. Even more so than a man like Chi-Yi, who was so excellent in every way, and the obscure but unconcealed concern in his eyes. He was only partial to Enan. Chi-Yi didn't respond to Fu Sun's words, as if he were a dispensable object. He turned to Enan. I have another question. Enan forced composure. Ask. Is there an elimination system in your boyfriend management system? Enan, who had just entered the supply warehouse, paused. She turned to look at Chi-Yi, her palms sweating. What elimination system? For example, should anyone who's not as good as me be kicked out? Ignoring Fu Sun's scowl, Enan turned and left. She ran as fast as her legs could carry her. She was practically running for her life. Ignoring the conversation between Fu Sun and Chi-Yi behind her, Enan seemed to have awakened a speed-related ability and rushed into the supply management office like the wind. Ms. Ean? Yes, it's me. Enan took a few deep breaths. Okay, please move the supplies from Area 03 out. We need to sort and count them. Okay. The next moment, a mountain of supplies appeared on the warehouse floor. The people in the supply department retreated in shock. Is there any space left? I have plenty. Yes, Miss Ean, please follow me. Enan followed the staff to the warehouse next door and released another large amount of supplies. This was the end of the collection from Area 03. Thank you very much. The woman thanked him repeatedly, but Inan waved her hand. You're welcome. She wasn't working for nothing. She caught a glimpse of Fu Sun and Chi Yi approaching from a distance behind the crowd. One in front of the other, their expressions were grim. It was clear they had just had a less than pleasant conversation. Inan felt like she was going to die. She lowered her head and scurried around, trying to find a place where she wouldn't be found. Just as Inan squeezed through the crowd and passed the door of a building, a large hand reached out and grabbed her arm. With a powerful force, Inan was pulled into the building. She looked at Goose straight back and, without struggling, followed him obediently all the way to his office. This was the central control building of the Dawn base. Goose's office was on the top floor. There were military guards. The security level was extremely high. As soon as she entered Goose's office, Inan found a sofa and sat down. A can of drink appeared in her hand, and she gulped it down. It seemed as if she had finally been able to catch her breath. You're so polite. It's like being home. Goose's voice was a mixture of teasing and resignation. Inan was not pretentious. After several days of continuous combat, everyone was exhausted, and she was no exception. She slumped on the sofa, lazily watching Goose, who was leaning against the conference table. He looked much better. A psychic's ability to recover is inherently superior to that of an ordinary person, let alone a dual-powered psychic like him. He seemed to have recovered from the grief he endured at Glory Base. He was as calm and composed as ever, with a somewhat languid expression. But Inan knew that any serenity was merely a different form. Once a wound is inflicted, it remains forever, deep within the heart. It might occasionally lash out, but it won't kill you outright. She understood the feeling. Inan smiled. After all, it'd soon be a single base, and it'd be home. She brought the topic to the forefront, bluntly expressing her desire for Gusu to join her. Gusu, with a lazy smile on his face, didn't elaborate, simply asking, do you mean to form an alliance with Dawn Base? You say alliance, then it's an alliance. Inan looked at the old fox before her, and took another long gulp of her drink. She sat up straight, her expression serious. Gusu, nothing will change about Dawn Base after you join. You still be the one in charge, and the members will continue to do what they want. She was always quick and decisive in her words and actions. After finishing her words in one breath, Inan continued, the only change for you is that you receive a large amount of material support from me. I will give the base a major overhaul in terms of construction, production, food, daily necessities, weapons, and so on. She spoke with great authority. Even while sitting, she exuded a very convincing leadership. Goose's deep, dark eyes gazed at Inan. He smiled faintly. Inan was not intimidated either, her eyes filled with openness. You know, Dawn Base is such a large territory, with so many members. Once they join, they will receive a huge amount of points. And points will continue to flow to her in the future. She won't have to worry about not being able to provide them with supplies. After a few seconds, Goose sighed softly, you don't have to promise so much. If you want the position of base commander, I give it to you. The moment she jumped from the helicopter to save him, he had already made up his mind. Even if she wanted the entire base, he would give it to her. Hearing Goose say this, Inan was a little incredulous. She understood better than anyone the principle of giving before you receive. So she provided missiles and manpower, all for the purpose of taking over Dawn Base. But when Goose actually said he would give it to her, she was a little incredulous. This was Goose. This was Dawn Base. Inan walked towards Goose. Serious? Of course. Okay, come, sign the contract. Inan said, and took out the contract. She looked clearly impatient. Goose noticed her impatience, and his smile widened. How many ammunition can I buy you with my joining? A sudden feeling of being seen through rose in Inan's heart. She cursed this old fox for seeing through everything. But she still blinked innocently. What do you mean by buying ammunition? I acquired the base purely to serve the people. You know, you love blinking when you lie. Goose's smile deepened. Even the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of smile. But this smile was strangely doting. This doting, reflected in Inan's eyes, seemed to reveal a deep love. Inan thought of the system's words about the maximum favorability level. Alarm bells immediately rang in Inan's mind. A sense of danger, like a harem on fire, hammered furiously through her nerves. She coughed lightly, her tone becoming serious and cold, her manner businesslike and polite. Sign it. He saw the shift in her expression. Goose went on strike. He pinched the contract between his index and middle fingers and flung it back lightly. I won't sign it. I'm upset. Chapter 307. The contract landed lightly on the conference table behind Gusu. Just as Enan's heart sank. How could she not understand? Meeting Gusu's calm, inky eyes, Enan gritted her teeth and said, "If Dawn Base joins, it will naturally be my most important development area." Most? Yes. Undoubtedly. No. Enan shook her head quickly, thinking, just try to get by first. Gusu's lips curled up slightly in a smile. Well, in that case, I think I deserve a few privileges. More privileges? Enan felt she'd been fooled by his casual manner. She truly believed his lies about him easily handing over control of the base to her. You say. The two words practically spitted out between Enan's teeth. Gusu turned and took the contract from the conference table, then slowly went to the other side to fetch a pen. His shoulder injury hadn't fully healed, so his movements were limited, yet he was surprisingly graceful and agile. Leaning back against the conference table, Gusu's dark eyes scanned Enan's less than stellar expression, a lazy smile still playing on his lips. He lowered his head and flipped to the last page of the contract. With a flick of his pen, he wrote the word supplementary conditions. Seeing that Gusu was still writing it down on the contract, Enan knew he was serious. First, I want the position of Deputy Base Director, the only Deputy Base Director. Enan blinked. The Deputy Base Director position at the base was indeed vacant, and most of the work was being handled by Ren Yu, Song Yin, Chung Su, and Jiang He. The position of Coordinator of all departments was still vacant. However, she had always intended to reserve the position of Deputy Base Commander for Lu Qi after he joined. Seeing Enan's hesitation, Gusu remained calm and waited for her response. After much reflection, Enan concluded that Gusu's leadership abilities were no less than Lu Qi's, and that the specific responsibilities of the position were still determined by her, the base commander. She relented, yes, but Deputy Base Commander isn't second only to Lu Qi. Ability comes with responsibility. If anything goes wrong in any of my departments, I be held accountable, and you be the first to be held accountable. It's not a big deal. I agree. Gusu nodded. Enan added, also, the Deputy Base Commander and the heads of each department need to work together. No one person can have a single opinion. While she approved of Gusu's position, she still couldn't allow anyone in her base to have absolute power other than her. Besides her, all powers must be balanced. Gusu suddenly smiled. He shook his head. You're mistaken. I'm not particularly interested in managing your base. Then what do you want? As Deputy Base Commander, it's enough for me to decide the work arrangements for the district chiefs. Enan understood. Gusu's target wasn't her galaxy base. It was district chiefs like Fu Sun. What kind of Deputy Base Commander was he? Isn't he just an administrator for the district chiefs? Enan suddenly felt that letting Gusu manage the district chiefs was a waste of talent. She immediately said magnanimously, then do as I said. As Deputy Base Commander, you naturally have management authority over the district chiefs. Gusu's smile widened. I make a note of it. Go ahead. Seeing him write it down with such composure, Enan continued, what about the second point? Second item? Gusu finished writing it down, his wound seemingly aching. He sat back in his chair, leaning back lazily as he looked at Enan. After joining, Dawn Base won't be an ordinary sub-base, but a unique special zone. He emphasized the word only. Special zone? Yes, a special zone. Naturally, we must vigorously develop it. Enan frowned slightly, as if pondering. I will naturally vigorously develop Dawn Base. That's no problem. Then you must come often, Gusu added suddenly. Enan nodded. Yes, of course I must come often. If I need to contact you, you be given the highest priority, higher than all the sub-base heads. Hearing this, Enan paused in thought. What could Gusu possibly be asking for? With his abilities, he wouldn't bother her most of the time. For him to contact her, it must be something important. It made perfect sense for him to have a higher priority. Thinking of this, Enan nodded. No problem. Gusu immediately and proudly wrote down the second item. He was in his recording room. It was already dark outside. The dim light from the room cast a shadow between the two of them. It was as if they were back in their first conversation. Also in this very room. But back then, he had offered her every possible advantage to join him. Now, it was she who was coaxing him into joining her base. The fateful cycle between the two of them left Enan momentarily dazed. Meeting Gusu's dark eyes, which were fixed on her again, she couldn't help but smile. Anything else, my Deputy Base Commander? Hearing her soft, gentle voice, Gusu's dark eyes flickered with a mixture of light and dark. That's all for now. Enan wore a smile. But inwardly, she couldn't help but grumble. After signing the contract, no more additions, not even a single one. Gusu lowered his eyes and signed his name with a swagger. Anne's heartbeat quickened. She stepped forward and took the signed contract. His handwriting was vigorous and powerful, yet also elegant and free-flowing, like a dragon moving freely and effortlessly. The elegant Gusu ended with the two words. It was indescribably beautiful. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Unlike the previous mechanical tone, it seemed to carry a surge of energy. Beep, detected that the host has conquered a base. 5,000 points added. Beep, the sub-base system is activated, and a scan of the special branch base begins. The special branch base has a land area of 27,892,555 square meters, with a reward of 27,892,555 points. The total number of members in the special branch base is 37,899, with a reward of 3,789,900 points, starting to enter the loyalty system for the special branch base. Beep, all loyalty levels are qualified. A massive amount of points. Anne's heartbeat is accelerating. The system's voice continues. Beep, the host has detected 31,860,000 points. The base has expanded more than tenfold, and all stats have met the standards. Reward, host base system upgrade. The system upgrade has been officially successful, costing 20 million points. Anne is stung by the fact that he spent so many points on the forced upgrade. Second level base system rewards are being released. Reward 1. A comprehensive upgrade of the interstellar photon communication array, adding global satellite positioning capabilities and increasing coverage to global coverage. Anne is shocked. If that's the case, it's even more impressive than Beidou. Not only that, she won't need to build a communication tower anymore. Reward 2. Comprehensively improve the favorability system. Each top-quality handsome man with the maximum favorability level who joins the base will receive 1 million points. Each time a top-quality handsome man with the maximum favorability level agrees to a date request, 20 million points will be awarded. The host's previously lost points will now be refunded. Beep, the host has successfully received 17,900,000 points from Lu Qi. Beep, the host has successfully received 17,900,000 points from Fu Sun. Beep, the host has successfully received 900,000 points from Qi Xian. Beep, the host has successfully received 900,000 points from Xing Yi. Gusu, with the maximum favorability level, has been detected to have joined the base. Beep, the host has successfully received 1 million points from Gusu. Chapter 308. Anne looked at the 50,460,000 points on the points panel. So cool. Although the forced upgrade of the base system cost 20 million points, I didn't expect my points to increase after the upgrade. Reward 3. Unlock the base function system. Base functions are divided into 5 levels based on position size: S, B, C, and D. Level D, all psychic team captains and production team captains. Level C, deputy directors of all base departments and those in charge of functional departments with over 100 personnel. Level B, directors of all base departments. Level A, district heads and military commander Ren Yu, logistics commander Jiang He, inspector general Song Yin, and psychic commander Cheng Su. Level S, deputy base director. Beep. From now on, every increase in contribution value of each functional department will grant the host bonus points and additional rewards. For every 100 contribution points increase in functional departments at level B and below, the host will receive 1 point. For every 10 contribution points increase in A and S level functional departments, the host gains 1 point. For every 10,000 contribution points increase in A and S level functional departments, the host receives a random power orb. Reward 4. What else? Activate the love point reward system. All official boyfriends automatically activate the love point system, starting at 0 and capped at 10,000. Love points increase based on the interactions and shared experiences between the two. Increasing love points also grants the host random rewards. The higher the love points, the richer the random rewards. Hosts who reach the maximum love points will receive the ultimate grand prize. Currently, Lu Qi's love points are 160, and Fu Sun's are 50. All love points are too low. Host, please give me more sweets. Level 2 base rewards have all been distributed. Host, please continue to vigorously develop and bring prosperity to the base. The system's voice faded. Anne quickly digested the 2 newly added systems. Gusu's voice rang out. Are you stupid? Anne came back to her senses and met his inky black eyes. She was now itching to make something happen, happily wanting to find a place to stock up on all the supplies she needed. She had never had so many points before, and the gifts given by this system upgrade were truly generous. Anne's desire for points was now intense. Besides all the loyalty and devotion, she had figured it out. She was going to start a harem. Handsome guy, right? Come on, come on. But despite her thoughts, Anne never let her desires show on the surface. She was better at persuading people to take the bait. So, despite a dramatic shift in her mindset in a short period of time, Anne's face remained expressionless. It was as if she had simply been distracted. She looked at Gusu, and for the first time, she began to actively unleash her charm. When it came to seduction, Anne had a natural knack for it. Her already strikingly beautiful face was now hazy in the dim light, her bright eyes gazing deeply at Gusu. She hesitated to speak. He seemed perplexed by her baffling transformation. Gusu sat up straight and stood up. What's wrong? His words were filled with concern. Anne immediately deployed all the acting skills she learned in college, blending them with her naturally acquired charm. She stood on tiptoe and embraced Gusu. The fragrance and warmth of the girl's hair filled her embrace, and she carefully avoided his hand on his shoulder. Even if Gusu remained calm, he couldn't contain his throbbing now. The place where their two touched seemed to ignite a searing fire, burning him to the point of abandoning his armor. Glad you joined me. Anne's voice was muffled as she burrowed into Gusu's neck. This soft whisper was tinged with a touch of coquettishness and allure. The warm air tickled Gusu's skin. Gusu lowered his eyes, and now there was no trace of ice in them, as if they had melted into magma, leaving only an unquenchable heat. He raised his hand, about to touch her back. Anne released him again. The warmth, along with the fragrance, retreated. Gusu's raised hand froze, then he lowered it again. It was as if he were embraced by the whole world, and then abandoned by it. His dark eyes fixed on her, ignoring the chaotic rhythm of his heart. He was about to say something. Anne had already spoken. I'd be busy now. Then she turned and left. Like a gust of wind. The door closed again. The room returned to calm. Gusu, however, stood still. After a moment, he tilted his head to look at his chest and the neck and shoulders that had just been bathed in heat. He chuckled softly. How wicked. Anne, now exiting the building, was in high spirits. Old fox, let's see how long you can hold back. She quickly found a room, slipped inside, and opened the points panel. The base function panel and the relationship panel had now been added to the space. The values on them matched the values just released by the system. Anne ignored them, concentrating on studying the points panel. She was currently at level 3. Upgrading to level 4 required 90,000 points. 90,000 points had been extremely valuable to Anne before, but now, she had a mountain of them. Anne clicked upgrade. The points panel has been upgraded to level 4. Continue upgrading. The points panel has been upgraded to level 5. Spending 120,000 points, Anne clicked upgrade again, but it stopped working. The points panel shouldn't be upgraded too quickly. Please try again in 3 months. It seems there are still upgrade limits. Anne opened the level 5 points panel. The higher the points panel level, the fewer new items are unlocked. Currently, only 2 new sections have been added to the level 5 points panel: weapons and superpowers. Weapons. Level 5. Superpower energy cannon. For 100,000 points each, system-produced superpower cannons, capable of releasing destructive energy beams imbued with superpower energy, destroying all enemies. Anne's eyes lit up. Superpower cannon. If I placed one among the zombies, wouldn't I be able to fire at them non-stop? She immediately spent 800,000 points to buy 2. The cannons were 3 meters in diameter, and had a superpower tube on top. I think it's for crystal core concentrate. Particle shield. 100,000 points each. System made, a shield composed of a particle force field, capable of resisting all forms of attack. Great stuff. Anne bought 10 for 1 million points. Superpower. Level 5. Intermediate crystal core concentration extractor. 5 million points. Place a crystal core in this to extract its energy, and compress it into crystal core concentrate. This not only purifies the crystal core's energy, but also absorbs 5 times more energy than normal crystal core absorption. Upgraded, 5 times this time. Although the extractor was expensive, Anne bought one without blinking. Suddenly, a massive extractor, roughly 10 meters long, over 3 meters wide, and over a meter high, appeared in Anne's space. She slipped into the space, and placed all the crystal cores into the extractor's entrance. The extractor would take time. Anne then continued to open the level 4 points panel. There were even fewer new additions to level 4. Only the weapon column had been updated. Weapon, level 4. Energy laser gun. 200,000 points each. System made, it can fire destructive energy beams imbued with psychic energy, destroying all enemies. Excellent. While not as convenient as the psychic turret, it was more flexible. Enon bought 5 to test the waters. She took one of them, and inserted the tube of level 2 fire-type psychic crystal core concentrate that the system had just extracted. The energy bar on the laser gun activated. Enon fired. A massive fire laser blasted with astonishing energy. The fire laser, over 10 centimeters thick, illuminated Enon's face. Satisfied, she put away her gun. She slipped out of the space and opened her bracelet, intending to discuss the extract with Song Yin. But as soon as the bracelet opened, a flood of information popped up. In addition to the previous messages from within the base, now there were countless more. They, coming from all over the world. At the same time, there were many missed calls. All from base headquarters. Enon contacted the signal department. Base commander, an hour ago, the base's signal tower suddenly began receiving signals from all over the world. The number of signals was exploding. We're working swiftly to sort them out. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Enon wasn't surprised. She had anticipated this the moment the system upgrade began. She added, I built a new signal network in the special zone of H City to help you share some of the burden. Thank you, Base Commander. After hanging up, Enon called Song Yin's bracelet number. Yin, where are you? I'm coming to find you. It's important. Chapter 309. Song Yin was currently attending a zombie diversion plan meeting with Lu Qi and the others. When Enon arrived, the meeting had just concluded. That's it. Everyone, take a 2-day break. After 2 days, we divert the enhanced zombies from the glory base according to the plan. In the meeting room, Lu Qi's voice was solemn and dignified. Yes. Dismissed. Enon waited outside the door. Soon, Song Yin emerged. The moment she saw Enon, her cold eyes finally brightened. Boss. Enon grabbed Song Yin and walked down the hallway. As they walked, she detailed her supernatural crystal core concentrate extractor. She then handed the matter over to Song Yin for full responsibility. The crystal cores of everyone in the galaxy base had to be collected and distributed proportionally to each person. This was no small undertaking. This also involved the issue of getting the crystal core concentrate on the contribution point store. It was practically a matter of establishing an entire crystal core department. As for the price, it doesn't need to be too high. As Enon spoke, a pen and paper appeared in his palm. A full tube of level 1 crystal core extract requires 10 level 1 crystal cores. The same applies to other levels. A tube of crystal core concentrate has the effect of 50. Enon wasn't particularly generous. She wouldn't give the base members a completely equal exchange rate. After all, the crystal core extractors were purchased with her hard-earned points. She would deduct interest. But she would definitely provide as much benefit as possible to the base members. After writing the exchange rate on the paper, Enon handed it to Song Yin. Song Yin looked at the paper. Every 20 crystal cores can be exchanged for 1 tube of the corresponding level of crystal core concentrate. She nodded seriously. I see to it. Not only that, some crystal cores have different properties, like fire, wind, and so on, and the exchange rate is the same. Understood. Enon pondered for a few seconds and added, all crystal core extracts must be used immediately at the base's crystal core exchange counter, and cannot be taken away. She did this to prevent anyone from selling the crystal core concentrate outside the base. 20 cores for the energy of 50. No matter how you look at it, it's a sure-win deal. Although the base is composed entirely of loyal members, Enon, as steady as he is, won't tolerate any accidents. Okay, boss. Song Yin nodded seriously. Enon. Lu Qi's deep, gentle voice rang out from behind him. Enon turned to look at him. He was dressed in a black military uniform, his slightly tired features etched with tenderness as he gazed at her. Suddenly, the announcement in the corridor suddenly blared, and that's not all. All the radios throughout Dawn Base blared. The official, clear voice of a military officer boomed from the radio. Everyone, important announcement, important announcement. Effective immediately, Dawn Base is officially designated as a special zone base under Galaxy Base. Base Commander Gusu has been promoted to Deputy Base Commander of Galaxy Base. All members of the base, both inside and outside, will become members of Galaxy Base. Effective immediately, Dawn Base is officially designated as a special zone base under Galaxy Base. Base Commander Gusu has been promoted to Deputy Base Commander of Galaxy Base. All members of the base, both inside and outside, will become members of Galaxy Base. Over and over, 7 or 8 times. The radio finally returned to silence. The entire base erupted in an uproar. Most of the voices were incomprehensible and reluctant. This large base had always been managed by Base Commander Gusu. And now they were about to change the base commander. This was something they couldn't accept for a moment. Inan felt a warm hand grasp his. Lu Qi's face was filled with confusion. Gusu has joined you. Song Yin saw the two of them leave so quickly. Inan nodded, yes, just now. Damn it! Lu Qi's face darkened. He also became deputy base commander? Yes. Great, very good. Lu Qi stormed off to the building where Gusu was. Inan was puzzled by his anger. The loudspeaker turned on again. Accompanied by a faint electric hum, Gusu's pleasant, magnetic voice rang out. All decisions are made after careful consideration by me. If any of you have any objections, you can leave at any time. With these words, opposition within the base had weakened considerably. First, it was because they had absolute trust in Gusu. They believed Gusu would not make a decision that would harm the base. Second, none of them wanted to leave the vast base they depended on for survival. But just because opposition weakened didn't mean they were convinced. Galaxy Base was not weak, and they had seen the abilities of its commander, Inan, many times. But strength alone didn't convince them, nor make them willing to risk their lives for it. Human relationships are forged through repeated life and death experiences, through time and again, through time and time again. Gusu led them into the sea of corpses, and helped them survive the hail of bullets time and time again. He was the only unshakable leader in their hearts. A bond like this could never be replaced by just anyone, no matter how strong she was. Inan naturally understood this. She had made every possible preparation. She didn't ask for her position in their hearts to surpass Gusu's, but she had to let them know. There were some things that only she, Inan, could give. Following her was always the right decision. Inan walked towards the building where Gusu was. As soon as she reached the door, she heard Lu Qi's questioning voice from inside. Gusu, I want to ask you, how did you convince me to join Xinghe before? Didn't you tell me over and over again not to join until you joined? He was clearly angry, his voice cold and hard. He spoke rapidly and aggressively. Inan had rarely heard Lu Qi so angry. Before, no matter how angry he was with her, he always suppressed his temper, his anger tinged with a hint of helplessness. I didn't realize you were planning this. You're going to snatch the position of deputy base commander before me, right? Lu Qi's voice was still cold and hard. Gusu, always known for his sharp tongue, was unusually silent. Inan couldn't help but laugh. She knew he was probably on the losing end this time. But she didn't want to get involved in any of this. Pushing the door open, the two men's gazes met. Inan grinned. Excuse me, I have something important to discuss with the deputy base commander. Okay. Gusu walked out. Lu Qi's expression darkened. But seeing that Inan was preoccupied, he could only suppress his anger. Inan shared his plan with the two men. Gusu nodded. I notify them. Quickly. Gusu's voice echoed over the base's PA once again. Everyone, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, at 10 a.m., we gather for a meeting outside. All external members and internal staff must be present. After the announcement, the entire base erupted in lively discussion. It had been a long time since the base had held such a large-scale meeting. Inan quickly fled the battlefield. She would not get involved in anything between men. Summoning Chung Su and the others, Inan began a frantic effort to prepare supplies. The supply stores in the 5 buildings, both internally and externally, had to be ready by 10 a.m. tomorrow. The workload was enormous. As soon as Inan entered the building Gusu had designated, she waved her hand, and the room was filled with supplies. She placed the supplies as she went. Chung Su and the others followed behind, organizing and sorting the supplies. Inan's points panel could be used to purchase these supplies again. She had no concerns about consumption. Whatever space she had, she arranged for it, floor by floor, building by building. Busy. Very busy. After arranging the supplies, Inan had to arrange the planting and livestock areas. Over 100 people were summoned overnight from Galaxy Base headquarters to assist. These 100 people comprised various teams. They were experts in each area. They were pioneers Inan had sent to the Special Operations Zone base. With their cooperation, the original planting area in the Special Operations Zone base was extensively renovated. It was quickly filled with the supernatural cultivation soil generated by Inan's points panel. Large expanses of supernatural cultivation soil filled the previously lifeless soil. Warehouse after warehouse of supernatural food seeds piled up like a mountain. Faced with the base's livestock area, which only had chickens and pigs, Inan, with a single wave of his hand, arranged for the breeding of dozens of livestock species in the base's breeding grounds. The entire base's livestock area was expanded more than tenfold overnight. Not only that, among the more than 100 people, one team was a construction team. Thanks to the advanced construction at the main base, they had long since mastered the use of the new materials on Ian's points panel. Ian purchased a large amount of new materials and stored them in the construction warehouse at the special operations area. The base was so large, the amount of building materials required was naturally staggering. But fortunately, Ian now had an extraordinary amount of points. She spent them without hesitation. Finally, Ian provided the base's power system with 1,000 energy-saving generators and 1,000 solar generators. When all was done, it was already past 8 in the morning. Exhausted, Ian simply showered and found a deserted spot to lie down for a nap. Even though she had a meeting at 10 o'clock, she wanted to sleep as long as she could. Where's the base commander? Where is he? Has anyone seen him? I'm confused about something and would like to ask him. A man in the planting area, carrying a bag of seeds, searched for Ian. Fusen noticed him and approached him. He lowered his voice, his eyes shifting behind him. Come back later if you need anything. The man nodded sensibly and left. Looking at Ian sleeping soundly inside, Fusen gently closed the door before leaving. Ian was the only one left in the quiet room, sound asleep. A few seconds later, a black mist rose from the ground. Chi-Yi, who had obviously been busy all night, looked at Ian's slumbering face. Silently, he sat down not far from her, keeping watch. Chapter 310. Soon, the meeting time arrived. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun was shining brightly. All the external members of the base had gathered in the square. There were over 10,000 of them. In the center of the square stood a platform and a loudspeaker. Gusa and other senior members of the base sat below the platform. All the other department heads, deputy heads, team leaders, and so on lined up in order at the back. The soldiers and psychics were arranged in an orderly manner. The entire outer square was a sea of people. Many internal members even crowded in to join in the fun. They crowded a short distance away, not daring to get too close. Despite being told not to talk, everyone continued to whisper privately, because they had all noticed the changes in the base. Not only the soldiers on duty last night had seen it. Many psychics, who hadn't been able to sleep that night, had also seen that a group of people inside the base were planning something. Furthermore, they had noticed changes in many areas of the base this morning. However, those areas with significant changes were heavily guarded. They were unable to enter. It was impossible to know what had happened. However, because of these changes, the base's native residents' curiosity about this meeting had reached a peak. Ian hurried over, dragging her exhausted body. She took the empty seat between Guso and Lu Qi. As soon as she took her seat, the meeting officially began. As the former base commander and current deputy base commander, Guso was the first to speak. From now on, I will continue to work with you as deputy base commander and head of the base's special operations zone. He was tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Standing there, he was incredibly handsome. Moreover, his height and build gave him an innate sense of leadership. Although his posture was noticeably relaxed, and he didn't seem to be putting on airs, the natural coldness in his calm, dark eyes, as his gaze shifted, imbued him with an imposing, kingly aura and a commanding presence. After Gusa finished his speech, it was the turn of the 5 officers from the base. Each of them discussed the base's military operations over the past 6 months, offering a summary and encouragement. Of course, these officers had obviously been spoken to privately by Gusa. On the stage, their words expressed support, affirmation, and joy for joining the Galaxy base. Then came Lu Qi. As the commander of the Alliance base, Lu Qi had always held considerable influence there. He took the stage. Unlike Gusa's indolence, his natural kingly aura of pressure could not be concealed. Lu Qi's intimidating presence came from his aura. He possessed a unique aura of fortitude and gloom, born of enduring the cold of winter. If Gusa were a razor-sharp scimitar in the depths of winter, Lu Qi was a blade honed from the abyss. Sharpened from the abyss, one could not avoid its deep, cold radiance. He now stood on the stage. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, he spoke simply, "From now on, our 2 bases are no longer allies." With these words, many psychics and soldiers expressed regret. But Lu Qi's next words shocked everyone, because from now on, we are the same base. Galaxy base. The sounds of shock and conversation suddenly intensified. They couldn't believe it. Besides Dawn base, Morning base was also joining Galaxy base. How truly captivating was Galaxy base. To have 2 such large bases join, Lucci didn't say anything more. He and Gusa both knew this. There was no point in talking too much. Strength was everything. They had seen Enan's strength and were confident she could do it. The last person to take the stage was Enan. She rarely participated in such large-scale meetings. The purpose of organizing this meeting wasn't to make any announcements, but simply to provide some benefits to the soldiers and psychics from various bases who had endured so much hardship. After darkness, there must be light. After storm, there must be a rainbow. She wanted to be their rainbow, even if it was just a little bit of happiness amidst the bitterness of the apocalypse. As long as she became their base commander, she would give them everything she could. Enan took the stage. At 1.7 meters tall, her figure and appearance were both breathtaking. Her long, curly hair flowed carelessly over her shoulders, and her black combat uniform showcased her impeccable figure. Her face was charming yet not vulgar, and her foxy, feline eyes held a hint of world weariness and coldness. She seemed to care nothing. When her gaze swept towards you, it was sharp and startling. Enan spoke succinctly, without a single word of nonsense. "Hello everyone, I'm Base Commander Enan. Starting today, the base contribution point system has been updated. All supplies can be purchased with contribution points. I promise you, as long as you diligently complete your tasks and develop the base, you have meat every day." For a moment, the psychics in the audience went wild. Holy crap, is this true? Eating meat every day, has this new base gone crazy? Oh my god, you're just bragging. The commotion was so loud that even the zombies outside the protective wall started to stir. The psychics around the protective wall were frightened by the agitated zombies. Everyone was excitedly discussing it. Clearly, none of them believed it. Enan didn't rush to prove herself. She simply smiled. The corners of her mouth curved seductively. To celebrate everyone joining the Galaxy base, I'm awarding all external personnel 10,000 contribution points each, and all internal personnel 3,000 contribution points each. The base cafeteria and supply building will be open 24 hours a day, providing food and supplies at any time. In the sunlight, Enan was dazzling at this moment. Like a small sun radiating streams of light. So dazzling that Gusu, Lucci, Chiyi, Fusun, Chixian, and others in the audience couldn't take their eyes off her. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Really? 10,000 contribution points can be redeemed for something. I can't wait to see. Oh my god, this is insane. The crowd grew increasingly agitated. Dismissed. With Enan shout, everyone rushed impatiently to the base's cafeteria and supply buildings. The 5 supply buildings and 3 cafeterias were now packed. When the base members rushed into the cafeteria and saw all sorts of food they had never seen before, they went wild with excitement. Not only that, the base's supply buildings were overflowing with all sorts of supplies. The quantity and variety were dozens or even hundreds of times greater than before. For a moment, they felt as if they had returned to the days before the apocalypse, and the contribution points Enan had gifted were enough to keep them well-fed, and well-fed for at least 10 days. The entire base had never been so lively. Long lines stretched out in rows. Everyone's face was filled with joy and happiness. The sun shone on their faces, full of life. Some of them devoured chicken legs while queuing for drinks. Others, clutching piles of snacks, lined up to buy daily necessities. They chatted happily. Everyone expressed admiration and gratitude for Enan. Every face was filled with happiness. Enan, exhausted, found an empty room and fell asleep. She slept exceptionally soundly. Chapter 311. In response to Enan's welfare offer, Gusa even granted the Special Operations Zone a 3-day holiday. All operations were suspended for 3 days. This gave everyone a feeling of New Year's Eve. In the crowd, Gao Chong, who had just emerged from the supply building, couldn't help but feel envious. He tugged at Wang Xing beside him. "Have you found Brother Yi? I'm starving." They explored the cafeteria, the supply building, and even most of the base. They were so eager to join Galaxy Base right now. Wang Xing smacked his lips dryly and picked up the intercom. "Any news?" "No, I can't find him." The man's voice on the intercom was also extremely anxious. "Where the hell is Brother Yi?" Gao Chong stamped his feet anxiously. They had all come here as guests with Chiyi. They knew that Chiyi and Base Commander Enan were old acquaintances. They had also attended the recent meeting. But they were so envious. Now all they wanted was a good meal. But they weren't part of the Galaxy Base, and they had no contribution points. They could see the food all over the room, but they couldn't eat it. It was so frustrating. Wang Xiang was naturally anxious, his fan waving without rhythm. Suddenly, he caught sight of a tall, bright-eyed boy at the back of the crowd. Wang Shiheng's eyes lit up. That guy looked so familiar. Hey, handsome, stay. Gao Chong rushed out and grabbed Qi Xian, a smile plastered across his face. Do you remember me? Qi Xian naturally remembered them. Gao Chong. Great. We're starving. Do you know where Brother Yi is? Gao Chong clutched his empty stomach, his expression indescribably fawning, his mind preoccupied with food. You guys want to eat? Yes. I treat you. Really? Gao Chong's eyes welled with tears of excitement. Wang Shiheng's face immediately lit up. The two of them eagerly followed Qi Xian to the cafeteria. Hey, handsome boy, we have a bunch of brothers. Gao Chong knew his words were shameless, but his brothers were indeed hungry too. Come on, everyone. I've made a lot of contributions. Qi Xian's gentle and polite manners filled Wang Shiheng and Gao Chong with gratitude. They almost wanted to become sworn brothers right then and there. 30 roast chickens. 20 roast ducks. 30 pounds of cold marinated meat. 100 meat buns. 10 chicken legs. 30 bowls of fried rice, all with meat and eggs. Gao Chong, who had been waiting in line for ages, shouted at the menu. The main point is, we want everything. The man at the counter looked a bit bewildered. We're running low on roast chicken, roast duck, and cold marinated dishes. The kitchen is urgently preparing them. Gao Chong could only swallow his saliva. Then bring me whatever's left. We're out of chicken legs at the moment. It takes a while to make fried rice. We have over 100 orders lined up ahead of us. You have to wait a while. Gao Chong was about to burst into tears. So what do you have? Right now? Only meat buns. Then bring me 200 meat buns. Sorry, sir, we only have 2 left. Gao Chong was silent. They went through the other cafeterias again. Unless otherwise, there were long lines. Finally, Gao Chong, Wang Shiheng, and a group of his buddies, dozens of grown men, clutching 2 meat buns. You took a bite, I took a bite. They ate with such care. Not a scrap of meat would fall to the ground. As they ate, Gao Chong started to cry. The greatest sorrow in the world isn't having no meat to eat, but having meat right in front of you and not being able to eat it. Don't be sad. There are too many people, and the supply can't keep up with the demand. The food will definitely be a little slow. Come back to me in the evening when there are fewer people. I buy you more anytime. Qi Xian consoled him, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Bang! Gao Chong slammed the table and stood up. I've decided. I want to join the Galaxy Base. His subordinates echoed, yes, join the Galaxy Base. A large group of people, solemn as if they were about to revolt, filled the cafeteria. Passing psychics looked at them like they were idiots. Handsome boy, do you know where Base Commander Yin is? Gao Chong looked at Qi Xian expectantly. Qi Xian shook his head. His face grew serious. It had been hours. They hadn't found Yin. They only knew she'd gone to rest. But no one knew where she was. Captain Lu, I know. Near the base's accommodation building, a psychic rushed toward Lu Qi, who was standing outside the crowd. He stopped beside Lu Qi, smiling brightly. Can you give me some contribution points? 1,000. Thank you, Captain Lu. I take you there. Lu Qi followed the man upstairs. The man stopped at the first room around the corner on the 2nd floor. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. This is it. I saw Captain Yin go in. Lu Qi walked into the room. This was the accommodation building reserved for future expansion personnel at the base, every room empty and unoccupied. The small room contained only 2 simple bunk beds and a desk. And right now, on the lower bunk of one of the beds, Yin was soundly asleep. She was clearly exhausted. Not even the sound of the door opening disturbed her. Lu Qi gently closed the door. He tiptoed to Yin's bedside, leaning forward and squatting, quietly observing her sleeping face. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, as if he was afraid of disturbing her, or perhaps he felt his body, having not washed for days, was too dirty. Lu Qi did not move too close. He sat on the chair beside the bed. He simply watched. Time slowed down at this moment. The light softened. Yin, lying in bed, seemed to have suddenly had a dream. Mumbling, he turned over. Her soft, slightly nasal voice contrasted starkly with her usual cold, sharp tone. This tender side, invisible to others, made Lu Qi's eyes darken. As if a thought had occurred to him, his gaze flickered across Yin's graceful waist. But he quickly stopped. No. She's resting. Lu Qi's eyes dropped. With immense control, the turmoil in his eyes quickly subsided. Yin's soft murmur echoed again. For Lu Qi, this was a potent aphrodisiac. To make matters worse, Enan muttered in her sleep, "Ah Chi." She actually called his name. Lu Chi could no longer suppress his desire. Great joy mingled with surging desire. He pressed forward. Pressing hard against her soft lips, he invaded her frantically. As the two clashed, Enan couldn't help but curl his lips. She was extremely alert. Even in the deepest of sleep, she would wake at the slightest noise. All this was just for the sake of love points. As expected, the system's voice continued to ring. Lu Chi's love points increased by 30. Lu Chi's love points increased by 5. Lu Chi's love points increased by 5. 50 random level 3 crystal cores will be dropped. Host, please keep up the good work. Chapter 312. Handsome, handsome. Are you looking for Base Captain Ean too? Fu Sun was pulled to his side by a man. It was the man who had just led Lu Chi. I know where Base Captain Ean is. Where? The man hesitated. He asked tentatively, what position do you hold with Base Captain Ean? Can you assign me contribution points? I'm the head of Division 002. 002? Does that extend to our Special Operations District? The man looked perplexed. I'm the base captain's boyfriend. What do you think? The man's eyes lit up when he heard she was the base captain's girlfriend. 2,000 contribution points, and I tell you where Base Captain Ean is. Deal? The man was overjoyed. But this time, he didn't take Fu Sun upstairs directly. Instead, he stood downstairs, pointed to a room on the second floor, and whispered, Captain Ean is there. Seeing Fu Sun rushing upstairs, the man grabbed him with an anxious look. Hey, District Chief, don't go, don't go. Fu Sun looked at him in confusion. Then he saw his face turn pale. Captain Lu is in there too. Fu Sun was completely confused, his face darkening. Seeing him flee like a fugitive, the man warned him as he ran. I'm Zhang Dazue from the logistics department. Remember the contribution points you promised me. With that, he vanished into thin air. Only Fu Sun, with a grim expression, stood there alone. His dark eyes stared silently at the door on the second floor. Turning in his heart, a faint, nameless rage flared. The jealousy, coupled with a sharp, stabbing pain, stirred a sullen, uncomfortable feeling within him. So, wasn't he the one she had promised herself to be? He knew she was busy, so he'd been quietly following her, helping her with most of the work. He was the one who suffered the most exhausting. After finally waiting for her to finish, she vanished. He couldn't even find a trace of her. He'd been so worried about her safety that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Now he was telling him she was with Lu Chi. Fu Sun felt like a ridiculous clown. All the humility and dedication he'd given to this woman over the past 30 years. He followed her all the way here. In the end, he was just a piece of discarded trash, left behind by her. Fu Sun couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter was desolate. He didn't wait any longer, but turned and left. Wang Kai and the others nearby saw Fu Sun's gloomy face and, knowing how to read his expression, ran over obediently. Brother Fu, what are your plans? Back to the division. Fu Sun's response was cold. Wang Kai and the others were stunned by this. No way, their boss, who had been clinging to Base Captain Ean like a dogskin plaster, was leaving, but they didn't dare ask any more questions and followed him. Only Wang Kai's eyes rolled around twice before he ran in the opposite direction. Back at Ean An's side, the two were about to take the next step when the intercom began to buzz frantically. Lu Chi turned off the intercom. Ean An's wristband vibrated again. Lu Chi had no choice but to stop. He looked at Enan with reluctance. There's a lot of stuff piled up at Dawn Base that I need to go back and deal with. He had truly been away from the base for too long this time. Okay, then you go back first. When you're done with construction here, remember to meet me at Dawn Base. Meet you? Yes, to handle the merger procedures. Enan beamed. Okay. That's another ton of points. Boss, it's urgent. Chung Su's voice was urgent. Seeing Enan busy too, Lu Chi's eyes darkened. The two reluctantly parted. Enan opened her bracelet and called, What's up? My second sister-in-law got pissed off. Who pissed her off? I don't know. They said it was the accommodation building. Enan was stunned. Accommodation building. That wasn't where she was right now. She immediately understood. Where is she? Has she left? Not yet. She went to the heliport. Enan pinched her brows, feeling a headache. She wasn't really that good at coaxing men. Enan dialed Fu Sun's bracelet. No answer. Okay. Enan simply stopped calling. Half a minute later, Fu Sun called back. Enan opened the bracelet and, facing the silent Fu Sun, sighed softly before finally soothing him softly. Son, I miss you. A few minutes later. Knock, knock. It's me. Fu Sun's muffled voice echoed from outside the door. Inan opened the door and met his forehead, lightly sweating. He had clearly run all the way here. Inan smiled faintly and teased, "Young Master Fu, aren't you leaving?" Fu Sun remained silent. His high brows twitched slightly on his imperious, cold face, and his dark eyes concealed a hint of sadness. "And then, I'm your boyfriend too." The ending lingered with a subtle sense of vulnerability and humility. Inan nodded, her bright eyes twinkling. "Of course you are." Fu Sun's eyes were filled with a mixture of unbearable affection and grief. "But I often don't even know where you are. Let alone hug her or kiss her." Even holding her hand seemed out of reach. Inan stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. This silenced his unfinished words. He was a towering 1.9 meters tall, and Inan hooked her arms around his neck, closing the door tightly. Overwhelmed by this sudden surge of happiness, Fu Sun took control, embracing Inan and kissing him fiercely, as if to reclaim the long-suffering love and longing. Fu Sun's love points increased by 30. Their kiss was long and lingering, from behind the door to the bed, and Fu Sun's body temperature was now burning intensely. Inan had always known that Fu Sun was more energetic than the average person in certain ways. A man like him could remain chaste for 30 years, always acting respectfully by her side, never initiating any physical advances. She knew he respected her enough. It was this respect and cherishment that made her heart flutter. To say she didn't want him would be a lie. Inan was a normal person with needs. But she was just playing a trick on him with malicious intent. Grasping Fu Sun's hand, as he tried to undress, Inan's voice was soft and husky. "Sun, not now." Fu Sun's dark eyes fixed on Inan. "I have things to attend to," Inan said seriously. "Okay." Fu Sun nodded in agreement. Even though his lust was now overwhelming, he could hardly control it. He withdrew all intimate contact with Inan and retreated to his seat. His shirt was slightly open, revealing his tan chest muscles, a thin layer of sweat dripping from the ravines, indescribably alluring. His unruly and cold face was tinged with a hint of aggression and forbearance due to his lust. His chest heaved violently, and he forced himself to calm down by taking deep breaths. Inan watched all this from the corner of her eye. She opened her bracelet and checked the messages inside. As she did so, she chatted with Fu Sun. "Now that this signal network has global coverage, the amount of information is truly terrifying." Her voice still had the hoarseness of recent passion. It was incredibly sweet. Now that it reached Fu Sun's ears, he could no longer make out her words. It only heightened his desire. "It's so hot out there," Inan said, pulling a bucket of ice from her spaceship and placing it inside. She then removed her outer combat uniform, revealing her black underwear. She swayed in front of Fu Sun in a suspender bra. Fu Sun immediately tried to leave, and then "Go ahead. I have something to do." But a pair of soft, gentle hands grasped his. Inan pushed him back to his seat. She sat down on him. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Inan, however, seemed oblivious to the burning heat. She simply cast a captivating glance at Fu Sun. "Don't leave. Stay with me." "Okay." He said okay, but his body was in constant agony. Despite his best efforts to suppress it, Fu Sun's breathing remained heavy. He understood perfectly well that this little devil was deliberately tormenting him. But he had no way to control her. He never dared to force anything on her. He feared she would be upset and throw him away like trash. Fu Sun's breath was rapid and scalding. The ice in the room lowered the temperature, but it couldn't reduce Fu Sun's scorching body temperature. Inan continued to read the information on her bracelet. From time to time, she secretly healed Fu Sun to prevent him from suffocating. She could now see information from around the world. Through the classification from the main base, Inan knew that this zombie virus mutation was global. It wasn't just the East Country. Many other countries had been infected by zombies. However, Inan wasn't sure exactly how many countries were affected. The signals were too complex and unclear. These messages also included domestic signals. There were distress signals from small and medium-sized bases, as well as individual distress signals. However, the most common signals came from the Southern Alliance. The Southern Alliance's signals were numerous and widespread, and most were recruiting bases. Their signals were received by many small and medium-sized bases, and many expressed interest in joining them. However, the Southern Alliance clearly had very high standards for its allied bases, and many bases were dismissive and didn't respond. Inan saw an opportunity in this. Currently, no one could surpass her in signal strength. As long as she kept sending signals recruiting bases, she could compete with the Southern Alliance for bases and personnel. This would allow for faster development. Having made up her mind, Enan sent messages to both the main base's signal station and the special zone signal station. Informed them to send out recruitment information 24/7. After finishing this, the people behind him were already heated as a volcano. Enan tilted his head and met Fu Sun's frantic yet fragile black eyes. His breathing was rapid, as if the strings in his brain were about to snap. Fu Sun's voice was hoarse. "Enan, have you had enough fun?" Even so, he still tried his best to endure. Without her permission, he could only restrain himself. Enan shifted slightly. Skin brushed against his. Fu Sun's hands clenched into fists, trembling slightly from the force. Enan could no longer bear to tease him. She pressed her lips against his burning lips. "Soon, hold me." Chapter 313. This word of affirmation was like a switch. It instantly unleashed Fu Sun's long-suppressed desire. Like a flood, it was unstoppable. No matter what, at any time, she only needed to beckon him, and he would willingly surrender everything. Just one look from those vixen eyes, and he surrendered completely. Even if he initially denied it, he had already fallen deeply for her. Looking down at the eager little demon beneath him, Fu Sun kissed her fiercely. Enan and Fu Sun had disappeared for so long that some of the higher-ups couldn't find them. Chung Su knew. Chung Su kept quiet. He feigned ignorance of his own boss's private affairs. Wang Kai and the others also knew. They were loyal subordinates of the Fu group who had followed Fu Sun all the way. Naturally, they wouldn't tell anyone. Not only did they not tell anyone, they even helped lead all the soldiers near the accommodation building away, swearing to defend their CEO's happiness to the death. Then, only one person knew, and could tell. That was Zhang Dazue. Report, Deputy Base Commander, Zhang Dazue from the Logistics Department claims to know the commander's whereabouts. Dismissed. At Gusu's command, all officers hurriedly departed. A few minutes later, Zhang Dazue, looking around, was brought up by the military. The moment he saw Gusu, he was frightened by his terrifying aura and retreated. It wasn't like he had seen Gusu, the commander, before. But every time he saw him, he looked careless and lazy. Not as cold and icy as he was now. But despite his fear, Zhang Dazue didn't forget his purpose. He gave a fawning smile, stretched his neck, and said cautiously, "Deputy Base Commander, I know where the commander is." Gusu didn't say anything, but the coldness in his eyes clearly hinted at him to continue. Zhang Dazue swallowed. He mustered up his courage and said, "Deputy Base Commander, 5,000 contribution points." By the end, he seemed to realize he asked for too much. Zhang Dazue looked guilty, and his voice trailed off. Gusu, however, laughed. His laugh was cold. Zhang Dazue's ears were filled with this sneer, and his legs went weak. Just as he was about to say he didn't want the contribution points, Gusu spoke up. "If you don't tell me, they be cleared." He hated greed the most. Zhang Dazue was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. He shouted, "I tell you, the base commander is—" "Stop." Gusu suddenly stopped him. Zhang Dazue looked at the tall, unpredictable man behind the conference table in confusion. For a moment, he didn't dare to say another word. "You can leave now." Gusu's voice was faint. But Zhang Dazue couldn't help but feel that he had lost the initial coldness. Instead, he looked a bit haggard and powerless. Zhang Dazue didn't dare dwell on it or delve into it any further. He fled. The door was tightly shut. The light inside dimmed. In the vast conference room, Gusu was the only one left. He lowered his head slightly. His wiry black hair hung in a tangle of wisps and dims, his eyes lowered to the ground. A shimmer of light and darkness, his emotions indistinct. He moved his lips, giving a faint, self-deprecating smile. "I shouldn't have disturbed you, should I?" The whisper was so soft, as light as a breeze. Resigned and bitter. He had probably guessed it long ago. Lucci had already left, and the shadow boss hadn't found the little fox. The only one who disappeared with her was the Fu family's leader. They were a legitimate couple, and he knew exactly what she could do after disappearing for so long. And what right did he, Gusu, have to disturb her? Thinking of this, Gusu stood up. As he stood, his face sank into shadow. The dark, cold hue reflected his current mood. He walked out as if nothing had happened, continuing to deal with his endless tasks. But the pain in his chest was so intense that for a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was the throbbing of the unhealed wound or something else. The intercom rang. "Deputy Base Commander, this is the Signal Department. I'm Lin Fei, the Signal Department Director. I need your help regarding something important." Chapter 314. Special Zone Signal Department. On the organized signal screen, long stretches of signals unfavorable to the base were extremely glaring. "This is the Southern Alliance. This is the Southern Alliance. Latest news. The dispute between Dawn Base and Glory Base has directly led to the appearance of a large number of super powerful mutant zombies. They are now pouring into other cities from N and P. Everyone, please stay safe. This is the Southern Alliance. This is the Southern Alliance. Our alliance firmly opposes war and cannibalism. The actions of the former National Base, now Dawn Base, are deeply condemned by our Southern Alliance. This is the Southern Alliance. Our alliance spans 12 cities, B, B1, B2, B3, B4, Z1, Z, P1, P2, O1, O and O2. It encompasses the entire southern region and is composed of 26 medium and large bases. We are strong, well-equipped, and a gathering of heroes. We sincerely welcome high-quality bases here to build civilization together. One by one. Either they are smearing Dawn Base, or they are boasting about their own alliance. Lin Fei, the head of the information department, was clearly furious. Gusu, however, showed no emotion. They've actually expanded another city. They just annexed it these past few days, Lin Fei added. Their information department includes both a reconnaissance team and a detection team. They focus on monitoring the movements of the Southern Alliance, receiving almost any changes instantly. The next second, a man's voice rang out from the radio receiver. This is the Southern Alliance. This is the Southern Alliance. Latest news. The battle between Dawn Base and Glory Base has directly resulted in the emergence of a large number of super strong mutant zombies. They are now pouring into other cities from N and P cities. Everyone, please stay safe. That's the voice, the exclusive voice of the Southern Alliance. Lin Fei glared at Gusu resentfully. Deputy Base Commander, they're smearing us. We've sent so many recruitment messages, and not a single base has contacted us. Let me see the messages you sent. Lin Fei pointed to the screen in front of the messenger, and Gusu walked over. The screen showed Galaxy Base. This is Galaxy Base, located in H City. Formerly Dawn Base, now renamed Galaxy Base. Galaxy Base is recruiting bases and survivors. Welcome. Gusu shook his head. Too official, not competitive. He waved the messenger away and took his place. I input, and you follow my instructions. Soon, under the power of An's interstellar photon communication array, a large number of signals were broadcast. This is Galaxy Base, located in the eastern part of H City, and also the new national base. We recruit members on behalf of the nation, rejecting hegemony, capital, and monopoly. At the Galaxy Base, everyone is equal, and all efforts are rewarded. We welcome all survivors to join us and build a new home for humanity. This is the Galaxy Base, located in the eastern part of H City, and it's also the new national base. We recruit members on behalf of the nation, rejecting hegemony, capitalism, and monopoly. At the Galaxy Base, everyone is equal, and all efforts are rewarded. We welcome all survivors to join us and build a new home for humanity. Dozens, hundreds of signals. At breakneck speed, it surpassed the Southern Alliance's signal network. In less than a quarter of an hour after sending out the signal, 2 bases had already applied to join. Lin Fei and the other messengers beamed with joy. Chapter 315. The signal from one of the bases was weak, intermittent, and incoherent, and the base name wasn't even fully received. Fortunately, the signal from the other base was crystal clear. Greetings from Galaxy Base. This is Xiangyang Base in City I. We want to join you. Lin Fei and his team quickly responded to the signal. The interstellar photon communication array is extremely powerful. Not only is it untraceable, it offers global coverage and can quickly locate and target signals from others. Xiangyang Base, this is Galaxy Base. Welcome. Please find us in the Ares district in eastern H City. We don't have a helicopter and can't travel long distances. Can you come pick us up? We're in Qingchuan Town, Kujin District, northeast of City I. The flashing red dot on the screen indicated the location the man had mentioned. Yes, we discuss a time and give you a specific reply within a week, thank you. We have over 200 people, and are completely out of food. We hope you can rescue us as soon as possible. Rest assured, we do it. Lin Fei and the others were incredibly excited at this moment. Gusu remained remarkably calm. He looked at everyone calmly. First, notify the reconnaissance team to take a drone to survey their situation and confirm safety before proceeding. Yes, Deputy Base Commander. Reporting, the base commander has arrived. A soldier's voice came over. The 3 words base commander struck Gusu's heart, piercing him with a sharp pain, his heartbeat accelerating. He turned sideways to look outside the gate and bumped into the woman, who walked in with the air of wind. It had been 2 days since I last saw her. She looked energetic, her cheeks rosy. She was indescribably radiant and charming. Behind her, Fu Sun, dressed in a brand new black shirt, stood tall and defiant. He followed her closely, his dark eyes seemingly wide open to encompass only her figure. The atmosphere between them was indescribably harmonious and sweet. Deputy Base Commander, what's wrong? You don't look well, Lin Fei asked attentively. Gu Su lowered his gaze back at the screen. It's just an old injury that hasn't healed yet. Nothing serious. I heard the Southern Alliance is smearing us. Yinan's voice was clear and melodious. Fu Sun's stamina was astonishing. It took him almost 2 full days to let her go. Afterward, she immediately checked her bracelet and, naturally, noticed some issues with the information department. Yes, Base Commander, the Deputy Base Commander just handled it for us. How? Lin Fei reported everything that had just happened. Yinan, however, was dissatisfied. She wasn't a soldier like Gu Su, who had a clear moral compass. She was a pure expert at fighting evil with evil. Come on, send it as I say. Lin Fei and the other signal men immediately began preparations. But after seeing the messaging and typed out, they were all stunned. Soon, a large number of signals were sent out. The Southern Alliance developed a fake zombie virus inhibitor and sold it cheaply to the Glory Base, resulting in the birth of a large number of enhanced zombies, harming countless psychics and soldiers. The Southern Alliance breathed zombies to harm survivors, wantonly wiping out survivors with no regard for the lives of ordinary people. The Southern Alliance releases harmful chemical and biological weapons everywhere, causing massive zombie mutations. The Southern Alliance is conducting numerous horrific biological experiments. The Southern Alliance is the public enemy of all humanity. Except for the first one, everything else is fabricated by Yinan. Spread rumors, right? Smear campaign, right? Come on. Let's see who's more shameless. Chapter 316. Southern Alliance. Radio building. What the hell? The man took off his headphones and rushed out of the signal room. Chief. What's going on? Why are you so panicked? Chief, there's a radio station that's been smearing us. The man called Chief strode towards the signal room and put on his headphones. In the headphones, the man's voice was clear and powerful. The Southern Alliance has developed a fake zombie virus inhibitor and sold it cheaply to the Glory Base, resulting in the birth of a large number of enhanced zombies, harming countless psychics and soldiers. The Southern Alliance is breeding zombies to harm survivors, wantonly wiping out survivors without regard for the lives of ordinary people. The Southern Alliance is releasing harmful chemical and biological weapons everywhere, causing massive zombie mutations. The Southern Alliance is conducting numerous horrific biological experiments. The Southern Alliance is the public enemy of all humanity. The clear and convincing words were spoken. That's outrageous. The man called Section Chief was so angry he wanted to throw his headphones. Quick, notify all signal stations in the Alliance to send signals simultaneously and drown out this damn radio station. Yes, Section Chief. We absolutely cannot let the higher-ups find out about this. Special Operations Zone at Galaxy Base. Yinan hurriedly arranged for Fu Sun and others to help her distribute the bracelets. She now had a plethora of points, so there were no restrictions on the number of bracelets she could use. Anyone in the base's military or special abilities could use them. However, there were frequency limits. The bracelets and signal systems produced by the system were both extremely perfect. With a simple configuration, Yinan's bracelet could only receive signals from higher-ups at the base, making it impossible for anyone outside the base to contact her. No one could communicate normally unless they applied for access, and their request was approved. Ordinary psychics could only contact psychics in the same area, and would not interfere with psychics in other sub-bases. Base Commander, they've started sending a large number of signals, trying to drown out ours. Lin Fei's voice emanated from his bracelet. Yinan wasn't anxious. He immediately contacted the 7 sub-bases. He instructed all sub-bases to send synchronized signals simultaneously. Suddenly, a massive influx of signals was transmitted. A dense signal network was formed. The Southern Alliance radio station building was now in chaos. How could there be so many signals? The man was shocked and incredulous. After the apocalypse, the signal network had been paralyzed for a long time. It took their alliance a whole year to gradually restore transmission and reception at some signal towers. This was already a very impressive achievement. And who on earth could create such a massive and powerful signal? We can't locate these signals, Chief. The man's tone was anxious. Another man immediately stood up and said, Section Chief, I suspect these signals are coming from Dawn Base, now Galaxy Base. The Section Chief frowned. All the signals sent are attacks on us. It's very likely. Fight back. Fight back. So, targeting these signals from Galaxy Base, the Southern Alliance began to defend itself and counterattack. The Southern Alliance never develops drugs harmful to human health, nor does it conduct any biological experiments. Please stop spreading rumors and malicious attacks against the Southern Alliance. Galaxy Base, please be responsible for your evil deeds and for all the survivors in your country. Do not turn a blind eye and ignore the enhanced zombies that have appeared because of you. Galaxy Base Special Zone. Enan scratched his ear. Typically, he typed on the information screen. Self-definition, damn it. She never proves herself. She just wants to fight. This is the Southern Alliance. I am Alliance Leader Shen-Yi. I like to eat children. Do you have any children I can eat? This is the Southern Alliance, comprised of 26 idiotic bases. Not only that, our leader is a complete idiot, the kind who doesn't clean up after himself. Whoever joins our Southern Alliance, we promise to completely assimilate you within a year, turning you into a dehumanized, alliance-like beast, devouring children by day and zombies by night, one by one. Lin Fei and the others were stunned. No, this new base leader's combat prowess is truly terrifying. Chapter 317. It's simply shameless. Too much, absolutely shameless. Is there no way to overwhelm their signal network? Quickly find a way. Don't let the leader find out, or I be held responsible. Cues rang out from the Southern Alliance's signal tower. Too late. The leader's coming this way. Amidst the man's desperate voice, a large crowd had already arrived downstairs. Everyone's face was utterly serious, and many even harbored a hint of anger. Surrounding the crowd was none other than Shen-Yi. He appeared normal, as if he were simply inspecting his work, but the people in the signal tower were still terrified by him. Everyone stood up and formed two lines to make way for the leader, known for his erratic temper and terrifying power. Shen-Yi walked all the way to the signal station's control room. The radio broadcast over and over again, "Our leader is a complete idiot, the kind who doesn't wipe his ass after shitting. I am Leader Shen-Yi. I like to eat children." Each voice was piercingly harsh. Everyone at the signal station was extremely depressed. No one dared to look at Shen-Yi before them. If this continues, who will join us? A man behind Shen-Yi shouted angrily. Yes, such smears are truly damaging to our alliance's image. Another man's angry voice rang out. Everyone was talking at once. Noisy. Shen-Yi's cold voice echoed. Everyone fell silent. They all lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. Childish trick. Shen-Yi's voice was cold and sarcastic. It was a disdain for the signal sender. But there was no accusation against the Alliance signal station. This was undoubtedly good news for the people at the signal station. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The section chief, upon seeing this, strode forward, turned off the radio receiver, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. They're still too idle. What's going on in City Inn? Shen-Yi strolled out of the signal room. A man in combat fatigues behind him immediately stepped forward upon hearing this. We can deploy at any time. At any time? Shen-Yi's voice dropped. It was chilling to the bone. The man shouted, report to the leader, deploy immediately. If you can't take City Inn, there's no need to return. The man shuddered at the words. I will live up to your trust. And now, in the Galaxy Base Special Operations Zone, one meeting after another was held in a flurry. Enan, who had originally not wanted to attend, was dragged into the meeting by Gu Su. The pretext was preparing strategies to counter the Southern Alliance's counterattack. In the meeting, Enan, exhausted after 2 days, was barely able to muster much energy. She propped her head up, watching Gu Su and the other executives chatting away. She yawned occasionally. Fu Sun sat beside her, feeling a pang of pain at her state. Under the conference table, his large hand gripped hers tightly. Feeling the burning warmth of his hand, Enan, who had been drowsy, suddenly woke up. Images of their affectionate love flashed through her mind. Enan's ears flushed slightly. He was too strong. As she thought about it, Enan thought to herself, oh no! After experiencing 2 boyfriends, it seemed she had become more open-minded, not just mentally. What was going on? This strange feeling was too hard to resist. Enan licked her slightly dry lips, propping her head up with her left hand, as her right hand slid across Fu Sun's forearm on the conference table. Along the cyan veins, it slid into his sleeve. Suddenly, Fu Sun grasped her restless little hand, his dark eyes tinged with patience and resignation, as if warning her that they were in a meeting. Gu Su's dark eyes darkened as he noticed their subtle movements. His jaw twitched slightly, and his voice was indescribably cold. Base Commander, What do you think? Chapter 318. For a moment, all the higher-ups turned their gazes on Enan. Enan's expression was calm, her stern face a look of determination, as if ready to join the Communist Party, defeat them. Unexpectedly she would change so quickly. Gusu, holding his forehead, looked at her and pretended, "Oh? Base Commander, please elaborate." Enan stood up, walked onto the big screen, and pointed at City Inn on the map. "The first place the Southern Alliance might challenge us for is here." Enan then pointed to City D2 in the north. "This is Siesun's Tian base, also a large base. The Southern Alliance has already begun negotiating an alliance with them." Xinghe base's intelligence system was no pushover, and Enan had a lot of information at her disposal. Similarly, City I3 will also be their target. Enan finished, drawing 2 large crosses on City N and City P. "These 2 cities are our primary targets. I will send people to seize City D2. She had clearly done her homework. The senior management all expressed their agreement. One of the ministers, however, expressed confusion. "Base Commander, I've always wondered, how many branch bases does our Galaxy base have, and where are they located?" His question clearly struck a chord with many present, and everyone looked at Enan, awaiting her answer. Enan picked up a blue marker and circled C, M, X, K, K1, S, D, and T1. Finally, she circled City H. She said coldly, "Not that many. Currently, there are only 9 cities." "Only 9? For a moment, all the senior management in the Special Operations Zone were stunned. Such strength is not much inferior to that of the Southern Alliance. But unlike the Southern Alliance's publicity, such a large galaxy base has been developing in a low-key manner, so they rarely hear any information about it. Then the ownership of D2 is extremely important." Gusu's voice sounded faintly, "including T-City." Enan looked at the map. Indeed. Her thoughts echoed Gusu's. She had sub-bases in both M and T1. Only T-City, sandwiched in the middle, hadn't yet been taken. T-City's resources, supplies, and survivors remained to be discovered. Gusu lowered his dark eyes slightly. "Leave these 2 important matters in the north to District Chief Fu." Enan glanced at Fu Sun, meeting his handsome face. Fu Sun was indeed a good fit. But she felt a tinge of reluctance. Seeing the reluctance in her eyes, Fu Sun's eyes softened. But in this apocalypse, as her man, he naturally wanted to do more for her. "Okay, I go." Fu Sun immediately took on the responsibility. The meeting quickly concluded. The army began preparing for the trip to City Inn. This operation was massive. It involved strengthening the zombie diversion, clearing out any remaining zombies, clearing supplies, relocating personnel, and so on. After all, the Glory base was enormous, and the zombies inside were numerous. Although capturing the Glory base would also mean capturing City Inn and most of City P to the northwest, this undertaking was far from easy. A conservative estimate was that it would take over half a month. Not only were the troops busy preparing, but Fu Sun was also about to depart. After receiving a large amount of military equipment from the military district, Enan rushed to Fu Sun's dormitory. This was his temporary dorm. As the head of the base, the building had a very nice environment. He was packing when Enan arrived. Fu Sun had barely spent any time in this room since it was assigned to him, and his belongings were pitifully few. 2 sets of clothing, a black leather bag, and a water bottle. Enan rushed into the room and hugged the tall man, who was bending over to fold clothes. For a moment, his nose was filled with the scent of his sandalwood body. Fu Sun's lips curled up, and an indescribable tenderness crossed his face. What was wrong with her? She was so clingy now, making his heart swell with sweetness. Turning around and hugging her back, Fu Sun lifted Enan's chin and said in a low voice, "Are you not full?" Enan shook her head, her foxy eyes fixed on him. "That's enough." Her alluring voice tickled Fu Sun's heart, and he hugged Enan tightly. Holding the princess in his arms, he smiled at her. "Really?" The 2 were so close now, their breaths blending. Fu Sun's breathing slowed. Every moment with her felt like an aphrodisiac. He suppressed his desire and looked down at her. "Be good after I leave." Enan blinked and nodded. He was helplessly amused by the cunning in her eyes. Fu Sun knew he couldn't control her in any way. The shadowy figure of the black-hooded man flashed through his mind. A sense of danger washed over him. He laid her down on the bed, his broad figure gently pressing against her graceful figure. Fu Sun's lips brushed against Enan's ear, his voice as low as a whisper. "Are you really full?" "Yes." "Then don't look for more." Enan clutched Fu Sun's arm tightly, and bit his shoulder. Fu Sun frowned slightly. "Bite. Just promise me, and I give you my whole arm." Enan opened his mouth, and kissed Fu Sun's Adam's apple. His body trembled violently. The uncontrollable urge threatened to overwhelm him. He pressed forward, hugging her tightly. Fu Sun sighed softly. I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? You forgive me after you finish your work in the north. How could that be? You've had such a good life, it's hard to forget. Inan couldn't bring himself to say the rest, so he just kissed him. The soft, gentle kiss was soothing. Fu Sun's voice was hoarse. Inan, I can't hold it back any longer. Inan ignored him. After this separation, they didn't know how long it would be before they met again. She was being too proactive. Her lips slid against his sturdy, honey-colored skin. Fu Sun groaned, unable to hold back any longer, and rolled over, pulling the bed curtains down. Chapter 319. Sending Fu Sun off. Inan felt a pang of emptiness within her. Love was like candy fruit, making her crave it with insatiable greed. Fu Sun's affinity score had risen to 380, far surpassing Lu Qi. The system had even awarded him 50 level 4 crystal cores. The reward was tempting. But Inan instinctively knew this was just the beginning. The full affinity score of 10,000 was only a fraction of that. As the helicopter flew away, becoming a tiny black dot and disappearing from sight, Inan forced herself to withdraw and join the battle. She turned swiftly and walked towards the military department. The tenderness in her eyes faded, leaving only a calm coldness. Military department. Rows of soldiers stood in an orderly fashion. Seeing Inan arrive, everyone stood up and saluted him in unison. Base commander. After 3 days of vacation and a feast, they were completely convinced of this base commander. Seeing their vibrant and energetic faces, Inan was quite pleased. Reporting to the base commander, all troops from Division 2 have assembled. Lei Hao was full of energy and spirit. Okay. Inan immediately activated his bracelet and summoned Song Yin. The newly formed Crystal Core Division quickly arrived under Song Yin's command. A space-powered user emerged from the ranks and released over a dozen boxes of Crystal Core concentrate. After a rough inspection to ensure everything was alright, Inan headed for the armory. Armory number 18. This was the armory where she had taken most of the supplies when she left the national base. But now, it was already filled with weapons. All of them were system-made. The armory door swung open. Rows of weapons displayed within appeared before everyone. Suddenly, all the soldiers' eyes lit up. Brand new-style guns they had never seen were neatly arranged in rows. Not only that, but new armored vehicles, light tanks, artillery, bombs, helicopters, fighter jets, each one was awe-inspiring. Even the particle shields, laser guns, and psychic turrets, which none of them knew about, were extremely eye-catching. Everyone, upgrade your psychic powers to level 5, and select your psychic weapons, and install energy bars. With Inan's command, the soldiers eagerly rushed in. They lined up in order to receive the corresponding crystal core concentrates and upgrade on the spot. Their excitement was palpable. You know, this was incredibly precious crystal core concentrate. They usually struggle to even reach the next level, even with their toil. Now, with the base commander's financial support, they could reach level 5 directly. They were so moved that they regretted not joining the galaxy base sooner. Inan had the concentrates in her own space. She found a shaded spot and upgraded all her psychic powers to level 5. She now had 10 superpowers, all at level 5. The energy had more than doubled. With so many crystal cores, do we have enough in stock? Goose's voice drifted closer. Inan looked at him. His fear and ice powers were also at level 5. Enough? A lot of points, definitely enough. By the way, Shadow had contacted you before. Inan looked at Goose, then remembered that Qi Yi and the others were still at the base. They said they wanted to join you. Hearing this, Inan's eyes lit up. Sure, where are they? I couldn't find you, so I arranged for them to return to City P. Back to City P? Yes, Glory Base occupies the northern part of P City, but the southern part is still under the control of the Shadow. I'm relieved they're back to defend the town. Goose's words made sense. Inan thought it made sense. It wouldn't be impossible to seize Glory Base's territory first, and then accept Qi Yi and the others joining. She walked towards the army, when a figure suddenly approached from a distance. The overly bright sunlight illuminated the earth whitely. Inan narrowed her eyes slightly, as she looked at the man who was clearly angry. It was Qi Xian. Unlike his usual gentle and elegant demeanor, his lips were now tightly pursed, and his light gray eyes were filled with anger. Just as Inan frowned, pondering what had irritated him, he brushed past her and headed straight for Gusu behind him. Gusu had obviously seen it, but he acted calm, leaning lazily against the wall, smoking a cigarette. When Qi Xian stood straight before him, Gusu exhaled a thick puff of smoke. His sharp eyes were hidden in the smoke, but through it, he gazed at the handsome young man before him, his lips curled up. What's up? Deputy Base Commander, may I ask why you repeatedly stopped Shadow from looking for an inn? Gusa closed his eyes, his brow furrowed and then relaxed. His voice was tinged with laziness and indifference. You've overstepped your bounds. The implication was that you had no right to question me. He held a cigarette between his index and middle fingers and stood up to leave. Unexpectedly, Qi Xian, usually gentle and non-combatant, took action. He reached out and grasped his shoulder, forcing him back. The two men were of similar height, and now they had a somewhat evenly matched aura. As the Deputy Base Commander, do you think you can abuse your authority to do what you want? Qi Xian's gentle voice hardened, taking on a certain imposing aura. I don't believe that was an An's order. Enan, watching all this, frowned slightly and stepped forward. What order? Hearing this, Qi Xian thought of Qi Yi, standing alone outside the gate in the dark. The Special Operations Zone covers a vast area. The outer area is divided into several zones. The central core area is where the base's senior management resides, including the Central Control Building, the Armory, the Research Institute, the high-level accommodations, and many other buildings. It is strictly guarded. Not only that, the military area and the military accommodations are also under surveillance. Traveling freely through all areas is not easy. Qi Yi, Gao Chong, and other non-base personnel can only move around the non-core areas of the base. Many places are completely inaccessible. Last night, Gao Chong and his team urgently summoned him, saying that Qi Yi had been waiting for 2 days straight. He had been waiting outside the core area without food or water, and the base commander would not see him. They asked him to go and persuade him. It was already late at night when he arrived. His former captain stood there alone. The loneliness of his back pierced his heart. Captain, stop waiting. Go get some rest. He pulled at him, but he couldn't move. Enan is gone, but how can you be sure she's in the core area? What's the point of waiting like this? He questioned him. She's there. What? They said, she was busy and disappeared. The memory stopped. Qi Xian looked at Enan. Enan, I know you were very busy the past 2 days, and I couldn't reach you with my bracelet, but I'm sure you weren't in the core area at the time. She wouldn't let anyone wait outside for 2 days in vain. Enan fell silent. She wasn't in the core area, she was in the accommodations. She immediately understood something and looked at Gu Su. How did you announce it to the public? Gu Su threw away his cigarette and stomped it out. His brow furrowed again, his gaze fixed on her face. Everyone who comes looking for you has always replied that the base commander is busy and can't see him. He coughed lightly, his voice a little hoarse. Any questions? Enan was silent. There really wasn't a question. You couldn't just say the base commander couldn't be found. Yes, that's fine, but I don't believe you didn't know the shadow boss had been waiting for her outside for 2 days. Qi Xian argued confidently. The same person was waiting the whole time. The messenger couldn't have failed to make that clear. He then took a step closer to look at Gu Su. You could have clearly stated that the base commander was not in the core area and told him not to wait any longer. Faced with his sharp questioning, Gu Su's dark eyes also turned cold. I repeat, I don't know where the base commander was at the time. Looking at the scene before him, Enan was momentarily unsure who to help. In the final analysis, this matter was her fault. She had disappeared for 2 days without a word. Okay, you're right. Qi Xian took 2 steps back, his eyes cold and disdainful. Then I want to ask, weren't you the one who just sent Shadow and the other 2 base commanders away, who had been waiting for over 2 days? He found Chung Su and the others, and learned that Enan had only recently appeared. The timing was so precise. The battle for Peace City is imminent. Gu Su was simply cold. But this was clearly not very convincing. Qi Xian sneered. But you said it was an order from base. To them at the time, this meant Enan's order. 2 days without seeing him, only to receive a cold order. He would never forget how pale the captain's face had been. Giving Gu Su a final cold glance, Qi Xian turned and strode away. Across the wall, the troops outside busily sorted through their weapons. Inside, however, the atmosphere was silent and somewhat oppressive. Enan walked into the house. Come in with me. Gu Su's dark eyes glared at the clearly displeased woman and followed her. Bang! The door slammed shut. Enan turned and met those dark eyes. Chapter 320. Gu Su leaned against the door, his dark circles cast by his eyes, making his already dark circles look even more haggard. His dark eyes stared at Enan, silent as if awaiting her rebuke. Seeing him like this, Enan's anger dissipated somewhat, but her tone remained harsh. Don't you have anything to say? Gusu lowered his eyes, the shadows casting a beautiful shadow on his cold, wild facial features. He remained silent. You're clearly abusing your power for personal gain. Inan didn't look at him either, pacing the room with her arms folded. Her eyes were cold, staring straight ahead, and she spoke word by word. Your orders represent only you, not the base. At Galaxy Base, Inan, will always have the final say. Domineering. Strong. At this moment, Inan revealed a deeply cold side. She looked at Gusu. Meeting the obscure fluctuations in his dark eyes, though devoid of any expression, Inan could sense his sadness. She said nothing, merely staring coldly at him. Outside, the noise of the crowd continued. But not a ray of this clamor reached the room. Gusu walked to the bedside, opened a small window, and leaned against it, lightly swaying on a cigarette. The misty smoke obscured his profile. Inan walked to the door, her hand on the doorknob. The moment before opening it, she whispered, Gusu, I've never been one to keep my word. The ruthlessness and coldness in her eyes were intimidating. Your position as Deputy Base Commander, I can withdraw at my command? Squeak. The door opened. Inan was about to leave when a large hand gripped her arm tightly. A tremendous force pulled her back. A figure pressed forward. Bang! The door closed. Inan looked at Gusu, who was standing close by. He had thrown the cigarette out the window, and the window was closed. Silence returned to the room. He held her hand tightly, not letting go. His eyes darkened, a hint of self-mockery etched in them. You treat me like this for Chi? Inan shook his hand away. It doesn't matter who it is. You're not qualified. She spoke each word with unwavering ruthlessness. Inan turned and opened the door. A slender hand, with distinct veins, held a crack in the door. She pulled hard at the door. It didn't budge. Inan turned, and the height difference allowed her to see the blood pouring from his chest. A blinding red smear. Clearly, the wound had been torn. But this time, she wasn't going to treat him. Yes, I abused my power for personal gain. He stared at her intently, veins bulging on his hand holding the door. I just want all those men around you to get out. I'm telling you the truth, Inan. His eyes fixed on her, a misty haze tinging his rims with a faint redness. His expression was resolute and desolate. I became Deputy Base Commander because I want all those men to stay as far away from you as possible. Looking at Gusu like this, Inan fell silent. She couldn't utter a word. In fact, she had vaguely sensed it from the beginning. She simply admired Gusu's abilities, and wanted him to help her share more of the burden. If she was selfish, she was the most selfish. She wanted Gusu to do things for her, but she didn't consider his feelings. Even the huge amount of points she had now were given to her by him. She couldn't be too harsh on him. Gusu took a few steps back, blood trickling down his shoulder, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. The tall figure stood, yet seemed to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Inan, liking you is truly painful. Inan didn't dare look at the man, now utterly devastated. She bit her lower lip, remaining silent. Gusu slowly approached and opened the door. Sprinkles of blood dripped onto the floor. He pushed the door open and left. Inan watched his lonely figure. Leyhound quickly noticed Gusu's wound and rushed over. Oh, Deputy Base Commander, when will you be able to recover properly? You haven't slept all day these days. How can this wound possibly heal? Several more soldiers then arrived. Don't go on this operation. Stay at the base and recover. Yes, Deputy Base Commander, you should get some rest. Inan stood behind the door. She said nothing. Seeing Gusu like this, she felt a pang of distress. Chapter 321. But Inan did nothing. Her feelings for Gusu were, at best, a mutual admiration, far from love. Not to mention that they weren't in a relationship. She didn't need to be considerate or accommodating. She walked right past him. Inan looked at the large, fully prepared army. The first group, those ready, follow me. With that, rows of soldiers marched in an orderly fashion toward the helicopters. Inan boarded the first helicopter. The helicopter took off quickly. In the helicopter, Inan closed her eyes to rest, but in reality, she was browsing and shopping on the points panel. The first level points panel now had a new item, the level 2 ability Awakening Agent, given by Fu Sun. It was something he had brought back from the Southern Research Institute. She had originally thought the system would unlock something for her. Unfortunately, aside from the level 2 ability Awakening Agent option on the first level points panel, nothing else was unlocked on the other levels of the points panel. She didn't dare use the superpower Awakening Agent developed by the Southern Kingdom. Not only would it transform people into monsters, but she also didn't know if there would be any side effects. After browsing, Inan quickly ate some energy-boosting snacks. What followed was a long, unpredictable battle, and she had to be prepared. This time, the entire unit was divided into 10 teams. Each team consisted of nearly 100 people. The teams flew towards various locations on the Glory base as planned. Report to the base commander. A large number of Southern Alliance personnel have been detected in Area 002. A soldier's voice was urgent over the intercom. But Anne's expression remained calm. This was all within her expectations. How much territory has the Southern Alliance occupied? Reporting to the base commander, this is the reconnaissance team. According to our investigation, they have currently occupied the entire 002 and 001 sectors, and their main force is advancing towards 003. Continue to investigate their weapons. Yes, base commander. Anne quickly switched channels. All teams, change your plans. Teams 1 to 3 will gather in 003, and teams 4 to 10 will lie in wait in 2 districts of City P. Aerial, helicopters veered off. Some flew towards City N. Others flew towards City P. At the same time, everyone's wristbands displayed their precise location. Thousands of small red dots moved rapidly. In Sector 003, 3 teams, under Anne's command, quickly occupied the tallest building. This building happened to be the one where Anne had previously gathered supplies. Most of the zombies inside had already been eliminated, making it easy for the army to occupy the entire structure. A temporary camp was set up on the rooftop with the utmost swiftness. At the same time, the drone team began operating a large number of drones to conduct a zombie diversion operation. These drones were the most powerful drones purchased by the Anne system. They possessed exceptional endurance and payload capacity. Hundreds of drones took flight. They swarmed like a beehive. Under each drone hung a fresh, bleeding piece of pork. A swarm of zombies agitatedly followed the drones. The drones continuously channeled the zombie tide towards P1 City. There, in the territory of the Southern Alliance, lay the groundwork. Reporting to the base commander, we're being targeted and are returning. We estimate they have over 10 helicopters and a large number of guns and bombs. Furthermore, we've spotted individual missiles. Understood. Return quickly. Safety first. Anne put down the walkie-talkie and took out her military binoculars. She was on the rooftop of the tallest building, with an excellent view. Sweeping the buildings, Anne met a man also holding binoculars. The man, dressed in dark combat uniform, was burly and clearly a martial artist. When he saw Anne, his face was stern and expressionless. He lowered the binoculars and walked into the room behind him. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal anything. Commander Zoe, how should we respond? A subordinate followed closely behind the man in the combat uniform. The man called Commander Zoe was none other than Zoe G, one of the Southern Alliance's superpower commanders. He served under Su Jinggang, the Southern Alliance's vice leader. He had once been a powerful general in Su Jingdong's steel base. They're not numerous. Let's wait and see what happens and test their strength. Zoji always played it safe, grasping the key points. He knew full well that he was here to capture the Glory base, not to be harassed. As a large former national base capable of destroying Glory base, possessing considerable military power, if it were so easy to deal with, their alliance leader would have already annexed it, leaving him, a mere commander, with no chance of success. Zoji wasn't stupid. Although he had come this time determined to fight to the death, he wouldn't want to engage in a firefight until the very last moment. So, the two bases camped together in Section 003. Anne occupied the tallest building. Zoji occupied the 2 mid-rise buildings. The Southern Alliance seized all zombie clearing operations and simply positioned their artillery, watching the situation unfold. Anne made no move. Cannons larger and more powerful than those of the Southern Alliance were mounted on the rooftop. Mugs pointed at each other on both sides. Only swarms of drones were working frantically. 24-hour diversion. Commander, they have a huge number of drones, but they're not luring the zombies towards us. Zoji naturally noticed this. It's good that they're not luring them towards us. It shows they're still somewhat wary of us. Of course, our Southern Alliance's reputation isn't just for show. Zoji, however, wasn't buying it. He looked coldly at his subordinates beside him. Don't be blindly optimistic. Their cannons are no less powerful than ours. It could even be said that they were overwhelmingly powerful. He had served in the military for several years earlier, and that type of cannon was definitely a modified version of the latest batch. As the two spoke, a strong wind suddenly blew outside. What's going on? There haven't been any strong winds in over 6 months. The man muttered as he opened the window. As soon as the window was opened a crack, a whistling sound of wind reached his ears. The strong wind rushed in through the crack. The man immediately slammed the window shut with both hands. What a rotten weather. Zhou frowned and walked towards the window. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger, sweeping up countless dust and gravel, which slammed against the window with a loud noise. It was heart-wrenching. He couldn't help but feel worried. It seems the weather is going to change. This will make the mission twice as difficult. Chapter 322. The wind grew stronger. Sand and rocks flew, and the sky and earth merged into one. The troops on both sides had already entered the building. The supplies on the rooftop had been cleared out. Enid stood inside, staring at the windows that crackled like whips, her thoughts drifting back to her past life. She vaguely remembered. More than a year after the end of her past life, one day, the long period of intense heat suddenly changed. The wind blew for a whole day and night. Then began a long, endless, and freezing snowfall. Countless survivors froze to death in the winter, lacking cotton clothing. Enid secretly congratulated herself on having stockpiled plenty of cotton clothing in advance, and on having the points panel. She would never let her men suffer. She wasn't too worried about the people at the base. The base had sufficient electricity, and a large resource building, with plenty of thick clothing. However, she had to quickly provide cotton clothing for the 7 teams in City P. Thinking of this, Enid left a large amount of cotton clothing in the building and headed for the rooftop. With such strong winds, she had to go in person. Base Commander, the wind was too strong. 7 drones failed to return. A soldier rushed over, his face abashed. Nothing, I need to go out for something. You keep watch here. As she spoke, Enid glanced at the staircase leading downstairs. Just report anything to the Deputy Base Commander. Hey, Base Commander, where are you going in such strong winds? To City P. Enid slammed the door shut, and a modified helicopter from the system appeared out of nowhere. Enid quickly opened the cockpit door. But before she could enter, a figure swiftly stepped in beside her. Sitting firmly in the cockpit, Gusu said calmly, I go with you. Enid glanced at his rebandaged shoulder. Just as he was about to say that the wounded were not welcome, the cockpit door slammed shut. Enid took a deep breath, then ignored him and sat in the back seat. The wind was strong. Thankfully, it hadn't reached the helicopter's restricted flight level, but the wind was growing stronger, and their time was very limited. Inside the helicopter, Gusu remained silent, skillfully maneuvering the controls. The shoulder injury hadn't affected his piloting in the slightest. The helicopter flew at top speed towards P-City. The strong wind and sandstorms made visibility extremely low. But Gusu's piloting skills far exceeded Enid's expectations. The 40-minute flight had been unexpectedly advanced by 5 or 6 minutes, and Enid could already vaguely see the 004 and 005 buildings of the P-City Glory base. She picked up the intercom and reported to the troops. Lei Howd, the Deputy Base Commander, and I are here to deliver supplies. Base Commander, we're not short of supplies. Enid didn't elaborate further. We're almost there. But the next second, the helicopter suddenly jolted violently. The wind outside had visibly picked up, and the helicopter was now facing the wind, the immense resistance slashing its speed in half, making it extremely difficult to move forward. The wind's almost reaching force 9. Once we reach the rooftop, you need to get down first. Gusu spoke quickly, pulling the push rod. The fuselage shook violently. Seeing his speed increase instead of descending, the helicopter's tail rotor vibrated horribly in the gusts. Enid's heart tightened. Gusu, if all else fails, we land and charge in. After saying this, Enid looked down at the cluster of enhanced zombies below. Silence fell again. Such a massive zombie horde, especially of strengthened zombies. The killing would last forever. Gusu clearly knew that stopping there wouldn't work, so he had to give it his all and charge in. Without a word, he controlled the helicopter, heading into the wind. The engine roared with overload. The noise was intense, a roar that betrayed its overwhelming burden. It made one's heart race. But Gusu remained calm from beginning to end. His mental fortitude was clearly far superior to that of a strong man. The helicopter, despite the difficult headwind, slowly approached the building where Lei Howd and his men were. Base Commander. Lei Howd and the others guarding the entrance to the passageway were terrified as they watched the helicopter sway in the strong wind, but they could not move an inch. Several large men, arms supporting each other, clung to the doorframe to avoid being blown away. Their facial features were distorted by the strong wind. Get down! The helicopter had barely reached the rooftop when a strong gust of wind blew it sharply off course. Enid immediately opened the door and unleashed a grappling hook towards the rooftop. The brand new, reinstalled grappling hook shot straight down, But the wind was so strong that it forced the hook to deviate from its path. Ina knew time was running out. She simply retracted her grappling hook and leaped straight down. The fierce wind blew her light-powered body careening off the rooftop. Base Commander Lehoud rushed out, but as soon as he stepped out of the door, he was blown up by the strong wind. 7 or 8 soldiers behind him simultaneously grabbed hold of his body and clothes, barely preventing him from being blown away. Dizzy from the wind, Lehoud pulled back, looked towards Enon without even caring about his ripped clothes. She shot her grappling hook again from midair at the edge of the rooftop wall. This time, at close range, and with the wind at her back, the hook finally embedded itself firmly in the wall, and she scrambled up. Looking up at the helicopter in the sky, its fuselage completely tilted, Enan's heart leaped into his throat again. Flying a helicopter in such a strong wind was undoubtedly suicidal. If the helicopter were swept out of control by the wind, the pilot would surely die. "Jump down, Gusu!" Enon shouted into the intercom. Another massive vortex, almost rivaling the power of a tornado. The helicopter was suddenly sucked into the vortex. Deputy Base Commander Lehoud and the others stared at the out-of-control helicopter with wide eyes. Chapter 323. The helicopter was nearly spun 180 degrees. At the critical moment, Gusu jumped from the helicopter. The helicopter was some distance from the building, but fortunately, the strong wind was blowing in its direction. But on the other side of the building, it was several hundred meters away from Enon, far beyond the range of his light-based abilities. Enon grappled with the wind, grasping the railing and struggling forward. He saw Gusu falling. He didn't land on the rooftop. He was knocked down by the sudden change in the wind, just a few meters away. This was a heart-wrenching experience for not only Enon but everyone else. Such a tall building. The consequences of falling would be unimaginable. Not to mention the numerous zombies waiting below. Deputy Base Commander Lehoud and the others rushed out. "Go back. I can go alone." Enon sternly stopped them. In such a fierce wind, the chances of being blown away were extremely high. She drew her long sword. The tip of the sword scraped against the concrete with a sharp sound. Holding the railing with one hand and the long sword with the other, Enon walked quickly forward. Her heart grew colder as she moved forward. Enon ran through all the worst-case scenarios in her mind. The strong wind blew her hair into a mess, exposing her entire face to the air. Debris occasionally struck her, but was easily deflected by her light shield. As she approached the edge of the rooftop, Enon heard the roars of zombies, and the sound of sharp objects piercing flesh. She felt a surge of joy and quickly grabbed the railing to look down. She saw Gusu clinging to the wall 3 stories above the rooftop. One hand tightly grasped the air conditioner stand, the other holding a knife as he fought the zombies that were frantically emerging from the window. Enon immediately threw out the rope. "Hold on." At Enan's call, Gusu quickly cut the neck of a charging zombie, grabbed the rope, and climbed up. Enon tied the other end of the rope tightly to the railing. She lifted one leg high, planted it firmly on the railing, hooked one foot around the iron bar, leaned back, grabbed the rope with both hands, and pulled upward. Gusu climbed up quickly. Upon seeing him, Enon noticed a deep scratch on his right arm, soaking his shirt with blood. Furthermore, while his other arm was intact, the old wound on his shoulder had been torn open again. With both arms nearly crippled, he was still able to climb up so quickly, demonstrating just how ruthless he was to himself. Enon didn't waste any time, knowing his arms must be in excruciating pain, and he couldn't hold onto his arms to move forward. She quickly tied the rope around their waists. "Let's go!" In the fierce wind, the only way to avoid being blown away was to hold together. Enan's fingers went numb from repeatedly stabbing the blade into the concrete. Crack! The blade, unable to withstand the intense grinding, broke. At the same time, Enon, without any grip, took several steps back. A warm hand pressed against her back, and Enon knew it was Gusu. Just as she was about to say thank you, he shoved her forward. Base Commander Lehoud and the others waited, their arms entwined. Seeing Enon being thrust forward, they grasped her hands tightly. At the same time, Enon tightened her grip on the rope around her waist and pulled back. The two of them successfully entered the passageway. 7 or 8 soldiers worked together to slam the passageway shut, blocking out the fierce wind. Tom finally returned to the stairs. But the eardrum still seemed to be resonating with the whistling wind, bringing with them a dizzying array of phantom sounds. "Deputy Base Commander, your arm. We have 2 healing psychics here. Quickly call them over." The 2 healing psychics quickly arrived. Gusu glanced at Enon, seeing her busy tidying her disheveled hair and clothes. He pursed his lips, but ultimately didn't refuse the two healing psychics' approach. Deputy Base Commander, we treat you. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the base doctor, Ian ignored Gu-su and walked forward. But she had momentarily forgotten the rope around her waist. With such a large stride, Gu-su was suddenly pulled downwards. Already severely injured and exhausted, he lost his balance and fell directly towards Ian. But he reacted incredibly quickly. Almost the moment he began to fall, he thrust his dagger into the wall beside him. The blade, embedded in the brick wall, provided immense resistance. It stabilized his body. He didn't fall on Ian. The price was... His severely injured arm began bleeding profusely again, and one could even faintly hear the sound of flesh tearing. Deputy Base Commander. The two healing-type psychics' faces paled in fear. A wound this size would be difficult to heal even with their combined efforts. Gu-su naturally saw their predicament. His right arm hung loosely at his side, his pale face, his lips pale as paper, as he twitched faintly. It's okay. Just do your best. You guys go. I take care. Ian-an's crisp voice suddenly echoed behind him. Gu-su seemed surprised that she would still care about him. He glanced sideways at her. After the two healing psychics left, Ian walked down a flight of stairs. The rope around her waist tightened. She turned to meet the calm, dark eyes of that sickly, handsome face. She gently tugged at the rope. What are you daydreaming about? Follow me. As she spoke, Ian used a knife to sever the rope around her waist. The rope was of high quality, and it took her many attempts to sever it. After severing it, she led the way into a room. Gu-su followed closely, letting the rope guide him. As soon as they entered the room, they closed the door behind them. All this stunned Lei Hao, and the others, who were waiting quietly below. So obedient? Was this still their rational, domineering, and terrifying leader? As soon as they entered the room, Ian quickly treated Gu-su. After the confrontation, a slight silence settled between them. Under the pale green healing energy, Gu-su looked at the crystal core concentrate clutched tightly in Ian-an's hand and spoke first. I'm sorry to have cost you money again. I returned the crystal core this time. Ian said nothing, merely glanced at him. Years of combat had hardened his bones, and his eyes, cold and arrogant, were mingled with a wildness. Combined with his relaxed demeanor, his eyes drooped lazily. Even with his pale complexion, he still sent a shiver through the air. The surge of hormones made it difficult for Ian to ignore. She immediately pulled her lips together to distract him. Deputy Base Commander Gu, you've given me your base. What else can you give me in return? Of course, people. Ian-an's movements faltered. Seemingly extremely stubborn, unwilling to reveal even the slightest thought, Ian simply said, You're someone who suffers major injuries 3 days, and minor ones 2 days. I don't have enough crystal cores for you to build. A subtle tenderness etched at his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Then I get hurt less. Ian stopped talking. If she had been driving alone this time, she might not have gotten away with it as unscathed as she did now. She admitted that her driving skills weren't as good as Gu-su, who grew up in the military. But she was also being stubborn. Okay, change into it. After healing, Ian tossed Gu-su a combat uniform from the space. Black men's. Size XXXL. Gu-su took a look at the uniform and quickly put it on. He swiftly removed the tattered uniform, revealing his muscular figure. Every inch of his muscular torso was beautifully defined, the texture undulating with his movements, a delight to the eye. Ian glanced at him briefly and walked out as if nothing had happened. Inwardly, she thought, this man's figure is truly something you never tire of. Even after seeing 2 top-notch figures, he still found it astonishing. Before she could even open the door, a large hand grabbed her arm. Help me. Ian turned, facing the rope around his narrow waist. You don't have a hand? It's a knot, no knife. Just when she was about to ask him about his knife, Ian remembered being stabbed into the brick wall. A short knife appeared in her hand, and she leaned forward. The rope was tied so tightly that Ian's small hand was practically pressed against his abdomen. The warmth and delicate muscles of his abdomen burned, making Ian's palms sweat. Why is it so tight? Ian couldn't help but complain. It wasn't this tight when she tied it. Gu-su said nothing, just staring at her quietly. They were so close now, her thick hair even brushing against his chin, tickling him. Gu-su lowered his head slightly. He moved closer. Ian concentrated on pulling the rope loose. The rope pinched his side muscles, pulling Gu-su's waist forward and leaving a red mark. This position was somewhat erotic. But Ian, preoccupied with how to perfectly hook the rope down, didn't notice how much her action resembled seduction. Seeing there was enough space without damaging his skin, Ian raised her short knife and began to file the rope bit by bit. Her arm brushed against his waist, bringing a burning sensation. Though the room was quiet, the strong wind against the window made a crackling sound. This crackling sound was accompanied by the rustling sound of the blade scraping against the rope. As restless as Goose's heart at that moment. The rope broke. Enid breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. She raised her eyes, only to meet a pair of fiery black eyes. Goose's eyes were naturally beautiful, with narrow pupils and distinct lashes, and a slight upturn at the corners of his eyes, lending them a sharp edge. But his always slightly lowered gaze concealed this sharpness beneath a casual air. At this moment, they burned, as if filled with boundless affection. Enid recognized this look. She had been with two men, after all. She had a rough idea of how a man looked when he was in love. This look was a sign of both passion and desire for her. It was different from Lu Qi's steady and gentle demeanor, and Fu Sun's demanding nature. Goose's eyes at this moment made Enid feel. He seemed to be able to devour her completely. Enid quickly left. The moment the door closed, she realized with a start that he had actually been staring at her with such intensity. Lei howled, and the others stared blankly at Enid, and as he fled. Unlike his usual aloofness, the base commander's cheeks actually had a rare blush. A cold wave is coming. I send you some cotton clothes, Enid said, selecting 2 rooms filled with cotton clothes. But, base commander, it's not cold today. Even with the howling wind outside, it wasn't cold at all. Enid didn't elaborate, simply saying, the temperature will start to drop tonight. She couldn't return to City in today. She could only wait until the wind died down and the snow began to fall. With such strong winds, the Southern Alliance would have a hard time defending themselves, let alone causing any trouble. All actions were forced to halt in the face of natural disasters. Humanity is so insignificant and fragile. Chapter 324. Although she remained in the building, Enid was never idle. She found an unoccupied house, opened her wristband, and began processing the flood of information. In City S, Jiang He and Qian Fan had already completed the construction of Sub-Base 008. Mining was proceeding smoothly. Renyu's base in City D was also developing well. He Qi, Zhang Ming, and the others who had traveled to City C1 to assist had successfully helped the Polar Night base establish a foothold in C1. The main base was developing rapidly, having already taken in all the survivors in City C and expanding its staff by more than tenfold. Not only that, the other sub-bases were also progressing well. Enid was very satisfied. Naturally, the message box also contained messages from Lu Qi and Fu Sun. One of them reported daily on their itinerary, while the other had sent a message half an hour ago announcing their successful arrival in City D2. So, Enid confidently left the battle for the Tian base to Fu Sun. After the base-wide severe cold weather warning was issued, Enid checked the time. 2 hours had already passed. She thought of the superpower ball on the scoreboard and itched to act. But her body, now possessing 10 superpowers, was clearly overloaded with energy. She could often feel the strain on her body carrying this massive amount of energy. This was one of the reasons she hadn't replicated superpowers on a large scale. System: how many superpowers can a human body possess simultaneously? The average person can only possess 3 or 4, with a very few able to carry as many as 5 or 6. But this is the human limit, not yours. Your body has been transformed by the system, and its various coefficients have far exceeded what humans can possess. What are the specific values of my body now? Because the host's stats increase so frequently, the system often fails to report them. We now provide specific values for the host. Physical fitness 78, speed 76, resilience 93, beauty 107, strength 62, mental strength 400. Congratulations, host! With the exception of strength, all your indices have reached the top of the human spectrum. While your strength isn't strong, with your physical fitness, resilience, and multiple abilities, you can rival a level 4 power user. Your current ability cap is 13, with 3 more available. Your ability cap will expand as your physical indicators improve. Enid understood. With 3 more available, she wouldn't have to worry about overloading her body. She decisively bought 2 random combination power balls. Just as Enid was about to open the door, there was a knock. Goose's voice rang from outside. It's time for dinner. You guys eat, I'm not. Enid quickly declined and opened a power ball. The glowing power ball vanished into her palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking an S-level power. Luck. Luck. Luck power. I am the god who controls luck. Main function: can temporarily increase or decrease a person's luck. The lower the luck, the more unlucky the target. The higher the luck, the luckier the target mission. The magnitude of the increase or decrease, as well as its duration, increases with the host's power level. Enan's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't a maxed out SSS power, she found it quite nice. Luck, such a valuable thing. With this, would she still worry about not unlocking something good in the future? She quickly upgraded her luck power to level 5. Enan cast the spell on himself, raised the target character Enan's luck to its highest point. Then, Enan activated a second random combination of power orbs. After the light faded, the system's voice sounded again. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a luck bonus and successfully unlocking an SSS level power. Elemental. Enan immediately sat up straight. What is an element? Elemental power. Possessing an extremely high affinity with all elements, allowing one to easily control and integrate the power of various elements. Whether it's fire, ice, water, wind, or lightning, you can use them all. Enan was shocked. Isn't this the ability to control fire, ice, water, wind, and other elements simultaneously? More functions require the host to develop their own. The system's voice faded, and there was another knock on the door. At least eat something. Enan came back to her senses from the joy of gaining a power, and realized that the temperature had dropped. From the daytime high of over 30 degrees Celsius to around 10 degrees Celsius. She had been so immersed in it, that she had forgotten the cold. She pulled a coat from her space, and put it on. Enan pushed the door open. In the hall outside, the soldiers were already donning the cotton coats she had given them. They were huddled around a fire, cooking dinner. Since joining the Galaxy base, the quality of their food had improved significantly. At the door, Gusu, holding a bowl of hot noodles, looked at her with a carefree, gentle gaze. It's cold, eat something hot. Chapter 325. The rough-hewn men greeted Enan enthusiastically upon seeing him approach. Captain, come and eat. It's hot. Blissful smiles graced their faces. Seeing them like this, Enan felt a warm warmth in his heart. Not wanting to spoil their fun, he joined in. The men shuffled to make room for Enan. She didn't care, simply sitting cross-legged on the ground, taking the bowl Gusu offered her and tucking into it. How's it, Captain? How's it taste? Is it delicious? Facing the sparkling eyes on their weathered, rough, dark faces, Enan smiled. Not bad. Who made it? Me. A short soldier in the crowd cheerfully raised his hand. Delicious, amazing chef. Hey, thank you, base commander, for the compliment. You kid, you've actually been praised by the base commander. You're so jealous. Next time, I make it. Base commander, try it. I can cook delicious food too. Everyone was teasing each other. Leihout gulped down his bowl of soup and looked at Enan. Base commander, your wristband just received the severe cold weather warning for the entire base. Will the temperature really drop further? Yes, it will drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius, or even lower. Hearing Enan's words, everyone's expressions grew serious. Minus 40 degrees Celsius, what a concept. Extreme cold weather, unbearable for humans. Don't worry. The base commander provided us with so many cotton coats. We can definitely get through this. A soldier looked optimistic. Yes, I just saw that the coats come with a set of cotton gloves and a hat. The base commander is so kind. Yes, the base commander is so nice. Enan watched them regain their hope and smiled faintly. When I was base commander, they never praised me like that. Gusu's voice suddenly rang out from behind Enan. Enan looked at his expressionless face, but his tone was clearly a little sour. He just found it funny. Hey, the deputy base commander is nice too. Yes, the deputy base commander is very nice to us too, haha. Praise him, everyone. Praise him. The atmosphere was indescribably warm and joyful. Enan, who always had exceptional hearing, suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. She immediately turned to look at the window not far behind her. Gusu also felt it. Soon after, a small number of soldiers noticed it as well. They all moved towards the window. Is the glass cracked? The man in the lead, holding a bowl, slowly walked towards the window. Crack! The crack in the window grew an inch wider. Retreat! Gusu's cry instantly ignited Leihout's reaction. He immediately pulled back the soldiers heading for the window. Crash! The window shattered in the fierce wind. The gust of wind sent shards of glass hurtling straight into the room, with a force no less powerful than bullets. A sharp, crackling sound. The nearest soldiers were covered in shards of glass. They lay on the ground, staring in horror at their intact bodies. The pale yellow light-based ability protected them like a shield. But without this light shield, they would have been blasted to pieces. Crack! 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 At the same time, The other windows in the room were blown shattered. The entire hall was packed with the raging wind. Hurry, get into the inner room. The soldiers scrambled towards the inner room. The bonfire had long since been blown out, and firewood mixed with pots and pans flew through the air, shattering into countless pieces against the walls, and crashed into the crowd. Hurry, everyone get into the inner room, hurry. There were only 2 inner rooms in the house, one filled with cotton clothes, the other empty. Hundreds of soldiers scrambled frantically towards the empty inner room. Soon, everyone had squeezed in, and the door was firmly shut. The inner room was small, with only one small window. The soldiers immediately used various tools to seal it shut before sitting down to catch their breath. Commander Lei, what's the situation up there? Do you need any help? The intercom rang. It was the other teams downstairs. No need. Tell the other teams to seal all the windows. The wind's so strong they could break. Got it. Putting down the intercom, Lei Hao plopped down on the ground. Hey, it's a good thing our teams are all in the same building, otherwise so many of us would have frozen to death. With such strong winds, it was impossible to deliver supplies. Enan said nothing, simply sitting down on the floor in the far corner. The air in the room is stagnant now, so we can't light a fire. There'll be no oxygen later. Open the door to ventilate. The soldiers chatted back and forth. Gusu said nothing, simply sitting quietly in front of Enan, isolating her from the group of rough men. Are you stuffy? He looked at Enan, who was sitting in the corner. Her hair was disheveled, her face flushed from the strong wind and intense exercise, her mouth slightly open as she panted. She looked indescribably like a poisonous creature. Not bad. Everyone's free now, let's chat. Hey, I have something good to share. Lei Hao rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a large bottle of baijiu. Wow, Captain Lei, you bought baijiu? I spent 5,000 contribution points on this. The baijiu in the base's supply building is ridiculously expensive. 5,000 contribution points? Captain Lei, you're really generous. They say Captain Lei is a wine lover, obsessed with wine. Haha, not a wine lover, but more like an alcoholic. Lei Hao said, as he pulled several small wine bowls from his backpack and filled them one by one. He then carried 2 cups through the crowd and handed them to Enan and Gusu. Drink first, leaders. Enan, who didn't drink baijiu, waved his hand to decline. Seeing this, Lei Hao placed the 2 glasses of wine on the ground and walked away happily. You can choose not to drink, but I give you this. Then he began distributing the wine to everyone. These rough-hewn men, who had spent years in the military, all had a taste for it. They all scrambled for it. For a moment, the strong aroma of baijiu filled the room. The temperature dropped, and the strong liquor warmed their throats. With the alcohol's blessing, the men let loose even more freely. Come on, it's a rare day when everyone has nothing to do, and since both leaders are here, let's play some games. Someone in the crowd suggested it. For a moment, the small room was abuzz with activity. What are you playing? It's such a small place. We can only play some rhetorical games. How about truth or dare? What do you think? Sure, I support you. Me too. I want to see Commander Lei's friend, Old Chin. Go away. Let's make a deal. Only truth or dare. No such vulgarity. The base commander is here. With Lei Hao's shout, all the soldiers who had been making noises behaved themselves. Oh, and it wasn't just these rough-hewn guys. The base commander, a woman, was here too. Be civilized. Okay, be civilized, be civilized. Be gentlemen. A large group of rough-hewn men excitedly formed a circle, smaller circles surrounding larger ones, layer upon layer, a perfectly disciplined group. Enan and Gusu leaned against the wall, watching them play, a smile crossing their faces. Chapter 326. A soldier placed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks in the crowd. Then it's your turn, and you answer everyone's questions. The previous person will ask the next question. Okay, come on. Quick. Let me take your turn. Lei Hao, who had just finished 2 glasses of baijiu, stepped forward with a smile. The chopsticks spun around, then stopped after 2 circles. But there were simply too many people. At least 4 soldiers were crammed in the direction they were pointing. Everyone pushed and shoved. No one wanted to admit it was them. No cheating. All of you, come one by one. No one can escape. Lei Hao, as the minister, had given the order, and no one dared to refuse. One by one, they accepted the interrogation with a mixture of joy and fear. The first soldier was the young cook. Seeing how young he was, the soldiers around him clearly didn't want to embarrass him, so they simply asked a simple question: who did you learn to cook from? The soldier was a little shy. My mom. With that, the smiles on many soldiers' faces faded. In the apocalypse, the topic they least wanted to discuss was family. Having fought in the military for years, they were already separated from their families. The apocalypse struck so suddenly that many had no time to return home before being assigned to various zombie-killing missions. Their families, too, hadn't waited for them to return, having either become zombies or died. What are you all standing there for? Next. Next. Everyone tacitly avoided asking any more questions about family. Most of the questions centered around the military. Are there any women you like? What do you think? You don't see many women in the military all year round. How could I possibly like someone? Haha, Wang Zhang, you're so stupid, asking such a question. Next. Okay, I want to ask Zhou Tianhao, did you steal my braised chicken leg? Answer me properly, don't lie. Yes, whoever lies won't poop for a week. Damn, your curse is so vicious. The soldier named Zhou Tianhao looked awkwardly at the men staring at him, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. Yes. Well, you took the braised chicken leg I've been reluctant to eat, and I give you a big bag. Hey, next. The chopsticks spun around and around. Everyone's enthusiasm only grew. The fourth round. After 3 turns, the chopsticks pointed precisely at Inan and Gusu. There was a gap in the crowd to allow them to see. This time, the chopsticks pointed directly at Inan's spot. For a moment, all the men looked at them expectantly. Okay, let me ask. A soldier half stood and peered across the dense crowd at Gusu. Deputy Base Commander, do you have someone you like? As soon as he asked this question, all the soldiers erupted in laughter. They weren't stupid. The look the Deputy Base Commander gave the base commander was like, there must be something fishy going on. Everyone stifled laughter as they looked at the two of them. Gusu simply nodded. Wow, there is. TSK, the iron tree has finally blossomed. Everyone erupted in laughter. Even though they knew the truth, they pretended to be newly informed gossip. Then Gusu looked at Inan. The crowd quieted down, awaiting the Deputy Base Commander's question. The room was dim, and they were so close this time that they could almost see the fine hairs on each other's faces. He didn't embarrass her, merely smiling lazily. If humanity successfully resists the zombies and builds a new home, what would you most like to do? Look, the Deputy Base Commander's question is so profound, and all you can think about is food. Ha. The noise of everyone else faded into the background. Inan looked at Gusu's handsome face, so close to her. After a few seconds of contemplation, she said, if there ever comes a day of peace and tranquility, I like to see the mountains, rivers, and seas. She answered with great seriousness. In her previous life, when her parents were alive, she always lived in that small family compound. After her parents passed away, she became depressed and stayed indoors for years, even having few friends. After the apocalypse, she was either killing zombies or completing missions. For so long, in 2 lives, her life had been dull and monotonous. If that day ever came, she truly wanted to experience this world. Looking into her bright eyes, Gusu smiled softly, a hint of tenderness hidden in his eyes. He said nothing more. Come on, keep going. The chopsticks continued to spin. But once again, they stopped at Inan and Gusu. Second time. Ha. Inan was puzzled. Was her luck so bad? She secretly tried to improve her luck. She looked at Gusu, thought for 2 seconds, and then asked, last time you asked me what my regret was, you still haven't said what it is. She had nothing to ask. If there was one, it would probably be the question he asked her before the battle with Glory Base. She had answered him then, but he hadn't said his answer. Gusu's dark eyes pierced her intently. Inan felt a little intimidated by his gaze. It wasn't because she was overwhelmed by his aura, but rather because the deep affection in his eyes left her momentarily unable to respond. She leaned back, almost against the wall, suddenly regretting asking the question. Just as she was about to change it, Gusu spoke. Of course, I regret not fighting for the one I love. Her face reflected in his eyes, as if telling her clearly that the one he loved was right before her eyes. Oh my goodness, what kind of idle drama is this? The crowd erupted in excitement. Together. A group of straight-talking, rough-hewn men immediately erupted in a clamor. Minister Lei, is there something wrong upstairs? Do you need help? The intercom rang again. Lei Hao's face froze. Shh, be quiet. Don't disturb the people downstairs. He picked up the intercom and laughed. It's okay. Gusu's eyes, touched by Inan's adorable expression, brought a hint of a smile to his face. His voice softened unconsciously. Not caring if there were a bunch of men watching, she whispered to them, "So when will you take me in?" Inan was slightly stunned. She seemed to have not expected him to be so direct. "What is it? What is it? We didn't hear anything." "That's right, Deputy Base Commander, don't be so stingy. Didn't the brothers hear anything?" The people who didn't get to eat the melon were extremely anxious. Gusa glared at them, and they all sat down again. Faced with his oppressive gaze, An's face flushed slightly. She quickly replied in a low voice, "When I take me in." It was as if she hadn't said anything. Gusa's dark eyes moved, but he didn't press the issue. Hey, he didn't hear anything. "What do you mean by taking me in? What do you mean by taking me in? Taking someone in? The base is taking someone in." "Oh well, I thought it was some hot-button question." Lei Hao continued to twirl his chopsticks. The chopsticks spun 3 times, and just as they were about to stop, they suddenly slid, pointing towards Inan and Gusu again. An's eyes widened. It turned out that being pointed at wasn't bad luck, but good luck. She felt a surge of regret, but could only silently lower her luck. Chapter 327. Even Gusu was a little surprised. Calling them 3 times in a row, what kind of luck is that? Looking at An's bitter face, Gusu couldn't help but chuckle. Is it so difficult? She wasn't curious about him at all. Inan curled her lips. She really couldn't think of anything to ask. "Base Commander, why don't you outsource the question? I asked for you." Lei Hao's voice rang like a fairy's call to Inan. "Okay." Ignoring Gusu's instantly darkening face, Lei Hao shouted, "Deputy Base Commander, have you ever shot a plane?" "Damn! Commander Lei is so brave." The crowd erupted in excitement. Gusu stood up, grabbed his bag, and threw it at Lei Hao. Ouch! Lei Hao stood up and fled. Wrong. For a moment, everyone was in chaos. The game was over. Lei Hao was severely beaten by Gusu. He begged for mercy. In the chaos, a chopstick flew off the wall and ricocheted straight onto An's head. It caught her off guard. Hiss! Inan covered her head, then realized her luck had been lowered, but it should still be within its effective time limit. Is this thing really that effective? She muttered inwardly. She immediately altered her luck. Does it hurt? Gusu approached. Inan shook her head. It's okay. Those rough guys at the base are usually pretty rough with their words. Don't take it to heart. Gusu whispered, fearing their careless words might make her uncomfortable. Inan naturally didn't take it to heart. She knew, of course, that these rough guys could say anything to each other, and were incredibly shameless when it came to joking. Her presence helped them stay somewhat calmer. The night deepened. The temperature plummeted. Inan distributed blankets to everyone. Everyone quieted down, gathering in small groups to chat and prepare for rest. Gusu used a shelf to pull a sheet over Inan, creating a secluded space for her. Thank you. Inan looked at the tall figure guarding the curtains and lowered her head to open her wristband. Messages piled up again. The temperature was clearly marked, -15 degrees Celsius. Voice messages continued one after another. Inan had muted her voice earlier, so only when she opened her wristband did she see the voicemail boxes pop up. She clicked on Lu Qi's message first, and then, "It's getting colder. Remember to dress warmly." Lu Qi's voice was as deep and pleasant as ever. Inan lowered her voice to a whisper and whispered, "I'm in Peace City now. I come to Dawn Base to meet you when I'm done." She already regretted not closing Dawn Base sooner. A cold wave was approaching, and the vast Dawn Base didn't have many cotton coats, leaving many members vulnerable to the cold. Today, a large number of psychics were trapped in the F3 city mine. I lead a team to rescue them when the wind dies down. Okay, tomorrow morning Chung Su will bring a group of space psychics to deliver cotton coats to you. An's voice was muffled, her head buried between her legs, trying to suppress her voice as much as possible. But the conversation still reached Gusu, who was guarding the curtains. Silly boy, don't worry about me. Be careful. After a few more words, Lu Qi was reluctant to hang up. Inan said she didn't want to talk anymore, but he finally hung up. At the same time, Xingyi and Fu Sun's voices popped up one after another. Inan clicked on Fu Sun's call. As soon as the call was connected, his voice, a mixture of dominance, dissatisfaction, and grievance, came out. Who are you talking to? I can't get through. Inan changed the subject. Do you have any cold weather clothing? Well, the commander of Tian Base is fair, and has provided clothing to both sides. It'd be even lower in a few hours. Remember to ask them for more clothes. Okay. As he responded, a man's faint sigh echoed through his bracelet. And then, I missed you so much. Behind the curtain, Gusu, who had closed his eyes to rest, could no longer sit still. He grabbed the baijiu beside him and gushed down 2 bowls. Behind the curtain, Enan was unaware. She was scratching her chopsticks on the ground, her voice softening. It's only been a day since we last met. A day? Why does it feel like so long? The man's tone was gentle, with a low, husky, numb sound like sand rubbing against the ground. Enan smiled. District head, thank you, base commander. A man's voice boomed in the background from Fusun's side. Enan, I'm going to go get busy. Okay. Just as they hung up, Xing Yi's voice popped up again. The trembling voice box perfectly captured the urgency of the caller. Enan hesitated for 2 seconds before clicking on it. Xing Yi's clear, nasal voice, tinged with laughter, spoke eagerly. Enan, you're so busy. Your dedicated line is so crowded. Who knows how many calls he made? Gu Su, outside, couldn't bear to listen any longer. He stood up and headed over to where Lei Haud and the others were. Lei Haud, who was chatting, stopped talking when he saw Gu Su approaching with a grim expression. Deputy Base Commander, what's wrong? Wine. Here. He took the white wine and drank silently. Behind the curtain, Enan was completely unaware. She listened to Xing Yi's voice, which was slightly resentful, devoid of the gentleness she had just shown to her 2 boyfriends. The voice became businesslike. What's the matter? It's cold, Your Majesty. Please remember to dress warmly. Yes. Don't stare at other men. I'm surrounded by men. Do I have to poke my eyes out if I don't look at them? Enan retorted. He chuckled softly, not angry at all. His voice was sexy and magnetic. I heard you and Fu Chou Lian have confirmed your relationship. Young Master Xing is quite well informed. This statement was a tacit agreement. Since I can't stop you from collecting useless men, then the position of the 3rd wife must remain with me. He continued to smile, but his voice became firm, with a hint of dominance. Enan was about to retort when Xing Yi continued, my lucky number is 3. Numbers after 3 are incompatible with me. Enan couldn't help but roll his eyes. The curtain suddenly opened. Gusu squeezed in, reeking of alcohol. His face flushed slightly, and his eyes were tinged with alcohol, lending his once feral features a touch of sexiness. The lingering anger and darkness behind the watery glow lent a powerful and menacing quality. The curtain quickly fell, obscuring the 2 figures. Gusu, clearly aroused by the alcohol, grabbed Enan's wrist and pulled him closer. Stop talking. Time for bed. The smile on Xing Yi's face, far away in S City, quickly vanished. His voice grew cold. Enan, who is this? Gusu's dark eyes glared at the bracelet. Deputy Commander of Galaxy Base. Heh. Xing Yi's laughter was cold and disdainful. But this laugh, when it reached Gusu's ears, reminded him of the man, with the phoenix eyes, and the brightly dressed man. His stomach churned. The half bottle of liquor burned him, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his stomach and a severe headache. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, trying to regain some sense. Enan tried to pull her hand away, but the large hand holding her wrist tightened. I remember now. You're the district chief of K-City. Gusu's voice was low, without a hint of drunkenness. Before Xing Yi could say anything, he spoke in a domineering tone. The district chiefs are now under my jurisdiction. You are not allowed to call the base commander anymore. Glancing at Enan's disgruntled eyes, Gusu's gaze darkened. If you want to remove me, then do so. I've made the order. There was a hint of anger and bitterness. However, the sexy, magnetic voice within the bracelet spoke leisurely. Hey, brother, I'm not a district chief. The district chief is my uncle. You have no control over me. He sounded like a scoundrel. Enan pulled his wrist back with force, but fearing it would hurt her, he was forced to let go. Enan, you're no good as deputy base commander. Fire him, and let me take over. Snap. Enan turned off the bracelet, shutting out Xing Yi's voice. She took a deep breath. Sleep. Chapter 328. What, young master, you're not going to be the district chief anymore. Behind Xing Yi, Jiang Heng, shivering in his coat, poked his head in. Young master, come in. It's over 20 degrees below zero. How cold it is outside. Xing Yi lowered his bracelet, realizing his hands were already turning purple from the cold. Outside the mine, the wind howled, scattered snowflakes lashed the air, and the wind swirled around the cave entrance, stirring up a cloud of rubble. The smile in his eyes vanished, a touch of icy coldness. He walked into the house and closed the door. He headed straight for the inner room. The loud slam of the door shut made the subordinates in the room dare not speak louder. Jiang Heng, naturally aware that his young master was upset, followed closely behind him. Young master, what happened? Did Uncle Ji write another letter accusing you? Xing Yi remained silent, leaning back in his chair with a frown, his hands rhythmically tapping on the table. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Wrong. Master, what's wrong? I shouldn't have come here. He was busy as a dog here, only to give other men an opportunity. And had no idea of his efforts. Aren't you familiar with that girl named Jiang He? Do me a favor. Huh? Jiang Hung blushed at this. How am I familiar with her? Inside the Peace City building. Pushing Gusu out, Enan drew the curtain, blocking the dark eyes that troubled her, forcing herself to sleep. But at first light, she was awakened by the chill. Most of the soldiers were gone. Outside, the strong wind had died down considerably, replaced by a heavy snowfall. Enan checked her wristband, minus 45 degrees Celsius. As soon as the blanket was lifted, she shivered all over. She could only pull out a long down jacket from her space, and put it on, along with thick pants and cotton boots. She was bundled up from head to toe. After finishing all this, Enan went out. Base commander, you're awake. They've all gone downstairs. It's too cold here. There's a bonfire downstairs. Lei Hao saw Enan, and immediately went over. Not far away, Gusu was leaning against a broken wall, smoking. Enan nodded. We're going back. She had received a message from City Inn. People from the Southern Alliance had come asking for cotton clothes. On the rooftop, the helicopter, freshly launched from space, hadn't been greatly affected by the freezing temperatures, but it was still a little slower than usual. Sitting inside the helicopter, Enan watched the heavy snow outside, experimenting with her elemental powers. Her elemental powers had reached level 5. She pressed her hand against the window, and a strong energy wave emanated from it, connecting with the snow outside. Elements, elemental affinity. The snowflakes became controllable under the influence of energy. Feeling the touch of energy, Enan's palms moved slightly, and the snowflakes outside the helicopter fuselage suddenly changed direction, as if being restrained and drifted to the other side. Enan's eyes lit up, and he continued to explore. The helicopter quickly and slowly landed on the rooftop of a building in City Inn. A helicopter that did not belong to the Galaxy base suddenly landed there, a thick layer of snow already accumulated. As soon as Enan landed, he pointed his gun at the helicopter door. The door slowly opened, revealing a dozen shivering men huddled inside, all wearing only short-sleeved shirts. The opening of the door made them tremble like sieves. We're here for help. Don't shoot. We're unarmed. The leading man was the burly man Enan had spotted through her telescope. Enan wasn't a kind person, and she had never shown much compassion towards the people of the Southern Alliance. But in the vast Southern Alliance, with over 20 bases, there were always many ordinary people forced to obey orders from the top due to the apocalypse. It was the authoritarians who deserved death, not these ordinary people struggling to survive. Look at them. With her words, the soldiers waiting at the door pointed their guns at Zhou Ji and his group. Under the countless guns, the dozen or so men, hands raised and trembling, entered the passageway. The passageway door slammed shut. Zhou Ji and the others were still trembling. Their skin was purple and red, and in just a few moments, a lot of snow had piled up on their heads. As they walked down the stairs, they were restrained and forced to squat on the ground. Who's in charge? It's me. Zhou Ji raised his hand. Come with me, Enan said, walking towards a small room. She wasn't worried about him doing anything to her. As soon as she entered, she released her magnetic field to block any possible sneak attack. Sitting in her chair, Enan looked at the man, clutching his chest and freezing coldly, and said, Speak. Our supplies haven't arrived yet, He spoke tremblingly, pausing for a moment before continuing, Most of my men have frozen to death. We can't wait any longer. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, everyone will die. The man's expression was one of pleading. The fragility and helplessness of humanity in extreme weather were fully revealed. Enan glanced at his purple and blackened arm and said coldly, If I remember correctly, you're here to seize this Glory Alliance territory from us. What she wanted was his sincerity and his statement. Zhou Ji, as the Southern Alliance's supernatural commander, was no fool. He immediately said sincerely, If your Galaxy base helps us this time, I will lead my team to evacuate. I won't compete with you for the Glory Base territory again. He spoke with difficulty, his whole body shaking more and more violently. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Enan shook his head. I don't let a tiger go back to the mountain with you. I want you to betray the Southern Alliance and join me. Zhou Ji's pupils widened as he looked at the oppressive woman before him. He immediately shook his head. I have lived under the Sioux family since before the apocalypse. My uncle and aunt are also in the Southern Alliance. I will not betray. Sioux family. Enan naturally remembered them. Sioux Jingang, the Southern Alliance's deputy leader. The Sioux family was also a prominent family before the apocalypse. The industries involved were numerous and extensive. That's out of the question. Enan dismissed them directly. Get out within a minute. I'm showing mercy by not killing you. Zhou Ji's face was filled with despair. But he turned, trembling, and led his men out. On the rooftop. Their helicopter had been preheating for a long time, but hadn't started successfully. What should we do, Commander? The fuel is almost out. We're all going to freeze to death here. Inside the helicopter, the man's voice was desperate and helpless. More than a dozen grown men now had red eyes. Zhou Ji hadn't yet recovered from the hypothermia. The heated cockpit provided a respite. He was speechless. He simply stared blankly at the heavy snow outside the helicopter. This time, they had truly reached a dead end. Bang! The passage door swung open. Several large bags of cotton clothing were thrown out. Zhou Ji stared at the bags in the snow in shock, trembling as he pushed open the hatch. Enan's voice was cold. Evacuate immediately, or I chase you south and kill you. But to Zhou Ji and the others, it sounded like heavenly music. Before they could even say a word of thanks, she had already closed the passage door. Zhou Ji and the others' helicopters struggled back. They were now wearing the cotton clothing Enan had provided. Eagerly, they carried the large bags of cotton clothing and headed downstairs. Open the door, quick! We're here! Open the door, brothers! We've got the cotton clothing! The excitement made them forget the cold. They shouted for a long time, but no one opened the door. Zhou Ji kicked the door open. In the passage, 3 men, each covered in purple and black, supported each other as they struggled to crawl. Their pace was extremely slow, and they were so cold they could barely utter a word. Hurry, put on your coats. The door closed, and they quickly grabbed their coats and put them on their companions. They rubbed their bodies to keep them warm. How could this happen? Isn't there a fire? Zhou Ji strode downstairs. There was no fire in the room. The 2 surviving fire users were nearly frozen to death, huddled among the shivering crowd. No more powers. Commander. One of the fire users spoke with difficulty, looking at Zhou Ji. Hurry, Coates, hurry! It took Zhou Ji and a dozen men about half an hour to rescue the surviving companions from hypothermia. They huddled together, wrapped in cotton coats, shivering. Another 58 comrades lost, Commander. Zhou Ji slammed the dead walkie-talkie down from his hand. He'd been calling the Alliance since last night. He called countless times on every channel. No response. He knew the Alliance would be in chaos and resources were scarce in such extreme weather. But shouldn't those of them, carrying out dangerous missions outside, on the front lines, receive Alliance assistance? The walkie-talkie shattered on the ground, scattering broken pieces. Recover the heat, wait for the fire types to recover, then light a fire, and have something hot to drink. Zhou Ji said, his expression indescribably resolute, then returned to the Alliance. Commander. The man next to him looked at him in shock. Didn't the Alliance leader say this mission must succeed? Yes, Commander. Vice Leader Su won't allow you to fail either. The 5 leaders are watching closely, and at this critical moment, you need to establish your authority. Zhou Ji glanced at the worried eyes of the crowd. His eyes were red, his face filled with emotion. You've all been with me for a long time. Honestly, I, Zhou Ji, have always considered you brothers. If I get back this time, and the higher-ups blame me, the worst that can happen is death. Everyone started shouting, Commander. Commander, we're charging ahead of you. We make sure nothing happens to you. That's right, Brother Zhou. You're blaming me. My life is worthless. Zhou Ji raised his hand, silencing them. Just think of me, Zhou Ji, as the one who died in this cold wave. But you stay alive. Chapter 329. 2 hours later. Zhou Ji and his group of over 300 surviving psychics decided to return. However, just as they reached the rooftop, helicopters flew in from the direction of the Southern Alliance. They landed one after another on the rooftop. A large group of men, layered in layers of thin clothing, rushed down. The leading man smiled, but a hint of contempt etched in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji, I'm here to bring you supplies. Seeing the arrivals, Zhou Ji didn't express joy, but rather a hint of disgust. They returned to the building. He looked at the 2 packages the men had brought in. They were filled with various clothing items, but mostly shirts and thin jackets, all tattered and riddled with holes. Furthermore, many were soaked in snow, and wearing them would only make them even colder. They were far inferior to the cotton-padded jackets provided by the Galaxy base. TSK, it seems you don't need these supplies. The man paced, looking at the brand-new cotton coats worn by Zhou and the others with a look of amusement. These are the supplies we found in the building. A man behind Zhou shouted immediately. Zhou looked at the man. Wang Mian, I have 1,860 men, and you only brought me these 2 bags of rags? The man named Wang Mian's expression turned cold. Zhou, who do you think you are? Do you know that the base has no clothes at all right now? Many people in the department are hiding in their houses, freezing. Zhou didn't buy his rhetoric. He looked at Wang Mian and the group behind him. I see you're well dressed. A man behind Wang Mian stepped forward, his expression somewhat arrogant. Commander Zhou, Deputy Alliance Leader Su is worried that you won't be able to perform effectively, so he asked us, the commander, to guide your operations. Not only that, they've assigned us a large number of psychics. In addition to the over 2,000 psychics present here, we also have over 1,000 in P City. Zhou clenched his fists. Guide? We're all in the advanced group, so what qualifications do you have to guide us? The men behind Zhou couldn't stand it any longer. Wang Mian didn't argue with him. He walked around the room, looking at the frozen bodies on the ground. He smiled. Zhou, you're dressed warmly, but many of your brothers have frozen to death. He looked at the remaining 300 or so men and feigned surprise. No way, over 1,500 of your men have frozen to death. TSK, then you're even less qualified for this mission. Cooperate with me, and you can even make up for your mistakes when you return. Zhou walked towards him, his voice low and husky, suppressed with anger. Fault? I froze over 1,000 of my brothers to death, and you say it's my fault? What else? Wang Mian looked at Zhou with a condescending gaze. Wang Mian, I know you've always wanted to outdo me and become the only commander vice chairman Su values, but don't be so despicable. Zhou, I don't understand what you're saying. Wang Mian smiled, tilting his head and pointing at his ear, looking as utterly pissed off as he could be. Bang! Zhou punched him. Wang Mian quickly dodged, but was barely hit in the jaw. He swiftly counterattacked. One of them possessed wind and wood abilities, the other speed. A rapid tussle ensued. At the same time, the two groups engaged in combat. They didn't dare use guns or abilities, just their fists. Soon, Wang Mian, with his superior force of over 2,000 men, crushed Zhou's group. Zhou and the others were badly injured. Zhou, you assaulted a colleague. I'm going to report you when I get back. There are so many people watching here, you and your team can't get away. Wang Mian said viciously, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A man beside him leaned over and whispered something. Wang Mian's eyes grew brighter. He looked at Zhou, whose face was covered in bruises. Zhou, were you planning to return? Zhou looked at him coldly. Yes. Okay, you betrayed the alliance. Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't betray you. I just didn't want anything to happen to my brothers. Wang Mian walked forward. In the dimly lit room, his eyes were fierce. Zhou, you definitely didn't find those cotton coats. If you could find them, you wouldn't have frozen so many people to death. As he spoke, the cruelty in his eyes tinged with excitement and frenzy. They must have been given to you by the Galaxy base across the way. Capture them. They accepted bribes from the Galaxy base and betrayed the alliance. Strip off their clothes and get them out. On the crowded floor, a large number of people rushed towards Zhou and his men. I didn't betray you. Don't touch my brothers. Amidst the chaos, Zhou tried his best to stop them. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. In the crush, he watched helplessly as his men were beaten to the ground. Their coats were being stripped off. Zhou's eyes burned red as he watched. Don't touch them. I beg for these coats. What right do you have to take them off? So many of my brothers have already died. Don't touch them. The roar was hoarse, helpless, and desperate. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the crowd. Wooden vines rose from the floor. Zhou picked up the knife from the ground, his eyes filled with resolute hatred. Brothers, charge out. Kill! Kill them! Everyone drew their weapons. Blood flowed on every blow. Superpowers flew across the small building, and the sound of gunfire was intense on the other side. Enan, who had come out with his cannon the moment he saw the helicopter, was keeping a close eye on the other side with a telescope. On the rooftop, a huge awning stood high, shielding him from the heavy snow. Dozens of soldiers manned the rows of cannons, awaiting Enan's orders at any moment. They've started fighting. Gusa stood beside Enan. He lowered the binoculars and looked at the woman beside him. Now is the best time to attack. Inan said nothing. He simply observed, muttering, they were clearly about to leave just now. At the same moment, the door to the building's passageway was kicked open. Zhou Ji and the others, covered in blood, retreated while fighting. Most of their cotton coats were shredded, and some were left in their original short-sleeved shirts. Chapter 330. Don't do it yet, Inan said calmly. Through the telescope, a fierce battle could be seen on a distant building. Gu Su's voice echoed faintly from the side. The struggle for power within the Southern Alliance is intense. Hearing him say this, Inan immediately knew he knew the Southern Alliance quite well. Tell me more about it. The 2 vice presidents and the 5 decision-makers comprise the Council of Decisions, each representing 2 major powers, acting as a check and balance between them. Gu Su spoke, leaning against the railing, his gloved hand drooping gently. The 5 decision-makers are led by none other than Qin Wanhe, a man of great ambition. To counterbalance the Council of Decisions, the Southern Alliance leader's adopted father, Shin Xinjian, supported 2 vice presidents to counter them. Inan had some idea of this. One vice president is Su Jinggang and the other is Duan Baizheng. Inan understood. Duan Qingyu's father, Duan Baizheng. Qin Wanhe's name sounds familiar. Is it the Qin family, the southern tycoon? Gu Su looked at Inan. Yes, and not only that. Before the end of the Qin family, they were involved in politics and the military, and they had representatives in the upper echelons of the Southern Military Department. That's enormous power. How could such a family be content to just be the boss in the Southern Alliance? One can imagine how fierce the power struggle within the Southern Alliance is. As an ordinary psychic in her previous life, she didn't know much about the internal details of these major bases and alliances. She had only heard others discuss alliance leader Shen Yi. She knew his psychic powers were extremely strange, capable of even reversing life and death. Inan's eyes were cold. How could he reverse life and death? She really wanted to see it. On the distant rooftop, the passage door had been shut. Zhou Ji and his severely injured comrades were trapped on the snow-covered rooftop. Not only that, their helicopter had also been taken away. This was clearly an attempt to freeze them to death. The passage door was sealed tightly shut. No matter how hard they chopped, all that remained was a stack of metal cabinets blocking the door. Furthermore, seemingly feeling that the floor was contaminated by too many corpses and blood, Wang Mian and his large force split up and relocated to other buildings. Under the ice and snow, zombies' resistance to cold was far greater than that of humans. Some low-level zombies were still slow to move, hampered by the thick snow. The level 4 zombies were not hampered at all. They started setting up their weapons. Inan noticed it too. The newly arrived Southern Alliance psychics had already begun setting up artillery on the rooftops of different floors. Inan was extremely wary of this group of people, who were so eager to kill their allies right from the start. Naturally, he wouldn't give them a chance to prepare. Bomb! With that, bang, bang, bang. One after another, the system-generated, enhanced shells were fired, precisely aimed at the buildings housing the Southern Alliance's psychics. In an instant, the top dozen floors of those buildings collapsed. A huge cloud of smoke, rubble, and dust exploded. At the same time, professional military pilots, flying the modified fighter jets provided by Inan, charged directly upwards. 3 fighter jets quickly flew towards the bombed-out buildings. Inan, in Gu Su's helicopter, headed straight for the rooftop of the building where Zhou Ji and the others were. On the rooftop, countless people were covered in white snow. They lay huddled together in the snow, their cotton coats stripped bare, leaving them clad only in tattered short-sleeved shirts riddled with knife marks. Their lives were unknown, their wounds frozen solid, their bodies a grayish-purple-black. There are probably no survivors, Gu Su said softly. Inan's face was solemn. She didn't hold out much hope. She just wanted to take a look. The helicopter's rotors kicked up a cloud of snow, landing steadily on the rooftop. Inan's elemental powers unleashed. She stepped off the helicopter, and wherever she stepped, the snowflakes automatically dispersed to the sides, like an invisible barrier, shielding her from the heavy snow. This prevented the difficulty and dampness of stepping into the half-meter-thick snow. She walked over to the pile of bodies. She stroked the air with her palm, and with her elemental powers, the snowflakes dispersed, piling to the sides. Gu Su, stepping down, observed the scene, his dark eyes flickering slightly. She had gained a new power. Furthermore, Inan immediately sensed the ice element, unleashing a powerful energy that rapidly melted the ice on the frozen bodies. Gu Su was mesmerized by the scene before him. Even with his ice-based abilities, he couldn't control the ice elements produced by nature. He could only control the ice energy he generated. And yet, she could actually control this natural product. No one is alive. The ice melted completely. The bodies of these people had turned black and gray, and almost all of them bore fatal wounds, frozen so tightly that their internal organs were visible. In this state, even if they were rewarmed with fire energy, they wouldn't survive. Let's go! Gusu turned and headed for the helicopter. Enan looked at the over 300 bodies, most of which were covered in ice and snow, and after 2 seconds of silence, he followed. Don't go. A faint voice rang out from the other side of the wall. Enan paused, looking. A purple-black hand stretched out with difficulty. She strode forward. Among the pile of corpses, Zhou, his mouth full of blood and a thin layer of snowflakes, struggled to reach out his hand. Most of his body was crushed by the bodies. But this was clearly why he wasn't dead yet. These men had actually used their bodies to protect him. I want to join. He didn't finish his words before fainting. Gusu glanced at Enan, and seeing her nod, he stepped forward and pulled the men out. The blood from each corpse froze into a mass. Fortunately, Enan's elemental powers controlled the ice, preventing Zhou from losing too much flesh. Base Commander, we've seen helicopters and a large number of living people in 2 districts of Peace City. They look very much like the Southern Confederacy. Bomb them to death. Leave no one alive. Yes. Gusu had already taken the men aboard the helicopter. Enan didn't follow. You take him to the base to rescue him, I go kill him. At the same time, helicopters took off at Enan's command. They began pursuing the Southern Alliance's superpowered individuals who had fled into the various buildings. This time, they were going to kill them all. This would be tantamount to completely breaking off relations with the Southern Alliance. Enan knew this, of course. But she had a better plan. This plan. It required killing all of these people now and quickly. She flew the helicopter straight to the building where Wang Mian had fled. She charged in from the rooftop, knife in hand. Chapter 331. Hurry, hurry, call for help from the Alliance. In the building, Wang Mian and a group of psychics frantically ran upstairs. A man behind Wang Mian, holding a walkie-talkie, his lips trembling with panic, said, Alliance, this is Advanced Group 3. We've been bombed extensively by the Galaxy base. We need support. The walkie-talkie didn't respond. The extremely cold and snowy weather had also significantly reduced the signal transmission rate. Alliance, this is Advanced Group 3. We need support. One after another, amidst the heavy breathing and the clatter of relentless footsteps, the voices were extremely frantic. Damn it, is the signal so bad? Change the channel. Wang Mian cursed. He scrambled upstairs, holding onto the stairs. Hurry, get to the rooftop and escape by helicopter. Deputy Minister Su, we're Group 3. We need support. The man's voice was almost tearful amid the deafening roar of artillery fire outside. Useless. Wang Mian snatched the intercom. Deputy Minister Su. Seeing no response, he quickly switched channels. Hello, is anyone there? Hello. Still no response. Beads of sweat dripped from Wang Mian's forehead onto his trembling hands. Come back. Shit, are they all dead? The intercom suddenly lit up green, and a faint yet commanding male voice boomed. What's going on? The nearby psychics, recognizing the voice, stared at Wang Mian with wide eyes and horror, then whispered, It's the Alliance leader. Wang Mian immediately suppressed his temper and became respectful. Alliance leader, I'm sorry, I was so impatient. Speak up. The man was indifferent. Seeing there was no anger in his voice, Wang Mian quickly said, We were bombed extensively by the Galaxy base, and they even had fighter planes. I remember correctly, you also brought a large number of artillery and ordnance. Yes, Alliance leader, but the enemy's weapons were incredibly powerful. Their firepower was 3 times ours, and they destroyed all our weapons instantly. Not only that, their fighter planes were also incredibly powerful. They killed most of us almost instantly. Wang Mian spoke quickly and took a deep breath. There was no sound on the intercom. Wang Mian didn't dare to rush, but stared nervously. The hundreds of psychics crammed into the corridor stared at the intercom, no one daring to utter a word. After a dozen seconds, the intercom lit up. Hold on, I support you. Hearing this, Wang Mian's eyes widened, a flicker of hope in their eyes. Thank you, Alliance leader, thank you, Alliance leader. The intercom shut off. Wang Mian's face had regained some composure, and he quickly ran upstairs. Hurry, find a way to survive first. Commander Zhou. As everyone ran, a psychic looked at Wang Mian and whispered a warning. Just say that Group 1 was fighting each other over cotton clothes. By the time we arrived, they were already dead in the fighting. Won't it be revealed, Commander? In this weather, the rooftop will be buried in snow. Who can tell what happened? Wang Mian said, a fierce look in his eyes. If we have time, we bomb that building and say Group 1 was killed by the galaxy base. As soon as he finished speaking, crack! A huge bolt of lightning, accompanied by a bright light, struck from the building above. Several men in the front were instantly slashed to death. Who? Wang Mian retreated quickly. Followed by this, dozens of fierce blades of light, brimming with powerful energy, slashed down, death in their wake. Counterattack, counterattack. Everyone drew their weapons, aiming their guns upwards. Magnetic field. Instantly, all their powers vanished. Switch positions. Heroine appeared directly in the crowd. Her light-based protective powers unleashed a devastating blow. Fleeting behind the crowd, Wang Mian saw that the newcomer was only a woman. But she was so terrified. He turned and fled downwards. At the same time, the magnetic field power vanished. Fear. Swallowing. All the powers that struck Heroine were devoured by her, transforming them into her own energy. Heroine no longer needed to draw on crystal core fluid to replenish her energy. With her devouring powers, the more she attacked, the more energy she gained, killing and chasing all the way. Blood splattered all along the staircase. Under Heroine's long sword, everyone fell. The blood flowed all over the stairs, and every step was stained with blood. Heroine, knife in hand, slowly walked towards the last survivor, Wang Mian. He was now slumped on the ground, his hands supporting him as he trembled as he moved backward. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. In his panic, he had lost the ability to use his supernatural powers. The narrow corridor and the wall at the end of it meant he had no escape. As if suddenly struck by something, he frantically pulled out his intercom. From the violent trembling of his hands, the intercom repeatedly fell to the ground. Turning on the switch, he cried out, "Help! Help me! Help!" As he cried, his eyes, white as bells, grew more and more desperate. The knife rose, then fell. Wang Mian's head fell to the ground. Desperate cries for help still echoed through the corridor. Like a ghost's resurrection, Heroine ruthlessly collected the crystals. It had become muscle memory. Kill the zombies and collect the cores. Kill the psychics and collect the crystals. Without missing a single one. He's awake. Goose's voice rang out from his bracelet. Heroine threw away the blood-stained knife and returned to the base. Blow up Building 16 and 12. Building 12 was where Zhou Ji and his men were, and Building 16 held Wang Mian's body. Yes, Base Commander. Inside the room, a stove burned for warmth. The temperature was much higher than outside. Zhou Ji lay on a bed in a room, covered with a quilt and surrounded by water bottles filled with hot water. Seeing Heroine push the door open, he immediately threw off the blanket and knelt on the ground. Thank you for saving my life. His body was still shaking, his lips pale, but he had obviously been treated by the healing psychic. His wounds had healed considerably. After thanking him, he looked at Heroine with a face full of hope and pleading. Are there really no survivors on the rooftop? Though he asked repeatedly, the answer he received was always no. But he refused to give up. He had over 1,000 brothers in his group, over 1,000 brothers. Brothers who had fought together for so long, sharing life and death. Brothers he considered family. Even in their final moments, they had protected him with their bodies. He simply could not accept, could not bear such an outcome. Heroine shook his head. Seeing his grief-stricken expression, Heroine distracted him. Say what you were about to say on the rooftop again. Her eyes were cold, as if she could kill him at any moment if he made a mistake. I want to join you. Join your Galaxy Alliance. Zhou Ji suppressed his sorrow. Though tears streamed, his expression was serious and his tone firm. Your uncle. Before Heroine could finish, Zhou Ji said, the Southern Alliance will think I'm dead and won't do anything to my uncle and aunt. Besides, they're also psychics and can be useful to the Alliance. What's your name? Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji listened carefully. I saved you because I think you're a good person. Heroine sat down and took a sip of warm water to warm her chilly stomach. Although we were opponents at first, you were sincere in your request for supplies, and were loyal to the Alliance and your family. You rather freeze to death than betray me. And I refused the cotton clothes because I wanted to see how you would respond. She looked at the man, who knelt respectfully even though he was shivering with cold, and continued, you were tactful to take your men and leave quickly. Zhou Ji looked up at the towering woman, his expression serious and indignant. After returning, you'd be evacuating soon. I saw it all. If they didn't evacuate, her artillery would bomb them directly. Based on all that, you're considered qualified by me," Enan said, standing up again. She walked over to the kneeling man and half-crouched. She stared into his eyes, fierce and fierce. "Zhou, I want you to return to the Southern Alliance and be my thorn." Zhou's pupils dilated at that. "The gang that killed you are all dead, and I've blown up the building. You won't be exposed," Enan said, standing up, glaring at the man before her. "Your leader will soon bring a large army to support you. You will be rescued as the Southern Alliance's sole survivor." Zhou seemed to finally digest Enan's words, his expression both shocked and serious. "I'm not worried about you betraying me. I've officially broken off relations with the Southern Alliance. They all know I was the one who killed them. I don't recommend adding you." Enan smiled faintly. Even if Zhou betrayed her and exposed her attempt to bribe him, it wouldn't matter to her. She had already killed so many people. He didn't care about the added charge. The next second, Zhou suddenly grabbed the knife from the table and slashed at his abdomen, which had just been healed by the healing psychic. Sizzle! Blood spurted out. Not only that, he also slashed at his arms and face. Enan looked at him expressionlessly. "You've made up your mind, haven't you?" Zhou put down the knife and slammed it heavily on the blood-soaked floor. "I, Zhou, will repay a favor. From now on, I will be your hardest and deepest thorn in the side of the Southern Alliance." Chapter 332. Report: No survivors found in Area 03. Team 6 is under artillery fire. Firepower level detected at level 3. Firepower is too high to engage head-on. Evacuate. Tense reports echoed through the intercom, accompanied by the background murmur of artillery fire. Su Jingyang, his hair half-gray, had a complicated expression. He glanced at the expressionless Shen Yi, hesitated for a moment, and finally said nothing. Report: No survivors found in Area 01. Report: No survivors found in Area 02. Report: No survivors found in Area 04. Su Jingyang could no longer sit still. His brow furrowed, his slightly aged face brimming with guilt. "Alliance leader, I specially dispatched 2 advanced teams for this operation to ensure complete success. I also provided the best weapons I could. I truly didn't expect this to happen." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! The nearby building collapsed from the bombardment. The intense tremor made everyone inside somewhat unsteady. "Retreat first," Shen Yi said, standing up and walking out. Report: The intercom rang again. This time, the voice was a bit more excited. Report: A survivor has been found among the corpses in Area 05. It's Commander Zhou of the advanced team. Shen Yi picked up the intercom. "Take the men with you and evacuate immediately." Yes. The Southern Alliance army quickly withdrew. Once they entered P1 City, which was under the jurisdiction of the Southern Alliance, a large number of psychics arrived to assist them. Shen Yi looked at the man beside him. "Bring Zhou to see me." With that, he turned and walked back toward the building. Soon Zhou, covered in wounds, was carried in. He was flanked by 2 healing psychics. Though he had been treated briefly, the horrific wounds and frozen purple-black skin still shone through the tattered fabric of his clothing. Seeing Shen Yi in his high seat, Zhou struggled to his feet. Alliance leader. Even though he was barely holding himself up, his body was shaking violently. Shen Yi's eyes were obscure. "Tell me everything." End City. The Galaxy base, having successfully repelled the Southern Alliance, was systematically taking over the Glory base's territory. With the vast expansion of their territory, Enan's points dashboard skyrocketed. She stared at the red dot on her bracelet, indicating P2 City, and nibbled on some bread. The bracelet she had given Zhou was specially tuned. He could only contact her, and could not see the exact location of her or any of the Galaxy base members. It could be said that Zhou was being unilaterally monitored by Enan. "People from the Ordnance and Construction departments are here." Seeing Gusa push open the door, Enan stuffed the last of his bread into his mouth and stood up. "Okay, let's go." Although the Glory base had been occupied by them, the South was still the Southern Alliance's territory. Enan decided to build a defense system as quickly as possible. The system included defensive cannons, defensive crossbows, and a large number of military weapons. She had to deploy them all. Ensure maximum military firepower suppression against the enemy. At this moment, amidst the heavy snow, psychic energy turrets were placed at the zombie gathering areas of the base. They were conducting a 24-hour zombie sweep. Other psychic teams and military units were stationed in various areas to clear out any zombies that had escaped. This time, Enan bought hundreds of supernatural turrets and supernatural laser guns. All of them were distributed to the troops below. As a result, Everyone was clearing out the zombies several times faster than usual. Just when everything was going smoothly, Ian received Zoji's first message. They had secretly transported a large amount of arms to City D2, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the members of the Galaxy base stationed at the Tian base. Seeing this line, Ian An's face turned cold. She immediately called Fu Sun, but no one answered. Fu Sun never ignored her calls, even messages, and always replied instantly. Unless he muted his bracelet during a meeting. Ian immediately called Wang Kai. The call was quickly connected. Base Commander. Where's your district chief? Early this morning, the Tian base commander said he wanted to have a final meeting and asked the leaders of both bases to attend. Brother Fu went with a group of supernaturals. Ian An's expression darkened upon hearing this. She didn't know if Zoji's message was correct. She wasn't sure if he had maliciously sent a false message. But she didn't dare gamble. She immediately ordered, "Go tell District Chief Fu and all members of the Galaxy base to evacuate. Let's put the Tian base issue aside for now." One base wasn't enough for her to risk her men's lives. "Yes, Base Commander." Wang Kai agreed without further questioning. However, the next second, a huge explosion echoed behind him. At the same time, Wang Kai's signal was cut off. Ian An's heart skipped a beat. After that, no matter how hard she tried to contact Wang Kai and the others, there was no response. The bracelet dialed again and again. No one answered. Ian An's heart grew increasingly anxious as she waited. Preparing for the worst, she contacted the 004th base in City D. "Renyu, take your best weapons, and go to the Tian base in City D2 for support. District Chief Fu might be in danger." She spoke the last two words with great difficulty. "Yes, boss." Renyu's voice was as concise and efficient as ever, exuding a strong sense of stability and security. Ian opened the door and strode towards the rooftop. Gusu, who was busy in the crowd, paused his work, caught by her anxious and gloomy expression. He followed her. "What happened?" "Fu Sun and the others have lost contact." "I'm going to City D2," Ian said, forcefully opening the access door, and a helicopter appeared on the rooftop. "It'd take you over half a day to get there in this weather. Why don't you notify the division first?" "I've already notified them." Ian was about to open the hatch when Goose's hand grabbed the handle. "I open it, you go back." Ian didn't refuse and went to the rear cockpit. As soon as she sat down, her wristband began to buzz. A voice message popped up with the name Fu Sun, making her happy. She quickly answered it. But it wasn't Fu Sun's voice. An unfamiliar man's voice panted, "Base Commander, I'm from Division 02. We were bombed extensively, and some of us were killed or injured. Thankfully, Division Commander Fu was aware of this, and sent spies to lead us out and launch a counterattack." The man spoke quickly and urgently. Many people at Tian base were also accidentally injured. Their base commander, Xie Sun, was very angry and immediately announced his joining our Galaxy base. So far, it all sounded good news. But Ian wasn't happy at all. Her tone was low. "Where is District Chief Fu?" Chapter 333. On our way back, we were hit by a bomb they had planted in advance, and District Chief Fu was seriously injured. The man spoke quickly, seemingly fearing reprimand. "Don't worry, Base Commander. Our healing psychics and those from Tian base are here. District Chief Fu is out of danger. He's still unconscious." The coldness in Ian An's eyes faded considerably, leaving only a deep worry. Gusa noticed the emotion in her eyes and whispered, "Are you still going?" Seeing Ian remain silent, she simply instructed the man to take good care of District Chief Fu. Gusa stopped asking questions, leaning back in the driver's seat and giving her a cold look. Seeing the rage hidden in her eyes, Gusa said, "If you're unhappy, I fight you back." They haven't gotten very far yet. Ian stared back at him. If the Southern Alliance was just a base, I might have confronted them head-on. But they have hundreds of thousands, maybe even tens of millions, of survivors. The world was a blanket of white beneath the heavy snow, casting a chill on her face. "You know better than I do how many men you lost in the battle for Glory Base, Gusu." Gusu remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on her. Ian pushed open the hatch. Before exiting, she said one last time, "I don't want to sacrifice any more lives, but I must avenge my vengeance." Bang! The hatch closed, and Ian strode toward the passageway. "I go alone." Gusa quickly followed her. "We haven't figured out Shinyi's true strength yet. Going alone is too risky." Ian paused. "I don't care what his true strength is. If anyone dares to hurt my man, I kill him." Besides, no one had a stronger hand than she did. Gusa stopped trying to persuade them. He simply watched her retreating figure. A moment later, a dozen drones flew overhead. Enan had already known their exact location through Zhou wristband. To avoid exposing this particular target, she had to sacrifice a few drones to scout the way. Meanwhile, Enan flew a small helicopter toward the target. She glanced at the helicopters following behind her and said, "I told you, you don't have to follow." Lei Hao's voice came over the intercom. "We meet you outside, base commander." "Okay, the farther away the better. Don't let us be discovered." Knowing she couldn't persuade them, Enan could only give these instructions. After all, her invisibility was a fact few knew about. It was understandable that they were worried. Especially Gusu. "Drone 3 has been shot down. Our drone has been spotted, base commander." Following the voice on the intercom, Enan suddenly accelerated. She landed the helicopter in the woods outside the Southern Alliance of P2 City. Then, using her invisibility ability, she folded the helicopter and quickly fled towards them. To avoid revealing her origin and location, she landed some distance from their alliance. Traveling in such heavy snow wasn't easy, and she also had to avoid zombies. But Enan considered it a physical workout. After all, improving physical fitness increases the upper limit of her abilities. She used her grappling hook to advance, increasing both her speed and strength. The bracelet received a message from Zhou. The drone had been spotted, and they began to leave. Enan took a deep breath and accelerated, like a speed-based esper sprinting through the snow. Soon, the Southern Alliance's defensive wall came into view. Behind the wall, a group of people emerged. Still, Southern Alliance helicopters and armored vehicles were parked in the open space. The last 300 meters, the last 100 meters, the last 20 meters, Enan activated her chi power, raising her chi to the highest level. At the same time, a long sword appeared in her hand, and she charged towards the crowd, where Shen-Yi stood surrounded by them. For this surprise attack, she intended to use only elemental powers, not thunder, as that alone would reveal her abilities. "Who bumped into me?" A man Enan bumped into yelled, taking 2 steps back to steady himself. The crowd was too dense, and she was afraid she would brush past others. Suddenly, many people were startled. "Who is it? It seemed like someone just ran past me." "Don't be ridiculous. How could there be a ghost in broad daylight?" Amid the chaotic crowd, Enan drew closer and closer to Shen-Yi, who was bowing his head to listen to his subordinate's report. Finally, just 2 meters away, Enan slashed at him with his long sword, and he even noticed the strong wind this blast created. His dark eyes flickered towards Enan, and he took 2 steps back, pulling out his gun and firing. Enan's invisible light shield was invulnerable. She immediately harnessed her elemental powers to control the wind, creating a violent gust of wind, sending snow flying all over the ground. The crowd scattered, shielding their eyes from view. Enan fired a dart, aiming directly at Shen-Yi. "Protect the leader." Dozens of psychics blocked Shen-Yi's path. Enan abandoned her direct attack. She pierced the defensive wall with her grappling hook, leaped high, and clung to it, coldly gazing at the chaotic crowd below. The psychics surrounded Shen-Yi and retreated. Enan immediately took out the psychic replication ball and silently chanted, "Copy Shen-Yi's psychic power." Beep. "Host, please state the specific psychic power to be replicated." Enan cursed, "Analyze Shen-Yi." Shen-Yi's personality test. Male, 29 years old, 192 centimeters tall, 89 kilograms, Aquarius. Ability Awakening. Sees psychic powers, time travel. Loyalty unknown. Sense of responsibility unknown. Extremely high IQ. Extremely high upper limit for combat power. Teammate compatibility, unknown. The data is too unstable to be predictable. Enan was immediately enraged. She had discovered that any person whose data was detected as extremely unstable by this system was certified as a top-tier, high-quality man, waiting for evaluation after reaching the maximum level of favorability. The point is, isn't this a straight-up villain? Enan immediately questioned the system. Can't you be more casual when choosing men? Just good-looking is enough? Host, the system is only responsible for selecting men who meet all the required stats. Whether or not to accept them is entirely up to the host. Enan didn't waste any more time. The crowd below had already retreated to the defense building. She scaled the wall and followed them, wondering, what are the powers of stealing superpowers and time rewinding? Swallowing superpowers. The ability to temporarily steal another person's superpowers for personal use. Time rewind. The ability to control a specific number of individuals to return to a state of being a certain distance ago. What kind of incredible superpower is this? Enan quickly followed, copying the time rewind power. At this moment, Shen-Yi was striding towards the building. She was running out of time. However, Enon did not gain any superpowers. Only the system's voice echoed in her mind. The time rewinding ability has a backlash cost. It will permanently deprive the possessor of their sense of smell, taste, and certain emotional perceptions. Please consider this carefully. If you need to copy, please use it again. Enon hesitated. She could accept the first two. At worst, she would not be able to taste Qi Xian's delicious food or smell those delicious aromas. But wouldn't emotional perception mean that This was something she absolutely could not accept. Once a person loses the ability to perceive emotions, their happiness in life plummets. She immediately gave up on copying the time rewinding ability. As for seizing superpowers, she didn't really need them. Gaining them in a short period of time was truly boring. She had the ability to permanently copy others' superpowers, so she didn't need such a short period of time. With this in mind, Enon raised his sword again and slashed at the man about to enter the building. One strike destroyed several psychics protecting him. Enon raised his sword again, facing Shen Yi, who swung back with his weapon in hand. His eyes, hidden beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, were deep and unfathomable. Beep! Shen Yi is detecting the host's ability to steal. The system has activated protection mode, permanently immunizing the host against this attack. Enon internally shouted, "Thank you, Tongzi." His swordplay became increasingly sharper each time. Chapter 334. However, this Shen Yi was far more capable than Enon had imagined. Not only did he swiftly dodge every strike Enon launched while invisible, he also managed to execute precise counterattacks. Catch him. Quick, he must have used some method to become invisible. Hit the air, make sure you catch him. The crowd erupted in chaos, swinging their weapons at the air around Shen Yi. Enon pierced the wall with his grappling hook and leaped high, unleashing dozens of darts at Shen Yi. He blocked most of the darts, but still pierced his body. Enon seized the opportunity and leaped down, using both wind and fire elements simultaneously. The flaming long sword slashed fiercely at Shen Yi. No matter how hard he tried to guard himself, he had never imagined this invisible monster could descend from the sky. The knife struck his arm fiercely. Enon kicked him to the ground, unleashing dozens of darts at once with a full-force attack. Shen Yi swiftly dodged and lunged at Enon, while the crowd frantically opened fire on him. Enon grappled with the grappling hook again. But the next second, she watched Shen Yi recover as he did before her. Clearly, it was his time travel ability. Enon was furious and wanted to curse. If she couldn't kill him, she might as well attack the people around him. She leaped into the crowd, swinging her arms, her two blades whirring and slashing, slaughtering countless psychics wherever she went. Shen Yi's time travel ability couldn't keep up with Enon's killing speed. Hurry, protect the space-based psychics. With Zhou Ji's words, the espers formed a circle, surrounding a dozen space-based espers and running towards the building. Enon, alerted to the presence of space-based espers by Zhou Ji's words, immediately turned around and followed. Shen Yi also sensed something and shouted, "Save the space psychics." Everyone rushed there, but no one was as fast as Enon. She hauled her grappling hook into the air, unleashing darts that shot several space psychics in the head. A vast amount of supplies appeared from the sky. There were even helicopters and light tanks. Not only that, but also a large amount of weapons, guns, cotton clothes, and food. Enon collected everything into his space. The space psychics that had just been shot in the head were restored to their original state by Shen Yi's rewinding ability. But their space was empty. All the supplies fell into Enon's space. Puff! The last two space psychics were also dead. After collecting the supplies, Enon kicked aside those who blocked her path, and, as if she were in an empty space, collected all the supplies from several nearby buildings. During this time, she even drank a whole tube of crystal core concentrate to replenish her energy and maintain her invisibility. The group of psychics followed Enon's footsteps, but they couldn't catch her. After completely clearing the place, Enon fled, leaving behind only a mess, and some bodies that could not be reversed by time. Shen Yi, his lips pale from depletion of psychic powers, looked at the empty building, his expression as grim as could be. "Keep chasing, Captain," the man asked in a trembling voice. But he also knew that they would never catch up. Even when they were still there, they couldn't catch up, let alone the footprints that were already spreading outward. Shen Yi looked at the footprints spreading outward on the snow and, with a rare anger, said, "Chase." "Yes, Captain." The man rushed out with the psychics. Shen Yi picked up the blood-stained dart from the ground and said, in an indescribably cold tone, "Replicate the footprints. Search the entire city for them. Offer a high reward. Capture them." "Yes, Alliance Leader. Wind, fire, and space powers. She can become invisible and climb walls," Shen Yi said, as he walked towards the footprints. His eyes darkened. And it's a woman. Chapter 335. One day later. City B. Southern Alliance Conference Building. Hello, President. Greetings, President. President. In the vast corridor, delicately carved with patterns, countless people bowed respectfully to the approaching man. The crowd unconsciously moved aside, leaving ample space for passage. President, President. A well-dressed man rushed from behind the crowd, his voice urgent. But despite his anxious expression, his voice was kept low, and his manners polite. Shinyi glanced at the man. The man nodded immediately, his eyes revealing something. Everyone's here, and they're all very angry. Shinyi averted his gaze, quickening his pace, his expression devoid of any unnecessary emotion. After passing through layers of security, a carved door appeared before him. As the two men opened it, everyone in the room looked over. The room was a quarter the size of a football field. Under a carved headlight, a large conference table sat in the center of the room, surrounded by middle-aged men in suits and padded jackets. The long sofas surrounding the room were filled with people taking notes with pens and paper. The importance of this meeting was evident. Alliance leader. Everyone in the room stood up. Shinyi walked directly to the main seat at the top of the table and sat down. The others followed suit. Alliance leader is finally here, the first middle-aged man to Shinyi's left said slowly. The lining of his impeccably tailored gray suit was wrinkle-free. A black chenille jacket draped over his shoulders. His meticulously groomed hair, though half gray, exuded a noble and distinguished aura. It was Qin Wanhe, the head of the 5 decision-makers in the Southern Alliance's Council of Decisions. Behind him sat the other 4 decision-makers. To Shinyi's right sat the 2 vice-presidents. Leading the group was none other than Su Jinggang. But he clearly lacked Qin Wanhe's charisma. The mission had failed, and his face was filled with uncontrollable worry and anxiety. Even his padded jacket was hastily dressed, looking a bit disheveled. Behind him were the 19 consuls of the Alliance. They were the heads of various bases. After joining the Alliance, they assumed the title of consul. The decision-makers and vice-presidents were mostly promoted from these consuls. Shinyi glanced at the crowd calmly, his voice as calm as ever. Let's begin. He then tapped the table to his left. As usual, let's start with the decision chamber. Qin Wanhe sat up straight and looked across at Su Jinggang, anger etched on his face. I'm sure Vice Chairman Su knows best why everyone is sitting here today. Su Jinggang, being called upon, looked momentarily embarrassed. His eyes evaded, but a hint of dissatisfaction played at the corners of his mouth. Qin Wanhe's voice rose, his tone intensifying. It's all because our Vice Chairman Su got into such a mess out there. For a moment, everyone looked at Su Jinggang, their expressions filled with contempt and accusation. Su Jinggang frowned, looked at Qin Wanhe, and finally spoke. Qin Wanhe, watch your words. What do you mean by causing a huge mess? 3 advanced teams died. Isn't that a huge mess? Qin Wanhe pressed on. Su Jinggang, as the deputy leader, you commanded 3 advanced teams, and now you've killed them all. What do you mean I killed them? Su Jinggang leaped to his feet, his voice rising uncontrollably, trembling. Who knew the other side had so many powerful weapons? I did everything I could, prepared everything I could. His voice was so loud that it reverberated through the empty room. The vast room, with dozens of people, was so quiet that only the sound of breathing and echoing roars could be heard. Su Jingdong's face flushed crimson. He glanced at everyone present, his gaze finally settling on Qin Wanhe's haughty face. Qin Wanhe, if you have the guts, lead the team to confront the Xinghe base head-on. Don't just stand here and talk nonsense. I want to see how much better you are than me. Okay. Qin Wanhe slammed the table and stood up, fearless. There was even a hint of triumph in his eyes. Everyone heard it. Vice Chairman Su asked me to go. Vice Chairman Su is admitting his incompetence in leading the team. Bullshit. Su Jinggang cursed. Bang. The cup hit the table with a loud thud, its body instantly covered in cracks. The 2 men fell silent. As Shinyi's gaze swept over, they both returned to their seats. If you can't maintain a calm and collected meeting, get out. With Shinyi's words, the 2 men shifted their tense gazes. The cup shattered into a pool of glass shards. 2 men, heads down, ran over to clean up the mess with trash cans. Continue. The crowd continued to speak. Behind Qin Wanhe, the 4 leaders, Luo Jingyu, Xiong Maocheng, Jin Rui, and Song Wenjing, followed in order. After the leaders finished speaking, the 19 consuls also spoke. Without exception, all of them were condemnations and accusations directed at Su Jinggang. Shinyi leaned back in his seat, his calm black eyes scanning the crowd before finally turning to Su Jinggang with a calm expression, his tone still unmistakable. Galaxy Base's artillery is indeed formidable. You aren't particularly responsible for the battle for Glory Base's territory. Su Jinggang breathed deeply, as if relieved. However, Shen Yi's voice continued, it's just the Tian base. You acted presumptuously, and launched a surprise attack with weapons. You ended up losing more than you gained. It's your fault. Su Jinggang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite the freezing temperature of over 40 degrees Celsius below zero, he felt incredibly hot. Alliance leader is right. I probably anticipated that the battle for Glory Base wouldn't go smoothly. To make amends, I was determined to quickly capture Tian. In my haste, I didn't have time to report to my superiors. He swallowed his dry throat. Who could have known that this would lead to irreparable damage? I feel guilty towards the Alliance. Humph. Qin Wanhe snorted coldly across from him. Shen Yi stood up, his 5.90-foot-tall stature imposing an imposing presence. Though his expression showed neither joy nor sorrow, the glances he gave made it impossible to look directly at him. I am dismissing Su Jinggang from his position as vice leader and demoting him to chief consul. The position of vice leader will be vacant from now on. I will select a capable successor within a month. Su Jingdong's face paled. Shen Yi paused. As for the Galaxy Base. For a moment, everyone turned to Shen Yi, awaiting his decision. I will personally negotiate peace with them. With these words, the crowd erupted in a commotion. Most of the voices were in opposition. How can we, such a large alliance, bow to an unknown base? Why negotiate? Just fight them until they surrender. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree too. Shen Yi looked at the group, gently raised his right hand, and waved to the man in the corner. His bony hand reflected a pale white light in the shadows. The man immediately ran over with a pen and paper in hand, head bowed. Write down the names of all those who disagree. For a moment, everyone fell silent. And arranged for them to join the battle on the front lines. As soon as these words were spoken, the men who had just been shouting their objections seemed to have fallen silent, no longer objecting. Shen Yi looked at the group of high-ranking officials, who lived comfortably in the base. His tone was slow and dangerous. One of their shells could blow your building to pieces. Nothing can be solved with just words. Before you object, go take a look at the body parts of the dead psychics in groups 1 and 3, and then see if you have enough men to block their guns. With these words, Shen Yi strode out. Alliance leader. Qin Wanhe chased after him. I have a very good recommendation for the position of vice leader. Shen Yi continued, I select the right person. Don't worry about this, Uncle Qin. Privately. He would also call him Uncle Qin, giving him some respect. Qin Wanhe paused, watching Shen Yi's retreating figure, the smile gradually fading. Mr. Qin. Luo Jingyu, one of the leaders, followed. He was about 30 or 40 years old, only 5 or 6 years younger than Qin Wanhe, but his attitude towards him was exceptionally respectful. Glancing in Qin Wanhe's direction, Luo Jingyu lowered his voice. Mr. Qin, don't even think about taking the vice leader position. The vice leader position is clearly established to counteract the power of our council of decisions. Why would they use someone you recommend? Qin Wanhe laughed again, walking forward as if nothing had happened. Contain? Uh-huh. The two men walked through the crowd until they reached a thinner area. Qin Wanhe then whispered, it's just that we see Shen Yi's abilities and formidable powers, so we're giving the leadership position to a junior like him. Luo Jingyu followed closely, head bowed, nodding repeatedly. Boss Qin's abilities and strength are self-evident. Su Jinggang has caused a major mess this time. The Su family is a family friend of the Shen family, and Su Jinggang was personally promoted to vice leader by Old Master Shen. This is a slap in the face of Old Master Shen. Hearing this, Qin Wanhe's expression brightened. Don't worry. The alliance still has many forces supporting the Shen family. Unless something goes terribly wrong, it'd be difficult for me to assume the position of leader. As the two men exited the building, heavy snow whistled against their faces. It stung their skin. Qin Wanhe walked forward, head bowed, shielding himself from the wind and snow. Mr. Qin, Mr. Luo. Two men arrived, umbrellas in hand. The snowstorm made even simple walking difficult. And besides, Qin Wanhe glanced at Luo Jingyu, who was huddled beside him, wrapped in his coat. Shen Yi might not end up on the same side with the Qin family, ha. Luo Jingyu raised an eyebrow at this, then, looking at the beautiful woman standing in the snow not far ahead, he burst into laughter with a look of understanding. Boss Qin's only daughter is incredibly beautiful, beloved by everyone. I think Alliance leader Shen is destined to be a beauty this time. At this, he seemed to have a thought, brushing off the thin layer of snow covering his face. He leaned closer to Qin Wanhe and whispered, "I've heard that Mr. Shen has been trying to match Alliance leader with Su Jinggong's daughter, Su Mu." Qin Wanhe's expression darkened. His daughter? You think you can compare with my daughter? Chapter 336. City B, Southern Alliance headquarters. A pair of black leather boots stopped at the gate. The woman's voice inside, though indistinct, was clearly discernible. The man didn't linger a moment longer, turning to leave. Here. The gate opened, and an old man wheeled in, followed by a gentle and quiet young woman. The woman followed slowly, her head lowered, her watery eyes occasionally glancing at the tall man standing at the gate before quickly looking away. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her girlish demeanor. "Why don't you come in?" Shen Xinjiang looked at Shen Yi and smiled faintly. Then he turned and pulled the woman forward. "Don't be shy. You two have known each other since childhood sweethearts. Why are you so distant?" The woman being pulled was Su Jinggong's daughter, Su Mu. She took 2 steps forward, her face flushed. "Uncle Shen." Unexpectedly, Shen Yi turned and walked away. The woman's face paled for a moment, her face paling twice. "Nonsense!" Shen Xinjiang growled. Seeing Shen Yi's footsteps steadily receding, he could only sigh helplessly. He looked at Su Mu, who stood beside him with a genial expression. "That's just the way he is. So you go back first, and I talk to him about business." "Okay, Uncle Shen." Su Mu bit his lip and slowly walked away. A moment later, Shen Yi returned. Meeting the old man's displeased eyes, he said simply, "I will negotiate with the Galaxy base as soon as possible to ensure the Alliance's stable development." Humph. The old man tapped his cane heavily. "I don't recommend negotiating peace." He paused, glancing at the glaring Shen Yi, and softened his tone. "But I've always trusted your work. I believe that if you could have dealt with them by force, you wouldn't have chosen to negotiate." Shen Yi took the water from the table and took a sip. "You once told me you wanted to be the overlord of the new apocalyptic era. I've never forgotten that wish." Looking at Shen Yi like this, Shen Xinjiang's lips curled up. "I heard about the assassination attempt. Was it someone from the Galaxy base?" "We're investigating. Although there's been no progress, I suspect it's very likely." "Well, it would be a good idea to first figure out where their weapons came from." Shen Xinjiang leaned on his crutches, his shrewd eyes flickering, a glint of insight in his eyes. "It seems this Galaxy base is quite something." As he spoke, Shen Xinjiang pushed his wheelchair closer to Shen Yi. He softened his tone. "Here, it's time to consider your life's priorities. That old man, Qin Wanhe, has been trying to get his daughter close to you, but I think Su Mu, the youngest daughter of the Su family, is a better choice. What do you think?" Shen Yi put down his water glass. "Dad, I'm going to get busy." He turned and left. "Shen Yi!" Shen Xinjiang shouted coldly. He looked at the man's halting back and spoke in a serious tone. "Do you think you can refuse this just because you don't want to? This marriage may seem like yours alone, but it's actually an alliance between families. The Qin family is powerful, and has their sights set on the position of alliance leader. Although you deposed Su Jinggang as vice leader, the Su family's legacy remains, and their psychics and talented individuals are still numerous, providing a significant boost." Shen Yi tilted his head slightly. "My position as alliance leader doesn't need a woman to secure it." With that, he strode away without stopping. The door closed again. The room returned to dimness. Shen Xinjiang stroked the beads on his cane, his eyes hidden in the darkness. Leaning back against the wheelchair, his legs, which had been limp and crippled, began to move. He loosened his muscles and stepped on the pedals, no longer looking crippled. He stared at the closed door, the kindness on his face vanishing, leaving only an endless coldness. It seems that losing your emotional awareness has both advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 337. End City. After a long and arduous journey, Enan finally made it back to the building housing the Galaxy base. After changing her clothes, Enan tossed her shoes into the space, and then chose a pair of snow boots a size larger, inserting thick insoles to ensure a proper fit. Since she had left footprints this time, she had no choice but to take measures. After completing all this, she looked inward, revealing a large amount of supplies and weapons. She had no intention of using any of the weapons bearing the Confederate insignia. Although she had severely screwed them this time, it was best to keep this secret. After all, if she really angered them, they might resort to desperate measures. In her bracelet, Enan immediately saw Fu Sun's message. She breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that he had regained consciousness. She quickly made a voice call. "Enan." His voice was faintly weak, tingling and painful. How are you? Are you feeling better? Don't worry, I'm almost there. Although he spoke soothing words, his voice couldn't hide the strains of illness. An's heart softened, and he was just about to say he'd go see him after taking over the Dawn base. There was a knock on the door. I'm busy now. I call you back later. Ian opened the door and saw Xingyi, wrapped in a gray cashmere coat, a gray turtleneck sweater, and a silver-black necklace. Even with the snow on his head, his hairstyle remained stylish. He narrowed his almond-shaped eyes, and smiled brightly and handsomely. He opened his arms, and the moment he saw Ian, the corners of his mouth curved even deeper. Surprise! Bang! Ian closed the door. A gust of wind blew the snowflakes from his hair. Xingyi's smile faded, and his outstretched arm slowly dropped. He awkwardly adjusted his collar. He turned, and Jiang Heng and the others immediately turned their backs, pretending to be busy. But the soldiers from the Special Operations Zone didn't give him face. They all looked at him, as if he were an idiot. The door opened again. Xingyi's phoenix eyes lit up, and he turned gracefully. Puff! A thick cotton coat was thrown out, accompanied by An's voice. Don't be so conceited in this winter. Put it on! Okay. Xingyi's smile now warmed his features. He took off his black gloves, revealing his long, red hands beneath them. He carefully put on the coat Ian had thrown to him. Then he walked over to Jiang Heng and the others. Do you look good? You look good. He nodded rapidly. And then gave it to me. Xingyi's lips lit up with joy as she spoke. She only gave it to him. Jiang Heng and the others didn't get any. That was enough to show she treated him differently. The cotton coat the base commander gave me is so warm. I was out killing zombies all morning and wasn't even cold. Isn't it? It's new. Cotton coats of this quality would have cost at least 1,000 before the apocalypse. Two soldiers passed by. Xingyi looked at their coats, which were clearly better quality than his own. His smile faded. Bang! The gate to the passage opened. A large amount of white snow immediately blew in. Several men, their coats stained with blood and snowflakes, walked in, weapons in hand. A tall man stood out from the crowd. Even the thick coat couldn't hide his tall stature. His sharp face carried the hardness of years of military service, and a hint of wildness. His brows were lazily lowered, and his glances were cold and sharp. He was lowering his head, giving instructions. He acted decisively and swiftly. He looked like a tough guy. Xingyi raised his brows slightly, folding his arms, as he watched the approaching man. Guso had clearly noticed Xingyi, who had recently arrived. Their eyes met, and a spark of rage flared. Xingyi grinned. I know you. The Women's Federation head of the base. Lei Haod was stunned. What's that? Women's Federation head? You're the deputy base head? Oh! The third time. Xingyi knowingly replied. I thought you were the Women's Federation head. Turns out you're the deputy base head. Guso quickly sheathed his knife and glanced at him with a cold look. You arrived just in time. The zombies in Area 002 need to be cleared. Xingyi, however, smiled. He slowly found a chair and sat down, crossing his legs, his long, slender legs hanging loosely, with a sinister air. Who are you to control me? Bang! Ian pushed open the door and looked at the two men outside, tense and tense. Then his gaze fixed on Xingyi, who immediately lowered her legs and acted as obediently as possible. Did you bribe Xiaohe? This girl had sent her dozens of messages, all praising Xingyi's dedication and hard work in the development of S-City. When had she ever praised someone so much? She wouldn't believe me if she said she wasn't bribed by Xingyi. Of course I didn't. Xingyi stood up and walked towards Ian, his face full of innocence. Ian didn't bother to pay him any attention, striding out. I'm going to Dawn Base. After I'm done there, I'm going to D2 City. I leave this here to you. Xingyi held Ian in close, his voice softening. Why D2 City? District Chief Fu is sick. He? Xingyi's face flashed with disdain for a second, and he almost immediately said, he's faking it. Ian turned to look at him. How is that possible? Xingyi immediately took out his bracelet and tapped it. He was clearly dialing Fu Sun's number. Missed. Continued dialing. Still missed. Damn it! He didn't answer my call. Xingyi cursed. Ian's worry only grew. Is he seriously ill? Finally. The call connected. Xingyi brought the bracelet to his lips, made a hushed gesture to Ian and the others, and then slowly said, Hello, young Master Fu. What's up? Fu Sun's voice was cold. There was no trace of the weakness he had just shown when facing Ian. Ian frowned slightly, as he watched Xing Yi continue his performance before him. Nothing, I just heard you were injured, so I wanted to check in. Oh, you're so kind? Of course, it's just the third brother's daily concern for the second brother. Get lost. Click. The call was disconnected. Look at that. Xing Yi pointed at his bracelet and looked at Yinan. That last get lost sounded so powerful, it makes me feel completely better. Yinan's eye twitched. It seemed so. She glanced at Xing Yi. You seem to understand. We merchants are like that. We do anything to achieve our goals. Gu Su, watching the scene before him, couldn't help but turn and go to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. What's wrong, Deputy Base Commander? Are you in a bad mood? Gu Su shook his head and just smoked hard. What kind of people are these? So fucking abstract. Chapter 338. Report to the base commander. Someone from the Southern Alliance is coming. Two soldiers hurried up the stairs. There's only one helicopter at the junction between City N and City P2. It's said to be their leader? Yinan looked at the two soldiers. What are they trying to do? They say they're negotiating peace. To show their sincerity, they haven't brought any weapons with them. They've only set up artillery in the distance. Release them. Yinan immediately ordered. Put away all the artillery and supplies, leaving only the standard weapons. Yes, base commander. Yinan said, putting on her cotton coat and walking out. She wanted to put away all the supernatural artillery. She didn't want the Southern Alliance to find out about their base's situation. Half an hour later, the Southern Alliance helicopter was cleared for takeoff. It landed safely on the building where Yinan was standing. On the rooftop, the cannons were a powerful deterrent. The landing area for the helicopter was not large. Seeing such a scene, a man beside Xing Yi couldn't help but whisper, Alliance leader, judging by the way they're acting, they're trying to intimidate me. Xing Yi said nothing, simply staring at the crowd behind the open passageway. Leading the group was none other than Gu Su, the former commander of the Dawn base. He pushed open the hatch and stepped out. Under the barrage of cannons, his expression remained surprisingly calm. The man beside Xing Yi was the first to step forward, while the other dozen or so men flanked Xing Yi. Hello, I'm Wei Lin, a diplomat from the Southern Alliance. You must be Officer Gu Su, right? The diplomat, Wei Lin, extended his hand to Gu Su, his tone incredibly polite. Gu Su simply gave him a cold look without responding. The man smiled flatteringly, then withdrew his hand and continued his compliments. Officer Gu, the former deputy director of the national base, truly is better seen than heard. His handsome features are truly one in a million. When he looked down at Xing Yi, who was slowly approaching, Wei Lin's eyes lit up. Young Master Xing of the Xing family, I've long admired you. Ah, Galaxy Base is truly full of hidden talents. As a diplomat, he truly knew a wide range of people. He could tell a thing or two about anyone of note. Xing Yi leaned against the railing, folding his arms, and looked at him, smiling, keep praising me. Don't stop. Wei Lin's smile froze for a moment. Xing Yi paused outside the passageway, letting the heavy snow fall on his head and shoulders. His dark eyes calmly surveyed the clearly unwelcome Galaxy Base personnel, and he spoke slowly, who is the commander of Galaxy Base? He looked at Gu Su. Not him. Then at Xing Yi. Not him either. Then who could it be? Release them. With Gu Su's words, the Southern Alliance personnel finally entered the building. They walked down the stairs, their guns pointed at them. The passage door closed, and the temperature inside the room gradually rose, aided by the fireplace. After walking down the long staircase, the scene in the hall slowly appeared before Xing Yi's eyes. Beside the fireplace, a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a padded jacket, met his gaze. The moment their eyes met, Xing Yi's eyes flickered. Xinghe Base Commander Yinan. Yinan stepped forward, a quirky smile playing on her lips. The others in the Southern Alliance were stunned when they saw Yinan. Why was she a woman, and such a strange face? Beyond her striking appearance, there was nothing special about her. Wei Lin quickly realized and said respectfully, Greetings, Commander Yin. I am Wei Lin, a diplomat from the Southern Alliance. This is our leader Xing Yi. We are here to negotiate peace with your base. Yinan's gaze flickered between Wei Lin and Xing Yi. He wondered if Xing Yi was dumb enough to bring a diplomat with him to negotiate peace. A faint smile played on her face. No problem, you, come with me. Pointing at Xing Yi, she turned and walked into the inner room. Wei Lin was stunned. So direct? Start talking right away. Just the two of them? Aren't peace talks between major bases always grand? Even some high-ranking officials from the Southern Alliance had come for this. Those high-ranking officials from the Southern Alliance were also stunned. Xing Yi said nothing and followed Yinan into the room. His eyes only flicked to her shoes, no emotion visible. Chapter 339. Enid plopped down at her desk upon entering the room. This room served as her desk. It was simple and clean, with a large table and 2 chairs. On it lay 2 scraps of paper and a pen. She had tucked away all valuables. As soon as she sat down, Enid crossed her legs and, like a bandit leader, looked directly at Shin-Yi, who sat elegantly across from her. "Tell me, how do we talk?" Shin-Yi looked at the woman across from him, whose behavior was unruly and whose eyes, though beautiful, betrayed a sense of foolishness. He wondered if the initial palpitations he felt at first sight had really been his imagination. He leaned back in his chair, looking expressionlessly at the woman across from him. The Galaxy Base and the Southern Alliance are of comparable size, and a conflict would be devastating. Although the Galaxy Base killed 3 of our Alliance's advanced teams, after careful consideration, I still come to you with sincerity to negotiate peace, hoping for future joint development. He pulled a sealed letter from his pocket. This is the Alliance's sincere message. Enid took the letter and opened it. Inside, on a piece of fine cardboard, neatly written, "The Southern Alliance sincerely invites the Galaxy Base to join us in development. We hereby promise to set aside past grudges and resentments, mutual respect and common development, exchange of resources and non-aggression. Any violations will be compensated. We cordially invite the Galaxy Base's senior management to attend the Alliance Trade Conference in 2 weeks, which will include the Alliance's major 3-monthly auction. Also, there is a Southern Alliance Pass. The text on the pass indicates that it grants access to most of the Southern Alliance's defense gates. But once they enter their jurisdiction, where they could go was unknown." After reading, Enid put down the cardboard and looked at Shin-Yi with a triumphant expression. "That's all? If you want to negotiate peace with us, shouldn't you give us some supplies?" Shin-Yi frowned, his tone remaining calm. "Your Galaxy Base killed 3 of our advanced teams, and now you're asking me for supplies?" Enid immediately stood up, her expression filled with arrogance. "Alliance leader Shin, don't lie to me. I know the drugs injected into those mutant superpowers at Glory Base were all given by your Alliance. They've confessed everything. She didn't betray Duan Qingyu." Shin-Yi remained silent. The amber eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses darkened as he fixed his gaze on the woman before him, who was only beautiful for her looks. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Alliance leader Enid, the Alliance is sincere enough this time. If you're still so greedy, then there's nothing for us to discuss." Seeing that his patience had clearly run out, Enid followed suit. She sat back down, smiling brightly. "Well, let's be clear. I'm not agreeing to your peace talks out of fear of you. It's simply because everyone is in a difficult situation during this apocalypse, and less trouble is worse than more." He's trying to cover up his guilt. Shin-Yi no longer had much desire to continue the conversation. He spoke a little faster. "Then I think your base should also show some sincerity." "What?" "Hand this person over." Shin-Yi handed over another piece of cardboard. The paper recorded footprints and information about 3 supernatural powers: wind, fire, and space, including the ability to become invisible and climb walls. Enid's eyes widened. 3 supernatural powers. This person is a talent. It's a woman. Are you sure she's from our base? Shin-Yi looked at the woman before him, whose expression didn't seem fake, and shook his head slightly. "I just asked Base Captain Enid to keep an eye out for me. If we find this person, the Alliance will reward her handsomely." "How much?" "Any request is fine, as long as it's not excessive." Enid hadn't realized how valuable she was now. A greedy look crossed her face. "It seems this person has seriously offended Alliance Captain Shin." Her expression was flawless. It flowed naturally, without any effort. There was no trace of acting. "If we find them, I notify Alliance Captain Shin immediately." Enid happily put the card away. Shin-Yi lost interest in the conversation. He simply found the woman before him annoyingly noisy. But he wasn't entirely convinced she was as worldly and predictable as he seemed. As the leader of such a large base, she must have some skills. And he hadn't seen any powerful weapons along the way. He guessed they were probably all hidden. With one last glance at Enid, Shin-Yi stood up. "I'm looking forward to learning the secrets behind Captain Enid. See you in 2 weeks." Enid suddenly leaned forward and approached, her bright eyes gleaming with a shimmering beauty that was indescribably beautiful and captivating. She was caught off guard by her sudden movement. Shin-Yi leaned back slightly, creating some distance between them. But when that breathtakingly beautiful face was reflected in the lens, it was impossible not to be captivated by its sheer beauty. Shin-Yi had to admit, this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But he felt no wavering in his heart. As if beauty, or not, was merely superficial to him. He stared expressionlessly at Enan, watching her excited yet veiled expression as she smiled and asked, "Did you figure out I have a secret?" "I tell you in secret, but don't tell anyone else." For a second, Shen-Yi was seized by her unconventional behavior. Finally, he sat back down. He waited quietly for her to reveal her true colors. Under Shen-Yi's calm gaze, Enan opened the door, leaned out, and beckoned outside. The next second, Xingyi and Gusu walked in, one after the other. The door closed. Enan put an arm around each man's waist and smiled at Shen-Yi. "Master Shen, my secret is that I have many husbands." With that, she touched Xingyi's chest, pushed the door open, and waved them both out. For a moment, the two men, having been driven out, were unable to recover from their complex emotions. They simply stood outside. Gusu looked at Xingyi, then at himself. No, why didn't she touch him? Is it because his chest muscles aren't big? And now, inside the room, Shen-Yi's face cracked slightly, a feeling of being teased rising from the depths of his heart. The bizarre, immoral, and completely illogical plot development made his expression change. He pursed his lips tightly and strode out. Enan, however, was anxious. She grabbed him. "No, don't tell my secrets. Such things are still unacceptable to the public." Shen-Yi looked at the woman before him. At this moment, he only thought she was extremely ugly. Enan ignored his expression and continued, "How else do you think a woman like me could be the base commander? There are so many men. Whatever your expression, isn't this part of my ability?" Shen-Yi walked past her and headed for the door. Enan continued to laugh behind him, saying, "Alliance leader Shen, you could find a few more capable husbands. That way, you have someone to share the burden. Managing an alliance alone is exhausting." Bang! The door slammed shut. Shen-Yi walked out with a grim expression. This left the Southern Alliance members stunned. How could their leader be angry? Not daring to ask further questions, everyone followed. After entering the helicopter, Wei Lin cautiously asked, Alliance leader, did the conversation go well?" Shen-Yi replied coldly, "Back to the Alliance." After a moment, his expression remained unchanged. Taking a deep breath, Shen-Yi looked out the window at the heavy snow, his eyes filled with disgust. Filthy, vulgar, shameless. Chapter 340. "Alliance leader, are you talking about Captain Een of the Galaxy Base?" Wei Lin whispered tentatively. Under the snow, the lenses shone a dangerous light, casting an unpredictable shadow on that cold, delicate face. Shen-Yi's voice returned to calm, as if his recent emotional fluctuations had been a momentary blip, just bluffing. A woman in charge of such a large base, assisting Gusu in bringing down the glory base. How foolish could she be? Shen-Yi's eyes slowly closed, but the image of that woman's arrogant, lustful, and worldly foolishness lingered in his mind. The more eager someone is to reveal something, the more they want to hide it. He rubbed the silver ring on his index finger, regaining his composure and rationality. This must all be a disguise. She must have a secret she couldn't reveal. After sending Shen-Yi and his men away, Enan regained his usual coldness. She opened the bracelet hidden in her sleeve. Chung Su, progress report. Boss, 5 space-based psychics have collaborated to deliver nearly 2,000 cotton coats to the Dawn base. Chung Su's voice boomed from the bracelet. The Special Operations Zone is running low on cotton coats. The operation is currently suspended. Okay, you guys rest. I take care of the rest. Enan closed the bracelet and strode out. As soon as the door opened, the two men standing on either side of the door looked over. Xingyi on the left smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Gusu on the right crossed his arms, his brows furrowed slightly, and looked at Enan with a hint of dissatisfaction. Enan immediately remembered that he had just recruited these two men as puppets for a minute to annoy the Southern Alliance leader. She reacted quickly, sprinting out without waiting for them to speak. "Enan, where are you going?" "Chensi base." Hearing Enan's response, Xingyi's lips curled. "I go with you." Jiang Heng and the others followed suit to support their young master. But before they had taken a few steps, they were stopped by Lei Haud and his men. Jiang Heng and the others stared at the soldiers suddenly blocking their way, bewildered. And at this moment, Lei Haud felt a little embarrassed. He was a grown man, with so many years of marching and fighting. How could he have ever done such a thing? He touched his nose and looked at his superior, who gave him a reassuring look. He felt a surge of confidence. He coughed heavily, his voice still thick with guilt. "Our deputy base commander will go first." Jiang Heng and the others turned their heads to see Deputy Base Commander Gu, draped in a coat, striding towards them, a knife in his left hand and a hat in his right. The long legs moved faster than a normal person could run. Enan sensed movement and turned to look at the two men following him. He shuddered. Follow me, who's in charge here? Me. Lei Howd roared. Speaking of work, he became excited, patting his chest. Old Lei, almost became a major back then. I can still manage this area. If old Lei can't, there's still me. Another officer stepped forward from the rear. Yes, it's not like my 3rd division can't take the lead. Another officer stepped forward. Seeing that the soldiers he had personally led for so long were so sensible, Gusa cast a look of admiration, then looked at Enan. Let's go. Enan, I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't find a reason to. So, on the helicopter. There were a bunch of people on board. Thankfully, this helicopter was a system-built, spacious one. Enan sat in the front seat, quickly processing some base information on her wristband. She notified all base divisions to reinforce their defenses. If any foreign helicopters approached, they were to be warned to move away immediately. If they didn't move away within 3 minutes, they would be bombed indiscriminately. This was to prevent any outside forces from gaining access to the base's full situation. After finishing the important tasks, Enan called Lu Qi. The moment the call connected, Enan learned that Lu Qi was not at the Dawn base headquarters. Enan, I'm rescuing members of the Tianmu mine area, at the junction of F3 City and F1 City. There's a large zombie wave here, and preliminary speculation suggests there might be a zombie king. Lu Qi's voice was low, accompanied by slight panting, clearly having just finished an intense battle. Enan's expression grew serious, yet a hint of excitement lingered. Zombie king, that's a good thing. Then I go straight to the Tianmu mining area to find you. Tianmu mining area. Lu Qi's eyes softened as he listened to the clear, pleasant voice of the woman in his bracelet. Warmth lingered in her voice. Okay, be safe. Base commander, another wave of zombies. A psychic rushed over. Everyone was wearing cotton clothing, which limited their mobility. Lu Qi looked forward and saw a multitude of zombies, their skin gray-green and purple, running wildly across the snow-covered mountains, their mouths wide open, revealing yellow teeth and damaged oral tissue. Their speed wasn't slowed by the heavy snow. Not only that, due to their frantic and rapid running, not a single flake of snow remained on their bodies. They stood out against the white expanse of the mountains. And they were particularly eerie. Retreat quickly. Lu Qi raised his Gatling gun and fired a barrage, covering the retreat of the psychics behind him. He looked toward the cave entrance in the distance. A massive wave of zombies, and the accumulated snow blocked the entrance, making any hope of rescue seem extremely slim. Vines rose from the snow, forming a barrier net to cushion the zombies' attack. Retreat! Retreat to the residential area behind. The soldiers and psychics retreated, firing as they did so, but the zombie wave was moving too fast, closing in on the group. Lu Qi immediately ordered, "One team, and I will hold off the zombies. Everyone else, run as fast as you can." Retreat! Yes, base commander. The rear force quickly ran toward the residential area. The snow-covered residential buildings drew closer, however, just as they were about to approach the residential area, a bullet rang out. Be careful. Luo Xiaoe grabbed the man next to her and barely dodged the bullet. Outside the residential area, several men, wearing overlapping clothing, were shooting at them. We're from the Dawn base. We're staying here for the night. Luo Xiaoe shouted. Seeing no response from the other side, they continued their run toward the residential area. After all, the terrifying zombie tide behind them was shaking the ground, and the overwhelming roars of the zombies were like a whisper in their ears. They had to find shelter in a building as soon as possible. Then the next second, more bullets came pouring in. Bang, bang, bang. Several psychics were killed instantly. Chapter 341. The crack of gunfire accompanied the blood of the victims, splattering across the white snow. It splattered across Luo Xiaome's face. Her face was filled with shock and anger. She held the still warm body of the psychic, who had just shielded her from the bullet. Luo Xiaome's eyes suddenly flushed red. These people have gone too far. Kill them! Instantly, all the psychics at Dawn base raised their guns and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Outnumbered and outgunned. The enemy fled in panic. Run! The zombies are catching up. Without time to grieve over their comrades' deaths, they broke into a frenzy. To the nearest building. The speed psychic in the lead smashed open the door, and everyone rushed inside. As they entered the building, several zombies followed. After quickly dispatching the zombies, they sealed the door tightly. Lu Qi looked at the hundreds of psychics in the room with a stern expression. What happened just now? Luo Xiaoe stepped forward and reported the situation truthfully. We can't let these people go. A male psychic said bitterly. Among the dead was a close friend. His eyes were red, and he couldn't help but cry. Lucci looked out the window at the zombies madly biting and pounding at the window. His voice was a hint of coldness. Seal all the doors and windows first. Yes, Base Commander. All the psychics gathered their composures and began to work. They all knew what was important. Right now, ensuring everyone's safety was definitely more important. Lucci, gun in hand, headed upstairs. It was an abandoned building, with some long-abandoned kitchen utensils. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time, and the entire building was extremely empty. From the third-floor window, one could see the building across the street. With a single glance, Lucci spotted a man. The man was clearly keeping a close eye on the movements at Dawn Base. Seeing Lucci looking over, he immediately hid. The snow had lightened a bit, and although there was some accumulation outside the window, the scene inside could still be seen through the glass. Then, a curtain was drawn across the window. Lucci's brow furrowed slightly, a cold look in his eyes. Base Commander, what's wrong? The psychic next to him immediately sensed Lucci's displeasure, and asked hurriedly. He looks familiar. He does look a bit like the leader who escaped from F1 City. Base Commander, are you talking about Apocalypse Base? Yes. The psychic frowned upon hearing this, and quickly walked to the window to peer across. There was no one there. Back then, Commander Wenqian of the Apocalypse Base refused to surrender, and fled with a group of men. Who would have thought they'd be hiding here? Another psychic followed. Lucci sheathed his gun, and continued upstairs. We're not sure if it's them yet. Let's get back to work. Yes, Commander. Lucci continued upstairs, when the intercom on his waist began to chime. Commander, we hear the sounds of a zombie swarm outside. Are you all okay? It was Su Liang, one of the soldiers trapped in the cave. We're taking shelter in a nearby building. It's getting dark, and we rescue you tomorrow morning. As Lucci finished speaking, Su Liang said urgently, There are too many zombies here, Commander. If you can't help us, don't save us. The next second, a chorus of male voices clashed through the intercom. Yes, Commander, we figure it out. If all else fails, we just wait here to die. Freezing and starving to death here is better than being mauled by zombies. Yeah, we're not afraid. Don't sacrifice any more members of the base. Every word was an urging Lucci to give up on them. Lucci's grip on the intercom tightened slightly, and just as he was about to speak, a clamorous background noise emanated from the intercom. It was the excited voices of the crowd. The voices were male and female. Lucci couldn't make it out clearly, but he could roughly hear words like, You don't want to live, but we do. Come and save us. Lucci naturally knew these were the survivors trapped with Su Liang and the others. This cave was located in the Tianmu mine area occupied by the base. It was originally a shelter for soldiers, converted from an abandoned mine. But after the blizzard arrived, a large group of survivors begged to stay there temporarily. Unable to bear the thought of watching them freeze to death, Su Liang and a group of other soldiers took them in, and shared some of their few remaining clothes. Unexpectedly, a zombie outbreak erupted in the mining area, triggering an avalanche that trapped everyone inside. After being trapped, the soldiers remained remarkably composed. The survivors, however, cried out for help day and night. Lucci was truly fed up. He hung up the intercom, his voice devoid of the emotion he had just felt, replaced only by a business-like calmness. Don't talk about giving up again. The rescue is proceeding normally. Stay safe. Base Commander. Su Liang's voice was filled with emotion and a slight tremor. But he said nothing more. To say they weren't afraid, to say they didn't want to live, was a lie. When faced with death, anyone's instinct is to survive. Outside, the zombie swarm suddenly became restless. Lucci stood at the window. Having learned from his previous experience, he leaned against the wall, making him invisible from the other side. But he could see the other side using his blind spot. A bag of excrement was thrown from the building on the opposite left. It fell, smashing into the crowded zombie mass, freezing into ice. The zombies howled, their mouths wide open, biting. The sight was as disgusting as it could be. Lucci looked towards the window on the 5th floor opposite. Still no one was visible. All the windows were now covered with cloth. Lucci looked at the psychic nearby. How many psychics did we lose just now? Reporting to the base commander, 6. The man's expression was filled with grief and indignation. Okay, tell the space-based psychics to take out bulletproof steel plates and place them behind the windows and doors. Prepare to fire. The man's eyes lit up at this, excited and energized. Yes, base commander. A few minutes later, all the doors and windows of the building occupied by Dawn Base were sealed tightly, with huge bulletproof steel plates erected behind them. Rows of psychics stood in formation, guns drawn. Fire! With Lu Qi's words over the intercom, all the wooden shields were removed, and their guns were raised. Everyone, hundreds of gun barrels, hundreds of muzzles, fired wildly at the doors and windows opposite. Bullets pierced the glass, the wooden shields, the cloth, smashing doors and windows one after another, a deafening shattering sound. Ah! The zombies frantically stirred under the intense gunfire, scrambling to rush through the bullet-torn doors and windows into the building opposite. At the same time, the psychics at Dawn Base quickly barricaded the doors and windows with bulletproof steel plates. Ah! Zombies! Zombies are coming! They're smashing our doors and windows! Run to the rooftop! From the building opposite, screams rang out. At that moment, Lu Qi was guarding the rooftop with a team. As the first group of people from the opposite side rushed onto the rooftop, Lu Qi saw the man's face clearly. It was Wen Qian, the former commander of the Apocalypse base in F1 City, and the local tyrant of F1 City before the Apocalypse. His eyes were fierce, his face flushed red. He was clearly furious. Lu Qi immediately opened fire. He was armed with a sniper rifle. Every shot was accurate. But Wen Qian, a coward, hid behind the crowd and frantically fled to another building. The rooftop of the building where Wen Qian was located was connected to other buildings. They quickly rushed through the passage door. The scope lost its target. Lu Qi sheathed his gun and directed the others into the building. He was the last to enter. But just as he was about to step through the passageway, something seemed to register. He paused, turning to gaze at the sky behind him. The biting wind, accompanied by snowflakes, stung his face. But at this moment, Lu Qi felt no pain. A subtle, dense joy welled up from the depths of his heart. He closed the passageway door and stood on the rooftop to greet the helicopter that belonged to Yinan. The last glimmer of dusk shone across the white expanse of sky and earth, illuminating a corner of the rooftop. The man's tall and straight figure, paired with his deep profile, was incredibly pleasing to the eye, like a handsome, calm husband awaiting his wife's return. The scene was so beautiful that it momentarily made one forget the horror and bloodshed of the apocalypse. After the helicopter landed, Xingyi stepped down, causing Lu Qi's smile to fade. When he saw Gusa coming down next, his expression immediately fell. "Why are you here?" Gusa looked at his old friend, who looked extremely unwelcome, and frowned. "Lu Qi, you wouldn't do that, would you?" It was just a stab in the back for the position of deputy base commander. He'd been giving him the cold shoulder for so long. Chapter 342. Only when he saw Yinan disembark from the helicopter did Lu Qi's expression improve. His bony hands gripped hers tightly, and he lowered his gaze to look at her with a tenderness in his eyes. "And then, you're here." Yinan smiled sweetly in return. The two of them looked at each other in such harmony, the envy of others. Lu Qi, holding Yinan's hand, walked towards the passageway. Gusa and Xingyi, standing behind them, felt the wind grow even colder. It chilled them to the bone. "It's Boss Yinan!" Someone in the crowd shouted. Luo Xiaomei immediately rushed up from downstairs. "What, Sister Yinan?" The moment she saw Yinan, she was so excited that she rushed up and hugged her tightly, the force of the collision forcing Yinan to take 2 steps back before he could catch her. "Sister Yinan, I missed you so much." Yinan smiled, hugging Luo Xiaomei's petite, 5 feet 5 inches frame and rubbing her furry head. "Wow, your strength abilities have improved after not seeing you for a while." "Hey, just in time. They're cooking dinner, and it's almost time for dinner. Sister Yinan, let's go eat." Luo Xiaomei dragged Yinan downstairs. The others simply went downstairs to eat. Being on a mission, everyone's meals were simple and vegetarian. Boiling white rice in hot water, and some steamed potatoes with salt was all they needed. Yinan had no time to share their food. He was focused on the map Lu Qi handed him. The map precisely marked the location of the cave, and the suspected hiding place of the Zombie King. "We've tried the drone. It can temporarily control the direction of the zombie wave, but soon, under the Zombie King's command, it will resume its targeted attacks against us." Lu Qi's voice was low and deep, his warm breath tickling Yinan's ear. "What was your original plan?" Yinan tilted her head to look at him. She met his deep, dark eyes. As always, he was filled with a sense of restraint. As he discussed the plan, Lu Qi's expression was incredibly serious and rigorous. He took the map, his long, bony fingers gliding across it. There used to be a mine entrance in this area of the back mountain, but it was poorly constructed and often collapsed, so it was sealed off before the apocalypse. As he spoke, his Adam's apple moved slightly, his dark eyes fixed on Yinan. The Zombie King is now commanding a relentless siege of zombies against the cave entrance, targeting the survivors within. My plan is to continue sending 2 teams, one to distract the Zombie King, and the other to take advantage of his unpreparedness and detour to the back mountain to open a cave and rescue from behind. It's a good idea. Enid nodded. She looked at the map, leaning in close, and was about to say something. The two of them were now staring at the same map, practically touching. Lucci could even feel Enid's body heat. A large hand reached out from behind them, and whether intentionally or not, it separated them and pointed to a spot on the map. Then, Gusu's lazy voice drifted from behind them. We need to send another team to break into the cave from the front. We need to make a good show. With him separating them, Lucci moved much further away from Enid. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced sideways at the unpleasant man behind him. Gusu's eyes lazily scanned Lucci's dark face, and he only smiled faintly. The Zombie King is not easy to fool. Seeing someone say what he wanted to say, Enid followed up. Tomorrow, I lead the team to lure the Zombie King out. You guys will go to the back mountain and the cave entrance. Divide up. I go to the cave entrance. I go to the back mountain. Lucci and Gusu spoke one after another. Shingy, sitting cross-legged across from him, a potato in his left hand and a water bottle in his right, glanced at Enid and the other two with a sweet smile, revealing his hidden canine teeth. His usual air of superiority vanished, revealing a strikingly cute contrast. I be an ant's driver. Being my driver is life-threatening. Enid poured cold water on the situation. If all goes well, I fight the Zombie King to the death. When the fight breaks out, I won't have time to worry about my teammates. Shingy nodded obediently, her soft hair bobbing with his movements. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled gently. Okay, anything's fine. Looking at him like this, Lucci's frown deepened. If this isn't a male dodgy, what is it? Okay, then let's rest for tonight. Enid patted her hands, stained with mashed potato dust, and stood up. This building is so rundown, there's not a single intact room. I sleep in the tent tonight, you guys do whatever you want. With that, she strode out. Sister Enid. Luo Xiaomei immediately took the seat next to Enid. The 3 men who remained disliked each other. The small fire on the flat ground crackled with wood. But the silence between the 3 men was unbearable. Lucci was the first to put down his unfinished bowl and headed out the door. As he left, Gusu lazily put down his bowl and followed. Shingy glanced at their tall figures, eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Lucci walked to a small room on the top floor, leaving the door open. Gusu lazily followed. The room's single, small window was slightly leaky, revealing a vast expanse of snow outside. It was already evening, yet the snowy scene outside offered no beauty. Dense swarms of zombies huddled downstairs. Some of the 4-limbed mutants climbed the various buildings, tirelessly pounding and biting at the sealed doors and windows. Having been huddled around the buildings for so long, the zombies downstairs were covered in a thick layer of snow. Each of them stared back with their mouths wide open. Mouths filled with snow. But at the slightest sign of movement, they would madly dash towards one direction, sending up a cloud of snow and mist. It was both gruesome and eerie. And now, following the sound and the smell, a 4-limbed mutant had already climbed out the window. Under the night, his eye sockets were pitch black, his eyeballs completely missing. His nose had been ripped off, and half his face bore traces of burns, his skin charred black. His eerie face was half a torn mouth. His upper molars were almost completely shattered, leaving only a few yellow teeth teetering on the edge. As soon as he reached the window, he began to bite hard. The scraping of his teeth against the glass made a harsh sound, blowing air into the room through the leaky window. Red and green blood quickly stained most of the window. Crack! 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 The pounding noises grew louder and louder. Each sound pierced his heart. Accompanied by the zombies' roars and the increasingly rapid pounding, it seemed as if the window would shatter at any moment. Yet neither of them moved to seal the window. The pounding noises formed a tense and oppressive background. The 2 people inside the room were surprisingly calm and composed. Lucci said nothing, simply sitting on the only chair in the room, head bowed, diligently wiping his blood-stained spear and sword. Gusu leaned against the window, expertly pulling out a cigarette and smoking. Smoke quickly filled the small room. In the apocalypse, the stench of zombies and the smell of blood filled the air, making the smoke seem less unpleasant. Lucci set down his cleaned weapon and leaned back in his seat. His dark eyes darted at the man smoking while gazing out the window. He finally spoke first, breaking the silence. Give me one. Gusa glanced at him. He didn't even ask why he, who usually disliked smoking or drinking, wanted to smoke. He simply tossed a cigarette and a lighter over to him. Lucci raised his hand to take it. A flash of fire appeared, and a faint red glow filled the room. Click! 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 The zombies continued to pound and bite tirelessly. Even though he had no teeth left and his mouth was covered in blood, Gusa always smoked fast and furiously. After taking his last puff, he stamped out the cigarette butt. Dark eyes beneath lazily drooping eyelids seemed to have made up their minds. He looked at Lucci, this deputy base commander position. Lucci looked at him. The room was thick with smoke, and neither of them could clearly see each other's expressions. Gusa paused. After a mental struggle, he finally chose to confess. I like him, I like him. It can't be hidden. If Lucci resents him, then so be it. Thinking of this, he gave a bitter smile of resignation and was about to confess. Lucci's steady voice rang out. I know that with your pride, you naturally can't be inferior to others. Gusa's words were suddenly interrupted. Lucci stood up. As if he could no longer tolerate the noisy zombies, or perhaps worried that the broken window would affect everyone's safety. He walked to the window and swung it open. The zombie's head smashed right in. Swish. The long sword swung, creating a burst of wind. The blade pierced the zombie's neck, only to become lodged in the skin. A zombie with double mutations, hardened skin and mutated limbs. Ouch! Even without eyes, the zombie's expression was incredibly ferocious. The fact that his neck was stuck on the blade didn't stop him from swiftly turning his head and biting Lucci's arm. Lucci quickly drew his sword and punched the zombie's head. The sound of his fist hitting the hardened zombie's skin was incredibly painful. Another punch. The zombie's head was thrown back by this unexpected punch, falling straight down the stairs. The window was quickly shut, and at the same time, Lucci picked up a wooden board from the ground and inserted it into the two ends. He removed his gloves, discarding them, stained with zombie fluid. Blood already covered the knuckles on the back of his hand. To injure the enemy 100 times is to injure 1,000 times oneself. But this was commonplace to them. Lucci looked at Gusa. Since you want to be deputy base commander, I won't argue with you. Gusa saw him like this, and knew that he was completely unaware of his feelings for Enon. His expression gradually grew serious. Lucci, I don't just want to be deputy base commander. Chapter 343. Lucci waved his hand, unwilling to listen. In his opinion, Gusa's mind was filled with nothing but theoretical knowledge and strategy and tactics. Just because he wanted to be deputy base commander meant he was ambitious and felt his power was insufficient. But he didn't care about such ambitions at all. Enon was base commander, and no one could possibly challenge her. Even if there was, he would help her resolve it immediately. Even if it was Gusa, he wouldn't show mercy. Let's not talk about that. Do me a favor. Gusa's frown remained tight. Keep an eye on Xingyi for me. Gusa stopped looking at him, gazing through the cracks in the wooden planks at the heavy snow outside the window. He took out another cigarette. The smoke was even more turbulent than before. Lucci saw that Gusa didn't respond and just smoked his cigarette. He smoked even faster and more vigorously than before. The thick smoke made him feel uncomfortable. Lucci took 2 steps back, moving away from the chimney in front of him. Can you smoke less? I don't want to collect your body yet. Thinking he was dissatisfied with the current situation, Lucci folded his arms across his chest and looked at the man in front of him coldly. That's enough. I'm not competing with you for the position of deputy base commander anymore. Don't forget who provided all those supplies and ammunition. Don't be ungrateful. Gusa finally couldn't help himself, threw away his half-smoked cigarette, and looked at Lucci. Lucci, are you fucking stupid? Did you know your house was going to be robbed? Lucci also became annoyed. Do you need to remind me? He picked up a wooden board and opened the window. A howling cold wind swept away much of the smoke from the room. Bang! The window closed. I'm not blind. Lucci looked at Gusa. You told me before that Enon was very talented. After the zombie outbreak, human survival would be a problem. The gender imbalance was so unbalanced that only talented men would stay with her. Gusa lowered his eyes, not looking at him. The slight movement of his jaw betrayed his inner restlessness. Stop talking. You think that's ridiculous too? You're trying to persuade me. Could you possibly handle this? Gusa choked. Lucci smiled bitterly. He braced himself on the windowsill with both hands, his strength seemingly weakened for a moment. His deep, dark eyes gazed out the window. There's not a single day I don't mentally prepare myself. But I find I'm still incredibly jealous. Just thinking about that guy Fusen holding an ant's hand makes me unable to eat or sleep. Enough. Really enough. Gusu's heart grew heavier, as if weighed down by a heavy weight, suffocating him. He turned his head and looked at him calmly. What do you mean by enough? One is enough. Lu Qi's voice grew colder. There won't be another like that. Every day, he thought, once all the zombies were gone, he would take it in away. Find a beautiful place to live alone. No Fu Sun, no Xing Yi. He admitted he was mad with jealousy. Gusu's fingertips grew cold. He stared at the domineering Lu Qi before him. He felt as if his throat were blocked, unable to utter a single honest word. He pursed his lips. What if you can't stop her? If you can't stop her, we talk later. Lu Qi. Gusu's calm voice trailed off with a subtle bitterness. Be more open-minded, and you'd be much happier. Lu Qi suddenly glanced at him. Their eyes met. One was a deep, turbulent black pool, the other a sharp, unfathomable darkness. Lu Qi shook his head. Gusu, you've always been smart, but in this case, you keep saying things I can't understand. He looked at his longtime friend, a man who had always excelled in every way, and his tone was tinged with doubt. If you met someone you really loved, would you be willing to share her with someone else? In the night, Gusu's dark eyes darkened even further, a feeling Lu Qi had never seen before surging within them. Gusu shook his head slowly, his words slow, yet a hint of sadness and helplessness lingered in his voice. Lu Qi, if I met a woman like that, I would do anything to keep her by my side. As he spoke, Gusu felt the small room become incredibly stuffy, making him feel uneasy. It was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. He walked towards the door and slowly opened it. At that moment, it felt as if all his strength had been drained from him. Gusu whispered, but if the cost is pushing her further away, I give in and compromise. Will you compromise? Lu Qi chuckled. As if he misheard. The next moment, his eyes sharpened. Firmly staring at Gusu's dejected figure, Lu Qi strode forward and said, Wait a moment. Gusu paused. Chapter 344. You. Leather boots stomped across the floor. Lu Qi hesitated. Gusu had witnessed almost his entire obsession with Inen. He had even teased him many times. How could he possibly like her? Looking at Gusu's slightly tilted profile, backlit, Lu Qi changed the subject and finally chose to believe. Let's go downstairs. He turned and headed for the left staircase. But he noticed the person behind him hadn't followed. Lu Qi stopped. He turned to look at Gusu's face, which clearly looked amiss. His eyes gradually darkened. Gusu, you're interested in Inen, aren't you? Lu Qi asked gravely. The air was incredibly quiet at that moment. Gusu didn't speak, simply staring at Lu Qi quietly. However, over the years, the two had developed a tacit understanding. Each had long understood the other's temperament. Lu Qi felt a deep, ominous premonition. His dark eyes were as deep as a cold pond, and his tone hardened. Answer me. Gusu slowly stepped forward. The dim room was illuminated only by the faint light from the stairwell. He stood before Lu Qi, his dark eyes unwavering. Lu Qi, I like Inen. Very much. As if he couldn't believe he could actually say such a thing, Lu Qi's brows furrowed tightly, and his gaze towards Gusu was filled with sarcasm and absurdity. The corner of his jaw twitched, and he practically gritted his teeth. Say it again. Gusu tilted his head slightly, sighing barely perceptibly, but his tone only grew firmer. I said I like Inen. I like him like crazy. Lu Qi grabbed Gusu's collar, and his icy gaze fixed on him. Gusu, are you trying to steal him from me too? The atmosphere grew unspeakably tense. The two men, like two sharp knives, refused to give in. Gusu clearly didn't want to engage in a confrontation. He took a step back, shook off the hand clutching his collar, and spoke quickly, weary and irritated. Yes, this time, we take it. Very good. Lu Qi sneered. He raised his leg and began to walk away. But before he had taken 2 steps, he could no longer endure it. Angrily, he turned and punched Gusu. Gusu didn't dodge or evade. He endured it silently. The dull thud of his fist hitting flesh was loud and resounding. Gusu only took a half step back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The corner of his mouth was a hint of crimson. Grinning, he looked at Lu Qi lazily. Beat until you get angry. Lu Qi seemed to have vented his strength. He took a deep breath, and his tone was indescribable disappointment. Gusu, I really didn't expect you to compete with me. Gusu's eyes moved slightly. I don't want to do it either, Lu Qi. I hate fighting the most. Lu Qi didn't say anything, just looked at him. Yes. For so long. He never saw him fighting for anything. As long as it is something that needs to be fought for, he will wave his hand to give in. Otherwise, with his ability, the speed of promotion in the army should have been faster. Gusu did not retreat but advanced. He walked towards Lu Qi, with a helpless forbearance in his voice. I don't want to compete with you. His Adam's apple moved and smiled bitterly, but this time, I really fell. After saying that, Gusu took off his coat and threw it on the ground. At this moment, he was only wearing his military uniform. He tilted his head slightly, his half-lidded eyes languidly looking at Lu Qi. He smiled and said, keep beating me. I won't leave this building if you can. Lu Qi raised his eyebrows at him, hearing the determination in his lazy voice. If you get out of here alive today, I start fighting you. Lu Qi. The air froze. Lu Qi looked coldly at his best friend. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it, and strode away. But just as he reached the stairs, he was met by Enan, who had come up. Enan, holding a thick roll of tent cloth, looked at the two men, whose mood was clearly off. Gusu's cheeks were clearly bruised and bloody from being beaten. She frowned. Zombies have smashed all the window panes, and the psychics downstairs are freezing. Everyone's setting up tents to keep warm, and you two are fighting here? They said nothing. Enan threw the cloth on the floor. I punish you two by setting up the remaining tents. Lu Qi picked up the cloth and obediently followed Enan downstairs. Gusu followed behind. Whenever Enan appeared, these two proud and unruly men became as obedient as possible. Downstairs, every window had some damage of varying degrees. Thankfully, wooden and steel plates sealed it, preventing the zombies from squeezing in. But they continued to pound on the steel plates. The roars, accompanied by the unstoppable chill wind inside, made people feel extremely irritated. The strong wind blew out the fire inside countless times. The fire-type psychics repeatedly rekindled the fire to boil water. All 6 floors were filled with various tents. Almost as soon as a tent was set up, a psychic would take refuge in it for warmth. Enan looked at the minus 50 degrees Celsius displayed on his wristband. This temperature. It was too cold. The building was leaking drafts and snow. Seeing everyone still shivering in the tent, Enan immediately pulled out a number of water bags. Fill them with hot water to keep warm, it'd be much better. Thank you, Sister Enan. Thank you, Goddess Enan. Everyone thanked him politely. After distributing the water bags, Enan went into Luo Xiaomei's tent to warm up. I heard you got a promotion? Enan glanced at Luo Xiaomei and started chatting. Yes, Sister Enan. At the mention of this, Luo Xiaomei instantly perked up, sitting up straight, looking proud and endearing. That's great. What position did you get promoted to? Captain of the base's psychic. A captain of a psychic commanded 5 psychic teams. Enan admired the girl before him. Very good. Still far behind Sister Enan, he. Luo Xiaomei hugged Enan's arm and nuzzled it. She had lost all the pomp and circumstance she had when she was killing zombies. She looked like a spoiled little girl. Enan smiled and shook her head. Without the system, she might not be much better than Luo Xiaomei. On this point, she had always been clear-headed. She knew clearly that much of what she had was given by the system, and she would never become complacent because of her current abilities. Thinking with this, Enan picked up the water bottle beside Luo Xiaomei, opened the lid, and began to fill it. She hadn't had any water in a while. She was very thirsty. But after gulping down the water, the pungent taste immediately made Enan cough several times. This is Baijiu. Enan immediately looked at Luo Xiaomei, who was covering her mouth and laughing. You drinking Baijiu? Yes, 68 degrees hee. Luo Xiaomei took the flask from Enan's hand and took a long sip. Drinking strong liquor in winter, so refreshing. Seeing her radiant smile, Enan's expression froze for a moment. Feeling the burning sensation in her throat and stomach, she immediately pulled out a bottle of mineral water from her space and began to drink. Who would have thought such a petite girl could drink such strong liquor? Seeing Enan's face quickly flush and her continued guzzling, Luo Xiaomei immediately asked with concern, Sister Enan, are you not too drunk? Indeed, she wasn't. She was known for getting drunk after one drink. But she was strong enough to be like Enan. She remained calm, saying, not bad. Seeing that her face was calm except for the blush, Luo Xiaomei felt relieved and continued chatting with her. Move over. Xingyi, holding a large hot water bottle, trotted up from downstairs. Enan here? He handed the freshly filled hot water bottle to Enan and plopped down next to her. Such a strong smell of alcohol. Looking at the wine flask Luo Xiaomei was holding, Xingyi raised an eyebrow. The alcohol content smelled high. Enan, it's time to rest, Xingyi said, turning his head to look at Luo Xiaomei, who was clinging to Enan and whispering stop drinking. It's time to sleep. Luo Xiaomei perked up. Okay, Sister Enan, let's sleep together. I want to hold you. Xingyi maintained a smile as he looked at Luo Xiaomei. Don't disturb her. She's a light sleeper. Ian was filled with questions. She is a light sleeper. But how did this guy know that? I'm very good. I won't disturb Sister and Anne's sleep. But you, it's time to get out. We need to draw the curtains. Seeing Xing Yi's constipated expression, Luo Xiaomei continued, Don't think you can sleep here just because you're prettier than a woman. Only women can sleep in our tent. Ian couldn't help but laugh. Xiaomei's right, get out. Xing Yi's eyes flashed with grievance. Just as he was about to say something, Ian kicked him out. Her head was already a little dizzy, and her strength was uncontrollable. Xing Yi landed on his butt. Still maintaining his cool posture, he struck his coolest pose just before the curtain closed. Okay, and then, good night. Remember to dream of me. Snap. The zipper was completely closed, blocking out the view from inside. Xing Yi then limped to his feet, clutching his aching butt. The next moment, a figure brushed past him, stirring a gust of wind. Xing Yi looked at Lu Qi, who had yanked the curtain down and pulled Ian out. He felt sore. Come on, let's sleep upstairs. Lu Qi arrogantly led Ian upstairs. Luo Xiaomei stared longingly at the stolen sister Ian, curling her lips, but daring not to utter a single word of discontent. There was no way this time. This was her real boyfriend. All the tents are packed, but I've saved one sturdy one. Lu Qi whispered softly as he led Ian upstairs. Ian looked at the man's broad, handsome figure, her heart warming. Okay. As if smelling alcohol, Lu Qi paused slightly and glanced sideways at her. Have you been drinking? Yes. Ian nodded. Her cheeks were flushed, and her already large, charming eyes were now a bit misty with alcohol. Indescribably alluring. Lu Qi tightened his grip on Ian's hand, slowing his pace even further. He was afraid she would trip. Climbing up to the rooftop. The tent Lu Qi had pitched looked sturdy. The inside was already thickly lined with his cotton jacket. There was another layer of quilted cotton, folded thickly and placed on the left side. Sleep on your left side. Lu Qi's voice was indescribably gentle. He placed one hand on Ian's head, fearing she might bump into something. He placed his other hand on her waist, guiding her into the tent. Seeing her more obedient than usual after drinking, even a little slow, indescribably endearing. Lu Qi chuckled softly. He placed the large hot water bottle he had just prepared in her arms, and fondly tapped her nose. Go to sleep. Tomorrow was a tough battle. Okay. Ian nodded. She sat in the tent, shaking her dizzy head. Numberlessly, she reached out to untie her shoelaces. The alcohol had taken over her, slowing her consciousness and movements. Even with the little remaining consciousness Ian had, she knew she had drunk too much. She had to sleep quickly. Otherwise, she might make a fool of herself. As a child, she accidentally drunk the adult's wine and ridden a military dog like a horse, falling flat on her face. She also uprooted the vegetables grown by others in the military compound. Afterwards, her parents took her from house to apologize. It was so embarrassing. But her fingers wouldn't obey. Even the shoelaces in front of her were fluttering. Ian's little hands fumbled for a long time, unable to untie them. Lu Qi sat beside her, propped up on his arm, watching her silly and adorable appearance. After watching for a while, finally satisfied, he took her little hand, which was almost floating to the tip of her shoe. I do it. I can do it. Ian's stubbornness rose. Lu Qi leaned back on his arm, wrapping his whole body around her, grasping her hands, and slowly untying her shoelaces. Our Ian is amazing. She can even untie her shoelaces. He chuckled softly, as he whispered in her ear. The gentleness and raspy voice were indescribably beautiful. But the heat from the spray made Ian's cheeks itch slightly. Her head felt even more dizzy now. She reached out to scratch her face, but instead, she hit Lu Qi's head. Lu Qi helplessly grabbed her restless little hand and said, just lie down. She fell straight down. The doting and smile in Lu Qi's eyes never faded. He didn't know yet. She would be so confused after drinking too much. Seeing a different side of her, Lu Qi was very satisfied. He gently grasped her ankles and helped her take off her shoes. He then held her slightly cold feet to warm them. Lu Qi gently covered the lying Ian with the blanket. She was lying on her side, her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed, clearly very drunk. Her long black hair fell, making her face appear even paler. As he watched, Lu Qi became mesmerized. He leaned in for a kiss. But before he could touch her lips, Ian opened her dark eyes and sat up abruptly. Her head bumped directly against Lu Qi's jaw. Lu Qi didn't have time to rub his own bruised jaw and hurried over to check Ian's forehead. Does it hurt? Ian's dark eyes widened, and she suddenly extended a hand. I want to ride a big black horse. Lucci didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to say there was no big black horse here, the curtain was lifted. I can cosplay as a big black horse. Really? Drunk Ian An's eyes lit up. Lucci's face darkened as he looked at Gusu, who was holding a large hot water bottle. Gusu had no time to care about Lucci's scowl. His dark eyes fixed on Ian An's flushed face, and his hoarse voice tinged with laughter. Why are you drunk? Lucci pulled the curtain without a word. Gusu slipped the water bag through the curtain. I bring it. Lucci took the hot water bag and continued to pull the curtain. Gusu grabbed the zipper with one hand. All the tents are full. There's no room. So? We need to squeeze in? Lucci's face turned cold. Just ask Inan to bring out another tent. He then looked at Inan and softened his voice, almost coaxing. Inan, are there any tents left in the space? Take one. Gusu also looked at Inan. He met her bewildered face. He felt an itch. Yes. Inan nodded heavily. Lucci breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, step back. Although he didn't understand why he had to step back when carrying a tent, Gusu still obediently took a few steps back. Lucci also unzipped the curtain to give Inan some room. The next second, a massive armored vehicle suddenly appeared in the room. Chapter 345. The armored vehicle was so large that it crushed a corner of the tent. The fragile tent was in jeopardy. Inan, quickly retrieve it. Lucci could only quickly ask Inan to retrieve it. Oops. I took the wrong one. Inan said awkwardly. The next second, the armored vehicle disappeared. The two men breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to repair the deformed tent. I looked for it again. Yes, it's the tent, Inan. Don't take the wrong one. Lucci's voice was almost coaxing a child. The next second, an old sow appeared behind the two men. The sow was frightened by the sudden change in the scene, and with a few grunts, she thrust her butt toward Lucci. Lucci barely dodged it. He watched the pigs rampage through the house. The next second, two old hens also appeared in the house, and not only that, but also a yellow cow. And a goose. Pandas. It was like a zoo. The animals were all panicking, running around the room. Inan, take them back. Inan burped. Burp, monkeys. The next second, the mess of animals in the room disappeared. The two men had already compromised. Inan, don't look for a tent anymore. Just go to sleep. With great difficulty, they coaxed Inan into the tent and laid down. Lucci tossed his coat to Gusu. There's no room in the tent. Spend the night by the fire. Sleeping with Inan, anyway. Impossible. Gusu held up his coat, his dark eyes scanning the confused little boy behind Lucci. Just as he was about to say something, Xingyi came up with a hot water bottle. At the sight of him, both of them became wary. The look he gave him seemed to warn against thieves. What's that look? I'm here to bring you the hot water bottle. Xingyi's posture was elegant. His gaze swept across the empty, but somewhat messy room, finally stopping on a patch of cow dung on the floor. Lucci, did you poop? Lucci's face darkened. Did the Women's Federation leader poop? Gusu remained silent. We're not short of hot water bottles. Lucci stepped forward, blocking the tent curtain and obscuring Xingyi's view. But Xingyi didn't leave. He brazenly circled forward, his almond-shaped eyes beaming. There's no room downstairs. Want to squeeze in? One by one, squeeze in. Lucci laughed in anger. Just as he was about to retort, a little head popped out of the tent. Why are you guys chatting outside? Come in. The drunken grandmother's voice was a little lisp. So adorable. The three men's hearts melted instantly. There's no other way. Inan, let me in. Xingyi was the first to enter the tent. Gusu followed closely behind. Lucci's face darkened. Grabbing Inan's small hand, he sighed silently and finally squeezed in. Everyone sit still. Inan sat cross-legged, watching the three large black horses drifting before him. Gritting, who get to ride first? Lucci's face turned a little green. Inan, stop messing around and go to sleep. Inan was stunned. Shaked her head. Reluctantly she muttered, I don't want to sleep, I want to ride the big black horse. Gusu patted her back gently. Sleep well, and when you do, you have the big black horse. Really? Yes. Okay. Inan collapsed. Her small hand grabbed a man. Big black horse, sleep with me. Although he drunk, he was incredibly strong. He dragged Gusu, who was standing beside him, down. He propped himself up on the cotton wall on the floor mat with his elbows, to avoid falling on Inan. He ignored Lucci's murderous glare across from him. Gusu suppressed his inner joy and said seriously, It's no use. It's holding on tight. Let's just sleep like this. Lu Qi, overcome with jealousy, pushed Xingyi aside and lay down next to Yinan. Without a word, Xingyi closed the curtains. 3 large men and Yinan were crammed into the pitch-black tent. Gu Su and Lu Qi lay on either side of Yinan. Xingyi was squeezed into a small corner. But he knew being here was good enough. He didn't ask for much. He simply leaned against the edge of the tent, his arms folded, and smiled warmly at An's vague silhouette in the darkness. Fighting for third place didn't seem so bad. For a moment, it seemed like a good thing. No one in the tent spoke. Only An's breathing grew increasingly steady. None of the 3 men could sleep. Except for Xingyi, who closed his eyes in repose. Gu Su and Lu Qi were even more restless. This was the first time Gu Su had been this close to Yinan, and they even slept together. Although this was just a farce caused by her drinking too much, he felt an indescribable restlessness inside. Yinan rolled over and slept on her side. She was facing Gu Su directly. The whole of her sleeping face was exposed to Gu Su's view, the warm breath even reaching his nose. Gu Su's eyes warmed, and he slowly curled his lips. The next second, Lu Qi's large hand pulled Yinan upright. He was strong, yet gentle, not wanting to wake her. He continued to pull Yinan's body towards him, and then Lu Qi laid down again. Yinan was immediately half a meter away from Gu Su. Jealousy filled the air. Xingyi silently observed it all. Being pulled further away, the small hand gripping Gu Su's arm loosened. Gu Su lowered his eyes to gaze at the loosened hand, a sudden sense of emptiness in his heart. Who knew the next moment, Yinan rolled over, his arm resting on Gu Su. Seemingly feeling the warmth and comfort, she mumbled something and squeezed forward, burrowing into his arms, nuzzling her head against his chest. Gu Su was stunned for a moment, not daring to move. Feeling the softness in his arms, his dark eyes darkened. Squeak! The curtain was drawn open. Lu Qi gritted his teeth and whispered, "Everyone, go out and sleep." And so, aside from the few psychics taking turns keeping watch, and the sounds of deep sleep filling the tents, 3 tall, handsome men made their way to the now extinguished bonfire. A fire-type psychic on night watch quickly came over and lit the fire. Looking at the 3 people, all looking unhappy, the psychic turned and left without asking any questions. Lu Qi and Xingyi remained silent, each finding a sheltered spot to close their eyes and rest. Gu Su, however, couldn't sleep. He felt the lingering warmth on his fingertips, savoring the embrace they had just had. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So sweet. Chapter 346. Yinan was awakened by the sound of a steel plate crashing to the ground. Though she was still a little dizzy, her extremely alert and reflexes made her instinctively rush out of the tent with her sword in hand the moment she was awakened. Ouch! A zombie was halfway through the window. Yinan's long sword gathered a cascade of lightning and struck down fiercely. Her hands were faster than her mind. He struck the zombie's head with all his might. Brains splattered across the ground. Yinan barely dodged. Anan! The 3 men who had rushed over after hearing the noise were relieved to see the zombie dead. Yinan rubbed her dizzy head and looked at them. Memories of the night before she completely lost consciousness flooded back into her mind. Did I make a fool of myself yesterday? She asked quietly. No. The 3 men shook their heads. That's good. It's dawn now. Let's go! No more words. Yinan stretched his muscles and headed for the rooftop. According to the plan, the nearly 200-man psychic team was divided into 3 groups. Lu Qi led one team to enter through the cave entrance. Yinan and Xingyi tracked the zombie king's location. Gu Su, after the 2 teams had led the zombie tide away, set out last, leading a group of men to detour to the back mountain to open a cave. Since this was a rescue operation, there was no point in wasting time. Ensuring the safety of the psychics was paramount. To this end, Yinan, Lu Qi, and the others continued to discuss and refine the plan via the intercom within the helicopter. To prepare for any possible contingencies. Dense swarms of zombies huddled in the mountains. Seeing the 2 helicopters, they followed them like crazy. Bang, bang, bang. The gunners frantically strafed the zombie horde below, while the bomb squad unleashed a barrage of bombs. The intense gunfire intensified the zombie horde. Zombies within several kilometers rushed in frantically. Since this was flat ground, they could still conduct large-scale bombing. Once the helicopters reached the valley, they could no longer bomb. Otherwise, if an avalanche occurred, rescue would become even more impossible. The zombie horde piled up in massive numbers. Base Commander, a level 5 zombie has been detected. Lin Feng's serious voice echoed through his wristband. The base just delivered a zombie skull. The crystal core within its brain is significantly larger than that of a level 4 zombie. Research has shown that its abilities far surpass those of a level 4 zombie in all aspects. It must be that the zombie has evolved again. Got it. The zombie outbreak had been going on for almost 2 years. It was about time for level 5 zombies to appear. Inan, observing the zombie horde gathering below, immediately informed Lu Qi and the others via the intercom. Tell them to be on high alert. Then, as planned, the helicopter Inan was in, piloted by Xing Yi, accelerated rapidly. It was the first to burst out. The hatch opened. Inan grabbed the ladder and swung down. Despite the plan, Lu Qi's heart still sank at the sight. His dark eyes fixed on the helicopter ahead. Seeing the woman at the bottom of the ladder, deft and in good condition, he felt a slight sense of relief. Xing Yi carefully controlled the helicopter's altitude, his focus now intense. He was practically utterly focused. Inan clung to the end of the ladder. His entire body enveloped in light-based abilities, and he wielded an ice-based laser gun, lashing out at the incoming zombies. Wherever the laser passed, the zombies were pierced by the powerful ice laser. Although their bodies were far more resistant to cold than ordinary psychics, they were practically cut in half by the ice laser's blast. Only zombies with hardened skin could escape. Zombie remains flew through the air. But facing such a massive zombie tide, even a powerful psychic laser gun couldn't stop them. Zombies swarmed, climbing over their bodies and leaping towards Inan. Like raging monsters, bite after bite, they bit at her light enchanted legs. From Lu Qi's perspective, Inan's lower body was practically engulfed by zombies. The psychics behind him watched with trepidation, being surrounded by so many zombies. If it were them, they would have been terrified to the point of giving way. Xing Yi increased the helicopter's altitude. Lu Qi immediately took out his intercom to contact Xing Yi. The helicopter rapidly ascended. Inan's entire body erupted with lightning powers. The zombies clinging to her body were charred black with lightning. Amidst the thick stench of burning, Inan unleashed a barrage of grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The flames, mixed with the snow and mist, exploded, carrying along the zombies' body fluids and debris. With Inan as the center, the surroundings resembled a massive bombing range. As the helicopter advanced, high-intensity bombing all the way, listening to the loud bombing below, Xing Yi thought of the explosion at the killing base. A helpless smile played on his face. Badanan, you've caused me so much grief. The psychics behind Lu Qi were stunned. What a terrifying power. Focus. Prepare for battle. With Lu Qi's call, everyone shifted their attention. Lu Qi's helicopter began to fly toward the cave entrance. Their bombing ceased, leaving only scattered gunfire. At the same time, Gusu's helicopter took off. The vast zombie horde had been led away by Inan and his team. At this moment, debris and scattered zombies roamed the snow. They could easily take a detour and reach the back mountain without alerting the larger zombie horde. The loud bombing finally drew the zombie king out. A large number of zombies began to rush towards one direction. Clearly, they had received the zombie king's call. Xing Yi quickly controlled the helicopter to catch up. The zombie horde rushed frantically toward the bottom of the mountain. Due to the sheer number of zombies, many even rolled down. More and more zombies piled up at the bottom of the mountain. The number was terrifying. However, seeing the zombie horde begin to turn left, Inan became anxious. Going around to the left was the direction of the back mountain. Gusu and his men would surely be exposed. Xing Yi, naturally aware of this, quickly mobilized his helicopter to overtake the zombie horde. At this moment, Inan keenly spotted a zombie significantly larger than the others. Soon, he disappeared into the woods again. Inan immediately jumped, clad in a light shield, her sharp eyes fixed on the direction the zombie king had disappeared, and she launched a grappling hook in pursuit. Meanwhile, Xing Yi's helicopter followed closely overhead. The surging tide of zombies periodically overwhelmed Inan. The man in the helicopter was terrified, but all he could do was stay close. This allowed Inan to easily hop onto the helicopter ladder. Without his light-based abilities to protect himself, he would only cause trouble if he went down now. Kill, kill, kill! Inan's entire body erupted in lightning, causing the zombies to scream and scream. Dozens of zombies' maws could almost envelop her, their stinking mouths lunging at her from all directions. Inan quickly discovered that, despite her constant pursuit and killing, she still couldn't catch up with the zombie king. The zombie tide was too numerous, and the resistance was too great. The intelligent zombie king, observing Inan's fighting prowess, clearly didn't want to engage her head-on. He simply hid, and used the zombie tide to consume her. Inan immediately dodged into space, and suddenly vanished, leaving all the zombies charging at her empty-handed. They huddled together in a small pile, howling. In just 2 minutes, A giant zombie climbed down from a tree. His grayish-white zombie eyes fixed on the spot where Enon had disappeared. His entire body, wary, slowly moved toward that spot. Wherever he passed, the zombies moved aside to make way for him. The zombie swarm where Enon had disappeared received the message and dispersed. On the snowy ground, there was only trampled mud and rocks, stained with snow. Not a single sign of human life. The helicopter in the sky also flew away. Xingyi's hand on the joystick felt slightly cold. He and Enon had almost no communication at this point. It was all about tacit understanding and gambling. Suddenly invisible from space, Enon thrust his spear fiercely into the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King reacted suddenly and retreated. The spear pierced through one of his eyes. It pierced his head. Ouch! With a roar, flames erupted from the zombie's mouth. Enon's elemental power unleashed. When the flames were halfway out, they seemed to be drawn back, attacking the Zombie King, but his skin remained unaffected. Skin hardening ability. Enon's bet was right. Most Zombie Kings possess the skin hardening ability. So her first move was to attack his eyeball. With her hands constantly moving, Enon stabbed at his other eyeball with each strike. With a spear atop his head, the Zombie King's speed was unhindered. He fiercely extended his white-green hand and lunged at Enon, emitting a pale green gas from his entire body. Infectious mutant ability. Speed ability. For known abilities currently, Enon dodged quickly. Even with the protection of light abilities, being caught by a Zombie King like this was still dangerous. Ah! Behind him, an overwhelming wave of zombies rushed over. Enon bent down and grabbed the spear stuck in the Zombie King's head. Leaping up, the spear's force pulled down hard on the zombie's head, spurting out a large amount of red-green fluid, accompanied by the sizzling sound of white pus. The Zombie King howled in pain. Unlike ordinary zombies, the Zombie King, having awakened its intelligence, possessed a certain sense of pain. He immediately broke his spear and ran back. At the same time, the zombies around him attacked Enon like crazy. Enon, cloaked in stealth, caught up. He thrust 2 spears at the Zombie King's back, but the skin's hardening ability made it difficult to penetrate. Enon was tackled to the ground by dozens of zombies behind her. She turned and swung her sword. The blade, shrouded in thick lightning and light, slashed through the oncoming, stinking mouths, chopping off the jaws of more than half the zombies. At the same time, the dagger in her hand vanished, transforming into 2 powerful guns. Enon unleashed a barrage of fire. The instant the gun in her right hand vanished, she unleashed a barrage of bombs. Amidst the blazing flames, she accelerated rapidly, sprinting towards the zombie. The grappling hook shot towards a large tree. As she soared, Enon launched another grappling hook at the Zombie King's running back. The grappling hook successfully pierced the bloody hole in his skull left by the spear. Enon tightened the rope. The Zombie King was pulled back by the immense force. Ah! He roared in pain. At the same moment, Enon soared quickly behind him. Another spear plunged fiercely into his other eye socket. Ah! Unstoppable, Enon thrust the muzzle of a psychic gun directly into his throat. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder's psychic gun. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning, accompanied by the deafening roar of the gunfire, was deafening. Ah! Roar! The Zombie King's roar now tinged with despair. Absolute power suppression. Absolute force suppression. Seeing the Zombie King dying, Enon didn't give him a moment to breathe. The unleashing of her fear power suppressed the advancing tide of zombies around her. At that moment, the wind and snow seemed to be swayed by the frenzied energy field, surging wildly, as if caught in a tornado. Enon's long hair danced wildly in the frenzied energy field. Her breathtakingly beautiful eyes were now like a bloodthirsty demon. She coldly stared at the zombie before her, speared and stabbed with her psychic gun. Flesh and blood splattered, its body trembling violently as it tried to shake her off. The psychic gun in her hand vanished, transformed into a long sword. The blade, brimming with lightning and light-based psychic power, plunged fiercely into the zombie's esophagus. Ouch! The zombie howled in pain, unable to move. The spear plunged into the ground, nailed him to the spot, twisted the long sword fiercely, braked from the inside. With ruthless skill, Enon leaped down, swung the long sword, and pierced his skull. The Zombie King was completely dead. 4 enormous crystal cores appeared in Enon's space. The Zombie King's crystal cores were enhanced versions, each with a high probability of granting a person the power it bestowed. While Enon didn't desire these 4 powers, he could definitely purchase them at the base with a high contribution value. This would boost the combat power of the capable personnel at the base. Xingyi's helicopter also flew over at the perfect time. Enon suddenly felt the ground shake violently. She slashed through the dense crowd of zombies charging at her, grappled with her hook, and looked ahead. She saw a wave of zombies surging from the hill ahead. Another wave of zombies surged towards her. Not only that, 3 or 4 zombie kings followed the wave, running frantically towards her. Anne's eyes widened. How could there be so many zombie kings? Generally speaking, only one zombie king spawns in each area. Since zombie kings require a large number of psychics to feed them, it's rare for 2 or more to gather together. Inan, come up quickly. Xing Yi's voice rang out over the intercom. He had naturally seen the zombie kings approaching from the top of the hill. Inan, however, remained silent. Her face grew increasingly serious. Because she had spotted the 5th zombie king, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, 8 in total, they were running madly among the zombies, as if seeking revenge for their recently tragically killed companions. The roar was distant but filled with anger. Inan, hurry up the ladder. Xing Yi's voice grew anxious. Inan, however, didn't move. She ignored the zombies crawling on her body. Inan turned and looked at the mountain behind her. If she left, the zombies would surely charge for the cave entrance. So many psychics and soldiers would die. How could she retreat? The lightning on her body began to weaken slightly. A bottle of level 4 crystal core concentrate appeared in Anne's palm. She spoke calmly. Xing Yi, you're lucky. You get to watch a martial arts scene. In the helicopter, Xing Yi's heart sank when he heard Anne's words. He watched the woman below, sprinting like an arrow towards the terrifying zombie horde. His throat felt as if it were choking. Outside the cave, the psychics led by Lu Qi had successfully established a protective zone, isolating some of the zombies. The heavy snow was shoveled away, revealing the cave entrance. Lu Qi glanced into the distance from time to time. There was no sign of a helicopter. He checked the time on his wristband. It had been nearly half an hour. Ordinarily, Annan should have finished killing the zombie king. But there was no response from the intercom. Lu Qi picked up the intercom again. Annan, we've made arrangements at the cave entrance. We'd be waiting for you to return. Still no response. Ouch! 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 More and more zombies were swarming in from all sides. Base Commander, we have to get into the cave as soon as possible. There are too many zombies. The man was anxious. Lu Qi sheathed his knife. Everyone, get in first. Chapter 347. Ah! A surging zombie tide surged forward. Several bombs appeared in Anne's hands. Strengthened his own luck. His luck reached its peak. Annan fiercely hurled the bombs forward, and at the same time, a single-person missile materialized in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening artillery fire drowned out the sound of the intercom. Snowflakes, rocks, and zombie corpse fragments exploded into a hail of dust. Amidst the flames, 8 zombie kings gradually approached. Annan immediately launched several laser turrets to surround himself. Instantly, the zombie corpses piled up into a small mountain. Ouch! A speed-type zombie king with mutant limbs rushed forward, its ferocious maw open as it lunged at Annan. Annan stood still. Just as its maw was about to engulf her, a long sword coated in ferocious blue-purple lightning appeared in her hand. It stabbed straight into the zombie king's throat. The zombie king reacted quickly and tried to dodge, but Annan grabbed his skull and slammed it down, piercing deep into his throat. Ouch! This zombie king was also exceptionally ferocious. He shook his head wildly, breaking the long knife that had pierced his throat with a single blow. He swallowed the blade and continued his furious attack on Annan. The long knife pierced his internal organs, the tip of the blade exposed behind his back. Streams of red and green zombie fluid gushed from his throat, splashing all over Annan with his violent movements. The second zombie king also rushed over at this moment. At the same time, a large number of ordinary zombies also swarmed in. The laser turrets were completely surrounded by zombie corpses and ceased operation. During the break in the battle, Annan retracted all the troll hooks and climbed up the tree. She quickly climbed up a stout tree. Ah! Below her, countless zombies were chasing her. Too many. So many. In the sky, Xing Yi, in the helicopter, watched anxiously. From his perspective, the zombie tide below was as vast as an ocean. There was nowhere for him to land. Although he had fully maneuvered the helicopter's ladder above Ann's head, and a single grappling hook would have allowed her to escape, she refused to come up. Annan climbed to the top of the tallest tree. From her high vantage point, it would be easier to deal with the zombies. Several zombie kings frantically climbed up the tree, clinging to their own bodies. Annan continued to swing his massive light blade. The over a meter-long light blade, carrying immense energy, slashed at the zombies' bodies. It sliced even the ordinary zombies in two. Innards spilled everywhere. But the zombie kings possessed intelligence and actually managed to climb up the tree in a circle. One of the zombie kings even held a weapon. Each of them was enormous. Now that they all climbed the tree, it began to shake violently under the weight. All 5 zombie kings pounced on Enon. Enon immediately entered the space. They all missed. 2 of the zombies even flew through the air and fell into the zombie horde. The next second, Enon slipped out of sight, simultaneously stabbing the backs of the necks of the 2 zombie kings with his left and right long swords. Ah! Ah! The 2 zombie kings howled, trying to fight back. Fear. Enon's fear power suppressed the 2 zombie kings, making their movements difficult. Taking the opportunity, he twisted his long swords with all his might. The heads of the 2 zombie kings fell to the ground. Neither of these 2 zombie kings had any physical strength, so they were much easier to kill. The next second, the crystal cores in their skulls all appeared in Enon's space. 6 massive crystal cores in total. Ah! Several zombie kings continued charging forward. The tree began to topple, clearly unable to bear the weight. Enon unleashed his grappling hook. He leaped directly to another tree. The zombie king who had swallowed the long knife was the first to catch up. Enon activated his fear power, temporarily halting his movements while simultaneously unleashing his charm power. The zombie king froze for only 2 seconds before attacking Enon again. Would this charm have no effect on the zombie king? Enon fought back, wondering. Ah! At the same time, several other zombies also rushed forward. Just as they were about to catch up with Enon, roar! The zombie that had been charmed by Enon suddenly turned and attacked its companions. Enon breathed a sigh of relief. But the zombie king, after scaring off his companions, continued charging towards him. Look at that posture. Is he going to force her to be his zombie queen? Enon was immediately disgusted by the zombie's pale eyes, which, though still revealing a hint of a perverted arousal, were completely nauseated. He finished him off with a series of slashes. Giving up the idea of charming the zombies, Enon decided to fight purely with force. And then, there's a helicopter coming from the hill ahead. It's coming from an unknown source. Be careful. Xing Yi's voice came over the intercom. Enon glanced up at the top of the hill and saw a helicopter slowly approaching. A quick victory was necessary. While swinging his sword, Enon quickly absorbed a tube of level 4 crystal core concentrate. His dual light and lightning abilities intensified. Double swords in hand, he leaped into the zombie horde below. Ah! Amidst the zombies' frenzied siege, she launched into a frenzied slaughter. She unleashed her powerful superpowers like nothing was left to chance. Each strike was deadly and sharp. Another zombie king was dead. After finishing off a group, she immediately switched positions behind a zombie king and slashed furiously. Ah! The skin-hardened zombie king turned and struck back, but Enon had already moved behind him and struck again. Switch positions, stab him in the eyes. Enon, they're getting closer. Xing Yi's voice rang out over the intercom. There are 3 people in the helicopter, except the pilot. Their faces are covered, so I can't see them. They're monitoring you. I stopped them. Enon kicked the howling zombie king aside and looked up at the sky. She saw someone in the approaching helicopter window, holding something pointed at her. A sniper rifle immediately appeared in her hand. Bang! The person dodged. At the same moment, Enon was tackled by several zombies. She kicked the zombies away with all her might, hacked to death the blinded zombie king, and then looked up to the sky. Xing Yi's helicopter was bearing down on them. The men in the opposing helicopter began firing at Xing Yi's. Xing Yi, in the helicopter, couldn't return fire, so he could only maneuver the helicopter to avoid the deadly fire. Enon was just about to pick up the intercom to tell Xing Yi to retreat when the zombie tide overwhelmed her again. This time, under surveillance, she didn't want to reveal her cards anymore. She fought back with only lightning. Enon struggled. She grappled with a tree and quickly climbed to the top. Up in the sky, the opposing helicopter was repeatedly forced back by Xing Yi, who recklessly pursued and rammed them. You know, if helicopters collide, both sides will be destroyed and killed. Clearly, they hadn't expected him to be so reckless. The helicopter returned to the top of the mountain. But before it retreated far, they began bombarding Xing Yi's helicopter with handheld missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Xing Yi maneuvered his helicopter to dodge. The opposing helicopter, seeing this, chased after him. Enon no longer had the heart to fight the zombies. She grappled with the climbing frame of Xing Yi's helicopter, and a handheld missile appeared in her hand, launching a frantic counterattack. The enemy was clearly not outmatched, flying straight towards Enon. Boom, boom, boom. More gunfire rang out. Lu Qi's helicopter quickly approached. Inside, more than a dozen psychics fired at the opposing helicopter. Bang! 3 missiles hit directly. The opposing helicopter crashed under the bombardment. A huge explosion and flames erupted. However, a larger helicopter appeared from the top of the mountain and flew towards the group. At the same time, the zombie horde below, as if inspired, madly rushed towards the cave in the back mountain. Retreat! Lu Qi's voice came over the intercom. Xing Yi immediately turned the helicopter around and headed for the cave. Both helicopters sped towards the cave. They're chasing us! A psychic shouted. Enter the cave! Everyone rushed towards the cave. Inside the cave, Luo Xiaomei and the others, who had first entered, had already grasped the situation. They immediately reported to Lu Qi. It turned out that in addition to the trapped soldiers, like Su Liang, there were over 200 more people here. Some of them were survivors from other bases, while others were just scattered individuals. Gu's side is almost cleared. Organize people to go to the back mountain. Yes, base commander. Everyone moved in an orderly fashion. The crowd hurried ahead. This cave had previously been a mine, with numerous roads and passages leading in all directions. Yinan, Lu Qi, and the others walked at the end. Lure those people in and then blow them up. Yinan's voice was quiet, but Lu Qi, Xing Yi, and the others quickly understood her meaning. As they hurried, Lu Qi looked at her. Aren't you curious about their identities? Blowing them up immediately would mean losing the opportunity to interrogate them. I'm curious, but there are so many zombies, it's not easy to capture them alive. So you all leave later, and I meet them here alone. The word no was about to come out of his mouth. But he couldn't find a reason. Lu Qi's eyes darkened, his brow furrowed with worry. Xing Yi also wore a stern face the entire way. Yinan could naturally see what they were thinking. She silently asked the system, if I give my power copying orb to someone else to copy my light power, will that work? No, none of the host's powers can be copied by anyone else. This is the system's protection for the host, and it cannot be disabled. Also, the power orbs generated by this space can only be used once. A high-quality male protagonist certified by the system will unlock an additional power orb upon reaching the maximum level of romance. So strict? Then what do I do with all those extra power orbs? This will naturally come in handy as the system upgrades. Yinan didn't say anything more because the crowd ahead was now agitated. Where are you taking us? Why is it getting darker? It's clearly a dead end ahead. We've explored it before. That's right. Why aren't you taking us out of the cave ahead? The group stopped and shouted. Chapter 348. Follow us or not, we have no obligation to rescue you. As the captain of the psychic group, Luo Xiaomei was in charge of escorting the group. Hearing someone's discontent, she immediately spoke sternly. The group stopped complaining upon hearing Luo Xiaomei's words. They only whispered among themselves. The whispers reached Yinan and the others verbatim. Should we continue to follow them? Brother Wen said he would come to rescue us. I don't want to follow these people. They're from Dawn Base. There are no good people at Dawn Base. Yes, I'm not leaving either. They're taking us deep into the mountains. There's no exit. They're clearly out to harm us. Lu Qi immediately stepped forward. Are you and Qian's men? Hearing Lu Qi's question, a man stepped forward with a proud expression. Yes, we're from Apocalypse Base. Our base commander will send someone to rescue us soon. Your base commander is nearby. Why hasn't he come to rescue you yet? Lu Xiaomei glared at the man. The man's expression changed upon hearing this. But the other survivors were also somewhat shaken by their words. Many people came over and whispered to the members of Apocalypse Base, you say these guys aren't good people. Is that true? Yes, our base was originally driven out by their Dawn Base. Otherwise, how could we have ended up trying to survive in the mountains? Luo Xiaomei couldn't stand it any longer. She put her hands on her hips and said, don't confuse right and wrong. It was clearly your base commander who first slandered and targeted us. We gave him the chance to surrender, but he refused. He went around saying bad things about our Dawn Base, and even tricked you into following him out to kill zombies. She shouted, why don't you go to the base and see how happy those psychics who chose to stay are now? Some members of the Apocalypse Base were stunned by this. All of them looked haggard, thin, and weathered. After the apocalypse, they joined the Apocalypse Base under Wen Qian's name. Although they lived on the brink of death, it was much better than those who had survived alone. They had also developed a sense of dependence on the Apocalypse Base. But suddenly, one day, helicopters and well-armed troops descended, promising to take over the Apocalypse Base. As low-ranking members, they had no idea what was happening at the top of the base, and racking their brains to survive the zombies was already a difficult task. At this critical moment, the base commander, Wen Qian, declared that these people were an unscrupulous base out to harm them, and told them to follow him and escape. Without a second thought, they followed him out. After that, they spent their days surviving in the zombie-strewn ruins, and these low-ranking members were always the first to kill the zombies. The number of people was dwindling daily. In just a few months, the population had dwindled from over 1,000 to just over 100. Even the remaining 100 or so were mostly severely wounded and emaciated. Dozens of them had been trapped in this cave while searching for supplies. Now, after waiting so long, they had finally arrived at what the base commander had once called the unscrupulous base, the Dawn Base. They were still well equipped. But in this close encounter, the military aura of each of them was hard to conceal, and their unscrupulous nature was no longer discernible. Even their companions, the soldiers trapped with them, were kind and generous, sharing some of their limited clothing with them. That's how they all avoided freezing to death. Now, hearing Luo Xiaomei's words, most of the psychics at Apocalypse Base were already wavering. A girl stepped forward. I want to follow Dawn Base. I want to follow them too. I want to join Dawn Base. More and more people stepped forward. They stood behind Luo Xiaomei and the others, making their stance clear. The man who had led the initial charge was now embarrassed. He was filled with rage, and he cursed at the defectors, traitors. Wait, you regret it. Move! Lu Qi shouted. Everyone hurried on without delay. Some who hesitated to follow hesitated. The main group moved faster and faster. Some even broke into a jog. Finally, Luo Xiaomei, leading the charge, saw light. I've seen the cave! Her words were like a ray of hope, and many people's eyes lit up. Hurry! Go up one by one, don't crowd. Be careful. Gu Se and the others stood guard outside the cave, supporting the group one by one. Yinan, on the other hand, planted remote-controlled bombs in the shelter at the cave entrance. She planted them over a large area, as if worried that the firepower wouldn't be enough to collapse the entire mountain. Hundreds of bombs were planted in a single go. Most of the crowd quickly escaped. With the help of space-based psychics, helicopters loaded with rescued survivors took off, flying towards the Dawn Base. Soon, the cave passage began to tremble. The echoing roars of numerous zombies, and the wailing cries of ghosts and wolves for help echoed in the background. They're coming! Go wait for me on the helicopter. Yinan finished speaking, and placed the final bomb outside the cave entrance. Gu Se and the others said nothing. They all followed his orders. At this moment, Yinan re-entered the cave. Save me! Help! Ah, help! Save me! The group, who had chosen not to follow them, were now being pursued by a frenzied wave of zombies. Leading the group were 3 zombie kings. Yinan ruthlessly slashed with several light blades, blocking their path. This is a cave dug by the Dawn Base. You are not qualified to pass through. Get back. A powerful energy wave forced the group back. Ah! The group fell into the zombies' mouths. Yinan watched the horrific scene of zombies devouring the living dozens of meters away. Hidden beneath her cotton coat, her hand gripping the button felt slightly cold. If anything seemed to miss, she would press the detonation button without hesitation. What was extremely strange was that the zombies suddenly stopped moving, as if they had received a command. The flesh and organs in their mouths fell, as they suddenly stopped. The blood from their mouths stained their bodies red. They retreated in a daze, clearing a path. Yinan's eyes were sharp. This group could actually control the zombie king. A dozen people dressed in light black armor and padded jackets, armed with guns, wearing sunglasses, masks, and even helmets stepped out. Fully armed, not a trace of skin could be seen. Yinan, his body shrouded in light-based abilities, tightened his grip on the button. Who are you? There was silence for a few seconds. The leader spoke. It was a man's voice. Speaking a broken Eastern dialect, clearly not a native speaker, you don't need to know who we are. We are very interested in you, and invite you to come with us. The invitation was spoken, but the tone was far from polite. Yinan smiled. Will you go? Any reward? She asked casually, hoping to elicit more information. The man across from her shook his head slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. No reward, but if you refuse, we kill you now. In the dim cave, Yinan stared at the red light flashing from the monitor on the man's chest. It was obvious. Someone was watching her. She couldn't help but smile. With a wild smile. Then we see who can kill the other. With that, she swung her sword, each blade aimed at the man's mask. She wanted to know their identities and countries, the power behind them. Ah! The zombie tide was stirring again, crazy attacks on Yinan. In the narrow passage, Yinan's movements were restricted. The zombies attacked her madly, not even touching the lightly armored masked men. Enan immediately switched positions and approached, but these men were incredibly skilled. Their force rivaled that of the Zombie King. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Enan glimpsed a man behind the crowd. He pulled a potion from his waist, placed it on his potion gun, and aimed it at her. Alarm bells rang in her mind. As the three Zombie Kings charged, she quickly switched positions with the zombie closest to the cave entrance, then spun around and launched a grappling hook at the entrance. She leaped out. The button was pressed. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cave collapsed, crushing the vast zombie horde and a dozen masked men beneath. At the same time, the rock and snow began to collapse. Enan grabbed the ladder. Enan didn't have time to catch her breath. As she tumbled, she released her grappling hook, temporarily halting the impact. She quickly leaped and grabbed the end of the ladder, successfully escaping. Chapter 349. 5 hours later. Dawn Base. Enan emerged from the bathroom, wiping her damp hair. The fire was roaring brightly, so even in her sweater, she wasn't too cold. I've already notified everyone to thoroughly investigate City F3. Lucci entered, report book in hand. He handed it to Enan. So far, we've only discovered one suspected temporary settlement. Beyond that, there's no other useful information. Enan looked at the photos in the report book. In the cluttered room, only an empty alloy box stood out. The width of the groove in the box roughly matched the size of the potion she had hurriedly glimpsed. Enan's expression was stern. Are there not many Zombie Kings near City F3? Indeed. Enan nodded. It seems these people have gathered all the nearby Zombie Kings. Lucci lowered his eyes and thought. The ability to control Zombie Kings is truly rare. Judging from their movements, they're most likely trying to transport these Zombie Kings away. Gusa pushed the door open and walked in. A large amount of cold air blew in from outside. Lucci leaned sideways to block the chill and draped his coat over Enan. Tightening his coat, Enan nodded. A Zombie King requires a large amount of psychic crystals to grow. Generally, one area can't grow two Zombie Kings. She said, recalling today's confrontation. They're most likely using this land to raise Zombie Kings, and then transporting them for their own use. Lucci and Gusa both agreed with Enan's theory. Looks like we need to comprehensively strengthen our defense system. Enan immediately looked at Lucci and said, then let's start by joining the Galaxy base. Gazing at the anticipation in her eyes, Lucci's eyes were filled with unconcealed fondness. Okay, my base commander. Gusa walked over to the stove and poured hot water. The key is to keep it out of sight, out of mind. Soon. Beep. Detected the host has conquered a base. Added 5,000 points. Beep. Activate the sub-base system. Begin scanning sub-base 009. Sub-base 009 has a land area of 38,515,478 square meters. 38,515,478 bonus points. Sub-base 009 has a total of 27,904 members. 2,790,400 bonus points. Starting to enter loyalty points into the 009 sub-base system. Beep. All loyalty points passed. A total of 41,310,818 points. The stars in Enan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Unlike Dawn Base, which was being held back by Glory Base, Lucci's Dawn Base spent most of its time expanding. So much so that, although his base didn't have as many people as the Dawn Base, its territory was actually larger than the Dawn Base, which had been split off from the former National Base. Gusa's eyes dimmed as he watched Enan's increasingly excited gaze on the contract. Without a word, he dragged Lucci out. He was practically dragged along by his ferocious strength. Lucci's expression was grim. The door closed, and Gusa released his hand. With a simple wink, he continued walking. There's something urgent outside that I need your attention. What is it? How could he not know? If he remembered correctly, this was his territory. Gusa didn't explain, but simply walked faster. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Lucci hesitated for a second before following him. It better be something serious, otherwise, you'd be the one in trouble, Gusu. It sounded quite warning. Gusa folded his hands behind his head, smiling lazily. It didn't matter, as long as he didn't give that woman a chance to regret it. At this moment, the system's voice on Enan's side continued, beep, detecting that the host's territory has expanded to the required size, rewarding the host with a system upgrade. The system upgrade was officially successful, costing 30 million points. After spending so many points on the upgrade, Enan felt the pain again. Level 3 base system rewards begin. Reward 1. Comprehensive base loyalty system upgrade. From now on, the loyalty check gate system has been eliminated, and a comprehensive base loyalty system has been implemented. All members within the base's territory will be constantly monitored by the base loyalty system. If anyone's loyalty fails, their name will be immediately transmitted to the host's wristband and the central control system. Reward 2. Comprehensive Base Defense System Enhancement. All defense systems and technologies have been upgraded, and the entire base has been equipped with the latest Detective Eagle Eye scanners, providing 24/7 security inspections inside and outside the base. Reward 3. The wristbands and communication systems have added image and video transmission and video communication capabilities. Furthermore, the host can freely access surveillance data from any section of the base by assigning a specific wristband. Reward 4. Power System Upgrade. Comprehensively strengthen the base's power generation equipment. Awesome! Enan immediately enabled query and surveillance permissions on his wristbands and those of Chung Su and other base executives. He then immediately placed a video call with Song Yin. The call was quickly connected. A zombie head appeared on the screen. Ah! Half its head had been shaved off, its brains frozen solid. A silver, ice crystal-encrusted blade slashed at the zombie's head. The eyes shattered, splitting the frozen brain. Then, the scene shifted. Countless psychics, knife-wielding, slashed past, slaying zombies. Song Yin's stern face appeared on the screen. Seeing Enan's beaming smile, her expression froze for a moment, then quickly softened. Boss, can this bracelet video chat? Yes, is everything going well in City D? Because District 004 of City D was desperately short of cotton clothing, Song Yin had rushed to City D a few days ago, with a large number of space-based psychics to provide assistance. It went smoothly. The scene behind Song Yin shifted. Clearly, he was planning to enter a safe zone in order to have a good video chat with Enan. Enan briefly explained to Song Yin the strange phenomena he had discovered today. The base needs to be developed more quickly. I've always felt like things aren't that simple. Okay, boss, don't worry. Renyu and I will do our best. Song Yin always reassured Enan. Both she and Renyu acted with extreme composure and competence. Nien, be careful. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from the side. Despite the background noise, Enan immediately recognized its owner thanks to its pleasant and recognizable voice. Is Fu Yin with you? Song Yin glanced at Fu Yin, who was frantically slashing at the zombie charging towards him. He was incredibly powerful, his long sword piercing the air, and his wind-based abilities created a powerful gust of wind. It blew the snow right into Song Yin's eyes. She squinted, looking away from the beautiful wind-based boy who had clashed with her. She nodded to Enan on the screen. District Chief Fu is recovering well. Second Young Master Fu is coming to City D to help today. Although City D wasn't short on manpower, okay, I leave the northern part to you. Yes. After hanging up, Enan called Chung Su. After more than 10 seconds, the video call was connected. Chung Su, slurping his noodles, froze when he saw Enan appear on his wristband. The noodles slid down his cheeks. Boss, this wristband can actually do video calls. Enan raised an eyebrow. No need to waste words. She directly issued a strong order for rapid development. Then, she informed the senior personnel within the base one by one about accelerating base construction. At the same time, Tian Base also successfully joined under Fu Sun's control. Beep. Detection. The host has conquered a base. 5,000 points added. Beep. The sub-base system is activated, and the 010 sub-base scan begins. The 010 sub-base has a land area of 3,935,478 square meters, with 3,935,478 bonus points. The 010 sub-base has a total of 8,104 members, with 810,400 bonus points. Starting to enter the loyalty system for the 010 sub-base. Beep, all loyalty levels are passed. Xie Sun, as the head of the 010 sub-base, had always wanted to meet Enan. But Enan was too busy. I didn't have time to visit him in D2 City, so I just had a quick chat with him via my wristband. From then on, the Galaxy base officially entered an era of full-scale, accelerated construction. Chapter 350. 20 days later. Busy. Only busy. Enan had been in workaholic mode for the past 20 days. Not just her, but the entire base, driven by the active leadership of the senior management, had entered a frenzy of construction activity. As the base commander, Enan was often so busy that he could hardly be found. Where's the base commander? In the bustling building, Lu Qi, who had just finished his work, asked a soldier. The bracelet was completely ineffective in contacting this woman, who, when busy, became detached from love. The base commander is at the outer east wall, helping the psychics with drills. Okay. Lucci hurried over. The snow was now heavier, and the temperature was still extremely low. Everyone at the base wore thick cotton coats, and many were wearing snow goggles. Approaching the outer east wall, Lucci spotted the woman teaching on the wall from a distance. Under Enan's guidance, the base's wall had already been rebuilt with secondary and tertiary defenses. In addition to the original defensive wall, an even higher layer of defense was constructed. This wall was taller and thicker, similar to a city wall. Above this defensive wall were 3 layers of wire mesh, as well as various defensive cannons, crossbows, and Hawkeye detective scanning devices. At this moment, the woman in a padded jacket and goggles, wearing a small headset, was explaining to all the base's psychic team leaders and captains how to combat level 5 ice type and level 5 bouncing zombies. The zombies were incredibly adaptable. With the arrival of extreme cold, not only were they unaffected, but they actually evolved ice type abilities. Zombies with ice type abilities thrived in the snow, their mobility significantly enhanced. Not only that, but it can also release frost energy around its body, freezing nearby psychics. This severely weakened the combat effectiveness of many psychics at the base. Thus, the current teaching session was not only being observed by the psychic captains of Division 009, but Xing-Yi was also responsible for recording the video. These teaching videos will be transmitted to each branch base later. Based on the theoretical knowledge I've presented above, I now show you a practical demonstration. Enan said, drawing his long sword. Open the barbed wire. Behind the barbed wire, a large number of zombies with mutant limbs were clinging to it, howling frantically. As the barbed wire was pulled apart by the soldiers, several zombies rushed in impatiently. Enan clenched her long sword and met them. Since this was a lesson for ordinary psychics, she didn't intend to use any of her powers this time, relying solely on physical strength to demonstrate her fighting techniques. The first zombie only had mutant limbs, and Enan beheaded it with a single blow. Then, a chill hit her face. Even through her padded jacket, mask, and goggles, Enan still felt the biting cold. She met the pale eyes of the second ice zombie. His skin was even paler than the average zombie, frozen, yet his movements were surprisingly agile. Enan retreated to avoid the white mist. While teaching, you must avoid the cold air released by ice zombies. Contact can easily damage skin tissue. Below the defensive wall, hundreds of psychic team leaders watched intently. They were practically wrapped. Stepping back to avoid the mist, Enan slashed at the zombie's body. The blade penetrated only half an inch before it could no longer penetrate. That's right, ice zombies are impossible to cut. They're as hard as ice. In the crowd, a male psychic team leader frantically wailed. Yes, slashing attacks won't do much damage to them. Enan exerted force on his wrist, swinging his knife before the zombie could react. The zombie reacted and turned to attack Enan. Enan kicked him away, then slashed at the zombie that lunged at him from behind. Enan continued to slash at the ice psychic. This time, the knife pierced his cheek. He swung the knife again. Half of the zombie's face was embedded in the blade, and the force sent it slamming to the ground. Crack! The violent impact sounded more like ice crashing. Not giving the zombie a chance to react, Enan continued to kick, kicking him hard against the steel wall. Bang! Then, swiftly running up, Enan plunged the knife into his throat and threw him hard. The zombie was thrown 180 degrees to the ground. Instantly, it shattered like ice, its limbs torn apart, its internal organs spilling out onto the ground. Get it? To deal with ice zombies, you need to swing and smash. With Enan's words, the psychic team leaders below were eager to try. Got it, base commander. Open the defensive wall, practice. The defensive wall was thrown wide open. Zombies rushed in one after another. None of the psychic team leaders showed any fear, each charging forward with their swords drawn. Enan watched closely from the side, correcting some of the psychic team's incorrect swordplay and applying light-type protection when someone was about to die at the hands of the zombies. Not far away, Lucci watched this scene with tenderness and admiration in his eyes. An officer approached, marveling. At first, I didn't understand how a man like you could be so obsessed with a woman. But after witnessing the base commander's demeanor these past few days, it's truly unmatched. Well said. A pleasant male voice, languid and cold, emanated from behind him. Lucci and the other man turned around. Guso approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a goldfinch clutched in his hand. The goldfinch hung lifeless, upside down. Clearly dead. Deputy Base Commander, what's this? Gusu languidly glanced at the puzzled officer, his lips curled. There have been many mutant animals in the south these days. Today, we spotted a goldfinch with supernatural speed. So you killed it? Gusu languidly shook his head. He glanced at the woman on the nearby defensive wall, a look of regret on his face. I wanted to capture it alive, but it was too timid. It died of fright the moment I caught it. What a pity. I had wanted to capture it, and give it to her as a gift. Chapter 351. Fortunately, we found a black panther with superpowers. It possesses both ice and speed. It's incredibly swift, so we couldn't catch it, and it ran into a residential area. Gusu said, handing the golden bird to a nearby soldier. Dig out the core and stew it. Yes, Deputy Base Commander. The soldier carefully carried the golden bird's body away. Dual-powered Black Panther. An's excited voice approached from afar. The three looked over, only to see her running towards them, her goggles off, her eyes filled with excitement. Seeing her so excited, Gusu's lips curled up. Go catch it? We must. An was immediately intrigued. Her Bufu possessed only a single fire power, yet her combat power was already formidable. One couldn't imagine how much more powerful a dual-powered Black Panther would be. Let's go now. Lucci immediately summoned a pilot. On the defensive wall, Xingyi couldn't help but smile as he watched the video he had just recorded over and over again. So handsome. Enan, that knife-flinging move of yours is truly beautiful. A low, sweet voice lingered. But there was no response. Xingyi looked up. Enan was nowhere to be seen in the heavy snow. He immediately looked around, searching. Have you seen the base commander? Young master, it seems the base commander and the deputy commander are flying south in a helicopter. Jian Heng took off his mask and hurried over. Xingyi's mouth drooped. Are you going on an activity without him? All three teams of psychics follow up and split up. Enan looked at Lu Qi, who was giving orders through the walkie-talkie, and whispered, It's just a leopard. We don't need to mobilize three teams, right? A little west. Gusu, directing the driver, glanced sideways at the two of them. Perhaps it's necessary. Enan sat up straight in anticipation. So difficult? Gusu nodded, a faint smile in his eyes. Almost 4 times the speed of a psychic. So fast. Enan looked out the window. In the heavy snow, the deserted residential area drew closer. Abandoned residential buildings were piled with snow, their shattered remains preventing them from being completely submerged. Zombies wandered the streets, practically blending into the snow. The Black Panther's footprints are all covered by the snow, but the panther is likely still hiding in this residential area. Gusu spoke slowly. It's used up most of its superpowers in the recent battle. In the extreme cold, the only animals still able to move outdoors were either mutants or superpowered creatures. But unlike mutant animals, superpowered animals have limited superpowers. Even ice-powered animals are limited by the strength of their superpowers. Not to mention those without ice powers, which are merely slightly more resistant to cold than ordinary animals. Their hard work shouldn't be in vain. Enan picked up the intercom. The team that helped capture the superpowered leopard will be rewarded with a level 4 crystal core concentrate. The superpowered people in the other helicopters were all excited. Level 4 crystal core concentrate. This was something they couldn't accumulate even after a month of killing zombies. I guarantee you complete the mission, Base Commander. Luo Xiaomei's voice was inspiring and powerful over the intercom. Enan smiled faintly, but his expression grew serious when he caught a glimpse of a few faint black spots in the sky ahead. Helicopters. And now, in the helicopter opposite. Alliance leader, I saw 4 helicopters. They look like they're from Galaxy Base. Xingyi looked ahead at this. The woman's repulsive expression immediately flashed through his mind. He said expressionlessly, No matter who we are, the supernatural beast must be captured. Yes, leader. The 2 helicopters were getting closer. They were both flying towards the residential area. As they got closer, Enan became even more certain of the identities of the people they were dealing with. She slumped back in her chair, looked at Lu Qi and Gusu, and raised an eyebrow. I'm relying on you this time. I'm going to play the fool. Chapter 352. All the helicopters at Galaxy Base were parked atop a tall building. As soon as they landed, the space-based psychic stowed them away. Lu Qi and I will each lead a team, Gusu said, organizing his equipment. Okay. Lu Qi watched Gusu approach one small team of psychics, and he himself joined another. Lu Xiaomei led the third team. The 3 teams quickly descended. Sensing the presence of living beings, the zombies howled with excitement. The psychics, wearing masks and goggles, rushed to the front, clearing the way. Don't kill them if you can. Enter the building first. Yes. The number of level 5 and level 4 zombies increased, making them more difficult to kill. Gusu immediately led his team toward the building with damaged doors and windows. Inan followed behind them, acting as a useless figure. From time to time, he secretly mobilized his light-based psychic abilities to protect his own men. A team quickly rushed into the building and searched the upper floors. Although they moved at breakneck speed, they tried to be as quiet as possible to avoid alerting the enemy. The building had 4 floors. They searched all the way up, but the first 3 floors were empty. However, Gusu spotted footprints that looked like those of a black panther in a corner. Naturally, Inan also noticed them. The 2 men locked eyes, and quickly made their way to the 4th floor. But before they could reach the top, the sound of a large crowd of people could be heard from above. It turned out that the Southern Alliance had landed their helicopter on the rooftop, and was descending from the upper floors. The 2 teams collided head-on. "Are you from the Galaxy base?" The man in the lead, clearly holding a low position, asked Inan and the others. "What's going on?" Gusu's voice was languid, cold and menacing. The man frowned. "Are you here to capture the supernatural lion and supernatural leopard too?" Gusu's expression shifted at this. There was actually a supernatural lion. He simply nodded, a chill of impatience growing between his brows. "If you have something to say, come on. This is our Southern Alliance zoo. The protective wall was breached, and the animals have escaped." Inan stepped forward. "Oh? What do you mean? This supernatural beast belongs to you, right?" At the same time, the crowd on the opposite side parted ways, and Shen-Yi, who was at the end of the group, also emerged. He didn't even glance at Inan the entire time. Behind him was a good-looking woman. The woman wore an off-white down jacket, a cream-colored cashmere hat, and white lace cotton gloves. Her attire was exquisite, and she looked like a distinguished young lady from a prominent family. Seeing that Inan had spoken first, the man hesitated. Shen-Yi spoke, "It all depends on your ability." With that, he headed straight for the 4th floor corridor. The Southern Alliance members quickly followed his lead. Gusu, leading the Galaxy base members, also headed down the corridor. It wasn't a large corridor. It was suddenly crowded. The troops on both sides moved quickly and carefully, checking each room one by one. The corridor was extremely long, encompassing nearly 30 rooms. All the way down, there wasn't a single sign of any supernatural beasts. Finally, both groups stopped outside the last room. Gusu reached out and pushed the door open. "Hey, this one's ours." The Southern Alliance man spoke softly, his hand reaching out to stop them. But before his hand could even reach Gusu, he was forced back by an icy chill. Covering the ice crystals that suddenly formed on his hand, the man took a step back and looked at the leader, whose entire body was shrouded in cold. "Why is the Galaxy base following us and trying to steal our territory?" The woman in the off-white down jacket in the Southern Alliance crowd suddenly complained. She didn't lower her voice, and it was particularly sharp in the quiet corridor. Then, bang! Inside the room, the sound of wooden boards colliding against the wall echoed. Gusu quickly pushed the door open and entered. He only had time to see the Black Panther's tail disappear through the window. It had actually shattered the window glass and jumped down. This was the 4th floor. "Chase!" Gusu and the others immediately turned and headed downstairs, contacting Lu Qi to encircle them. The Southern Alliance also immediately chased downstairs. Inan didn't follow. She was now a useless base commander, so naturally she was just slacking off. Looking at the woman in the off-white down jacket beside him, Inan's eyes were filled with disdain. "Watch your mouth." With that, he strode off. "You?" The woman was immediately enraged. "You, don't get close to the main force and interfere with the capture." Shen-Yi's voice was faint as he walked away. He seemed surprised that the leader of his own alliance would even criticize him. Qin Yunqin jogged to catch up with Shen-Yi, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Leader, how did I interfere with the capture? That noise you made just now startled the Black Panther. Noisy behavior is the most unacceptable when capturing supernatural beasts." Shen-Yi quickened his pace. "You're too noisy." Qin Yunqin stopped in her tracks, her face pale. A hint of grievance lingered in her watery eyes. "Miss, let's just wait here obediently." The woman behind Qin Yunqin caught up. "The leader attaches great importance to that supernatural beast. He came here personally. If you delay him from capturing it, he'd probably be very unpleasant to you." Although she knew the woman beside her was right, Qin Yunqin's expression remained sullen. She couldn't blame Shen-Yi, the man whose heart fluttered. It was her father who had gone to great lengths to get her on this supernatural beast hunting team. It was to give her more opportunities to get close to Shen-Yi. She was filled with resentment, and she could only blame the woman at the Galaxy base. Who had the right to say that to her? She was Qin Yunqin, the only daughter of the Qin family. She had been raised like a star, and who would dare to give her a hard time? The more Qin Yunqin thought about this, the angrier she became. She hurried downstairs. Behind her, several supernatural members of the Qin family followed closely behind her for protection. Qin Yunqin looked at them and said, "Why are you following me? Go help the leader capture the supernatural beast." "Yes, young lady." The supernatural beings trotted off. Qin Yunqin's anger subsided slightly as she watched their backs. If it had been someone from the Qin family who had captured the supernatural beast, she doubted Shen Yi would have remained so indifferent. At the very least, for the sake of the Qin family and her father, he should have agreed to a candlelight dinner with her. Chapter 353. On the rooftops of residential buildings, large footprints were trampled through the thick snow. Because there were too many zombies downstairs, and the buildings were not far apart, both groups operated almost exclusively on the rooftops. In the heavy snow, the supernatural Black Panther sprinted through the zombie swarm. It practically stepped on the zombies' heads as it sprinted. The zombies chased it frantically. But it was lightning fast. It leaped from walls and windowsills, precisely dodging every zombie's attack. Intelligent and agile. Such mobility and combat prowess caught the attention of both groups. This only intensified their desire to capture it. At this moment, Lu Qi, who had received the news early, had already set up a nearly transparent, fine mesh net between the two buildings ahead. The material was similar to fishing line, and was very strong. Watching the Black Panther approach, Lu Qi immediately signaled to the group lying in ambush on the nearby second floor. 3, 2, 1. The fine wire net was raised. At the same moment, more than a dozen psychics leaped down, but the Black Panther reacted incredibly quickly. In almost an instant, it turned and charged towards a building. With its nimble figure, it leaped through the window and scurried upstairs. This building happened to be where Lu Qi was. He immediately drew his weapon and rushed down to intercept the Black Panther. Man and Panther collided. The Black Panther roared furiously and lunged forward, releasing a torrent of frost. Roar! The deafening roar echoed through the corridor, sending shockwaves through the air. Several psychics, who had followed, were so frightened by the terrifying sound that they dared not move forward. Lu Qi didn't hesitate for a moment and charged forward with his staff, determined to capture the panther alive. He carried the most effective staff, the kind that would be least likely to injure the panther. The Black Panther was clearly irritated. It leaped up and pounced at Lu Qi. As a supernatural panther, it was already 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary leopard. It leaped at breakneck speed, like a behemoth, even cracking the ceiling as it ran through it. Its territorial power was fully activated. Lu Qi met it with a club. The club trembled violently against its massive black palm, nearly breaking. Lu Qi dodged the spray of ice crystals and swept across. Striking its vulnerable, exposed underbelly, the Black Panther seemed to sense something. Even with its speed-based supernatural power, suppressed by its territorial power, its reaction was incredibly fast. Leaping toward the wall, the Black Panther turned and continued its charge towards Lu Qi. Roar, roar, roar! The roar was furious and terrifying. Lu Qi immediately retreated, using tables and chairs to dodge its onslaught and attack from behind. What are you standing there for? Go! Luo Xiaomei rushed down, with her shout. All the psychics reacted, but were still somewhat frightened by the thunderous roar of the leopard. The Black Panther was currently within the domain's power, but everyone knew that it wouldn't last long before it was released. Luo Xiaomei was the first to move behind the Black Panther, blocking its escape route. Inside the domain, vines surged from the ground and walls like a dragnet. They madly stretched toward the Black Panther, binding its hind legs. Lu Qi seized the opportunity to throw out the silk net. The net enveloped the frantically struggling Black Panther. Lu Qi quickly stepped forward, attempting to restrain it. But the next second, the domain had vanished. Freed from the domain's suppression, the Black Panther madly unleashed its full strength, breaking free from the frozen vines, pushing against the net, and turning to run. Luo Xiaomei wielded a long stick, attempting to stop it. With her strength-based abilities, she possessed immense brute force. One strike, it struck the Black Panther. The stick snapped in two. The Black Panther charged forward, carrying the stick. The fine net tightened with its movements. The Black Panther, having just burst through the window, was tripped and fell. He plummeted towards the zombie horde below. Gusu, who had just arrived downstairs, immediately rushed forward. Under the power of fear, the zombie's movements were suppressed. At the critical moment, Gusu stripped off his cotton coat and swung it out. Hold on, catch it. The psychic understood and grabbed the coat. Roar, roar, roar! The Black Panther successfully landed on top of the coat. It had avoided a fatal fall from the 4th floor. But it refused to give in. As soon as it landed, it shook off the silk net and turned to spray ice crystals at Gusu and the others. Turn and run. Gusu chased after him. He unleashed his fear power unstoppable. He controlled the zombie horde. Just then, the Southern Alliance members caught up. They too pursued the wind like Black Panther. But no one could catch him. Only Gusu pursued him the closest. At that moment, Lu Chi, who had caught up from the rooftop, threw down several giant wire meshes. Catch them. Gusu caught the wire meshes, grabbed the ropes hanging from the wall, and swung forward. In doing so, he directly surpassed the Black Panther. His fear power was unleashed. The Black Panther, suppressed by the power of fear, became a little timid. Growling, even the thrust he exhaled was suppressed by Gusu's even more powerful ice power. It's over. Black Panther will return to their galaxy base. In the Southern Alliance, the exhausted psychics slept like a bereaved family as they slew the zombies that attacked them. But the next second, a psychic saw Shen-Yi jumping from the 2nd floor with an iron rope, and his eyes lit up. The leader has taken action himself. This is a sure thing. The psychic leopard will definitely be ours. Chapter 354. On the rooftop. An's eyes narrowed slightly upon witnessing this scene. Shen-Yi's ability to seize supernatural powers. Gusu and the others might not be fully aware of it. Moreover, they were not her, without the protection of the system. Shen-Yi's entry into the battle at this moment made An somewhat worried. Gusu, who was holding the leopard's body and tightening the wire mesh, suddenly felt his supernatural power disappear. The swarm of zombies behind him rushed forward like a frenzy, as if released. The next second, fear seized them once again. This time, they were all seized together. And Gusu. Roar, roar, roar! Amidst the frantic roar of the leopard, Gusu looked at the man striding towards him to seize the Black Panther. Shen-Yi, leader of the Southern Alliance. Is this your supernatural power? Gusu sneered, his smile tinged with laziness and ruffianism. He swung his long arm forward, and a blue ice crystal dagger condensed in his palm. The blade, cold and chilling, swung towards Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi swung his iron chain, which entangled the ice crystal dagger, but Gusu suddenly let go. Energy erupted from his body, and under the influence of his fear power, the ice crystals that appeared in his palm condensed into a long knife. It pierced the air and stabbed Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi drew the long sword from his waist to counter. The blades collided, a sharp sound. The frantic roar of the Black Panther trapped in the silk net made the atmosphere even more tense. The two fought fiercely for the Black Panther, neither giving way. The fear power vanished. Zombies pounced. The two men fought against the zombies, but they remained in a standoff. Shen-Yi's swordsmanship was exquisite and agile, while Gusu's strikes were swift and sharp. For a moment, it was difficult to tell who was better. At the same time, the superpowers from the Southern Alliance and the Galaxy base also rushed over after killing the zombies. Gusu untied the chains Shen-Yi was using to bind Black Panther and signaled to the arriving psychics, "Take the Panther away." "Yes." "Stop them." The Southern Alliance members shouted. "Kill Black Panther and take him away." With Shen-Yi's words, the Southern Alliance members immediately understood their leader's intention. They all raised their knives and slashed at the Panther. Some even fired their guns. An's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Shen-Yi could rewind life and death. If he killed Black Panther directly, quickly tied him up and took him away, and then retraced his physical characteristics to the moment before his death, then he could capture the Panther alive. The Galaxy-based members tried their best to stop them from killing Black Panther. The trapped Black Panther was still riddled with knife and bullet wounds. Pain and fear shone in its yellow eyes, as if it knew it was dying. It suddenly erupted with terrifying energy. He struggled to break free from his restraints and ran away. Blood splattered everywhere. Chase! Both groups gave chase. An breathed a sigh of relief. Running away was better than being killed or captured by the Southern Alliance. A woman's gentle voice suddenly rang out from behind An. "You can't compete with us, Southern Alliance." There was a hint of arrogance in the voice. An turned to look. Sure enough, it was the woman in the off-white down jacket. Behind her was another woman, holding an umbrella to shield her from the heavy snow. Qin Yunshin looked at An with a look of arrogance and resentment, as if she was trying to get back at someone for the insult she had just received. An ignored her. He simply smiled and continued to gaze at the chaotic scene below. He was stung by her contemptuous smile. Qin Yun was furious. "Why are you pretending? You're just a figurehead commander of a crappy base. How long do you really think your base can survive? In her heart, the Qin family, and the Southern Alliance they belong to, are the most powerful in this apocalyptic world. Those unknown, low-ranking bases out there are all inferior to them. She had heard a while ago that Shen Yi was negotiating peace with the Galaxy base. She was furious. She couldn't understand why he, with their alliance being so powerful, would negotiate peace with an unknown, low-ranking base out there. Lastly, it was her father's words that soothed her. He was right. These were all just schemes. Negotiate first, find out their details, and then use a small trick to defeat them. You can kill the enemy without even realizing it. But what business did it have for a leader like Shen Yi to negotiate peace? A woman without any power in the alliance had no business giving face to such a worthless base. Not to mention that this woman had just humiliated her. Thinking of this, Qin Yun felt even more confident. She took the umbrella and looked at the woman beside her. You go down first. The woman understood. She immediately retreated. She retreated to the entrance door and closed it behind her. On the rooftop, only Qin Yunqin, holding the umbrella, and Yinan, standing silently with his arms crossed. Yinan's smile widened. She looked at Qin Yunqin and said leisurely, You waved your men away. What are you trying to do? To teach me a lesson? Qin Yunqin's lips curled up slightly in a smile. But her eyes were cold. She shook the snow off her fleece coat and took 2 steps forward. The wind around her grew stronger, blowing snowflakes all over the ground. It was clear that she also had a wind-related ability. Yinan feigned surprise. You have a superpower? Of course. Qin Yunqin raised her chin slightly. Unlike you, as the base commander, who only hides away, like a piece of trash. Yinan narrowed his eyes in a smile. I am trash. The wind and snow blew against her long eyelashes, making her smiling fox eyes even more breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Yunqin was pierced by her bright and charming eyes. Even though the mask obscured most of her face, it was still clear that she was a rare beauty. Her eyes shone with jealousy. Since you know you're useless, kneel down and apologize for your disrespect. Qin Yunqin's tone darkened as she spoke. Otherwise, I teach you a lesson. Oh! What's your position in the Southern Alliance? Yinan squinted at her with a smile. Your leader negotiated peace with me personally. If you hit me now, you're hitting your leader in the face. Humph. Qin Yunqin snorted. I'm Qin Yunqin, the only daughter of Qin Wanhe, the leader of the alliance. The leader won't punish me too harshly. Besides, a quarrel between women, a hair-pulling or a slap, isn't a big deal. And you were the one who was disrespectful first. Today, she was determined to slap that rude mouth of hers until it swelled. With that, a strong wind blew, and Qin Yunqin's voice was filled with impatience. I won't kill you, useless person. Chapter 355. Yinan tilted her head slightly, as if hearing a particularly amusing joke. She couldn't help herself for a moment. She cursed out loud, Idiot! What are you calling me? Qin Yunqin demanded sharply. At the same time, she swung her hand wildly at Yinan's face. Her wind-based ability, sensing her master's wrath, became agitated. However, her palm was caught a dozen centimeters from Yinan. No matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't pull it back. Incredibly strong, Qin Yunqin asked, Are you a power-based esper? Yinan didn't answer. He only raised his left hand. Pa! The slap was incredibly loud. Qin Yunqin spun almost 3 times before collapsing in dismay. The umbrella tumbled into the snow. She cried out softly. Her cheek swelled rapidly, and a huge slap mark appeared on her right cheek. Qin Yunqin covered her cheek with a trembling hand. Her eyes were red with anger. Looking at Yinan, who stood there silently, looking at her like a dog, Qin Yunqin immediately scrambled to her feet and wielded her wind power. Several wind blades swirled towards Yinan, and at the same time, she raised her right hand and swung at him again. Pa! Qin Yunqin was struck on the right cheek again. This time, instead of spinning, she landed hard in the snow. Qin Yunqin turned in disbelief, looking at Yinan, who was unharmed. Hadn't she just swung the wind blade? Why had it had no effect on her? Qin Yunqin could only assume she had swung it the wrong way. Shame. Humiliation. A deep sense of embarrassment welled up within her. What was going on? She clearly intended to punish the woman before her. Even the harsh words were uttered. Now, it was she who was being beaten to a pulp. Qin Yunqin gritted her teeth, her head spinning, not daring to utter a single sound. She was the eldest daughter of the Qin family. If the servants discovered she had been beaten by a woman, where would her dignity be? Miss Qin, what's the matter? You can't beat a worthless person like me. Yinan smiled as he watched Qin Yunqin, who had crawled out of the snow, trembling with anger and flushed red. "You're courting death." Qin Yunqin no longer cared about her manners. She was consumed by revenge. As arrogant as she was, how could she have endured such humiliation? She rushed towards Inan. "Pa! Pa! Pa! Pa 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 pa! Pa 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 pa!" Qin Yunqin was slapped to the ground, screaming and shouting. "There's a woman screaming upstairs." Not far away, the psychics at the Galaxy base heard the voices. "What happened? Go check. Is the base commander in danger?" "I don't know, let's go check." A large group, not even bothering to kill the zombies, quickly ran towards the building. At the same time, the members of the Southern Alliance also heard the screams and swarmed frantically towards the building. "Did Miss Qin get beaten? Go check. Miss Qin is Mr. Qin's only daughter. Nothing can happen to her, or we all be in trouble." And now, behind the passage door, the woman guarding the door listened to the screams from the rooftop. Her face paled. "What's wrong with Miss Qin? Why was she so ruthless today? Treat the base commander of the Galaxy base across the way like this? Is there really nothing wrong?" And now, on the rooftop, Inan looked at Qin Yunqin, whose face, swollen like a pig's, crawled to avoid his footsteps. She had been cornered. It was impossible to tell what her original appearance looked like. Inan leaned down, staring at the pig-like face before him, and slowly reached out his hand. "Ah!" Qin Yunqin was so frightened that she covered her head and dodged. Inan simply placed his hand beside her face. His whisper was even gentle. "Miss Qin, aren't you going to get up and continue fighting?" Qin Yunqin shook her head frantically. She felt only a burning pain in her cheek, and her head was dizzy. The memory of the pain was so deep that she didn't even notice that her cheek had healed as Inan secretly used his healing powers. "All right." Inan stood up. "Then tell me now, who is the loser?" "It's me," Qin Yunqin said reluctantly. But her hand on her head never loosened. Louder. "I'm the loser." The cry was tinged with tears. She was truly frightened. The woman's slaps were fast and fierce. Before her blows, her power seemed to vanish. She could only crawl on the ground. "You said the base commander was in trouble?" Gusu, Lu Qi, and the others, who had just returned, were sweating profusely. Hearing the psychic's conversation, they immediately ran towards the building. At the same time, Shen Yi, who had returned empty-handed, also quickly ran towards the building amidst his subordinates' suspected reports. The woman guarding the passageway door turned in panic at the sound of rapid footsteps. She met the powerful amber eyes of her alliance leader. Her heart skipped a beat. It was over. Miss Qin was about to be discovered for assaulting someone. Seeing the woman blocking the door, Shen Yi cast a cold glance at her. "Get out of the way." The woman reluctantly stepped aside. Seeing her like this, Shen Yi immediately guessed something. He walked towards the woman. The woman, frightened by his oppressive aura, was somewhat disoriented. "Alliance leader, don't blame the young lady." She said nothing. But it seemed as if she had confessed everything. Shen Yi's face turned cold. Indeed, the commander of the Galaxy base was vulgar and lustful. He disliked him. But 2 weeks ago, he personally went to negotiate peace with the Galaxy base. If the Southern Alliance's men had attacked the opposing commander first, it would have been a slap in his face. Shen Yi forcefully opened the passageway door. A storm of wind and snow swept in. Behind the dense flakes, the woman's beautiful face, tearful, appeared in his sight. In the heavy snow, a red mark etched across her cheek, her foxy eyes brimming with tears. She trotted over with such frailty. Her steps were even a little unsteady from her weakness. When she saw it was Shen Yi who opened the door. An's fragile face flickered with surprise for a moment, then disappointment. She said nothing. She simply bit her lower lip, her gaze toward Shen Yi filled with accusation and coldness. The emotion in those eyes, at that moment, spoke volumes. Shen Yi's brows furrowed slightly. For some reason, he felt a pang of discomfort. "Alliance leader." Qin Yunqin's howling voice echoed from behind Inan. Her cry was shrill, almost uncontrollable. For no other reason than she was genuinely shocked by An's ruthless attack on her. She immediately understood. She rushed madly toward Shen Yi. "Alliance leader, don't believe her. I didn't hit her, she's been hitting me." Shen Yi looked at Qin Yunqin, who was fine, with only a little snow on her head and no injuries on her body. At this moment, he had no room for her. Inan didn't say a word in defense, her lowered eyes filled with coldness. The snowflakes clinging to her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Though her eyes were slightly red, her little face was filled with strength. Like a white plum blossom in the snow, a resolute little white flower. She started to walk down. For some reason, Shen stopped her. Chapter 356. Inan raised his eyes and glared at him coldly. Shen Yi's expression remained calm, but a hint of apology lingered in his eyes. I'm sorry, I deal with the rude people in the Alliance. Qin Yunqin yelled. No one paid any attention. Inan pursed his lips, his tone cold and angry. If the Southern Alliance doesn't want to develop peacefully, my galaxy base is ready to fight. Shen Yi looked at the clearly annoyed woman before him. For a moment, he was speechless. This matter was indeed their Alliance's fault. To assault someone for no reason, especially the head of Galaxy Base, was unjustifiable. Shen Yi felt a slight sense of helplessness. He softened his tone. You know that wasn't my intention. Watching Shen Yi like this. Watching Shen Yi, who never spoke softly to anyone, patiently back down in front of the woman who had just assaulted him, Qin Yunqin was furious. Ah! The scream was like thunder. After this roar, she fainted from anger. Several Qin clan psychics hurriedly helped her down. Quick, take the young lady back home to rest. At the same time, Gu Su, Lu Qi, and the others also rushed over. The moment she saw them, Inan's eyes welled up with tears. It was as if the grievances within her were finally uncontrollable. Under Shen Yi's gaze, she trotted towards the tall man in military uniform. He bumped into her. Inan buried herself in the arms of Gu Su, who was at the head of the crowd. What happened? This made Gu Su and Lu Qi extremely nervous. Lu Qi, not caring about his jealousy, pulled Inan's arm and examined her from head to toe, fearing she might have been bruised or hurt. Gu Su also tilted his hand to her chin, observing her intently with a serious expression. When he saw the faint smile beneath her tearful eyes, he immediately understood. The little fox was playing tricks again. Hiding his smile, Gu Su's face darkened with anger. He pulled Inan tightly into his arms. His frosty black eyes darted toward Shen Yi and the others. The Southern Alliance bullied our base commander. Today, we must settle the score. Lu Qi understood perfectly. For a moment, the two of them tacitly matched this little thespian's performance. He drew his long sword, stood tall, and spoke with an imposing aura. Hand over the people who assaulted her. Lu Qi wasn't good at acting, but when it came to Inan, he was always serious and stubborn. This time, with a stern expression, the aura of a veteran commander was revealed, making him quite intimidating. At the same time, the men at Galaxy Base drew their weapons. They weren't Gu Su and Lu Qi. They didn't know Inan was acting. So they were genuinely angry. Their base commander had been assaulted. Such a good base commander had been assaulted. They simply couldn't stand it. Looking at this intimidating display, the people of the Southern Alliance were stunned. They looked at their leader, awaiting his decision. Shen Yi stood on the stairs, looking down at the Galaxy Base. He felt irritated and overwhelmed. He had forgotten. This woman has so many husbands. Clearly, the two in front of him were both. Shen Yi naturally understood the principle of making a big deal out of a small matter. His goal hadn't been achieved yet. He didn't want to antagonize the Galaxy Base at this moment. Alliance leader, we've found that supernatural lion. It's been holed up in a building with an injured hind leg. Should we send it back to the Alliance for recuperation immediately? A man's voice rang through Shen Yi's intercom. He picked it up. No need, just bring it here. Yes, Alliance leader. Shen Yi looked at Gu Su and the others. Our Alliance was wrong in this matter, but we can't hand the person over to you. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. As a token of my sincere apology, I give you the supernatural lion. Gu Su lowered his gaze to the woman in his arms, and saw her small hand, hidden between them, slowly make an OK sign. He then relaxed. Okay. Lu Qi sheathed his knife, but his tone remained stern. But if your Alliance does something so deceitful again in the future, there will be no room for negotiation. Shen Yi said nothing more, and led his subordinates out. Although his expression was calm, he was extremely unhappy. He had spent a lot of effort capturing the two supernatural beasts along the way. Not to mention that the supernatural Black Panther had escaped. After finally catching the supernatural lion, only to have to give it up because of Qin Yunqin's rude behavior. It was truly upsetting. As the Southern Alliance members left, Gu Su couldn't help but curl his lips. Looking at the little fox in his arms, he raised his hand to rub it. The next second, Inan was snatched away by Lu Qi. Meeting his deep, cold eyes, filled with jealousy, Gu Su's smile faded. You're so stingy, even pretending to be jealous. Inan interrupted them. Didn't you catch the supernatural leopard? Yes. Lu Qi nodded. It got scared and ran away quickly, disappearing into the woods. Inan felt quite sorry. But at least he had picked up a supernatural lion for free, so it wasn't a loss. The group made their way to the rooftop. The Southern Alliance helicopter slowly landed. Several power users descended, carrying the bound giant supernatural lion. This was a male lion. Its fur was beautiful and lustrous, its face imposing. One of its hind legs appeared broken, the bone visible, and the blood had frozen. It looked like it had been injured for a long time. It was currently bound with chains, unable to move. A huge iron mask was placed over its mouth. Even so, its lion-like eyes were still intimidating. At the sight of the crowd, it growled angrily. The growl was powerful and commanding. So handsome, Enon liked it very much. Shinny looked at the lion, his eyes filled with reluctance. The Galactic Alliance quickly carried the lion to their base and helicoptered it away, as if they were afraid the Southern Alliance would regret it in the next moment. Continue to pursue the supernatural leopard. Yes, Captain. The Southern Alliance began to pack their equipment and prepare to set off again. Clearly, the absence of the supernatural lion only intensified Shen Yi's desire for the supernatural leopard. But the next second, Enan's intercom rang. Shen Yi's panting yet cheerful voice came over the intercom. As happy as a puppy who had just found a treasure. And then, while chasing you, I caught a wounded black panther. It's a supernatural panther, and it runs incredibly fast. If it weren't so badly injured, I never have caught it. Enan's eyes brightened. Is it the one with the dual supernatural powers of speed and ice? Yes, I'm giving it to you as a gift. Do you like it, Enan? I like it. I love it so much. Enan beamed. The people of the Southern Alliance were stunned by their conversation. Enan immediately waved his hand. Let's go back to base. Yes. The people at Galaxy Base were excited. The two families were vying for attention. The Galaxy Base had returned with a splendid harvest, and they were filled with pride. Everyone quickly rushed to the helicopter for preheating and takeoff. Stepping into the helicopter, Enan seemed to have a thought. She turned to look at Shen Yi, who stood alone in the snow. He was expressionless as always. Seeing his calm demeanor, Enan felt inexplicably anxious to him. She smiled sweetly, her mouth wide open, revealing 8 large white teeth. Sorry, Alliance leader Shen, I have too many husbands, so this is unfair. She then waved with a smile. Bye. Shen Yi's face suddenly darkened. He took a deep breath, unable to contain himself. Had he just felt sorry for her for a moment? He was truly losing his mind. She was still herself. Filthy, vulgar, and shameless. Alliance leader, should we remind the Galaxy Base commander that our Alliance's grand auction is tomorrow? The man behind Shen Yi whispered. No. No. Shen Yi gritted his teeth. He quickly boarded the helicopter, back to the Alliance. Yes, Captain. And so, the Southern Alliance's men also began to march in an orderly fashion toward the helicopter. In a few breaths, Shen Yi quickly calmed down. He fumbled with the ring on his pinky finger, his expression returning to its usual calm. These two emotional ups and downs had left him feeling the danger of losing control. Shen Yi rubbed his temples and leaned back in his seat. How long had it been? How long had he lived such a life without joy or sorrow? Even during the zombie outbreak, the first time he watched a living being chewed out of his brain by zombies right in front of him, he hadn't felt a thing. In the past 2 weeks, he lost control of his emotions twice. Forcing himself to remain calm, Shen Yi waved and summoned a psychic. We should go and notify them. Yes, Base Commander. The man quickly scrambled down from the helicopter and waved frantically at the helicopter Enan and his companions had just taken off from. Base Commander, Galaxy Base. Don't forget tomorrow's Alliance auction. Okay. Enan gestured happily. The helicopter flew farther and farther away. Chapter 357. Inside the helicopter. The bound lion took up almost half the space. Removing the lion's iron mask, Enan, ignoring its angry growls, quickly unleashed his healing powers to heal its wounds. As its body recovered, the lion grew increasingly agitated. Flames gushed from its gaping maw. A single fire power. The scorching flames, before they could reach anyone, were completely extinguished by the icy aura emanating from Gusu. It seemed as if its rage had nowhere to go. The lion roared angrily. Roar, roar, roar! Snap! Enan slapped it. The giant lion's head was flung back by the iron palm. It seemed stunned. The lion's rare blue eyes froze in surprise for a moment. Then it erupted in an even more ferocious roar. It struggled to attack Enan. Enan did nothing. She simply unleashed all her supernatural powers. The energy field of her 12-element supernatural power was dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary human. Facing a single-element supernatural beast like this, the pressure she exerted was even more overwhelming. The lion was intimidated by this terrifying energy field. Meeting Enan's dangerous, cold eyes, the lion gradually stopped growling. Seemingly frightened, it even stepped back. The iron chains on its body scraped against the helicopter floor with a harsh sound. It seems you've intimidated it. Goose's voice was lazily filled with a smile. Lucci looked at Enon. What do you plan to do with this supernatural lion? I put it to work at the base. Enon patted her dusty hands and sat back in her seat. She wasn't particularly interested in this supernatural lion, which could be easily intimidated. She was more attracted to the supernatural Black Panther. The helicopter quickly arrived at the base. As soon as it landed, Enon led the supernatural lion down. Instantly, hundreds of supernatural beings gathered to watch. Another enormous beast. Look, unlike the Black Panther just now, it's a lion. What a mighty lion! The lion was led out of the hatch by Enon. Thankfully, the helicopter produced by the system was much larger than ordinary helicopters. The hatch could even fit several people. The lion could barely fit through. Roar! As soon as it landed, the lion let out a painful and mournful roar. It seemed unwilling to be captured, filled with grief and indignation. But the roar didn't last long. Enon stuffed a piece of raw meat into its mouth. It silenced its roar. The lion's blue eyes were startled for a moment, then it began to chew vigorously. It swallowed it in just a few bites. Then it opened its eyes, and looked at Enon obediently. Even his eyes brightened. Ha ha. As expected, whoever feeds you is your mother. Someone in the crowd said. Enon patted its head. Go kill zombies. 50 for a pound of meat. The lion seemed to understand, shaking its head and roaring. Give it a name. Lucci walked up. Let's call it Pingon. Pingonin. Great name. Enon smiled and strode towards the defense wall, leading Pingon. Outside the base's defense wall was a wide buffer zone. While this buffer zone provided some defense, it was far less robust than the defense wall. It was simply expanded to facilitate the base's psychic team's travel and zombie-killing efforts. So zombies would occasionally appear here. Hundreds of psychics took turns guarding it. Pingon, go! Enon untied the chain from its neck. Pingon shook his head and roared, charging out. Roar, roar, roar! The psychics guarding the buffer zone retreated to either side. At the same moment, a dozen zombies swarmed in. Ah 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 ah! Roar! Pingon bit down fiercely on the neck of a zombie. The massive lion's jaws crushed the zombie's skull. The body mechanisms of animals with evolved psychic powers have also changed. Even if they ingest zombie flesh and blood, they won't become infected. They will only experience a mild case of diarrhea. Pingon crushed a zombie's head with a single lion claw. The zombie's head cracked under its massive claws, making a crunching sound. The brains were splattered all over the ground. 2 zombie eyeballs, one crushed and the other rolled away. Ah! Several zombies madly pounced on Pingon. The psychic seized the opportunity to help. Pingon's arrival had clearly greatly reduced the burden on the psychics. Enon was very satisfied. After giving a few instructions to the supervisor nearby regarding feeding requirements, he turned to the base security officer and asked, Where's Black Panther? He's at the training ground. Base commander, follow me. The group hurried inside the base. In the distance, they could see a Black Panther tied tightly with ropes. Beside it, Jiang Hung and the others, all exhausted, leaning on their knees and panting heavily, had clearly been tormented by the panther. Unan. Shingy had taken off his coat, now wearing only a sweater. His hair was a little disheveled, and he had obviously just drunk water. His lips were still slightly moist. Well done. Hearing her praise, his smile widened. Enon excitedly looked at the Black Panther, its earlier arrogance gone. I treat it first. The Black Panther was quickly healed. It remained very well behaved. Untie the ropes. Jiang Hung and the others rushed to untie them. The Black Panther slowly stood up, showing no sign of escaping. Has it changed? Where's that temper just now? Shingy murmured, folding his arms as he watched the large panther. Let's go! Enon put on the leash and led the Black Panther to the buffer zone. Unexpectedly, as soon as they left the training ground, it broke free from the chains and dashed away. So fast that only a trace of its shadow remained. I knew it. Enon sneered and immediately ordered the entire base to seal the defense gates and capture the Black Panther. It has a fiery temper. We need to tame it, Gusa said leisurely. Okay, I help it tame it. Enon opened his bracelet. Everyone gathered to capture the Black Panther. There's a reward. For a moment, the psychics of the entire division were chasing the Black Panther. Black Panther scurried around the base, searching for an exit. It darted past the buffer zone, now closed with bars. All it could see was Pingon, being fed outside. Black Panther roared. Pinyin, who was currently eating meat, turned his lion-like head to look at the Black Panther attempting to escape. He watched for only a second. Then he resumed his meal. Clearly content with his current situation, he had no intention of joining Black Panther in his escape attempt. Black Panther roared with disdain. "Catch it!" The crowd's footsteps drew closer. Black Panther darted away. And so it did. It ran around the base for nearly 4 or 5 hours. It still couldn't escape. But it refused to give up, its willpower astonishing. Find a way to lure it to the training ground. Yes, Base Commander. The training ground consisted of a walled area on 3 sides, with a massive iron gate on one side. It was practically enclosed on all sides. Enon decided to temper the Black Panther's temper inside. Roar, roar, roar! Forced to run towards the training ground. The Black Panther roared in defiance. Enon rushed in after him. At the same moment, the iron gate closed. In the vast, enclosed training ground, man and panther faced off. They'd been running for 4 or 5 hours. And yet, the Black Panther seemed to have endless energy. Enon stretched his muscles, looking at the giant before him, more ferocious than Bufu or Pinyin, and grinned. "Come on! Roar, roar, roar!" As if to exact revenge for those hours of running. The Black Panther lunged at Enon furiously. Enon, protected by her light-based abilities, didn't dodge. She simply confronted it head-on. She didn't draw her weapons, but simply struck back with her fists. Punch after punch. No matter how the Black Panther bit or slapped her, it was like hitting cotton, completely ineffective. Not only that, it also had to withstand Enon's iron fists. Roar, roar, roar! The Black Panther was shocked by Enon's indestructible body. But its attacks continued unabated. In fact, they grew more ferocious. This dragged on like this. For nearly 2 hours, it dragged on. The sky was darkening. Lu Qi had been dragged away to a meeting by the base's higher-ups. Gusu lazily flipped through a book on a recliner outside the iron fence. Xingyi held a flashlight, shining it on the man and the panther in the arena. This panther is really stubborn. Xingyi yawned, almost sleepy from watching. Enon watched the Black Panther's movements gradually slow. She knew it was running out of energy. She brushed the snow off her head. "Little panther, give in." The Black Panther growled softly. A pair of golden leopard eyes stared intently at Enon, who had come to heal it for the umpteenth time. Finally, it raised its leopard paw and walked toward Enon. It lowered its head and rubbed Enon's body with its massive leopard head. As a sign of surrender. Looking at the creature before her, finally tamed, Enon was exhausted. She rubbed its head. "Since you're so difficult, I call you difficult." Such an abstract name. Xingyi smiled, chin propped up. And now, on the defensive wall of the Galaxy base, 2 helicopters landed steadily. Several well-trained men in padded jackets stepped down. The last man to leave was tall and straight, with a handsome and unruly appearance. His demeanor was even more extraordinary. "We are Division 002, and this is our Division Chief Fu." Wang Kai was the first to show his ID badge to the psychics on the defensive wall. "It's District Commander Fu. Please come in." The psychics respectfully welcomed Fu Sun and his group inside. "Let's report to the base commander." At the word base commander, Fu Sun's dark eyes flickered with tenderness. "Where is she?" This question bewildered the psychics. They truly didn't know the base commander's whereabouts. "She should be in the base conference building. Let's go look for her." Several psychics spoke as they rushed into the base. As they left, "I know where the base commander is." A psychic rushed over. Meeting Fu Sun's dark eyes, he scratched his head, pondering the news he had just heard. The base commander, the deputy commander, and several others had surrounded Black Panther in the training grounds to train him. He frantically racked his brains for the right way to convey this information. There was a moment of hesitation. Fu Sun's brows furrowed slightly. "Where is she?" The man seemed to suddenly think of the right words. He slapped his head, his eyes gleaming. The base commander and deputy base commander are engaging in a group sex. Wang Kai and the others fell silent. And Fu Sun's face darkened rapidly. In the dead of night. Group sex. Okay. Great. That's really great. Watching the tall, handsome, and noble man before him grow increasingly sullen, the psychic realized he had said something wrong. He hesitated, about to explain, when he saw Fu Sun take off. He couldn't stop him. Chapter 358. Base Commander, District Commander Fu is here. Enon, riding a large Black Panther, quickly dismounted upon hearing the psychic's report. Fu Sun had quietly come looking for her. She opened her bracelet. Only then, did she discover a slew of unread messages from Fu Sun. She had been so busy catching panthers that she hadn't seen a single one. Where is he? Take me there. Base commander, come with us. Watching Yinan trot away, Xing Yi's handsome face fell. What the hell? She ran to see Fu Sun. Gu Su put down the book in his hand, his dark eyes fixed on Yinan's back as he disappeared into the darkness, his emotion unnoticed. In the darkness, to conserve electricity, the base only had night lights on in key areas. Yinan trotted over. From a distance, he spotted Wang Kai and the others standing at the edge of the base. When they saw Yinan, their expressions became complicated. Where's your district chief? He's in the room. Yinan looked at the defensive hut Wang Kai pointed to. It was a place for the psychics, who took turns guarding the base to rest or store their belongings. Why don't you go inside? What are you doing here? Yinan said, walking towards the hut. Wang Kai and the others rubbed their noses and said nothing. Just now, their district chief Fu had gone to the hut alone after a sullen look, smoking a cigarette. They didn't dare to ask or urge him. The door opened. Thick smoke drifted out. Yinan frowned and took 2 steps back, waiting until the smoke had cleared considerably before entering. He ran straight towards the tall man standing inside. The unlit hut was dim, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming in from the window. It had been so long since they'd seen each other. Yinan was delighted. A gentle smile graced his face. But as he drew closer, meeting Fu Sun's sidelong gaze, he was slightly stunned. His misty eyes were faintly rimmed with dark circles, now a deep, dark darkness. A faint hint of sorrow lingered in them. But it vanished in an instant. Looking at her, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, and then his expression had returned to its usual calm. This originally planned surprise now seemed less than delightful. Yinan was naturally sensitive to his emotions. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing tightly against him, and softly explained, Sun, I was too busy. I didn't see the message. Being held so tenderly in her arms, he felt so comfortable. Fu Sun's eyes softened, and for a moment, all the grievances seemed to vanish. He hugged her tightly with his backhand, his voice low and hoarse, thank you for your hard work. Just as he finished speaking, something struck him as if something had occurred to him. Tentatively he asked, what were you busy with? Oh, just now. Yinan took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them and Fu Sun. So far away, Fu Sun realized she was wearing only a light sweater, wrinkled and shapeless, and her hair was a mess. Her face was slightly flushed, evidently from intense exercise, with a few strands of hair still clinging to her temples. His eyes darkened. A hint of loneliness lingered in them. Yinan didn't notice. She pulled at the collar of her sweater to cool off. After hours of fighting, she was truly exhausted and hot. After taking a few deep breaths, Yinan brushed off the dust on his clothes and said, just now, with Gu Su, Xing Yi and the others. Before she could finish her words, Fu Sun interrupted her. No need to say more. She sensed the displeasure in his words. Yinan watched Fu Sun suddenly walk out. Puzzled, she followed him. Hey Fu Sun, why are you being so rude? She stopped calling him Axon and addressed him by his full name. Fu Sun remained silent, simply walking out. Yinan simply grew angry. She stopped walking. Okay, go ahead. The next second, he turned around. He embraced her fiercely and kissed her. The kiss was frantic and domineering. He seemed to want to completely dominate her mouth with his scent. He gripped the back of her head, biting and grinding. Yinan was so breathless from the kiss that she couldn't breathe. She was puzzled by Fu Sun's sudden dominance. She didn't resist. They were lovers. She hadn't seen him for so long, and she truly missed him. Driven backward by the kiss, Fu Sun pressed Yinan onto the sofa. After the passionate kiss ended, he panted against her neck, his voice indescribably raspy. Where else? Yinan was bewildered by his question. Where else? Where else did they touch you? He wanted to cover her completely with his scent. As he spoke, Fu Sun tore at Yinan's sweater. Yinan was completely baffled. She pushed Fu Sun away. What's that? Fu Sun's dark eyes fixed on her. Isn't it? Of course not. We're catching a leopard. The anger in Fu Sun's dark eyes receded. The low pressure dissipated. Only tenderness and love remained. He stared at her closely. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He continued to kiss her. But this time, it was no longer a frantic, plundering embrace. It was a gentle caress. God knows how happy he was in that moment. Yinan pushed Fu Sun away again. Not now, something urgent. He obediently stopped, stroking her earlobe and waiting for her to continue. Come with me to the Southern Alliance. Leave now and arrive in time for tomorrow morning. Chapter 359. Early the next morning. City B. Southern Alliance headquarters. Hurry up, everyone. Run. In the vast square. Several men who looked quite prestigious shouted commands to the bustling crowd. What's that zombie running in over there? Kill them. Drag that mutant away. Quick. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone, get moving. If anything goes wrong and the Alliance loses face, none of you will be held responsible. Mr. Chin is here. With that shout, everyone quickly gathered and stood, respectfully welcoming the throng. Chin Wanha. The heavy snow had stopped, but the ground was still thick. The crowd's feet made a crunching sound in the snow. Mr. Chin. Chin Wanha glanced at the men bowing respectfully, then looked at the dense crowd surrounding the square. His stern face held a commanding presence. How are the preparations going? Almost done, Mr. Chin. Chin Wanha smoothed his mink shawl from his shoulders and headed for the tent. There, several women were meticulously preparing hot tea and pastries. A group of Alliance leaders were already seated inside, chatting and laughing. At the sight of Chin Wanha approaching, everyone stood up. This clearly demonstrated his high status within the Alliance. Mr. Chin. Hey, there's no need to be so reserved. Everyone, take a seat. Chin Wanha smiled and waved to the group, then took a seat. As he sat, several women immediately placed hot tea and pastries on the low table in front of him. These pastries were incredibly precious after the apocalypse. Chin Wanha didn't even glance at them. I heard Miss Chin was unwell yesterday. Is she feeling better now? The man beside him asked with concern. It was Li Nan, one of the Alliance's consuls. The Southern Alliance, comprised of bases large and small, had all base chiefs given the title of consul. The powerful were promoted from within the Alliance to serve as leaders and vice-leaders. This power struggle had caused some consuls to choose sides. Li Nan was one of the consuls, who firmly supported Chin Wanha. He had been engaged in extensive business dealings with the Chin family even before the apocalypse. Hearing Li Nan's question, Chin Wanha's smile faltered slightly, imperceptibly. To outsiders, he appeared calm. But everyone present was a shrewd person. Li Nan tactfully avoided further questions. He simply offered Chin Wanha tea. Chin Wanha took the tea, took a sip, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he glanced toward the square. The scene of his beloved daughter crying yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Dad, that woman from the Galaxy base hit me. Not only did she hit me, she even accused me of hitting her, and the Alliance leader and the others believed it. Dad, help me kill her. I hate her. Dad, that woman is incredibly vicious. You believe me, don't you? She really hit me. My face is clearly swollen, but they just don't believe me. Xiaowei even says there's not a scratch on my face. I want that woman to die, Dad. I want her dead. He knew his own beloved daughter. Although he had spoiled her to a degree, his daughter was born to enjoy wealth and pampering. Even if it was the stars in the sky, he would bring them back to her. No one could bully her. This was the first time in all those years he's seen her so frantic. If she hadn't been truly bullied, she wouldn't have acted like that. Thinking of this, Chin Wanha's eyes grew even colder. He tightened his grip on the teacup. The leader is here. With that, everyone stood up. They respectfully greeted their leader. Clad in a light-colored fleece coat, Shani walked through the snow. The cold snowlight illuminated his complexion, making it appear even paler. Atop his high nose, gold-rimmed glasses obscured the sharpness of his eyes. But upon closer inspection, those eyes were calm, filled with an unfathomable coldness. One couldn't bear to stare at them for long. Leader. Everyone greeted him respectfully. Alliance leader, the helicopters from Galaxy Base are almost here. Shani didn't say anything. The man behind him stepped forward and asked, how many are coming? Prosecutor Chu Chin, one. What, only one? The man named Chu Chin seemed incredulous. He wasn't the only one. Many people around him looked surprised. You know, this was the first time the two factions had engaged in formal, in-depth communication. Today was also the Alliance's once every 3 months auction. Not only that, but so many of their leaders were gathered here. What a grand occasion. Only one helicopter from Galaxy Base? It seemed they were overemphasizing it. But even though there was only one helicopter, there are dozens of artillery pieces on the border. With that, everyone fell silent. What if this wasn't a blatant threat? They're coming. Everyone looked. An ordinary helicopter slowly descended under the command of the commander in the square. The hatch opened. A dozen or so people descended. The leader, a man and a woman, both possessed extraordinary bearing. Shin Yi's sharp eyes swept over Fu Sun. Another husband. And a new one at that. Truly amazing. Everyone, This is Enan, the commander of Galaxy Base. Enan stepped forward and introduced himself. All the Alliance leaders were shocked. The commander of Galaxy Base is a woman? Qin Wanhe, who had known the information in advance, was much calmer. Hello, I'm Chu Qin, the Alliance prosecutor. Chu Qin stepped forward to greet him. He turned and said, this is our Alliance commander Shen Yi. You've already met him, so I won't introduce him further. This is our chief consul. He introduced the Alliance leaders to Enan one by one. The leaders looked at Enan. They all pretended to greet him politely. But there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Most of them were well-informed men in their 30s and 40s. Faced with such a young woman, they were somewhat arrogant and disdainful. Of course. Except Song Wenjing. The moment he first laid eyes on Enan, he couldn't calm down for a long time. That woman in the Wanjin mine that day. Even after about 2 years, he still remembered her constantly. So cunning. So strong. So beautiful. So unforgettable. Song Wenjing's lips curled up slowly. He had long suspected she would fare well in the apocalypse, but he never imagined she would become the commander of the Galaxy Base. She had annexed more than a dozen cities, becoming a force capable of rivaling the Southern Alliance. Remarkable. How interesting. Hello, Song Wenjing, one of the leaders of the Southern Alliance. Song Wenjing nodded politely to Enan. It was a polite exchange of words, a gesture of first meeting. Enan returned his gaze with a faint smile. Before arriving, she had contacted Zhou Ji on the helicopter to gather detailed information about the Southern Alliance. She had made thorough preparations. Naturally, she had long known that Song Wenjing was also one of the leaders. Everyone was introduced one by one. Everyone in the Southern Alliance was eager to learn about Fu Sun's identity. Many even recognized the leader of the Fu group before the apocalypse. Compared to Enan, they were more curious about Fu Sun's role at the Galaxy Base. If you ask me, that woman might just be a figurehead base commander. The real boss is probably this man. That's right. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. There was a lot of hushed discussion in the crowd. This is Fu Sun, the head of Division 002 at my base. After Enan finished speaking, a flurry of whispers rose from the crowd. Just ahead? Perhaps the identities are different. I think it's very likely. Whatever it is, this peace talk is likely only temporary. Their whispers were extremely quiet, and they were all behind the dense crowd. Ordinary people couldn't hear them. But Enan had excellent hearing. She didn't react at all, simply continuing with the process. After the two groups learned their identities, Enan was invited to walk towards the auction site. All the way, the psychics on both sides guarded the area from a distance. Any zombies that entered would be killed immediately. After the post-apocalyptic renovations, this place now had a well-established safety fortress and a vast area adapted to the apocalyptic environment. More than a dozen level 5 zombies are breaking in. Stop them. Don't jerk off the leader and the others. In the distance, dozens of psychics were desperately trying to stop the zombies. Holy crap. Wang Kai and the others were horrified by the scene before them. This was the heart of the Southern Alliance. How could zombies break in? This was too outrageous. Not a single zombie could get through their Galaxy Base. The Southern Alliance heard Wang Kai and the others' shocked voices. They all thought they were stunned by the Alliance's combat prowess and strength. A hint of pride unconsciously crossed their faces. Chapter 360. This is our security department. Chu Tan led Enan and the others through the Alliance. They walked out of the square, and outside were several wide roads. Tents were set up on both sides of the roads. The streets were bustling with people. Stalls were set up under the tents. Some smaller stalls, not sheltered by the tents, were set up in the corners. This is our Alliance's trade market, also known as the Exchange. A place for everyone in the Alliance to exchange what they have. Enan looked over. The stalls mostly sold daily necessities, like cotton clothes, towels, and mineral water. There were also small, though inconspicuous, items like toothbrushes, toothpaste, nail clippers, and scissors, small items that were incredibly important. Food was the most sought-after item. Any stall with food was packed with people. I give you 10 level 3 crystal cores for this mooncake. I give you 15. I give you 20. Please sell it to me. These mooncakes are expired, and the price is already high. There was even a bidding war. Seeing Shen Yi and the others, everyone moved aside. This exchange was truly enormous. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally saw the building ahead. That's the Alliance's auction building. Enan heard this, and looked towards the massive building. Security outside the building was extremely strict, with each floor filled with psychics. Not only that, due to the building's size, There were 5 entrances alone. The heavily guarded gate was reserved for senior management. The gate opened, and everyone walked in. The first floor houses the base's regular auction, open weekly. The second floor hosts the grand auction, held every 3 months. Chuchin said, leading Enan and the others to the second floor. All items in the grand auction will undergo rigorous screening, and only those that meet the requirements will be included in the auction. As he spoke, the crowd had already walked up. Shen-Yi and the others were the first to enter the auction hall. Qin Wanhe paused, then turned to Enan and said, I wonder if the commander of Galaxy Base has prepared any items for the auction. As soon as this was spoken, many of the higher-ups turned their gazes to Enan. Everyone here understood. Inviting Galaxy Base to participate in the auction was not only to demonstrate the Alliance's strength, but also to test the Galaxy Base's capabilities. How much material resources does it possess? Enan raised an eyebrow and simply smiled. Of course we do. Qin Wanhe said nothing more and walked in. Commander of Galaxy Base, please. As the door opened, Enan walked in. The vast European-style auction hall came into view. On the second floor, a massive display stand dominated the center, surrounded by 3 tiers of stands. The first tier offered exposed seating, clearly reserved for those of lower status. The second tier consisted of small compartments. The third tier offered exquisitely decorated stands, both well enclosed and curtained. Shen-Yi and his group of senior executives headed to the third tier. The smaller-ranking officials, who followed them, headed to the second tier. The rest of the group, who entered through another door, took seats on the first tier. Enan and Fu Sun were naturally invited to the third tier, while Wang Kai and the others went to the second. That wasn't all. The room she was in contained Shen-Yi, Qin Wanhe, and several other men. They looked like either vice leaders or the leaders of the base. Song Wenjing was among them. Shen-Yi didn't glance at Enan the entire time. His emotionless black eyes simply stared at the display stand below, occasionally responding to the words of the man beside him. The entire auction hall. Nearly 1,000 people sat on the first 3 floors. But even with so many people, there was no noise at all. In fact, it was too quiet. Clearly, order was strictly enforced here. The curtains were drawn, revealing everything below. The lights came on, illuminating the display stand. A woman, microphone in hand, stepped forward. She wore a red cheongsam. Even in the freezing weather, her skin turning purple, she held on, maintaining her posture to perfection. Everyone, today's auction officially begins. The woman's smile was dignified and perfect. As usual, we start with the lowest grades. Due to the post-apocalyptic shortage, our auction rules are, all bids must be for crystal cores, and the core grade must be no lower than level 3. The starting price is 100 level 3 crystal cores. If bidders wish to increase their bids, please make a verbal bid directly, and our messenger will relay it. If there are no bidders within half a minute, we count down 3 times, and after 3 times, the final price will be set. Once a bid is made, it cannot be revoked, otherwise you may not leave this building until all the cores have been surrendered. Everyone, please act within your means. In the sweetest voice, she spoke the coldest rules. Enan glanced at the messenger at the window, and the many tall and muscular men in the audience. They were clearly the ones maintaining order at the auction. Please welcome our first auction item. 2 women came up carrying a transparent glass box. Inside the box lay a pair of cotton gloves. These are made of llama fleece, with a calfskin outer layer. They're extremely warm and luxurious, and the craftsman was a renowned international designer before the apocalypse. Those who are interested may start bidding. Top-quality luxury fleece gloves. Enan leaned back in his chair, watching the show in silence. 100 level 3 crystal cores. 200. 250. 600 level 3 crystal cores. 600 level 3 crystal cores. It would take countless psychics to kill zombies for days straight to obtain them. In the process, countless lives would be lost. But in the eyes of these high-ranking officials, with abundant resources and power, they were just common currency that could easily be exchanged for a pair of luxury fleece gloves. 600 level 3 crystal cores at a time. The woman began to count down. 1,000. Qin Wanhe's commanding voice echoed, instantly killing the competition. Luo Jingyu, one of the leaders, smiled at Qin Wanhe and said, Mr. Qin is truly capable. Qin Wanhe simply shook his head. Not really. Just buy my Yunqin some new gloves. His tone made it seem as if 1,000 level 3 crystal cores were insignificant. Miss Qin is truly blessed. The auction continued. The second item was a level 4 zombie crystal core of a unique color. Because its color was so unusual and no supernatural energy could be detected, it was auctioned. After the apocalypse, with the emergence of zombies and supernatural powers, humanity gained a greater fear of the unknown. Naturally, many people, fearing missing out on a rare treasure, auctioned off the crystal core. But after the apocalypse, Enan knew that this crystal core was nothing more than a scrap. Zombies also have their aptitudes. A very small number of zombies are useless, and the crystal cores in their brains can't extract much energy. The third item was a box of ginseng. This time, the bidding obviously increased. Ordinary people struggled to get enough food, while those in power sought a better quality of life. The bidding was intense, lasting over 20 minutes. Enan yawned, propping up her head, feeling drowsy. She had a ton of similar ginseng in her space, and even had some in the base's contribution store for psychics to redeem. The next few items were also highly competitive. There were unrotten fruits, high-quality cotton clothes, and high-quality weapons. To these people, these were rare treasures. But to Enan, they were just ordinary supplies found everywhere in the space. Seeing Enan still making no bids, one of the leaders grew restless. Xiong Maochong looked at Enan. Doesn't the Galaxy Base commander have any treasures he wants? Enan propped up his head and shook his head. Or perhaps, did the Galaxy Base commander not bring enough crystal cores? Xiong Maochong laughed as he spoke. If you don't have enough, you can borrow from anyone here. We're not stingy people. Fu Sun said coldly. I don't like it. This one sentence made Xiong Maochong's smile fade. Most of the people in the room looked over. As if to ease the awkwardness, Xiong Maochong continued to smile. The renowned President Fu is indeed well informed. Even with the current shortage of supplies, he doesn't care about these rare items. Don't be too confident, or you get humiliated. Qin Wan has snorted. The first round of auctions is over. The second round will begin in half an hour. We are now entering intermission. The woman on the display stand said gracefully, ladies and gentlemen, who will be participating in the second round, but have not yet submitted their items, please proceed to the backstage as soon as possible. Qin Wan has stood up, his cold eyes fixed on Enan and the others. Someone, take Captain Ean to the backstage to register the auction items. I can't wait to witness the strength of the Galaxy Base. A man walked in. Ms. Ean, please follow me. Enan didn't even glance at Qin Wanha. She smiled and calmly stood up. She and Fu Sun followed the man to the backstage. As they left, Deputy Alliance leader Duan Baizheng, who had been silent, spoke up. The second round of auctions requires extremely high-quality items. It's uncertain whether the items brought by the Galaxy Base will pass inspection. These young people are still far too arrogant. Chapter 361. Ever since Su Jinggang made a mistake, and was stripped of his position as vice president, Duan Baizheng has become the Alliance's sole vice president. He is an upright man, has always remained single, and dislikes forming cliques to flatter the powerful. For the time being, he has been able to coexist peacefully with the Council of Decisions, headed by Qin Wanha. Humph. Qin Wanha snorted coldly, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. Jin Rui, one of the leaders, spoke up. Those items just now weren't inferior. I don't believe they really disliked them. It's likely they didn't bring enough crystal cores to save face. Everyone knows that, Luo Jingyu replied. Only Song Wenjing remained silent from beginning to end. Shen Yi did not participate in their discussion. Someone occasionally brought documents to the table next to him. He spent most of the first half of the auction handling official business. After the auction, Enan and Fu Sun were brought in. Because they were special guests, they took a dedicated aisle, bypassing the long line. Miss Ean, please come in. Inside the room, a neatly dressed man wearing thick framed glasses greeted Enan respectfully. Behind him, a man and a woman held glass cases of varying sizes. Miss Ean, if you have any items, please bring them to me, and we arrange for their appraisal. Enan glanced at the people behind him. The man immediately understood and dismissed the irrelevant personnel. What I'm bringing this time are treasures from our base. Enan raised his voice. Let me make this clear. I won't sell anything for less than 200 level 5 zombie cores. The man looked surprised. Not only him, but the two appraisers behind him also expressed surprise. Level 5 zombies had only appeared a few days ago. And it's extremely difficult to kill. Only those in high positions can muster 200 level 5 crystal cores. The man's expression calmed down, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Enan with a hint of seriousness. Ms. Ean, you are a distinguished guest of the Galaxy Base. We respect you very much, but even as a distinguished guest, we cannot demand exorbitant prices. Whether it's worth it requires our appraisal team to verify. Enan said nothing more. He simply signaled Fu Sun to ship the goods. They had already discussed everything while on the helicopter. This time, too, They had a perfect tacit understanding. 3 boxes appeared in Fu Sun's palm. The boxes were of excellent quality and exquisite appearance. Recognizing that Fu Sun was a space-based psychic, the man's gaze grew respectful. The next second, one of the boxes opened. A faintly glowing psychic sphere appeared in the center of the box. For a moment, everyone was captivated by this faintly glowing sphere. Night Pearl? The man exclaimed softly, how beautiful. Not really. Enon picked up the bead. This is a power ball. It grants random powers. The lowest level power ball in the system. 10,000 points each. But as soon as she finished speaking, the man said, as if he had heard something funny, Miss Enon, you're kidding. Not only did he not believe it, but neither did the 2 appraisers. That's a fantasy. I won't show it to you right now. I wouldn't even use such a precious power ball myself. Enon spoke with conviction. But the 3 people before him just didn't believe it. If they wouldn't even use it themselves, and yet they were auctioning it off, it was ridiculous. They were playing them for fools. And the probability of this power ball activating a power is extremely high, around 95%. Enon's words only deepened the man's disbelief. There's even a chance of that happening, but that's even more unacceptable. Enon interrupted him. If you still have doubts, why not just have the first bidder demonstrated on the spot? It's narrow-minded to deny its existence just because you haven't seen it. Hearing her words, the 3 of them grew serious. The man chuckled and shook his head. If it doesn't work out, then the first bidder will be the one being taken advantage of. Enon didn't waste any more time on him. The charm and luck abilities activated simultaneously. When the man looked at her again, he was slightly stunned. For some reason, he felt that the woman before him was exceptionally approachable and charming, a woman he couldn't help but want to be drawn to. Enon placed the balls in a box and stood with his hands behind his back. I'm coming to Galaxy Base with full sincerity this time, bringing 3 treasures. If you're so unconvinced, forget it. I take them back. Hey! The man hurriedly stopped him. Just as you say. But Miss Enon, the usual procedures must still be followed. We appraise them as usual, and the first person to bid will need to inspect the items on the spot. If the first one doesn't win, we won't be putting the next 2 balls up for auction. Is that okay with you? No problem. The 2 appraisers took the 3 boxes Fu Sun handed them, and entered the appraisal room. Enon saw the small compartment behind the man. It was filled with items that had passed appraisal, and were about to be auctioned. I'm thirsty. Do you have any water? Enon smiled gently at the man. Her seductive powers were at their peak. Coupled with her perfect fox eyes, the man was practically captivated by her. I give you some water. The man said this and began to walk out. A sudden thought struck him, and he glanced at the glass boxes in the compartment behind him. Each one was locked. Although the man was now utterly captivated by Enon, he wasn't completely insane. He smiled politely. All items are registered. You 2 mustn't touch them. The Alliance won't let you leave if anything happens. Of course. The man then pushed the door open and left. Enon knew that her charm ability could temporarily make someone obsessed with her. But the ability had a time limit, and after that, it inevitably aroused suspicion. So Enon wouldn't use her charm ability on those who were too smart and vigilant, or too high-ranking. If they woke up and noticed something, it would be very disadvantageous to her. It would also expose her charm ability. She would only use it on zombies, or low-ranking minions. These people had little status or influence, so even if they noticed something, they had no way to verify it, and no one would believe it. Most ordinary people would simply think they were momentarily possessed, and wouldn't even notice anything unusual. It wouldn't cause her too much trouble. As soon as the man left, Fu Sun and Enon headed back into the room. As agreed, Fu Sun strode forward, copying everything along the way. Even the glass box and lock were copied, one identical item after another appearing in his palm. After the replacement, the original items all appeared in Enon's space. It all happened incredibly quickly. It took less than 2 minutes. This was because Fu Sun's copying ability could only replicate physically existing objects, such as guns, bullets, and cloth. Food, like crystal cores, can only perfectly replicate its shape and texture, but its functionality cannot be duplicated. For example, bread can be replicated to create an identical loaf. It also tastes similar to bread. The eater will feel like they are eating bread, but it has no flavor and no nutritional value. However, most people wouldn't consider the bread to be faulty, simply assuming it lacks sugar during production, or that the food has lost its flavor due to aging. Another example is the supernatural sphere and the crystal core. The supernatural power can be replicated to create an identical, even glowing supernatural sphere. However, it cannot activate any supernatural power. The crystal core is similar. It is also an empty shell devoid of energy. It's just that the appearance is indistinguishable. In this way, all of them were replaced. Enon was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything went. She had only planned this part of the process. She hadn't expected it to go smoothly. Perhaps it had something to do with her luck and supernatural power, as she had another fruitful harvest this time. A few minutes later, the man returned. He looked embarrassed, apologetic. "I'm sorry, Miss Enon, something happened today. The sink leaked, and I couldn't get the water. I was dragged along to help them clean it up, which delayed me a bit. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's okay." The man glanced around the compartment. Seeing the items were still there, he felt relieved. He didn't dare to relax, so he pulled a booklet from his pocket and went to the compartment to take inventory. He didn't feel completely reassured until he had confirmed that everything was intact. At the same time, the appraiser emerged from the appraisal room. "No problems found." "Okay, it passed, Miss Enon. You can go to the auction house." Chapter 362. Returning to the third floor of the auction hall, Enon ignored the scrutiny of Qin Wanhe and the others, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. "Everyone, the second round of auctions has begun. The items for this round will be higher level and more scarce. Without further ado, let's begin by unveiling the first item." A glass box was brought up. Inside was a red crystal core, twice the size of a level 5 crystal core. For a moment, the room erupted in discussion. The hostess introduced, "This is the crystal core dug out from the skull of a zombie king killed by the Alliance's advanced teams, Groups 6 and 8. This zombie king possesses both speed and fire abilities. The speed core has been turned over to the Alliance, while this fire core will be awarded to the killer, in other words, all the psychics in Groups 6 and 8. They unanimously decided to auction it off and split the bounty equally. You have to remember, this is the second zombie king killed by the Alliance. The crystal core in the first zombie king's brain was absorbed by an Alliance psychic, and every psychic who absorbed the zombie king's core activated a corresponding ability. So, according to research, the zombie king's core has a high probability of activating a corresponding ability in a person. This core is practically equivalent to a fire ability." With that remark, the entire audience erupted in excitement. In this age of superpowers, the idea of adding a new superpower is incredibly tempting to them. 100 level 4 crystal cores. 500. 1,000. The bidding continued. Almost everyone with financial resources in the second floor auction hall was vying for this zombie king crystal core. Enon lazily stared at the fakes in the glass case. He boredly nibbled at the sunflower seeds on the table. 190 level 5 crystal cores. In the adjacent room on the third floor, Su Jinggang excitedly bid. As soon as he heard Su Jinggang's voice, Luo Jingyu, Xiong Maochang, and the other leaders watched the drama unfold. Everyone knows Su Jinggang has a son and a daughter. The daughter has awakened both the wood and water elements, but the son has no superpowers. Su Jinggang has tried everything to get his son to awaken, but to no avail. That kid's going crazy. Indeed, it seems the Su family is willing to empty their savings to bid for this crystal core. Qin Wanhe smiled and said to the messenger, "Raise the price." I add 1 to whatever the neighbor offers. 191 level 5 crystal cores. 200 level 5 crystal cores. 201 level 5 crystal cores. Su Jinggang looked towards the room where Qin Wanhe was and couldn't help but curse, "Qin Wanhe, you beast. You know my son desperately needs to awaken his superpowers, and yet you're trying to snatch it from me." The Su and Qin family's feud had long been a secret within the Alliance. My beloved daughter also needs to awaken her second superpower. The highest bidder wins, Qin Wanhe said coldly. In the end, Qin Wanhe bought the fire energy crystal core at the high price of 301 level 5 crystal cores. Su Jinggang's face turned pale, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Congratulations to Mr. Qin Wanhe for winning the Zombie King Fire Energy Crystal Core at the high price of 301 level 5 crystal cores. Then, one treasure after another was brought up. Over 30 minutes later, finally, it was Enan's energy sphere's turn. Next up is Enan, the base commander of the Galaxy Base. Base Commander Enan is selling his energy sphere. According to Base Captain Enan, this power ball can randomly grant a power, with a success rate of up to 95%. However, this item is so precious that Base Captain Enan has stipulated that anything less than 200 level 5 power crystal cores will not be sold. The moment the word power ball was uttered, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. They all began chatting. The chatter grew louder. The entire second floor auction hall erupted in a clamor. Not only that, there were many sarcastic jeers from the crowd. This Galaxy Base's trickery of scamming cores is just too lowbrow. That's right, what a bullshit Powerball. I'm still a cultivator. I believe it was a knight shining pearl, but making up some claim that it can grant powers is ridiculous. And they added this 95% probability? I think it's just a scam, the lowest form of scam. Almost no one believed it. Even Heroine and the others couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know the Galaxy Base's director was so humorous. Heroine leaned back in his chair, shaking his head slowly. But in my alliance's grand auction, taking advantage of a small amount to gain a large sum is truly unethical. His tone grew colder. Heroine remained silent. All the previous auction items hadn't had their sellers announced. Only she had been exposed. It was clear that these people didn't trust her, and didn't want to be implicated by her. No matter who bid for the psychic orb, if anything went wrong, they wouldn't be held responsible. What a brilliant plan. Shani set down the documents in his hand. He was separated from the crowd by a carved railing. Only his expressionless profile could be vaguely seen. Shani looked at the woman on the stage. The woman cleared her throat, silencing the clamor at the auction. Everyone, please be patient. Captain Eng said. As a sign of sincerity, the winner of the first psychic ball can inspect it on site. Only if there are no problems will the auction proceed to the next two. This statement finally stopped the group's laughter. Inspecting the goods on site was something worth seeing. But obviously, no one wanted to be the guinea pig. The auction begins. The woman finished. The whole place fell silent. Quiet. Extraordinarily quiet. Since the auction began, this was the first time an item had been left unsold. After all, the price for something most people didn't believe in was so high. No one was stupid. Heroine watched the scene unfold as she had imagined it. But her face was feigned with anxiety. She called over the messenger. Since no one believes in it, the lowest price for the first psychic ball will be cancelled. The messenger understood and passed the message to the woman on the stage. The woman picked up the microphone and spoke elegantly. Captain Eng said that since no one's bidding, the reserve price of 200 level 5 crystal cores will be lifted. Everyone can bid freely. Everyone was even more incredulous. Isn't this just a gamble to get the crystal cores, and they're forced to lower the price because they couldn't? If this truly was a treasure capable of unleashing supernatural powers, there's no way it would be worth a price reduction. They'd be rushing to take it back. Someone laughed again. The executives in the room had varying expressions, all of them tinged with contempt. Shani lowered his eyes, and continued to look at the documents in his hand, his expression unfathomable. Song Wenjing rested his head against his chest, looking at the supernatural orb in the field, also choosing to wait and see. I offer 100 level 3 crystal cores. Second floor. Zoji spoke. His words became the focus of the crowd. Everyone looked at this usually taciturn and conventional man. It was like watching a joke. Anyone else bidding? 100 level 3 crystal cores once. 100 level 3 crystal cores twice. 100 level 3 crystal cores 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Zoji for successfully winning the Powerball with 100 level 3 crystal cores. Haha. 100 level 3 crystal cores for a small night pearl. Not a bad deal, haha. The laughter from the audience grew louder. Now, please invite Mr. Zo to the stage to inspect the goods. Amidst the mocking gazes of countless people waiting for the show, Zoji took the stage. Chapter 363. Everyone looked at the burly man. Zoji walked steadily to the display stand, pulled 100 level 3 crystal cores from a bag, and handed them to the inspector. Then two women carefully handed the psychic orb to Zoji. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zoji opened the glass cover and took up the psychic orb. Mr. Zo is the commander of our advanced team, and a master of both wind and with psychic abilities. Then let us wait and see. May Commander Zoji unleash his psychic abilities. The female host finished her words. No one in the room cheered. Everyone stared at Zoji on the stage as if he were a clown. Zoji was deeply troubled. His life was given by Heroine. Naturally, he obeyed this new boss. But the idea that a small bead could unleash psychic abilities, he found absurd. But even if it seemed absurd, he had to obey. Even if she just wanted to tease him and make him look foolish in front of everyone. A life-saving favor is greater than heaven. Seeing that he remained silent, someone in the audience began to whisper. Zoji gave it no further thought. He concentrated on feeling the bead in his palm, his expression extremely serious. Heroine observed his performance. He held his forehead and shook his head slightly. He was still a little nervous. Ha ha. Inside, Luo Jingyu laughed heartily. How funny. I haven't seen such a ridiculous scene in ages since the apocalypse. Qin Wan had glared at the scene below. His eyes were filled with contempt. A first meeting, and already such a scene. Absurd. But this was just the right thing to do. It would sooner or later let the Alliance see that the Galaxy base was just a paper tiger with nothing but military weapons, so they could take action against them. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Zhou Ji's forehead was already covered in sweat. Facing the gazes of the thousands of people in the arena, some mocking, some watching, some scrutinizing. He remained restless for a long time. Commander Zhou seems to have failed to activate his superpowers. So we shall. The female host took charge of the situation. Zhou Ji, however, did not give up. He recalled the message sent to him by Yin An's bracelet. Calm your mind and focus. Place the superpower ball in your palm. Release your superpowers, and activate the ball until it is fully absorbed and activated. Commander Zhou, please go and rest, the woman said with a smile. Beside him, Zhou Ji suddenly erupted with immense energy. This energy was so powerful that instantly, everyone in the audience, who was closest to him was affected by it, standing up and stepping back. Thousands of people in the audience, all stared in shock at the man in the energy field on the stage. The energy ball in his hand vanished, and instead, a blue-purple lightning force erupted from his body. The female host took several steps back. Looking at Zhou Ji before her, she was speechless with shock. Zhou Ji turned his palm upward, and a surge of lightning force surged out. Thunder power. The whole audience erupted in an uproar. First floor, second floor, third floor, including the order keepers, cleaners, and inspectors surrounding the auction hall. Everyone, all stared in shock at the man on the stage who had awakened his lightning power. Not only that, Shen Yi immediately withdrew his attention and looked intently at Zhou Ji on the display stand. Qin Wanhe and the others no longer had any room for gloating. They all looked at the scene below in disbelief. After a long pause, the host finally realized her own voice. Zhou. Commander Zhou, has he awakened a lightning power? Zhou Ji stared at the lightning in his palm. He was filled with excitement. He could clearly feel the energy within him double. The powerful lightning power brought him so much energy. This power ball actually could unleash a power, and such a powerful power at that. He nodded, yes. The lightning in his palm, sensing his emotional fluctuations, grew stronger. The female host's voice was excited. Congratulations, Commander Zhou, for successfully awakening your third power, the lightning power. You become the first triple-powered user in the Alliance, the strongest. The audience. Applause roared. Too powerful. This power ball is incredible. I want to applaud too. Hurry, and bring the remaining power balls up. Cheers. Amidst the cheers, Zhou Ji's heart calmed down. He looked up at the largest and most luxurious room on the third floor. He met Yin An's eyes. Their gazes met briefly. Nothing was said, yet everything was unspoken. Like a beast that has received a favor, sincerely thanking its god. Zhou Ji's loyalty and unwavering devotion to Yin An reached a peak. Yin An simply smiled faintly. The most ordinary power orb opened up a lightning element. That was quite impressive. After Zhou Ji left the stage, the fiercest bidding began. Before the second power orb was even brought to the stage, someone had already started bidding. Most of them were high-ranking members of the Alliance, from the second and third floors, who had some power. 200 level 5 crystal cores. 250 level 5 crystal cores. 300 level 5 crystal cores. 350 level 5 crystal cores. This is several times more intense than the Zombie King's fire crystal cores just now. The reason is simple. Zhou Ji had unleashed his lightning power right in front of them all. One has a high probability of obtaining a fire power. The other has a high probability of obtaining a random power. Human nature is like that. Everyone thinks they're destined for the future. If others can do it, so can they. Everyone thinks they be the next Zhou Ji. Someone might even be even stronger than Zhou Ji. Count all the crystal cores. If you can't find one, borrow some. In the next room, Su Jinggang gave his instructions to his assistant. Everyone, please be patient. Because there are too many bidders, we've decided to auction off the remaining 2 power orbs simultaneously. The highest and second highest bidders will receive the prizes. Qin Wanhe and the others also began urgently gathering their subordinates, whispering instructions. The entire third floor of the auction hall became extremely busy. Shen Yi stared at the psychic orb on the stage, tapping his knuckles lightly on the table. Want to bid, Alliance leader? Chu Qin asked softly. Shen Yi's gaze flickered vaguely over the crowd outside, Then he lowered his gaze for a moment of contemplation before finally shaking his head. Let them have it. Yes, Alliance leader. Chu Qin withdrew. Shen Yi's peripheral vision swept over Enon. He had completely lost the mind to attend to any further matters. This galaxy base truly held many secrets, even possessing such a miraculous treasure. Chapter 364. The bidding was fierce. The bid had already reached 590 level 5 crystal cores. Mr. Su, there are no more. All the psychics have been dispatched to kill level 5 zombies. Perhaps we find a few dozen more before the auction ends. Su Jinggong's face grimaced. 600. The bidding continued in the next room. Su Jinggang knew who possessed such power without a second thought. Then I fight for second place. I let that bastard Qin Wanha take first place. Yes, Mr. Su. So, Su Jinggang stopped bidding. Everyone on the floor was focused on the developments on the third floor. 600 level 5 crystal cores far exceeded the assets of most of them. Level 5 zombies weren't plentiful at the moment, and not only that, they were incredibly difficult to kill. It took several psychics working together to kill a single level 5 zombie. Everyone. Qin Wanha sat up straight, a rare, kind smile on his face. He glanced around at everyone in the room, his tone polite and respectful. I might owe you a favor this time. No one in the room was stupid. Hearing this, they knew Qin Wanha was asking them to borrow a crystal core. The Southern Alliance was originally a coalition of bases large and small. Although it had become a single entity, the consuls, leaders, and vice-leaders, these former base leaders, still managed their respective personnel. Shen Yi did not ask them to surrender any power or manpower. This was one of the reasons these large bases were willing to join the Southern Alliance. They could maintain their power while enjoying the protection of such a large alliance. In this apocalypse, with zombies everywhere and resources scarce, people could only survive longer if they banded together. But naturally, under this model, each organization's assets, crystal cores, and supplies varied significantly. For example, powerful organizations like Qin Wanha, with their large numbers and widespread influence, had the upper hand in resources. On the other hand, some honest, non-competitive organizations were resource scarce, and often even had to seek assistance from the Alliance. Haha, since President Qin asked, of course we have to help. Luo Jingyu spoke first. No problem. The others naturally agreed. After all, with Qin Wanha's strength, he wasn't so strong as to be unable to repay the crystal cores. They still had to give him face. The men beside Qin Wanha went to the other 4 leaders one by one to register their information. Soon, the messenger spoke toward the display stand below. 600 level 5 crystal cores, take both. For a moment, everyone was stunned. 1200 level 5 crystal cores. What a powerful force. Su Jinggang, who was sitting next to him, was almost green in the face. 610. 650, I want both. 660. Enon held his forehead against his chest as he watched the spectacular bidding show. He felt amused. He had to feign seriousness and reluctance on his face. A few minutes later, Su Jinggang had just lost. Qin Wanha won 2 energy balls at the high price of 750 level 5 crystal cores. Thus, the auction concluded. Everyone began to leave in an orderly manner. Qin Wanha's gaze on Enon was now devoid of contempt. Captain Enon, thank you very much for the energy balls. If I find a good energy, I will give you a thank you gift. Without stopping, he quickly headed downstairs. Clearly, he was anxious to get the energy balls. Enon shook his head in grief. Oh, such precious energy balls, and losing 3 of them this time. It's truly heartbreaking. The sound was loud enough for many people nearby to hear. Fu Sun grasped her slender frame to protect it from the dense crowd. He remained impassive, watching her realistically acted expression. Captain Enon, Captain Enon! A middle-aged man's anxious voice rang out. Enon turned and saw a well-dressed, somewhat haggard, middle-aged man in the crowd, running toward her against the flow. What's going on? I'm Su Jinggang, the chief consul of the Alliance. I'd like to ask you to sell me another psychic orb. My eldest son desperately needs it. He looked sincere and genuine, clearly needing it. Enon was about to speak. As if afraid Enon would refuse, he rushed to say, I can also give you 750 level 5 crystal cores, but I don't have that many right now. 738 is the most I can muster. When you leave, give me another half hour, and I have my men hurry up and gather them. Enon's peripheral vision caught sight of Shen Yi and his group approaching from behind. His acting skills were on full display. Her face was agonizing, as painful as it could be. Mr. Su, it's not that I'm unwilling to part with this treasure, but I don't have many of these treasures at Galaxy Base. Giving you 3 this time is already my greatest show of sincerity to your alliance. I truly can't afford more. What about the 1000 level 5 crystal cores? Su Jinggang said anxiously, I just need credit. I promised to gather them all for you within a week. Shen Yi gradually approached. Yinan met his gaze with an embarrassed expression. Alliance leader Shen, look. This. Shen Yi was naturally very familiar with Su Jingdong's situation. The Su family and the Shen family are old friends. Although Su Jinggang was dismissed from the position of deputy leader in a fair and impartial manner some time ago, Shen Yi still took good care of Su Jinggang. 1000 level 5 crystal cores. I fill any gaps. Shen Yi looked at Yinan, his tone softer. If Captain Yin is willing to part with them, we'd be extremely grateful. If not, we won't force you. Ask someone for a favor, and the attitude is still the same. No matter how much he disliked her dissolute behavior, he now treated her with deep respect. Yinan raised a brow slightly, as if in great embarrassment. Okay, for Captain Shen's sake She then shook her head with a look of deep sorrow. No, this energy orb is too precious. I have to keep it for the people in my base. Su Jingdong's heart instantly sank. He felt a bit depressed. Shen Yi said nothing more, and was about to leave. Yinan suddenly tugged at the corner of his sleeve. Shen Yi paused and turned to look at the woman before him, who was only beautiful. Alliance leader Shen. She looked at him intently, as if she had made up her mind. Those fox eyes were as sincere as they could be. Shen Yi's eyes dimmed slightly. Those clear eyes were clearer than any he had ever seen. Such clear eyes made her small face look particularly innocent. I think you'd be a very good alliance leader. As if unexpectedly, Yinan would say this. Shen Yi turned to look at her, listening intently. I came to the Southern Alliance today, and found it so well developed. Not only that, but everyone is so friendly. I believe such an alliance cannot do without a great alliance leader. Shen Yi's expression changed several times, as if he was completely captivated by Yinan's words. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. She praised him as great? Although I'm reluctant to part with the power ball, I believe the Southern Alliance will continue to grow stronger under the leadership of such a great leader. Yinan extended his hand toward Fu Sun. For the first time in his life, Fu Sun was thankful for his expressionless nature. That allowed him to maintain a stern expression at this moment. A power ball appeared in his palm, and he handed it to Yinan. Yinan held the power ball carefully, fearing it would drop or dent it. She looked at Shen Yi and said with a cadence, I believe that through our cooperation, we will soon be able to defeat the zombies and rebuild humanity's home. So, Leader Shen, I'm giving up this power ball once again. With that, he handed it over. Su Jinggang, whose heart had been utterly broken, suddenly felt rekindled, and he rushed over almost instantly. He trembled with excitement at the power ball in Yinan's hand. Okay. After more than 10 seconds, Shen Yi finally spoke. Arrange 1000 level 5 crystal cores for Captain Yin. Yes, Captain. Chu Qin, standing by, quickly left. Su Jinggang carefully took the power ball, tears welling in his aged eyes. Let's go. It's getting late. I've arranged dinner for everyone. Shen Yi looked at Yinan and the others. Unlike his initial coldness, his attitude towards the people at Galaxy Base was much warmer. They all headed downstairs. Just as they reached the first floor, Qin Wanha's angry voice echoed from behind. Captain, stop. This woman is a liar. Chapter 365. Who are you calling a liar? Yinan feigned fury. You're not a liar, so tell me why neither of my 2 power balls can unlock their powers. Qin Wanha was so angry he stumbled and nearly fell down the hallway. He shook off the hands of several men trying to support him, and sprinted down the stairs. He clutched the 2 power balls in his hands, his face etched with rage. Liar, give me back my crystal cores. Seeing this scene before him, Su Jingdong's heart sank. What do you mean, her power ball can't produce a power? Yes, I originally wanted to use one for myself and leave one for my daughter, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't gain a power. Qin Wanha said, spreading his hands, the 2 power balls resting quietly in his palms. I couldn't give up, so I tried another one, but still no reaction. A man behind Qin Wanha chimed in. Yeah, they said there was a 95% chance. How could they not produce 2 in a row? There's clearly something wrong with this power ball. Shen Yi stood aside, watching everything unfold. His eyes grew cold. Fu Sun stepped forward, protecting Yinan behind him. His powerful aura was incredibly oppressive, and his voice was deep and cold. Reflect on your bad luck. If you continue to slander us, don't blame us for being rude. Qin Wanha, Overwhelmed by Fu Sun's presence, subdued his arrogance somewhat, but his tone remained fierce. This isn't over yet. Call the appraiser from the auction hall. I reasonably suspect only the first psychic orb is genuine. Su Jinggang was now scrambling with anxiety. His entire inventory of crystal cores, only to be rewarded with a fake? Consul Su, why are you panicking? Why not call your son over to inspect the goods? I believe not all of them are nefarious. An's unwavering demeanor, a man who had done nothing wrong, and was not afraid of ghosts knocking on his door, reassured Su Jinggang. He immediately picked up the intercom and contacted someone. Su Jinggang and Qin Wanhe simultaneously called for help. Inan and the others could only wait. Soon, the appraisers from upstairs hurried down. Seeing the grand ceremony, with even Alliance leader Shani present, they immediately grew nervous. Tell me, did you accept bribes from this woman and lie about the quality of the items? The man behind Qin Wanhe demanded sharply. We didn't. We thoroughly inspected them. In terms of material, hardness, light sensitivity, temperature, and so on, the three esoteric orbs are identical. The appraiser handed over the appraisal report in panic. Qin Wanhe took one look and fell to the ground. You're useless. You can't even tell if they're fake? Get out and feed them to the zombies. Qin Wanhe. Shen Yi's voice rang out. Qin Wanhe subsided. Yes. The leader is still here. This is the Alliance headquarters, not his B2 city. This isn't a place where he can just feed anyone to the zombies. Let's wait until Suyu arrives. Yes, leader. Qin Wanhe suppressed his anger. There was no rush to deal with this later. Soon, a very thin, pale man entered, surrounded by a crowd. Although his features were well proportioned and he was tall, he was clearly suffering from chronic malnutrition and was frail, like a sickly sickling. Even wrapped in a thick cotton coat, he looked as if he would collapse at the slightest breeze. Come on, try this power ball. Su Jingdong's eyes filled with affection upon seeing his son. The man named Suyu looked completely uninterested. He didn't even glance at the power ball. No. Be good, don't get so mad. Su Jinggang tried to persuade him, picking up the power ball and walking towards Suyu. Here, hold it. I said no. Unable to dodge, Suyu picked up the power ball and was about to throw it. The next second, a wave of energy swept through it, and the power ball vanished. Inan curled his lips and smiled slightly. Those with powers need to use energy to activate their power balls, while those without powers can activate them simply by touching them. Not only were the Su father and son stunned, Qin Wanhe was even more stunned. Did you activate your power? Su Jinggang said excitedly. And Suyu was no longer as self-deprecating as he had been at the beginning. He stretched out his thin, vein-riddled hand, and a stream of water gushed from his palm. It's a water power. Great. My son has a power. Su Jinggang excitedly hugged Suyu and patted his shoulder, his face filled with excitement. After all this hard work, it's finally over. It's finally over. Some were happy, others were sad. The happier the Su family was, the more embarrassed Qin Wanhe was. You're calling me a liar? Inan folded his arms and looked at Qin Wanhe, confidently saying, You blame Lu Booping for your own mistakes. Apologize. Qin Wanhe looked coldly at the young woman before him. If you do something wrong, apologize. Don't bring shame to the Alliance. After Shani said this, Qin Wanhe's face darkened. I'm sorry, Miss Ian, I was too arbitrary. Qin Wanhe's tone was as cold as it could be. It didn't sound like an apology, more like a death sentence. Inan didn't argue with him, and turned to leave. Was it her who activated my superpower? Suyu murmured, watching Inan pass by him. Yes, go thank Captain Ian. Su Jinggang patted his son's shoulder. Rarely, Suyu didn't disobey him. He chased after Inan. Here, Captain Ian. Hearing the man's clear voice, Inan stopped and looked at him. Thank you. Suyu was as obedient as could be. You're welcome. Inan smiled. She had collected 1,000 level 5 crystal cores, enough to upgrade 50 level 5 superpowers to level 6. It was just a 10,000 point superpower orb. No matter how you looked at it, she made a killing. Dazzled by her smile, Suyu was stunned. Fu Sun, fully aware of the meaning of his look, frowned slightly and continued walking, pulling Inan forward. Wait a moment. Qin Wanhe spoke again. Inan looked at him. I need to buy 2 more energy balls. Inan chuckled sarcastically. What makes you think I sell them to you? Then why did you sell them to Su Jinggang? He offered 1,000. I offer 1,000 too. No. Inan turned and continued walking. 2,000. Qin Wanhe gritted his teeth. For a moment, everyone looked at him in shock. including his subordinates behind him. 2,000 level 5 crystal cores. They don't have them. Exchange them for an equivalent amount of supplies, and I can send someone to deliver them to the galaxy base today. Looking at the nearly frantic Qin Wanhe before him, Inan knew he had fallen prey to a competitive and paranoid mentality. Just like a gambler who keeps losing, even if they lose everything, they keep betting. It's because they can't accept the fact they keep losing that they choose to continue gambling. This can develop into obsession, stubbornness, even madness. For example, Qin Wanhe was willing to pay a premium for her psychic orb. Not to mention her psychic orb success rate, as she described it. This only intensified Qin Wanhe's gambling mentality. Okay, then, please have Alliance leader Shen witness it, to prevent Mr. Qin from going back on his word. I, Qin Wanhe, always keep my word. I won't tarnish the Qin family's reputation for these supplies. Upon hearing this, Inan knew Qin Wanhe was quite capable in terms of supplies. Wang Kai and the others immediately connected with Qin Wanhe's men. They quickly negotiated the weight, quantity, and type of supplies. Finally, the deal was finalized. Qin Wanhe began using the intercom to contact people for loading. Inan, on the other hand, contacted Lu Qi and his team to pick up the goods. Lu Qi and his team were currently at the junction of the Galaxy Base and the Southern Alliance and would arrive soon. Then, Base Commander Inan, can you give me my 2 energy balls? Of course. Inan looked at Fu Sun. 2 energy balls appeared in Fu Sun's palm, and he handed them over. Wait, let's inspect the goods first. Qin Wanhe was extremely cautious. 2 inspectors quickly came forward. They carefully examined the goods. After more than 10 minutes, all the inspections were passed. Qin Wanhe took the 2 energy balls. Even with his strong mental fortitude, he felt a little nervous at this moment. This was a treasure purchased at a huge expense. It had cost him a lot of resources. He swallowed, nervously sensing the energy orbs. The first one, no reaction. He picked up the second one with trembling hands. Still no reaction. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Qin Wanhe was now anxious and angry. There's definitely something wrong with this. He looked at Shen Yi, Alliance leader. There's definitely something wrong with these energy orbs. His hands trembled as he spoke, and he could barely hold the 2 priceless energy orbs. Inan's expression remained calm, and he simply smiled at Qin Wanhe. You're so dark. I declare you the biggest dark person in the world. You? Qin Wanhe raged. Inan interrupted him. Don't be too nervous when activating the energy orbs. Perhaps you're too nervous. As soon as she said this, Qin Wanhe's anger subsided considerably. Yes, Zhou Ji didn't succeed so quickly when he was on stage. He would definitely be able to do it if he stayed calm. Thinking of this, Qin Wanhe took a few deep breaths and focused on the energy ball in his palm. Release your energy. Inan instructed him attentively. Qin Wanhe quickly released his energy. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Still no reaction. Qin Wanhe switched to another energy ball and repeated the same procedure. 5 minutes passed. Still no reaction. His eyes were now red, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. He glared at Inan with a murderous look. You liar. I, Qin Wanhe, will not let you off today. Leader Shen. Inan walked toward Shen Yi. She was agitated, like a wrongdoer. Your subordinate is so wicked. He's trying to smear me. You must seek justice for me. Shen Yi glanced at Inan, then at Qin Wanhe, who was nearly mad with rage. His amber eyes beneath his glasses grew colder. If it's really a 95% probability as you say, this situation shouldn't be happening. Even if you didn't give me a fake, you lied about the probability. Inan raised her hand and swore, I didn't. She took a psychic orb from Qin Wanhe's hand and placed it in Shen Yi's. Master Shen, take a look yourself. My psychic orb has an extremely high probability. There's absolutely no chance of it going wrong. The ability to swap positions silently activated, and the real psychic orb within the space silently replaced the fake copy. Shen Yi stared at the faintly glowing psychic orb in his palm. He activated his energy. The next second, the psychic power vanished. A powerful burst of energy erupted. At the same time, a burst of icy energy emanated from Shen Yi. Everyone was stunned. Even Shen Yi himself was momentarily stunned. Qin Wanhe was the only one with the most grimaced expression. He was on the verge of collapse. Why is this happening? Why on earth is this happening? The man beside him probed, Mr. Qin, let me give it a try. Before Qin Wanhe could react, the man had already taken the power orb. And before he could even stop him, he had successfully activated his power. What power? This was naturally the result of Inan's positional shift. She feigned surprise. Qin Wanhe, you didn't activate the power orb because you used the wrong method, and you're blaming me. How shameless. No one believed Qin Wanhe anymore. He couldn't activate 2 power orbs, but someone else did. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was entirely his fault. Qin Wanhe didn't have time to mourn the loss of the 2 power orbs. He turned and picked up the 2 discarded orbs. He cradled them like treasures. Ignoring him, Shen led Yinan and the others away. Su Jing had just had enough of the show. Seeing his old enemy embarrassed himself filled him with joy. He was about to call Su Yu to leave with him, but he realized the boy was gone. Uncle Su, the young master, has already left. Su Jing looked towards the place where Yinan and the others had left. His unworthy son was now happily following the beautiful base commander. What a disgrace. Su Jing hurried after him. And Qin Wanhe, who was left standing, was now completely humiliated. He tightened the 2 energy balls in his arms, and was about to leave, when he was stopped in his tracks by the excited laughter of his subordinates. Turning around, he kicked the man to the ground and shouted, 2,000 level 5 crystal cores. Find a way to supply me with them within a month. The man no longer had the joy of activating his wood-type energy. He knelt on the ground, timidly saying, Yes, President Qin. Chapter 366. Yinan and the others made their way to the Southern Alliance headquarters. There were 3 buildings in total, the center one being particularly grand. Before the apocalypse, these 3 buildings were luxurious business buildings owned by the Shen Group. After a minor renovation, they became the Southern Alliance headquarters. The second floor housed a high-end dining hall, gorgeous chandeliers, and European-style mahogany tables. The luxury was unbelievable for the apocalypse. The dining hall contained several private rooms, the largest of which could accommodate several hundred people. A dozen maids came and went carrying drinks and dishes. Jean Rui, walking behind the group, muttered, Thanks to Base Commander Yin, we can finally have a good meal today. That's right. After the recent incident with the supernatural ball, they had already developed a certain level of respect for this seemingly beautiful female base commander. Yinan understood the meaning behind their words, and realized that not every meal could be so extravagant. But when he saw the food on the table, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables. The vegetables were a bit wilted, clearly not fresh. A plate of roast chicken. The portion was very small, probably only half a chicken. A plate of roast potatoes. Judging by the color of the potatoes, they might have been mixed with lard. Other than that, there were some dry food and foods with preservatives. It was far inferior to what she had at her base. But to have this level of quality in the apocalypse was quite rare. The Southern Alliance members swallowed their saliva after taking their seats, their eyes blazing as they gazed at the dishes. Wang Kai and the others were less than enthusiastic, but they hadn't forgotten Yin An's instructions earlier in the morning, and they all pretended to be extremely excited. Let's eat. Following Shen Yi's words, everyone quickly grabbed their food, fearing that if they were even a little slow, there would be nothing left. He no longer looked like someone in a high position of power. 2 years after the apocalypse, even the proudest lost their reserve when it came to food. By the way, Alliance leader. Su Jinggang put down his chopsticks, looking preoccupied. The day after tomorrow is the Deputy Alliance Leader Evaluation meeting, and I'd like to recommend someone to you. Hearing this, Qin Wanhe's face darkened. After the recent incident with the psychic ball, he was already in a very bad mood. After hearing Su Jinggang's words, he couldn't even eat. Zhou Ji? Unexpectedly, Shen Yi had guessed right. Su Jinggang nodded quickly. Yes, I've watched Zhou Ji grow up. He's always been upright and loyal. Some time ago, he said, a look of guilt on his face. It was my poor decision that cost him an entire group of brothers. After he came back, he was depressed for several days, and only recently has he regrouped. Shen Yi interrupted coldly. No need to elaborate. As the base's first triple-strength Esper, Zhou Ji is naturally qualified to run for election. Now it was Qin Wanhe's turn to feel threatened. Zhou Ji was Su Jinggang's man. If he became vice leader, he'd be the first to be dealt with. But before he could say anything, Shen Yi was called away by the intercom. With him gone, everyone relaxed a lot, and more people started chatting. A few days ago, I ran into someone who used to be quite a big shot in a small supermarket in City Z. Can you guess who it was? At the next table, a consul spoke excitedly. His voice was low, but everyone present had an Esper. Many people heard it. Who is it? The once famous figure, Master Kanchan of Buddha Temple. Oh, the fortune teller. He's more than just a fortune teller. He's said to be able to see destiny. Back then, many CEOs and celebrities struggled to meet him, and he refused to see anyone who came to him for a fortune teller. Only a few lucky souls, who waited patiently in the temple for several days, could see him, and he only revealed 3 words at most. "Pa, I think he's a liar. If he's so powerful, how could he not predict a zombie outbreak and the end of the world? I don't know. When they found him, he was nearly starving to death, barely surviving by eating feces and drinking urine. Unfortunately, his mind was a bit off, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Fuck, stop talking. It's disgusting. Okay, let's not talk about this. I take him back. He's regained some consciousness in the past 2 days. I think you're also sick. Why give food to a charlatan when there are so many other people?" Qin Wanhe put down his chopsticks and turned to the man. "Zhang Min, where's that man? Ask him to tell me where he is." I didn't expect Qin Wanhe to be interested in this. The man named Zhang Min was stunned for a moment, then politely said, "Okay, Mr. Qin, I arranged for someone to bring him here right away." Soon, a haggard man with disheveled hair and tattered clothes was brought in. Qin Wanhe stopped eating. He led the man to the next room. The man was clearly still a little confused, mumbling something. Qin Wanhe looked at Master Kong Chan like this, and shook his head sarcastically. "I drove over 1,000 kilometers to see you, waited at the Buddha temple for half a month, and even brought 10 million in cash, but you refused to see me. And now you become like this." Kong Chan continued to mutter, head bowed. Qin Wanhe lost his patience, and sat down in the seat behind him, glaring coldly at the man before him. "Kong Chan, tell me your fortune now. If you do, I let you go. Otherwise, in the Southern Alliance, it's easy for me, Qin Wanhe, to take anyone's life." His tone was stern and cruel, and Kong Chan reacted somewhat. He raised his grubby, thin face, and stared blankly at the lofty Qin Wanhe in the seat. Then he jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. "Ghost! Ghost!" Qin Wanhe's face darkened. "He's fucking crazy." He picked up a nearby chair and threw it at Kong Chan. Bang! The wooden chair shattered. A streak of blood appeared on Kong Chan's forehead. He curled up in the corner, trembling. As if the blow had brought some of his consciousness back, his gaze towards Qin Wanhe gradually cleared. Qin Wanhe approached him and said, "Tell me everything about my fate and my daughter's fate." In the next room, Zhang Ming was puzzled. "Why is Mr. Qin so into superstition?" Li Nan smiled. "I know Mr. Qin. He's not just a believer in this." "Really?" "Yes, when I was working with him on a project, no matter how big or small, he would always get a fortune teller beforehand. He even invited all the famous fortune tellers to his house. And now?" Kong Chan looked at Qin Wanhe's eyes, which were a little crazed under the light. But he shook his head. He clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and muttered, "Donor, you are destined for misfortune. One day, your family will be destroyed." Qin Wanhe's face paled, and he became extremely angry. He kicked Kong Chan hard. He kicked the door so hard it broke down that Kong Chan flew out. "What's going on? Master Qin, calm down, calm down. Oh my god, Master Kong Chan, are you okay?" Everyone surrounded Qin Wanhe. Zhang Min ran towards Kong Chan. He was superstitious too. He still wanted to save Kong Chan's life. But Kong Chan's face turned black after being kicked by Qin Wanhe, who possessed the power of the Force. He spat out blood and half collapsed on the ground. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after being helped up by Zhang Min. His hazy eyes pierced the crowd as he looked at the furious Qin Wanhe. He continued stubbornly, "And all your evil deeds begin today. I kill you." Qin Wanhe drew his sword and charged. Chapter 367. A wall of earth appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Ming said urgently, "Boss Qin, let's just forget about it. He's just a lunatic." Others tried to dissuade him. "Yeah, why bother with a lunatic? Yeah, forget it, Boss Qin. This is the Alliance headquarters. It's not good to dirty the floor." Amidst the chorus of dissuasion, Qin Wanhe regained his composure. "I'm going to kill him, but not here." The man behind him tactfully summoned several psychics. The psychics dragged the half-dead Kong Chan out. Kong Chan tried to break free, but he was severely injured, and being dragged along rendered him completely powerless. After this incident, everyone lost interest in lingering and headed out. Enan walked last, brushing past the dragged Kong Chan. The moment he saw Enan, Kong Chan, who had previously given up and looked hopeless, suddenly became agitated and struggled vigorously. The gang, however, began to punch and kick him. Noticing this detail, Enan looked towards Kong Chan. "Attention, the Alliance is invading with a large number of zombies. Attention, the Alliance is invading with a large number of zombies." An emergency alarm suddenly blared in the building. At the same time, emergency alarms blared from intercoms on various higher levels. Quick, go down and see what's going on. Everyone rushed downstairs. Enan looked at Wang Kai and the others. Let's go back to base. Yes, base commander. What does the Southern Alliance experiencing a massive zombie invasion have to do with their galaxy base? The most important thing was to evacuate quickly to avoid being affected. Enan and the others quickly rushed down, unaware that the zombies had already blocked the main entrance. Wang Kai and the others led the way, and the others charged out. Get to the safety platform. Fu Sun pulled Enan toward the elevated platform to the side. After the apocalypse, many bases would have similar safety platforms within them. These platforms were several meters high, with stairs leading up to them. This allowed them to quickly gain a high ground advantage during a large zombie invasion, making it easier to deal with the zombies. Before they reached the safety platform, Enan sensed a dangerous aura amidst the chaotic crowd and swarm of zombies. Then came the sound of something piercing the air. She turned back warily, as a potion shot straight at her. This potion was exactly the same as the one found in the cave a few days ago. Fu Sun, naturally, noticed it, and immediately shielded Enan behind him. The potion, naturally, could not harm Enan at all, and fell into her space. The men were clearly stunned, caught off guard by the sudden disappearance of the potion. But they reacted quickly, raising their guns and firing at Enan and the others. Fu Sun, drawing his gun, charged forward. With swift, accurate, and ruthless movement, he shot one man in the head, killing him. Wang Kai and the others also rushed forward. Amid the chaos, Enan keenly noticed a faint flash of red light on the collar of the last of the dozen or so men. She immediately whispered to Fu Sun that last man might have surveillance equipment on him. Fu Sun quickly rushed over. What are you doing? A large group of superpowered individuals rushed over. Also charging were Qin Wanhe and Luo Jingyu, the two leaders. The crowd covered the man's figure. A dozen zombies also rushed over. Fu Sun quickly killed the two zombies that came his way and captured the man. A search revealed nothing. You, the Galaxy base, are actually killing Alliance members. Qin Wanhe shouted angrily. Even on the other side, Kong Chan, who had escaped during the chaos, was hiding in a small, dilapidated house. He slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Outside, the roars of the zombies and the chaotic sounds of the crowd were extremely terrifying. Kong Chan leaned against the wall, trying to stand. Bang! The door flung open, and a fleeing woman rushed in. Her hair was disheveled, her face filthy and indistinct. Her clothes were tattered, like a patchwork jacket scavenged from a pile of corpses. A foul odor emanated from her from time to time. Such a person would be at the bottom of the social ladder in any division of the Alliance. The woman had obviously noticed Kong Chan as well. But she suddenly became excited. It's you, Master Kong Chan, who can see through fate. Kong Chan said nothing, merely clasping his hands together, his eyes downcast, and trembling as he tried to leave. The woman had already stalked closer, gripping his shoulders tightly. The force was so strong it hurt. He heard the woman's frantic voice. Quick, take my life and calculate when I can succeed. Kong Chan instinctively resisted the uncomfortable feeling. He kept his head down, trying to break free from the woman's hands, and spat out another mouthful of blood. The door of the hut was pounding frantically by the zombies, as if it would burst open at any moment. Kong Chan lowered his head, unwilling to speak. The number of people looking for him was countless even before the apocalypse. Most of them were incompetent and unethical, vain scoundrels, who just wanted to reap the benefits without any effort. He had seen too many of these people. Speak! Kong Chan looked at the woman before him. Meeting her frantic eyes, he was suddenly stunned for a moment. The woman smiled at this. You see my uniqueness, don't you? The smile grew increasingly insane. Kong Chan simply said softly, Please clean your face. The woman immediately grabbed an ice cube from the ground and wiped it across her face. The ice cube released water, removing the dirt and revealing a rather pretty face. It was a slightly weathered face, even covered in countless scars, a hideous, ferocious expression. Kong Chan turned and ran, as if he had seen a monster. But before he could take a few steps, the ice cube the woman was holding hit him on the back of the head, sending him crashing to the ground. The woman clearly possessed supernatural powers, her strength several times greater than Kong Chan's. She grabbed him tightly by the collar, her tone sinister. Why are you running, Baldy? Kong Chan's face paled, and his body trembled slightly. I told you to speak. The woman shook Kong Chan's neck frantically, her eyes growing increasingly ferocious. Kong Chan clasped his hands together, his gaze filled with increasing disgust, like a snake or scorpion, avoiding him. You're destined not to get what you want. What doesn't belong to you will never belong to you. Slap. The woman, furious, slapped him. Chapter 368. Not only that, she grabbed a piece of ice from the ground and threw it at Kong Chan. Liar, I beat you to death. You're a liar, a bastard master, a fraud. After a flurry of punches and kicks, she grabbed Kong Chan by the collar. Her crazed eyes reflected Kong Chan's battered and bruised appearance. The woman's eyes hardened, and she asked, word by word, in a low voice, "Tell me, why?" Kong Chan half opened her bloodshot eyes and looked at the woman before her. What a pity. What a pity. The woman's brows furrowed, her grip on her collar tightening. Explain it to me, or I make you want to die. 2 years ago, I calculated that there might be changes in this world, unusual natural phenomena, perhaps. Miraculous events beyond the realm of physics. The woman's eyes gradually brightened. You're quite capable. Kong Chan closed her eyes and continued, but within a few days, everything returned to normal. The tragic outcome of the change was sealed in that moment. The woman tilted her head slightly, looking at the man with suspicion and cruelty. Change's tragic outcome? Kong Chan opened his eyes and fixed the woman before him. It's you who are destined to fail. On the other side, under the command of Shen-Yi, who had returned, the Southern Alliance gradually diverted the zombie tide. Only scattered zombies and a devastated landscape remained. The blood of countless zombie corpses and psychic beings stained the snow red, casting a deep crimson streak across the vast white world. Contain them. After the devastation, the crowd began clearing the bodies and repairing the buildings. At Qin Wanha's command, a large number of psychics charged towards Enan and the others. You dare come over here and try. Wang Kai and the others immediately formed a circle around Enan. Fu Sun stood before them, knife in hand, facing the large group of psychics with a cold expression. Are you going to start a war? The psychics all stopped in their tracks. They looked hesitantly at Qin Wanha. Seeing their reaction, Qin Wanha shouted coldly, What are you standing there for? These people killed members of our alliance. This is absolutely intolerable. Capture them. Really? Enan raised his voice and looked at Qin Wanha, unfazed. His tone was calm and resolute. Are these people from the Southern Alliance? Of course. How do you prove it? Qin Wanha's brows furrowed, as if he had heard something amusing. If they're in the Southern Alliance, they must be from it. Do we need to prove it to an outsider like you? At this point, the bodies in the surrounding area had been largely cleared, and most of the higher-ups had emerged from the buildings where they had taken refuge. They gathered and watched the confrontation between the two sides. Then let me ask you, Qin Wanha, which consul in the Alliance do these people belong to? Of course they're mine. Okay. Enan practically clapped her hands. She stepped forward, leaping over Wang Kai and the others, and looked around at the people around her. Listen up. Qin Wanha from the Southern Alliance has colluded with outsiders to attack the commander of the Galaxy Base, attempting to undermine the cooperative relationship between the Southern Alliance and the Galaxy Base. At this moment, not only Qin Wanha, but everyone around them was shocked. Does she know what she's saying? Bullshit. Catch her. Fu Sun swung his sword, unleashing a wave of lightning, carving a deep gully in the snow beneath his feet. Let's see who dares to come. A bold psychic rushed forward, only to be beaten back howling. For a moment, no one dared to advance. Not far away, Shen-Yi, having finished handling an emergency, heard his subordinates report and approached. Enan pushed Wang Kai and the others aside and walked forward. Looking at the bodies of the dozen or so men who had just died, she searched and found a broken ammunition gun. She held the gun in half aloft and said in a resounding voice, This half of the ammunition gun is the best evidence. Seeing the broken ammunition gun, Qin Wanha's face paled. In the chaos of the situation, he had only had time to remove the surveillance camera, but he had forgotten they still had this ammunition gun. The high-ranking officials around them exchanged bewilderment, their conversation continuing. What kind of gun is this? I'd never seen one before. Perhaps she's telling the truth? How could that be? Qin Wanha holds a high position of power in the Alliance. He wouldn't be so desperate as to oppose it. Just then, Shen-Yi entered the crowd. He glanced around, his gaze finally landing on Enan. What's going on? Alliance leader, Qin Wanha said immediately. Enan interrupted. Someone in your base is being restless and playing tricks behind your back, Alliance leader Shen. The woman's voice was already shrill, and now she deliberately raised it, almost drowning out Qin Wanha's voice. Enan picked up the remaining fragment of the gun and tossed it to Shen-Yi. See for yourself. Shen-Yi took the fragment and, at a glance, recognized it as not belonging to their alliance. Alliance leader, I think someone with ulterior motives may have infiltrated my district. Seeing the situation was not looking right, Qin Wanhe immediately changed his tone. Oh, that's not what you just said. You said you were going to capture us. Inan, hands behind his back, insisted, and this zombie wave was also orchestrated by you. Qin Wanhe looked at Inan with a furious expression, nearly swearing. He hadn't even had a chance to accuse her, and she was already biting back? Words are worthless. Qin Wanhe, understand. If someone wanted to kill you, I send dozens of bombers right now, not argue with you here. Inan said, taking a few steps towards Qin Wanhe and staring him straight in the face. An overwhelming sense of pressure. Do you understand? Captain Ian, please leave first. The Alliance has some matters to attend to. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi didn't even suspect or blame him. He simply told him to leave. Qin Wanhe's expression was noticeably grim. Of course I understand. I just wanted to ask the leader for someone. Who? The crazy fortune teller Kong Chan. Just a person without special abilities. Captain Ian, please take him. Qin Wanhe's expression darkened even more. He walked toward Shen Yi leader. Come with me. Seeing Shen Yi's lack of respect, Qin Wanhe seemed to sense something and followed without saying anything. Captain Ian, please follow me. Chu Qin led Inan and the others toward a place. I take you to find Kong Chan, but he's not doing well right now. He might not live long. Was he bitten by a zombie? No, we just found him being tortured in the hut. He'd been stabbed multiple times. He was barely alive. Inan's expression grew serious. Is he one of Qin Wanhe's men? No. It was a crazy woman from City B1. As Chu Qin spoke, he seemed to open up. That woman's name is Lu Qingqing. A person with dual powers of strength and power is a rare talent. But she constantly tried to seduce the Alliance leader, so he sent her to City B1. It's said that after failing to seduce Dr. Duan in B1, she tried to seduce Dr. Duan's biological father, Vice Alliance leader Duan. She was severely beaten and scratched by Vice Alliance leader Duan's wife, and then sent to the utility department to make a living by cleaning garbage. Madame Duan is a ruthless character. She insisted on humiliating her, sending people to beat her up every now and then. She was denied food and water, and had to eat only garbage. Now she's half crazy. As they spoke, the group had already reached the door of the cabin. Chu Tan looked at Inan. It's said that she keeps muttering about the heroine. We don't know what she's mumbling about, but she's completely crazy. The door opened. In a pool of blood, the wounded Kong Chan lay, her life or death uncertain. Chapter 369. Thank you. Inan entered alone and closed the door. Inan knew that if Kong Chan hadn't said something that offended Lu Qingqing, she wouldn't have wanted to kill him. If he truly had some ability, he'd naturally be able to figure out some secrets. But she didn't want to tell anyone the secret of her rebirth. Not even Fu Sun and the others. Rather than burdening them with such a counterintuitive situation, it was better to say nothing. Walking towards the man on the ground, whose life or death was uncertain, Inan unleashed his healing power. Feeling the gentle, powerful energy, the man in the pool of blood opened his eyes slightly. When he saw Inan, his eyes widened and he struggled to get up. But with that tug, the wounds that had already healed were torn open again. Don't move if you don't want to die, Inan said softly. Kong Chan immediately stopped moving, but her eyes remained fixed on Inan in shock, her lips moving. Finally, I see you. Hearing him speak like this, Inan knew he might truly be able to see through fate. She squatted down and said, Tell me everything you know. Kong Chan seemed incredibly excited, and after a long pause, her voice calmed. I was born in the Buddha temple. Since childhood, I've been able to see things invisible to ordinary people. My master said I was gifted, born with wisdom, and he entrusted all his life's learning to me. Though his words were labored, thanks to Ian and subtle healing abilities, he had noticeably recovered. In March 2034, I predicted a catastrophe for humanity. This catastrophe would be so devastating that it would lead to the complete extinction of humanity. I reported it to the local public security bureau that night, but they all said I was crazy. No one believed me, Kong Chan said, taking a few deep breaths, her eyes hazy as if she were trying to recall something. Then I tried again, but still no one believed me, so I gave up. I asked the temple staff to stock up on some food. After all, this calamity wasn't necessarily unsolvable. Inan asked how? Kong Chan looked at her, her once lifeless, pale face brimming with life. The key to a breakthrough lies in you, the one destined for you. Inan lowered his eyes. He remained silent. Indeed, If Lu Qingqing had somehow become the protagonist of the supporting actress's comeback, she herself was the heroine of the original world. As the heroine, she naturally had some of the aura of a heroine. She also naturally shouldered some important missions. But all of this seemed so vague and distant to her. It felt as unreal as a dream. Kong Chan's voice continued, later, I calculated that the heavens were changing, the sun and moon were reversing, and I feared a doomed situation. Fortunately, within a few days, everything was back on track. Furthermore, the destiny of the Chosen One was even greater than before. Enan remained silent. That was her rebirth with the system. She looked at Kong Chan. So how do I crack this and kill all the zombies? Hearing Enan's words, Kong Chan shook her head slightly. It's far more complicated than that. The catastrophe hasn't truly arrived yet. Enan's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Kong Chan's eyes shifted, as if in deep thought. The zombie apocalypse might be man-made. Domestic? Kong Chan shook her head slightly. Probably not. Then can you calculate a specific location? She bombed directly. Kong Chan's face hesitated, but she finally shook her head. He sighed silently and muttered, I can't count any more. My Tao has exhausted its power. I've survived these 2 years just to see you. So even if he had no food and was forced to eat filthy things, he would stay alive. I'm content to be able to see you alive and tell you this. Kong Chan said, trembling to his feet, and bowed deeply to Enan. Under Enan's puzzled gaze, Kong Chan pursed his lips, and finally spoke, Benefactor, you have been entrusted with a great responsibility. This disaster may require your life. Enan looked at him. Is there no other way? Kong Chan shook his head slowly. I've said everything I need to say. My time is up. Stop talking nonsense and live well. Enan withdrew his healing energy. His injuries had almost completely healed. With one last glance at Kong Chan, Enan turned and walked out. Come with me to the base. I make sure you have enough food and drink. Donor. His voice lingered, a mixture of relief and emptiness. I've revealed too much. I can't continue living. Enan paused. There's no need for so many explanations. Just stay alive. Bang! A loud crashing sounded behind him. Enan turned and looked. Kong Chan collapsed to the ground, bleeding from his forehead. Fresh blood splattered on the wall. Enan stared at his body for a few seconds. Finally, he clasped his hands together and bowed as he returned. Outside the gate, Chu Qin and Fu Sun were both guarding. Enan looked at Chu Qin. Where's Lu Qingqing? She's been captured and tied up to be fed to the zombies. For those in the Alliance who committed serious offenses, the highest punishment was to be fed to the zombies. They wouldn't be eaten alive by the zombies immediately. Instead, they would be hung above the swarm, bitten bit by bit, suffering from pain and despair, and then infected until they died. Please take us there. I have a grudge against that woman, and I want to see her die. Chu Qin hadn't expected Enan to say that. After a moment's pause, he quickly nodded. Okay, follow me. Chapter 370. Within the Southern Alliance, large and small divisions were separated by defensive barbed wire, but the areas between them were abandoned. Zombies swarmed within. This approach had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it reduced the manpower and resources needed to kill zombies, and having areas to divert zombies increased their margin of error. The disadvantage was that if a division's defenses collapsed, and it was overrun by zombies, it would be nearly impossible. But this approach was their only option in the face of the apocalypse. Not every base was a galaxy base, protected by a system. Chu Qin led Enan and the others through the chaotic passageway. Up ahead is the largest zombie pool in the area. Enan looked around. This was the area between City B and City B1, far away from the more prosperous Southern Alliance headquarters, and the surrounding area gradually became desolate. Not only were the buildings increasingly dilapidated, but intruding zombies were also everywhere. Clad in barely warm clothing, the psychics who fought the zombies fell from time to time. Almost as soon as they collapsed, they were dragged away by the nearby supervisors to examine their wounds. If they found any infection too severe, they were shot on the spot. Blood, mixed with the stench of decay, rushed into one's nostrils along with the biting wind and snow. It was unpleasant. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A ragged man howled as he rushed forward, two men chasing him from behind. Seeing he was about to collide with Chu Qin and the others, they immediately opened fire. Bang! The man's head exploded with the sound of gunfire, blood spurting out. Chu Qin expertly swung a wind blade, slicing the spray of blood. I'm sorry, Prosecutor Chu. It's okay. Chu Qin simply said calmly, then looked at Enan and the others. It's just up ahead. Ahead, a high wall stood majestically. As they climbed the stone steps, they discovered a hidden world beyond the wall, a structure similar to a city wall. On the wide platform above, numerous psychics came and went. Behind the platform, a dense swarm of zombies swarmed. The zombies raised their heads and howled frantically. Many of the lower-level zombies showed signs of freezing, evidently having been trapped here for a long time. This is one of our Alliance's many zombie pools, used to punish those who have committed serious crimes within the Alliance. Enan listened quietly, his gaze fixed on a woman who was reclining on a recliner under a high shed not far away, a stove burning beside her to keep her warm. The woman was clearly of some status. Everything she wore and held was very expensive. Noticing Enan's gaze, Chu Tan politely introduced, "That's Madame Yin, the wife of Deputy Base Commander Duan. Like you, she has a grudge against Lu Qingqing and has come here today to see her die." Noticing the gazes of Enan and the others, Madame Yin turned and nodded slightly. She was graceful and naturally noble. Enan nodded in return, no longer looking at her, but at the zombie horde below. "It's begun." With Chu Tan's words, the iron gate of the opposite platform swung open. Unlike the lively atmosphere on this side, the opposite platform was utterly dead, with only rusty chains and corpses that couldn't even be covered by the thick snow. As the gate swung open, a group of people, bound with thick chains and in tattered clothing, were pushed out. All of them were bruised and bony from the cold. At the sight of the zombie tide below, they retreated in fear. "Go up." The man in the lead was kicked by the guard behind him. The kick sent him plummeting. Thankfully, the chains bound his hands prevented him from tumbling. He clung to the wall, howling for help. Save me, I don't want to die." "I was wrong. I will never steal the console supplies again." "I was wrong. I won't do it again." No one paid him any attention. The guards, expressionless and even impatient, herded the chained men out. They then tied their chains one by one to the iron rack. Everyone began to tremble with fear. They begged for mercy uncontrollably. "I never kill again. Please let me go." I was wrong. I shouldn't have opened the gate and let the zombie horde into the Alliance. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Lu Qingqing, the last one to be pushed out from behind the crowd, was pale. Amidst the desperate pleas for mercy and cries of regret, she stared blankly around, as if she hadn't recovered from the situation. "Lu Qingqing, you still don't seem to repent?" Mrs. Yan's voice was tinged with a hint of contempt. It brought Lu Qingqing back to her senses. She looked across the room, and upon seeing the voice's owner, her eyes filled with indignation. "It's you, Yanling." Yanling lay there lazily, unmoved. "It seems you haven't changed your ways. You deserve to die. I'm going to kill you, you vicious woman." Lu Qingqing suddenly lost her composure and screamed like a madman. The guard nearby kicked her to the ground and held her down tightly. Lu Qingqing continued to thrash wildly, trying to break free like a maggot. Yanling simply smiled and said nothing, clearly too lazy to bother with her further. As she struggled, the chains in her hands slammed her onto the iron frame. "Ah!" The horde of zombies below began to stir. The roars echoed off the high walls on all sides. It was terrifying. As if finally feeling the fear of death, Lu Qingqing shuddered. She looked across, but her expression suddenly froze. On the opposite platform, a woman in a black cotton coat, her small face delicate and cold beneath a mass of long, curly black hair, stood. Who else could it be but Enan? Behind her, a tall, handsome, and arrogant man held an umbrella for her. Although she couldn't recall his exact identity, she could probably guess it was one of the many male protagonists in the book. Instantly, jealousy, resentment, and madness rapidly swelled within Lu Qingqing. Her eyes bulged red as she howled like a madman. "Enan, I'm going to kill you, Enan." She struggled even more frantically than before. The guard nearby seemed annoyed, and was the first to push her out. "Ah!" Lu Qingqing fell. The chains tightened, draping her securely against the iron frame. At the same time, the frame descended, and she sank with it. The zombie horde below grew increasingly agitated, their roars growing louder, like the low rumbles of hell. "That person hates you so much." Fu Sun looked at the crazed woman hanging from the iron frame, his tone tinged with slight confusion. Enan said nothing, only his cold eyes fixed on Lu Qingqing. She was still struggling, shouting at a breakneck pace, "I'm the heroine, Enan, die. Save me and get me up there. I can predict the future, I know everything. Let me go! I'm a book traveler, I'm a book traveler." One cry after another was piercingly deafening. And these howls, heard by those around her, made her seem like she was mad. Because she was the first to be let down, almost all the zombies beneath her scrambled towards her. Finally, the first zombie to climb up bit her foot fiercely. It tore one of her feet off. Ah! Amidst the agony, Lu Qingqing's bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Yinan. A tear of blood streamed from her eyes. She couldn't understand. Why had she clearly read that apocalyptic novel with a strong male protagonist and a strong female lead? Although she only watched half of it, the smooth-flowing plot and rich emotional arc still left her feeling incredibly refreshed. Even more unbelievably, she traveled through time and space to become the supporting female character, Lu Qingqing. At the time, a voice, like a demonic whisper, kept telling her that it had taken everything from the heroine, robbed her of her luck. She was the supporting female character's comeback, the new heroine. So she always been confident, believing she could easily surpass the original heroine, Yinan. But why had things been so difficult along the way? Why had she fallen to this point? And that demonic whisper hadn't appeared in ages. It was as if it had completely given up on her. Ah! Finally, Lu Qingqing's head was torn open by the zombies. Her eyes, still open in death, were bitten open and shattered.